Chapter 181. Escape in a Panic. The two people in the pump truck and Wu Ai, who was watching the passenger plane take off through the drone, all saw that the hatch under the plane was opened. This bastard is really shameless. He just wanted to run away, and he wanted to kill all the people below. 6 machine guns stretched out from the hatch on the belly of the plane. If this kind of air-to-ground weapon is fired at full power, I am afraid that nothing here will be able to resist such firepower. Wu Ai immediately asked Xiaohua to run away quickly, and even used a bounce to get out of the range of the aircraft cannon. The pump truck had already adjusted their weapons during the conversation between Wu Ai and Tang San, and Zhang Junsheng played a role in it, because he didn't trust anyone at all. The pump truck's cannon fired at the plane before the aircraft's cannon was fully extended. This shot was powerful because the distance was relatively close, showing its strength. A big hole was directly punched under the wing of the passenger plane, and many things inside fell out. Even 2 cannons were hit and disappeared. The pump truck's second shot was soon launched, but this time the passenger plane did not suffer any damage. The reason was that there seemed to be a transparent air wall between the plane and the pump truck that blocked the power of the pump truck's shot. The aircraft's cannons were all out at this time, and all attacks were poured on the pump truck first. The third shot of the pump truck did not hit the passenger plane according to the expected attack path. Instead, under the attack of the machine gun, the pump truck was hit by another wheel, causing this shot to deviate from its predetermined trajectory. Although this shot deviated from the predetermined target, there is a bigger guy in the sky, and there is no chance that you will miss it even if you close your eyes. The cloud continent is too huge, and this shot directly hit the bottom of the cloud continent. It is worthy of being a highly modified pump truck. It is estimated that the modification and upgrade have been used on this cannon. Since the pump truck shells are not conventional shells, the energy loss is also very small. This shot actually penetrated the cloud continent directly, and the sunlight shone directly from the hole, which was like a potato pierced by chopsticks. The sunlight just happened to shine on the passenger plane that was already flying high, which was a bit ironic. His car was damaged, and a big hole was also punched in the base. It was crazy to think about it, especially for a narrow-minded person like Tang San. Pour all your firepower and kill that damn pump truck directly, Tang San shouted angrily. The heavy weapons obtained from a small arsenal were almost all used. The pump truck disappeared in an instant, and the place where the pump truck was parked before had become a deep pit. Zhang Junsheng ran out when the plane opened its belly to prepare for the attack. He knew that a target that could not move could not fight against the air firepower, even if it had strong firepower. When the pump truck disappeared, he had already fled back to the battleship. Yuzhu, saturate, attack that plane. Calculate the best ammunition ratio. Zhang Junsheng gave the order very calmly. A saturation attack on a small battleship was not something a target could withstand. Not to mention the missiles on the battleship, relying on the advantage of the energy shield. Tang San's passenger plane finally ran back to the cloud continent in a crooked manner, which was considered to have saved his life. Chapter 182. Information about the intelligence system. Zhang Junsheng's attack stopped after Tang San's plane returned to the cloud continent. I don't know what he was thinking. Now is the best time for him to attack with all his strength to kill Tang San. But he stopped the attack at this time, which is really depressing. After Zhang Junsheng stopped attacking, the cloud continent also seemed to float to another direction in a gloomy manner. It is estimated that the loss this time is enough for Tang San and his friends to drink a pot. Zhang Junsheng came to the deck of the battleship and waved to the drone that was still observing the battlefield situation in the distance, signaling the drone to come over. Wu Ai asked Xiaohua to control the drone and fly it in front of Zhang Junsheng. He also had a regretful expression at this time. Boss Wu, I'm really sorry. The ammunition on the battleship has basically been used up. It seems that the previous owner also wasted a lot. So I am also very depressed that Tang San escaped this time. If I can kill them directly, I will definitely not keep them. Although Wu Ai accepted Zhang Junsheng's words, he didn't dare to believe him completely, since Tang San has already escaped. Based on my understanding of him just now, the two of us must have been on his must-kill list. If possible, we should form an alliance to be more beneficial. Zhang Junsheng's proposal is in line with Wu Ai's idea. This person is courageous and scheming, and his strength is enough to become his ally. There is only one person in his group, so he can act in a timely manner. Ally? That's fine. But I don't trust you very much at the moment. How can we become allies, and how can we contact each other later? Wu Ai also took the opportunity to want some benefits. and threw the problem to the other party to consider. As an ally. Or for the previous promise. I will tell you a crucial information. And this information is the most important for people like us. Zhang Juanqing's words seemed to be hinting at Wu Ai. Oh. Then tell me. I want to see if your information is valuable. The faint sense of crisis in Wu Ai's heart was reminding him that this news might be exactly what he needed. It's easy to tell you the news. But if I say it like this, I'm not telling you the news, but murdering you. I think you should have guessed something by this point. Wu Ai's eyes narrowed. He knew that he guessed right. But Zhang Junsheng didn't know the situation on his side. So he said that. But in fact, Wu's RV had killed the previous and next two intelligent systems. And as far as the current situation is concerned, Xiaohua can know the information. Zhang Junsheng said, no matter where she is. My situation is a little special. Just tell me directly. I know what you are worried about. Wu Ai said this. Zhang Junsheng was a little surprised. I see. It seems that I really underestimated others. I didn't expect that Boss Wu already knew this information. Zhang Junsheng said with a self-deprecating smile. That's my business. Just tell me your information. Don't forget. Our alliance has not been officially established yet. Zhang Junsheng said with a smile. Okay. My information is that the intelligent system cannot be trusted. If you want to replace it with a safe one, you can only use a human to replace it. It's just that the method is very special and may vary from person to person. You have to think about it before taking action. Chapter 183, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Oh, that's right. The way to cure the system is to find a human mind to replace it. This method seems simple, but it is not easy to operate, let alone the specific replacement method. It is unacceptable to ordinary people from an ethical point of view. No wonder this person kept reminding him that it depends on the person. Your system is also. Wu Ai wanted to ask curiously, but was interrupted by the other party. My system does not need Boss Wu to worry about. And the ability to invade other vehicles is not something that can be obtained by simply changing someone to do the system. I have already said some valuable information. I wonder what Mr. Wu's intention is now. Zhang Junsheng was already a little anxious. And he didn't know why he was so anxious. Okay. Our alliance is considered to be formed. But the alliance is limited to dealing with Tang San. Other things are not within the scope of the alliance's responsibilities. If you can agree, then our alliance is considered to be formed. After Wu Ai clarified the responsibilities, he announced that if the other party agreed, the alliance would be established. Okay. I totally agree. After that, Zhang Junsheng took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket. He shook the walkie-talkie in his hand and said, This walkie-talkie can find me at any time, no matter how far away I am. But the timeliness will be delayed as the distance increases. Apart from that, there are no disadvantages. Zhang Junsheng hung the intercom under the drone, then waved goodbye to Wu Ai and walked away in a carefree manner. Wu Ai asked Xiaohua to float the RV to the surface, looking at the warship that disappeared rapidly on the sea level. Wu Ai shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. What are you laughing at? Li Muzi asked, looking at Wu Ai's expression. Nothing. It seems that Zhang Juanqing's system is not omnipotent. There may be other reasons why he was so anxious to slip away. It is not so easy to control a warship so quickly. He should have paid a great price for this. It's a pity that our RV does not have any long-range super attack means. If it did, none of these people today would be able to escape. Wu Ai still felt bad about Zhang Juanqing's attempt to use him to block the shells. After the RV started, it slowly left the water and returned to the land. Wu Ai stopped the RV on the land. He got off the car and went to the places where the battles had taken place to see if there were any good things left behind. The first place he came to was near the sports car, because he never saw anyone picking up the building blocks of the unlucky guy. When he came to the location of the headless body, there was indeed a building block on the ground. Wu Ai did not dislike it at all. He picked it up and put it in his pocket. After the first harvest, he was more confident to look for other places. He actually found a few more building blocks among all kinds of scrap copper and iron materials. But he felt that these building blocks were a bit strange, and they were basically the same as the building blocks dropped by the headless corpse. At night, he finally stopped looking for treasure. He dragged his tired body back to the RV. After he got on the RV, he got angry when he saw the two girls still sleeping. They didn't catch up when they were escaping. They didn't catch up when they were fighting. And they didn't even catch up with the hard work of getting off the car to find things. How could he not be angry? Chapter 184 Graded Punishment. Forget it. Since they were all drugged by others, it was not their intention. Let's forgive them. On second thought, although being drugged was not their intention, they could not resist their greed and went up to eat directly. It seems that they can't be let off easily. Wu Ai and Li Muzi originally wanted to make a bowl of instant noodles, but Wu Ai got angry when he saw the two people sleeping soundly. Later, he thought of the reason why they slept this time. That happy country community. There must be delicious food there. With the idea, he immediately started to act, and he asked Xiaohua to return to the restaurant in Happy Country again. When Wu Ai and Li Muzi entered, it was very lively inside. All the women who had been imprisoned on the warship came here. At this time, they were celebrating their freedom. The food was already on the table, and they were enjoying it happily. The rescued women saw a man and a woman coming in, and they found that the people present did not know these two people, because Wu Ai and the others were underwater when they were driven off the warship. It was not surprising that these people did not know them. The only female receptionist who knew the two of them was not here at this time. I don't know where she ran to when she was abandoned by Manager Wang. If only Gu Xiaoxi hadn't slept, she would have been able to get a meal at a gathering of strangers with her skills. But these two people didn't master this excellent skill. In the end, because these people were so happy to be free, they didn't mind having two survivors to eat with them. In the end, they had a good meal before returning to the RV. The next day, "Boss, I'm so hungry. Is there anything I can eat? Leftovers are fine." Gu Xiaoxi was the first to wake up, and the first thing she did after waking up was to eat. Li Muzi leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Wu Ai also sat on the side of the sofa and looked coldly at Gu Xiaoxi, who had just woken up. "Boss, what's going on? How did I fall asleep? Is it the next morning now?" Gu Xiaoxi's voice became lower and lower. It seemed that she knew something was wrong with her. Wu Ai still didn't react, and still had that vague sneer. This situation continued until Li Zimu also got up to find food. "This is what happened after you two fell asleep yesterday. Take a good look first." He pointed to the video recording of yesterday recorded by the drone on the display and said coldly. The two dared not disobey, and they watched the entire video obediently. "How is it? What do the two outstanding contributors think after watching it?" Wu Ai said with a sneer. How could these two know that so many things would happen after they fell asleep? And there were even a few things that might kill them. "Boss, we know we were wrong. In the future, we will definitely not take any action without your order. Even if I wet my pants, I will not find a bathroom." Gu Xiaoxi still weakly resisted a little. She said this to regain some power. "Very good. Classmate Gu Xiaoxi said it very well. From now on your superior is Li Zimu. And Li Zimu's superior is me. Li Zimu needs to be responsible for me. As for you, you can discuss it with Li Zimu. Li Zimu, I will only say this once. If Gu Xiaoxi has any problems, I will punish you with 10 times the intensity." Chapter 185 The Falling Space Station. Now it was Li Zimu's turn to be confused. What was going on? Why was there such a system? How could that bitch Gu Xiaoxi be quiet? Wouldn't she be playing him to death? Looking at Gu Xiaoxi's gloating expression, Li Zimu's face turned bitter. In order to avoid being punished by the boss, you should practice more with classmate Gu Xiaoxi. Li Muzi closed his eyes and said this. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of the two girls began to reverse. Gu Xiaoxi's expression of begging the queen for mercy appeared online. Wu Ai thought he had found the best way to punish them, especially when he saw their expressions changing rapidly. "Breakfast is not ready yet. You two will be responsible for this from now on. Since you are so good at eating, you can enjoy cooking." The two girls went to prepare breakfast listlessly, partly because they were really hungry, and partly because they felt bored in their future life. So the two of them started working stiffly like zombies. After breakfast, before everyone had time to rest, Xiaohua reminded them, "It is found that the technological creation is rapidly falling, and the location is the coordinate of the space station we are looking for." Everyone rushed to the window and watched a fireball falling rapidly in the sky. "I swear, if this is also considered a landing, the people inside should be very unhappy." Wu Ai jokingly ordered Xiaohua to start the RV quickly, on the premise that we will not be affected by the falling space station. "We will start immediately." After Wu Ai finished speaking, he saw that Xiaohua did not start the RV and set off. He asked curiously, "What's the matter? Why don't you set off?" Xiaohua said calmly, "Didn't you say that we should not be affected?" Our current location is already within the affected range. If we set off again, we will suffer greater losses. Wu Ai beat his heart with his right hand and said to Li Zima weakly, "You come. I'll take a rest first. I'll talk to you online later." It seems that Wu Ai was really angry with Xiaohua, and he fell directly on the sofa. "Xiaohua, leave the affected area." Li Zima covered his mouth and smiled. The RV quickly returned to the harbor yesterday under the driving of Xiaohua, and then went directly into the water. 5 minutes later, the fall of the space station was finally completed. Xiaohua also drove the RV again and drove directly to the wreckage of the space station. In this case, no one should be able to steal my things. Even if there is such an explosion, I probably can't survive. The colorful egg is really well planned. It knows where the space station will fall. This shows how terrible its tricks are. The RV arrived at the crash site of the space station in less than 10 minutes at full speed. Looking at the pile of scrap metal still burning and the fragments scattered on the ground, Wu Ai was full of emotion. This is almost the condensation product of humans' highest technology. Under the influence of nature, there is no resistance. Thinking about the previous storm caused by aliens, he could only sigh. The power of nature is really too strong. The fire in the space station was slowly getting smaller and smaller. He could already see some shining building blocks. He simply counted them, and there should be 5. Chapter 186 Express Delivery from the Space Station. There is really a lot of harvest in this space station. Someone actually got the Lego ball. If you think about it carefully, the space station itself is floating in space. So the conditions for getting the Lego ball are also the simplest. Although the fire in the space station has obviously become much smaller, Wu Ai does not want to wait in the RV for the fire to be completely extinguished. If someone else gets there first during this period of time, he will lose a lot. He asked Xiaohua to send all the mobile boards to search the ruins of the space station and bring back anything that he thinks is useful for him to personally review. He first asked the mobile board to take back the 5 building blocks, and then he asked Xiaohua to use the system to identify the properties of the building blocks. The properties of the 5 building blocks are plant growth, space utilization, oxygen production, injury treatment, and no property. After identification, he felt that the first 4 were more or less related to the space station. For example, experiments on plant growth should have been conducted in the space station. This kind of thing has been carried out in peacetime, and it is reasonable to exist. Although the principle of the building block with the attribute of space is unknown, the space station has 2 words in common. So the appearance of a building block with the attribute of space can be forcibly explained. Oxygen production doesn't need to be explained. It's a necessary resource for the space station. The property of the building block ball for healing injuries can be understood. Right? What the hell is this propertyless? How can there be such a building block ball property? Xiaohua, you said that the building block ball of the battleship before was stripped of its ability, so it has no attributes. I can understand. But what about this building block ball without attributes produced on the space station? Has it also been stripped of its ability? Xiaohua said calmly as always. The stronger the ability, the stronger the limitation. This building block ball has only one ability. So after using up that ability, it becomes propertyless, which is also normal. Well, since they have given an explanation, I can only passively accept it before I have any evidence to refute it. At this time, a mobile plate carrying a metal ball as big as a rice cooker flew over. He didn't know what it was. And of course, the others had never seen high-tech products in space. Since the temperature of the metal ball was still very high at this time, he asked Li Zimu to bring some bottled water to cool it down. After wasting many bottles of water, he tried it with his hand and felt that the temperature was acceptable. So Wu Ai prepared to use tools to open the thing. All the tools used in ordinary households surrendered in front of this metal ball, and they were completely useless. Li Muzi pulled out her Qiu Shui with an eager expression. Wait a minute. Lady, spare the ball. I don't know if the things inside will be intact after you cut it. Let your sister do it. Li Muzi put away Qiu Shui with some regret, and she went to wait beside her depressed. This guy must not be a courier maniac in peacetime. As soon as he saw a package that he didn't know what was inside, he wanted to open it quickly. If I wasn't there, the consequences might be really different. Li Zimu slowly opened the metal ball with her fruit knife. And of course, the process was very time-consuming. Fortunately, he successfully opened the metal ball in the end. Chapter 187 Information in the video. After the metal ball was opened, it was wrapped with thick layers of cloth. It looked like the things inside should be very precious. This aroused everyone's interest. After opening this layer, there was another layer of metal wrapping, followed by cloth, then sponge, and then rubber. This metal ball was wrapped with 14 layers of wrapping. And finally a metal box the size of a matchbox was obtained. Wu Ai opened the last box listlessly. And there was only a USB flash drive inside. The person who was most happy to see this USB flash drive was Li Zimu. She said excitedly, "There may be some black technology inside. Otherwise it would not be protected so carefully. The people in the space station have made such important protection for the safety of this USB flash drive. There must be something important inside. You can tell that the information inside is important. But it is hard to say whether it is black technology." The crowd was no longer waiting for the things sent by the mobile board. And they all shouted to go back and see what kind of information was in the USB flash drive. Everyone's enthusiasm was too high. And Wu Ai could only go back with everyone to take a look. After he inserted the USB flash drive into the interface connected to the display screen, no information was displayed on the screen. What's the situation? After so many layers of protection, it was still broken. Yes. After all, it was not thrown down from the upstairs. There is a layer of encryption protection inside, and it will be cracked in a moment. Xiaohua said the real reason why there was no picture. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the picture finally appeared on the screen. "I don't know who you are who got this USB flash drive. If you have the heart to save humanity, please continue to watch. If you don't want to take such a responsibility, please be sure to send this USB flash drive to someone or such an organization who can accept this responsibility." At the beginning of the picture, there was a middle-aged man with blood on his forehead, who looked like a foreigner. What he said had been automatically switched by the system to a language that Wu Ai and others could understand. And the shocking information given by this man was a strong sense of responsibility. "Stop! Just watch this video. I don't have such an idea. And I can't save anyone. Let's give this USB drive to someone who can accept this responsibility." Wu Ai directly stated that he didn't want to, and couldn't take the responsibility, as the person at the beginning of the video introduced. So he would give up watching the rest of the video. "Boss, we can watch it first. And it won't be too late to talk about it after watching it," Li Zimu said with shining eyes. That's right. That's right. Apart from us, who else can know that we have watched the video? Boss, are you too honest? Gu Xiuzi also helped Li Zimu. Although Li Muzi didn't say anything, her eyes were shining. It was obvious that she wanted to watch it. "Dear masters, have you ever thought about why there is such a message at the beginning of the video? It must be that the information content behind this video is enough to influence the viewer's mind. This is a passive acceptance. If you didn't want to eat, you can also do this. But your bestie bought some barbecue at this time. Can you still bear it and not want to try it? Your bestie is very generous. She let you try it. Did you really just taste it afterwards?" Chapter 188 Space Station Records. After Wu Ai finished speaking, he looked directly at the excited foodie duo. They both seemed to want to explain something, but they blushed and didn't explain anything in the end. "If you two dare to say that you can bear it, I will beat your ass even if I have to take the risk of being called a pervert. Have you not learned the lesson last time?" He glared at the two of them fiercely. "Although what you said may be correct, it is not easy to suppress the curiosity of human beings. Especially for women. Curiosity is even more difficult to suppress. Boss, you see, it was rare that Li Muzi said so much, which made him a little undecided. In fact, he was also a little curious. But compared to the responsibility that scared him, he chose not to watch it. But in this situation, 3 pairs of fiery eyes kept looking at his face. And he couldn't stand it. How about watching it? No matter what responsibility is in it. Just throw it all to these girls. Anyway, it was them who asked to watch it. Right. Just do it. Think about it carefully. You have to think about the consequences of watching the video. These responsibilities are all yours to bear. There is nothing about me in it. Boss, stop wasting time. We don't need you to be responsible. Watch it now." "I can't wait," Li Zimu said excitedly. Why did he feel like a scumbag was shirking responsibility when he heard this? It always felt weird. Wu Ai could only shake his head and sigh and continue to play the video that he hadn't finished watching just now. Since you chose to continue watching the video, it proves that you can take responsibility. I can also tell you in detail about my experience. When I first saw the call about the alien invasion in the space station, The 6 people in our space station had their own abilities. I only know the abilities of 4 people. And the 5th person didn't say his ability. My ability is to give life, which is very powerful and comprehensive. The description on the building block ball is to completely give all the information of a certain information complete body of natural intelligent life. My understanding of this description is that this ability can make anything have all the characteristics of human life. However, the ability given on the building block ball can only be done once, which is the limitation of my ability. Speaking of this, Wu Ai looked at Xiaohua. The building block ball with no attributes she mentioned should belong to this person. It seems that he still used his ability. But I don't know what this ability gave life to. Since we lost contact with the ground, we knew our fate at that moment. Without the help of information and supplies on the ground, we fell into low Earth orbit and were finally sucked into an irreversible fall orbit, which is definitely irreversible. There is also a certain amount of emergency fuel on the space station. But these things are not enough for all of us to return to Earth safely. This requires a very cruel decision. And someone needs to stay and bear the sacrifice. For my own reasons, I don't want to return to this planet that no longer belongs to humans. And the others need to choose one more person to stay in the space station. What I didn't expect was that the person who didn't say what he was capable of chose to stay. I know that among the 6 people, he is the only one who represents a country. And the rest of us belong to another country. I was really surprised that this person made this choice. Chapter 189 Artificial Silicon-Based Life Form. However, we were all deceived by this person. Forgive me for not even wanting to mention this person's name. I feel really sick when I mention his name. Because everyone will face the separation of life and death. We ended up wasting a lot of food on the space station. When everyone was very excited, the person asked me to try my ability. Anyway, I will die here in the end. So it would be a good choice to create a pet that can accompany me. Under the instigation of this person and the encouragement of everyone, the person brought a robot dog for me to try my ability. After I successfully gave life to this robot dog, it actually began to learn all human knowledge. And very quickly. It took only 10 minutes for it to master our language. However, due to the limitations of its own chip, its learning ability could not be used more efficiently. After that, the 4 of them prepared to leave the space station. No one cared about this smart robot dog anymore. Except for one person. I couldn't bear to be sad about parting with everyone. So the specific matters of returning to Earth were handled by that person. Soon, I saw the separation capsule leave the space station. I just felt that the flight attitude of the pod was a little incorrect. But at this time, I had no way to influence the pod. In the days that followed, I observed many changes on Earth from the space station. For huge tower-shaped buildings appeared at the extremes of the Earth, left and right. I couldn't understand this kind of building at all. And I didn't know how it was built. When I wanted to invite that person to come and see these 4 giant towers, I realized that he was improving the robot dog. No matter how I tried to communicate with him, I could never get his reply. In this situation, I also found that something was wrong. After I checked the entire space station, I found 4 bodies in the waste disposal cabin. My companions did not return to Earth, but stayed here forever. The man behind me said coldly, "Since you already know, I don't need to hide it anymore. It just so happens that I have completed what I need to do. And now I will tell you everything." It turned out that his ability was transfer. When he knew my ability, he immediately thought of this plan. He asked me to give life to a robot dog. And then, he would transfer his memory to the robot dog's body. To some extent, he is a silicon-based life form. And he does not need the living conditions required by humans. For this idea, he brutally killed my 4 partners. Now he has full ability. I don't know what he will transform himself into. This video was also recorded by me at the last moment of my life. In order not to leave him more time to evolve, I manually changed the orbit of the space station. The only chance to destroy that person is a period of time after the space station falls, which should be his weakest time. Please be sure to destroy him before he escapes. Otherwise the Earth may be completely destroyed by him. His evolution is not what we can imagine. This is the responsibility you need to bear for watching this video. The video is played here. It's over. It's time to do something big again. Now everyone doesn't have to worry about anything. Let's go to the ruins of the space station to find the robot dog. Quickly, Wu Ai said in great depression. Chapter 190, Unexpected. At this time, everyone understood why Wu Ai was so excited. If the robot dog with human thinking escaped, it might be able to establish a new race. Those who had encouraged Wu AI to watch the video before really regretted it. If everyone hadn't watched the video, they wouldn't know what happened. If they didn't know, at least everyone wouldn't have a sense of responsibility or guilt. Boss, Gusiosi wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Wu AI before she could say it. The current task is to find the robot dog and destroy it quickly. Let's talk about other things later. After Wu AI said this, everyone was silent. Li Zimu also set all drones to monitor the entire area where the space station crashed, so as not to miss any clues. As everyone searched hard, they soon found several suspicious things. The same thing was wrapped in a metal ball, but this metal ball was bigger. And there were 7 metal balls in total, each as big as a refrigerator. Everyone worked together to open these metal balls, because they knew that there might be a robot dog hidden inside. Everyone did not open it carefully, but Li Musi quickly cut off 3/1 of the metal balls and opened it violently. In the end, everyone got 7 safe-like things. Wu AI estimated that one of these boxes must contain a robot dog. Just when Li Musi was about to split one to check, these safe-like boxes opened at the same time, and a robot dog ran out of each open box. Fuck. There are so many. I don't know which one is real. Everyone tried to intercept them. Don't let anyone run away. Wu AI only had enough time to shout this sentence, and he ran back to the RV desperately. There was no other reason, except for Gusiosi. He should be the weakest here. Without the help of the RV, he would not have been able to kill any of the robot dogs. Li Musi raised her knife and chopped down the robot dog closest to her. The robot dog was cut in half before it ran 10 meters away. Li Zimu did not hesitate at all. She used her weapon to transform into a chain and entangled one of the robot dogs. Then the robot dog was chopped into pieces. Xiaohua jumped up and grabbed 2 of them, and then she smashed them to pieces on the ground. 4 robot dogs were killed in a few seconds, and there were still 3 robot dogs running outside. Wu Ailian chose the robot dog that ran the farthest and chased after it. Li Musi also chose one. There was also a robot dog escaping in the direction where Li Zimu ran. Xiaohua couldn't let Gusiosi stay alone in this place, so she carried Gusiosi on her back to help Li Zimu, who was relatively weak in combat. Everyone was busy chasing their own targets, but there was no one left in the crashed space station. When everyone basically ran away and could not be seen, a cylinder rose from the previous safe, and a radar-like thing opened on the cylinder and began to scan the entire space station crash site. After the mechanism scanned 3 times, the remaining boxes changed rapidly. In just over 10 seconds, they quickly formed a multi-car train-like structure. And then the car-like structure quickly disappeared in a direction where no one went. Chapter 191 Whose Responsibility? After more than 2 hours, everyone was exhausted and gathered at the crash site of the space station. After the RV was parked, Wu AI got off the car. He looked at everyone's tired appearance and said proudly, "I lived up to expectations. I finally used the blade wings of the RV to kill the robot dog. I wonder how everyone's harvest was." He thought that since he, the weakest fighter, had killed the robot dog, it should be no problem for others. Sure enough, Li Zimu was the first to take credit. What the boss said is, how could such a dog thing that is hated by both humans and gods be allowed to run away? Even if he changed his body and cunningly split into 7 bodies, he couldn't escape. Li Musi also nodded, which meant that the one she was chasing had been killed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The end of the world was already chaotic enough. If there was another robot race, it would be really fun. Gusiasi was arguing with Li Zimu about who was credited with killing the robot dog they were chasing. But Wu AI suddenly froze on the spot. "It's over. We were fooled. That guy may have run away." He sighed and sat on the ground dejectedly. Others didn't know why he said that. They obviously didn't let any robot dog run away. So how could that guy run away? Wu AI pointed to the place where the robot dog came out just now. The safe-like boxes there had disappeared. When everyone ran to chase the robot dog, no one stayed behind, and no one noticed the boxes that seemed to be protective. Unexpectedly, the box was the real body they were looking for. They were all confused by the robot dog mentioned in the video. The drone above did not leave, so everything would be clear as long as you watched the drone's recording. Li Zimu ran back to the RV quickly. She turned on the playback function of the video before no one was there, and carefully checked whether it was really as the boss expected. When she saw the multi-section safe car running fast, She knew it was too late. And the other party really calculated ahead of them. No one else entered the RV. So only Li Zimu watched the video. When she got out of the RV, everyone knew the answer in their hearts from her face. Xiaohua silently returned to her post. And the other 3 girls also came behind Wu Ai. And everyone kept silent and maintained this state. After about an hour, Wu Ai jumped up from the ground. He turned around and said to everyone nonchalantly, "It's okay. Everyone just pretend that this thing didn't happen. And we should do things according to our plan." Although he acted very carefree and indifferent. After such a long time of life and death, everyone could still see a trace of self-blame in his heart. Li Muzi was about to say something to Wu Ai, but was stopped by her sister. "Boss, everything started because of me. So I'll end this matter. Now I have the ability to protect myself. I will leave the team and find it, and destroy it as my life's mission." After saying that, she turned around and wanted to go to the RV to pack up some of her own things and prepare to leave. "Stop! I'm the boss here now, and I didn't approve your decision. So you can't leave without permission. You can't have forgotten what I said before." Chapter 192 Waiting for the Future. Li Zimu turned around and began to tremble. Finally, she could not help squatting down and hugging her knees and crying. Gu Xiaozi also walked in front of Wu Ai. She also wanted to start confessing her mistakes. "Okay. What can you girls do? The other side may have a robot army when you find them. Do you want to go up and deliver food to them? Without me as the captain, you can't do anything. If I hadn't agreed before, you wouldn't have been able to watch the video. So I also have a share of responsibility here. In that case, wouldn't it be better for us to go together? By the way, I'll also investigate those tower-shaped buildings. After all, we are still together." For the first time, Wu Ai was hugged by 3 girls. This feeling even made him forget the responsibility he mentioned before. After a bit of pretentiousness, everyone returned to a state similar to Shichi. "Boss, should we immediately chase the direction that thing fled?" Li Zimu was indeed the most active one. "Chase? What the hell? If it were you, would you still run in one direction? Besides, it will definitely find a place to build up enough strength before coming out. It will be difficult to find it before then. What should we do now? Are we just going to wait for him to become stronger?" Li Zimu was also depressed, and she sat back on the ground unwillingly. That's not necessarily the case. First of all, let's make ourselves stronger, so that when we meet it again, we will have the strength to fight. The second is to inform all forces of this news, so that the stronger forces can also be prepared, and they can also play a certain role at that time. Things have come to this point, and when it comes to making oneself stronger, Li Zimu suddenly thought of their previous gains. "Boss, it seems that we have obtained a lot of good things before, but we haven't used them yet. I think it's time now." Gu Xiaozi also made this statement at the right time. "Yeah, I thought so too. I just wanted to see if we could get anything out of this space station. It seems that I was right to wait. Let's leave here first, and then find a safe place to study the upgrade." Everyone also rekindled their confidence. As long as the boss's RV continues to become stronger, an intelligent robot will not be able to cause any waves. Xiaohua chose a direction for the RV and drove forward into the distance. Is that little intelligent robot really insignificant? Wu Ai and the others certainly don't think so. If that was the case, they wouldn't have tried so hard to kill those robot dogs. This is not an ordinary intelligent robot, but a real robot man. The RV has disappeared without a trace, and the multi-section train composed of cabinets in the distance appeared again. Its front was facing the direction where the RV disappeared, and no one knew what it was thinking. After a while, the multi-section car drove to the ruins of the space station, where there were many treasures for it. "City Lord Tang, we didn't find anything at the coordinates you asked us to investigate before. But just now, that coordinate point seemed to be suspected of a space station crash there. You see, it's too late now. Let's act according to our plan." Tang San looked at the flames after the space station crashed, and he stood there for a long time. Chapter 193. The Use of Space Block Balls. On the deck of a warship sailing on the sea, Zhang Junsheng also looked at the raging fire that had ignited the crashed space station. "I never thought that he had such a trick. No wonder he came here to see you. It seems that this person must be befriended in the future. Master, why don't we contact the owner of the RV and ask him if he got the things in the crashed space station? Yuzhu, are you awake? How is it? Is there anything unusual?" Zhang Junsheng asked with concern. Thank you for your concern. Master, I don't have any abnormalities. Yuzhu responded to Zhang Juanqing's concern with her usual pleasant voice. That's good. Try not to use that ability in the future. Rapid assimilation is still too much of a burden for you. As for the inquiry you just mentioned, I think it's unnecessary. No matter what the other party's answer is, it will not change our attitude. This person should still try his best to join our camp. This time, Xiaohua still found a relatively large unfinished tunnel according to his previous habit. With the experience of being bullied by the wombat before preparing to stay this time, Wu Ai asked Li Zimu to use a drone to explore the tunnel carefully. Finally, after careful investigation and confirmation that this is a truly safe place, Wu Ai began to research upgrades for the RV here. Xiaohua, as a replacement system for the RV, what is the best way to upgrade everything we have now? Wu Ai asked Xiaohua for her opinion first. Well, my suggestion is to use the space-attributed building block ball to integrate all the building block ball abilities. This way, you don't need to use each fuse building block ball separately in the future. Oh, is there such a function? Why don't I know about it? Wu Ai was a little confused, and the others were also puzzled. That's because the prerequisite for opening this function is to have a building block ball with space ability. This kind of building block ball is basically completely unavailable on Earth. I can't think of how to privatize it on the planet to get this attribute. Oh! Everyone understood after Xiaohua said this. It turns out that the colorful egg has this plan. I don't know how it knows the specific falling coordinates of the space station. Could it be that the dog man tipped it off? Forget it. Don't think about it for now. And talk about it when you meet it in the future. How is the integration method? Come on and tell me. Wu Ai was a little impatient. There are two directions for integration. The first is to expand a single space. It means opening a dedicated space belonging to the RV. And the size of the space will continue to expand with the upgrade. You can perform any operation in it, even building a kingdom. In this space, all the previous building blocks will be integrated into the space attributes. And the direct manifestation of the attributes is the related natural forces of the space. For example, the ability of the building blocks to remove potions is reflected in the fact that the life forms in this space will not be invaded by viruses. The second direction is the exclusive space. The integration direction of this space is to use all the fused building blocks and classify them into a single small space. You can have a total of 5 exclusive spaces, and upgrading the exclusive space will not increase the size of the space. After Xiaohua introduced the two options, everyone didn't know how to choose for a while. Chapter 194 Applying for Exclusive Space Quota. The eyes of others were all focused on Wu Ai's face, as if to say that this decision should be made by him personally. Why are you all looking at me? Didn't I say before that when it comes to the overall interests of the team, everyone has the same power to vote and decide? I won't be arbitrary just because the RV is mine. When it comes to the interests of the team, it still depends on the decision of all team members. After Wu Ai said this, everyone found it even more difficult to make a decision. In this kind of matter, the immediate interests and the interests of future development are both different. It is really too difficult to choose. Li Muzi, who had rarely expressed his personal opinions before, suddenly spoke up first. My understanding is that one option is to give you a piece of land. Nature gives you convenient conditions to allow you to develop freely. The other option is to give you several laboratories that can engage in professional projects. Convenience is the integration of specialization and professionalism. If my understanding is correct, for the situation of our team, I think we should choose a more professional spatial development direction. I am not saying that. Look at the people in our team. Is there anyone who can concentrate on development? Some are lazy. Some are unfocused. Rather than giving you a piece of land and leaving no one to farm it, it would be better to create some professional space where people can do things. Li Muzi, who usually doesn't like to talk, left everyone speechless. It was really as she said. The entire team is not really suitable for the free-range development model. Instead of choosing someone who is not suitable, it is better to choose a professional one. I agree with Li Muzi's statement. Do you have any other opinions? Wu Ai directly agreed with Li Muzi's statement. The Fui duo also voted in favor of Li Muzi's opinion. They are basically the kind of people who are called lazy. Xiaohua, we'll choose the exclusive space plan. And you can start the fusion now. After Wu Ai's order, Xiaohua directly thought about the relevant fusion operations. The fusion time is 6 hours. Because there will be new adjustments for this fusion. Everyone was asked to get off the RV like last time. This time, there is more time to get off the car, and they will not be given only a few seconds. Everyone moved some of the necessary supplies from the car down, and everyone prepared for a rare barbecue party. After all the supplies were moved down, the RV was disguised as the same color as the surrounding area as usual. If these people hadn't seen the RV being disguised, no one would have believed that there was a huge RV here. After setting up the barbecue, everyone leaned on the fire with their favorite food in their hands. This gave everyone enough time to talk about the exclusive space in the future. Boss, since there are 5 exclusive spaces, can you let me make an exclusive research space for weapons and equipment? In that case, I can also have a more professional private research room. Li Zima looked at Wu Ai with great yearning, as if he would have a private space that would not be disturbed by anyone in the future. I'm embarrassed to tell you. Do you want a private weapons and equipment research space? I think you just want a private space that belongs only to you. Are you afraid of Gusiosi's entanglement or my punishment? Wu Ai asked in a cold voice with a hint of meaning. Chapter 195 Exclusive Space Allocation. With Li Zima taking the lead, Gusiosi also showed signs of eagerness to try. After all, it is still inconvenient to do some private things in the RV now, especially since they are all girls. This is understandable. In addition to Xiaohua, Gusiosi also looked at herself with some intention. It's too early to say these now, but the role of the exclusive space that Xiaomu mentioned just now can be considered. We do need a place to study weapons and equipment now. If we had powerful weapons in the previous battle, Tang San would definitely not be able to escape. Li Zima saw that there seemed to be a chance, so she immediately said, Boss, I'll be honest with you. Now I have achieved some results, but we lack a lot of equipment and materials, which are far from meeting the requirements. So the research has reached a bottleneck. If this exclusive space can really be allocated to me, your calculations are really good, and you are just being too arrogant. Aren't you afraid that you will say too much and something unexpected will happen? Wu Ai's kind warning did not stop the desire of a girl who wanted a private space. Boss, I can issue a military order. If the space is allocated to me, I will do it within a month. No. If I don't produce a result within 20 days, you can punish me at will. Li Zima said such a bold statement. It seems that she must get this space. Are you serious? Any punishment is acceptable? Wu Ai said as she put her face in front of her, and the distance between them was constantly decreasing. Even so, Li Zima's face flushed, and she didn't step back. This was enough to show her determination. The distance that was constantly closing made Li Zima a little uneasy. Suddenly, Wu Ai's face changed, and he didn't dare to move forward anymore. He felt that there was a very hard thing on his waist. If he guessed correctly, it should be Qiu Shui and the scabbard. Lady, spare me. I was just joking. You know I don't have the guts. Please let me go. I will definitely restrain myself from fooling your sister in the future. As he begged for mercy, the cold and hard thing on his waist disappeared. He hurriedly moved his face away from Li Zima's pretty face. After returning to his own position, Wu Ai gently turned the barbecue skewers in his hand and said seriously, Okay, I agree to your request. But if you don't complete a result as you promised before, then I will not only take back your space, but also punish you. Do you agree to this premise? Li Zima kept nodding like a chick pecking at rice, and tears of happiness were about to flow out. Gusiosi saw that Li Zima had obtained a space so easily, and she couldn't sit still. Boss, I also want a space. Can you? I exchanged a space with achievements and military orders. What do you want to use? Tears attack or act cute and coquettish? Gusiosi was interrupted by Wu Ai before she finished speaking, which made Gusiosi anxious and uneasy. It can allow the queen to engage in food-related exclusive space. Food will definitely become a big problem in the future. The building blocks we merged also have related properties. This can be completely integrated into an exclusive space for producing various crops. Chapter 196 It's time to find a nurse. The only person who can call Gusiosi like this and help her like this is her loyal guard Xiaohua. With Xiaohua's help, Gusiosi's lost enthusiasm burned again. But I have signed a military order, and there are still results to be achieved. If I just give you an exclusive space so easily, it seems a bit unfair to me. Alas, the elder sister is the elder sister after all. Li Muzi still took action to seek justice for her sister. At this time, Wu Ai's buttocks had the same feeling as before, and the cold and hard touch that he hated returned to his perception. For the safety of his chrysanthemum, He had to make Gu Xiuxi pay a certain price. I can collect seeds of various crops by myself and make them our food storage. I will not let any problems happen to our food. I will be responsible for all the 3 meals a day in the future. Wu Ai asked Li Muzi with his eyes. Meaning, is this okay? Li Muzi thought about it and felt that it was almost okay. After all, the other party is just a child's body. If you ask too much, it would be a bit too much. As the feeling slowly disappeared, Wu Ai also knew the other party's intention, which was enough. Okay. Cooking and other things will be your responsibility from now on. I agree to your request. After Wu Ai's approval, Gu Xiuxi jumped up with joy. After all the calculations, only 2 spaces were given. What should the remaining 3 spaces be used for? It stands to reason that a dedicated space should be reserved for medical use. But none of them have ever been engaged in related professions. But in order to be able to receive timely treatment when injured in the future, everyone finally decided to use a space for medical treatment. Weapons and equipment, food reserves, medical treatment. Only 3 were used. And everyone could only start thinking about how to use the remaining 2 again. In the end, everyone finished the barbecue and still couldn't think of what to use. How about we use one for rest, and the other as a warehouse? Xiaohua, is this okay? If I want to use these 2 spaces again, will there be any impact? Xiaohua quickly replied. That won't happen. But after the reset, all the materials in the original space and the building blocks allocated for integration will disappear. Then our 2 spaces will not be integrated. And we can take out everything before the reset. Right? After Wu Ai finished speaking, he looked at Xiaohua, who said that this was of course possible. Since then, the 5 exclusive spaces have been happily allocated. We just need to wait until the RV is integrated to see if the newly created exclusive space is awesome. After eating the barbecue, the problem of exclusive space allocation was solved. The topic of everyone's chat also began to change, becoming a little out of control. Boss, do you want us to take in another girl who is a nurse? This way, you will have another type in your harem. You see, you already have a lowly in. Stop it now. I didn't take you in because I wanted to collect girls. Don't forget how difficult it was for you to get on the bus. Have you forgotten now? The familiar feeling made Wu Ai dare not say anything more. After the thing left, he continued, since we have an exclusive medical space, finding a reliable doctor can be put on the agenda. Gender is not just for women. Chapter 197 Integration completed. Just when everyone was talking about this and that, the RV suddenly appeared. This proved that the integration had been completed, and they could go in to check the results. Everyone rushed to the open side door of the RV impatiently, and the Captain Wu Ai was squeezed to the back. Originally, this honor should have belonged to Gu Xiuxi, who was the smallest. But now seeing her already in the car, and Xiaohua carrying her on her back, Wu Ai could only admit that he was the weakest in the team. After everyone entered the RV, they found that the overall space inside the RV was not much improved. Some of the useless decorations and furniture disappeared. After entering the door, the whole car was transformed into a long conference room. There was a circular sofa with a long conference table in the middle. There was also something like a projector on the roof. It seemed that even the screen would be omitted in the future. On the 2 walls of the RV, there were 3 doors of normal size on one side and 2 doors on the other side. But they were all closed at this time. The rear of the RV is now a double door with 2 pieces of glass on it, which looks neat and simple. As for the building blocks that need to be integrated into each exclusive space, they are all selected by the actual controller of the exclusive space. Unrelated building blocks will not be forcibly integrated into inappropriate exclusive spaces. The access rights of each exclusive space are determined by the actual controller. Except in extremely special circumstances, no one has the right to enter. Xiaohua, what is an extremely special situation? Li Zima asked Xiaohua a question that she was more concerned about, which was related to the safety of her private space. The actual controller of the exclusive space died outside the RV, and the controller of the exclusive space died in the exclusive space. Xiaohua answered calmly. That means that as long as I don't die, no one can enter my exclusive space. Li Zimu's mouth was gradually getting bigger, and she felt that life was starting to get better. Theoretically, this is correct, but the controller of the RV can deprive the identity of the controller of the exclusive space. So, Xiaohua's way of speaking ruthlessly created a person who hated her. Okay. You can study these useless things later. Now you can start integrating your own exclusive spaces. Finally, Wu Ai interrupted these people's unrealistic chats and told them to do some serious work. Gu Xiaoxi's integration was relatively simple, because there were not many building blocks that matched her exclusive space. She only integrated 2 building blocks. One was the building block of seeds before, and the other was the building block of plant growth obtained in the space station. The medical exclusive space without anyone in charge was integrated by Xiaohua. The medical exclusive space only integrated the 3 building blocks of eliminating medicine, oxygen production, and injury treatment. All the remaining building blocks were integrated into her exclusive space by Li Zimu alone. Seeing her unbridled laughter, Wu Ai reminded her at the right time. Don't look at your laughter now. You can only experience it after 20 days. Is it the beauty of life, or the pleasure of loss? Ah, it's really hard to break. Hard to break. Wu Ai's incongruous words really made Li Zimu upset. Thank you for the reminder. Boss, you don't have to worry about it now. If you have time, you should think more about how to find a nurse girl. After that, she went directly into her own exclusive space. Chapter 198 Superior Exclusive Space. Li Zimu's departure also inspired other people, and they also entered their own exclusive spaces. Bored Wu Ai could only use his authority to transform an exclusive space into a resting space for living. Fortunately, the previous furniture was not thrown away, and they could still be used normally in the exclusive resting space. When he also entered the exclusive resting space, the appearance inside was much better than he had imagined before. After the door of the exclusive resting space was opened, there was a not too long corridor inside, and there was a more European-style wall lamp on the wall at the end of the corridor. There are 3 doors on each side of the corridor. It is estimated that this space should be able to accommodate 6 people to rest at the same time. Wu Ai immediately opened the door of the room closest to him, and the decoration inside was refreshing. This room is just like a house in peacetime, and all functions are the same. Whether it is a bathroom or a kitchen, it has everything. If he didn't know that he was in the world of the end of the world, he would even think that he had returned to the peaceful life before. This room can no longer be simply called a room. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a house. There are even normal windows and viewing balconies inside. And there are also beautiful scenery. Wu Ai gently pushed open the glass door of the viewing balcony, and the salty sea breeze came towards him. At this time, you have to admit that your mood is really good. Although the sea view room is a very luxurious choice for him, he prefers to live in a small village at the foot of the mountain instead of living by the sea. With his idea, the scenery outside the viewing balcony also changed. The salty sea breeze also turned into a very fresh breeze with the unique smell of grass and trees. So that's how it is. The scenery outside can be changed according to the ideas of the people staying in the room. This design still makes him feel very dreamy. Resting in such a room should be able to temporarily forget the tension and anxiety of living in the end times. The next day, as expected, everyone got up late. Wu Ai was the first to get up. It was already past 11 o'clock when he got up, and he came to the compartment space of the RV at almost noon. The second person to wake up was Gu Xiaoxi. After coming out, she was busy preparing lunch for everyone. When everyone came out, it was already past 12 noon. Fortunately, Gu Xiaoxi's lunch was relatively timely, so everyone's hungry stomachs did not protest. At the dinner table, everyone except Li Muzi was talking about the benefits of the exclusive space, because each of them also had a room similar to Wu Ai's in the exclusive space. This design is also to allow people in the exclusive space to work better, but now this function makes them all feel like they are kings. Wu Ai would not continue to talk to them about this kind of thing, because this is a pit that can never be exhausted, and women are always boring in this regard. Lady, did you and your sister sleep well yesterday? If you feel uncomfortable sleeping, there are 5 rooms in the rest space that you can stay in at any time. You can live comfortably there as well. For some reason, after he said this, the lively chat scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Chapter 199 Highway Camping. My sister's room is also big and comfortable, so it's good for me to sleep there. After Li Muzi answered Wu Ai's invitation, the others felt bored and started to share their experiences. Wu Ai scratched his hair, not knowing what had just happened. After lunch, everyone returned to their own exclusive space to rest. Wu Ai sat in the co-pilot seat of the RV and looked at the road where he was starting again in a daze. The direction of this departure was a route to the equator that Wu Ai estimated. He was going to see the giant tower-shaped building and see what was inside. He always felt that he would get some valuable information in the tower. And it would be even better if he could meet the dogman on the road. Shortly after setting off, the RV encountered a group of white monsters. At this time, their combat effectiveness has increased. Although it is not an obstacle to the RV with a single weapon, the efficiency of killing is not very high, and it takes a long time. For this kind of thing, we can only wait for the research results of Lizimu. Now she is responsible for weapons and equipment. After killing this group of white monsters, Wu Ai found that some monsters had some colored gems on their foreheads. The combat effectiveness of such monsters is obviously much stronger than those without anything. These gems seem to be a manifestation of their abilities, and he thought he should go down and collect some. However, the scene of the broken bodies on the ground, which looked like blocks, made him not want to go down and touch those things. Just when he was hesitating whether to let Xiaohua go down to collect them, all the bodies on the ground and the gems on the heads of the white monsters disappeared. Fuck. How long have I been struggling? I let these things refresh and disappear? It seems that I can't be too soft-hearted. I must let my subordinates do what they should do. After he added another lesson, the RV set off again. In the subsequent battles, he directly asked Xiaohua to collect a lot of such small stones. Xiaohua, what is the use of this thing? Ordinary humans can increase the ability of the corresponding gem color after eating it. But as the stone is consumed too much, the chance of turning into a spreader will increase significantly. Oh my god. This gem is a chronic poison for humans. But in this doomsday, being able to gain a self-protection power is probably hard for ordinary people to refuse. These dead strong men will eventually become spreaders. This disguised method of increasing the number of spreaders is really amazing. Then what can we do with this thing? Wu Ai was also reluctant to throw it away. You can use them to make protective suit enhancement potions, provided that they are mixed with the removal potion before use. Xiaohua's answer finally satisfied him. This means that they can wear the finished protective suits in the future. This news still satisfied him. So much so that he used the RV's radar to actively search many times, and then attacked to destroy a lot of those white monsters. Due to his delay, the RV's speed naturally became very slow. When night fell, they didn't even get off the highway. This means that they must sleep in the wild tonight. To be honest, camping in the wild is still dangerous. Chapter 200 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. When the other girls knew that they were going to camp on the highway tonight, they didn't react much, because the novelty of the exclusive space they had now hadn't worn off yet. They were still talking about the exclusive space while eating at the conference table. After these people returned to their exclusive space, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Before, when everyone was huddled in this small RV, it was the happiest time. Li Muzi walked out of her sister's exclusive space. She came to Wu Ai and sat down and said, "What's wrong? Do you feel a little lonely? I didn't feel anything about this kind of thing when I was young. Do you think someone who has lived alone for 20 years would feel the same way as you said?" Wu Ai's answer left Li Muzi speechless. She then remembered that no one in the RV knew much about his past. When she wanted to understand and try to get into his heart, and wanted to enlighten him, the consequences of staying on the highway overnight became apparent. A team of 12 people was found approaching the RV. Should we broadcast to stop them? Xiaohua issued a warning at this time. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft clearly discovered the survivor team with its night vision function, and the image showed the behavior of these people through the three-dimensional hologram projection device on the conference table as if they were there in person. Remind them, and see what their intentions are. Wu Ai simply issued this order to Xiaohua. Please pay attention to the 12-man team. Please pay attention to the 12-man team. You have already entered our temporary camp. If you are lost or want to enter our camp for other reasons, you will bear the consequences. Please change direction or choose to leave on your own. Xiaohua's warning was transmitted very clearly through the drone in this silent night. The sudden sound made the 12-man team panic for a few seconds. The members of the survivor team all looked at the leader, who hesitated for a few seconds and nodded, and led these people to run quickly towards the RV. Damn. It seems that these people came prepared, and they clearly targeted us. If we don't figure out who is behind these things, it will be very troublesome in the future. Speaking of this, he looked at the female warrior who just wanted to enlighten him, and he smiled embarrassedly. The latter could only fly out of the RV helplessly, and she ran straight to the 12-person team at a faster speed. The drone monitoring this group of people immediately turned on the light for illumination, so that the 12 black mice were exposed. After they adapted to the strong light, there was a hot woman in front of them. wearing tight clothes like a sci-fi scene. The 12 men had only seen this woman, so they immediately laughed maliciously. Gradually, these people surrounded Li Muzi. I don't want to kill anyone, so let the most capable fighter among you come out. And then I'll ask some questions, and you can leave. Such arrogant words would never make these men willingly obey. Seeing that they were about to laugh endlessly, Li Muzi stopped, kindly reminding them. She didn't need to draw her sword to deal with these people. She just used the scabbard to knock the head of the one who laughed the most obscenely and arrogantly among the 12 people. Then the man knelt down in front of Li Muzi with the expression on his face. Chapter 201. A small village. As this man fell to the ground, the laughter of the remaining 11 people also stopped abruptly. Then there was the sound of Ordinary kneeling down. When she slowly turned around, the people who had been standing and laughing at her had already knelt in a circle. Li Muzi took back the autumn water in her hand and made it disappear in front of everyone. This move also made those people just now sweat on their heads. Who are you? Why did you come to attack us? You can get out after you finish talking about the matter. The domineering words made her image at this time more in line with the setting of a female hero. The only flaw was that she lacked an ancient costume. Replying to the lady, we are villagers from a small village nearby. The reason why we found you was because of the instructions given by our leader. We make a living by looting the survivors who were found. If there is food, we rob the food. If there is no food, we take the people back. How do you deal with the people you bring back? When saying this, Li Muzi's tone has begun to become cold. Replying to the lady, the men we bring back are either used as coolies or incorporated into looting teams like ours. Women. Speaking of this, she also understood the fate of those women. How much they were pampered in the peaceful era. How badly they fell in the current apocalypse. In this world, being good-looking can no longer bring them much benefit. It only makes them choose between being full or having something to eat. Where is your village located? Li Muzi wanted to kill the village boss at this time. Replying to the lady, we will not tell the location of the village. All the men who can be included in the looting team must have their families in the village. If the location of the village is revealed at this time, the family members who are held hostage will be killed immediately. No wonder the boss dared to organize the looted men into a team and release them. It turned out that this method was used. Since that was the case, Li Muzi could not ask any more questions. Go away. Don't let me see you again. After saying that, she disappeared with a few jumps. The drone above also turned off the lighting and left. Captain, are we going back? A team member asked quietly. Go back. If we go back like this, won't they go back with us? Your wife and children don't want to live. Let's change direction and go back when the time comes. The captain-like man finally gave the order, and these people carried the unconscious team member and changed direction and left. A local dog, following not far behind the group, nodded like a human being and ran in the direction the group left. You're back? With your personality. Why didn't you kill the other party's boss? Wu Ai made a cup of tea, pushed it in front of Li Muzi. The other party has remote monitoring means. I'm afraid that the man will kill all the hostages and run away before I get there. Before you are absolutely sure. It's better not to act rashly. Li Muzi picked up the tea he pushed over, blew the tea leaves on the surface, took a few sips and said, with our current means, it's not difficult to find the location of the village. And I have also figured out the other party's remote monitoring means. So now do you want to rescue this village? For some reason, Li Muzi always felt that Wu Ai always gave people a weird feeling today. Chapter 202. Night Raid on a Small Village. Wu Ai noticed that Li Muzi looked at him strangely. He knew that his behavior seemed to make people feel that something was wrong. Since that was the case, it would be better to make it clear directly. If you go to that village to do good deeds, can you take the initiative to bring Gu Xiaoxi with you? Now she has the worst self-protection ability in our team. So I want the female knight to train her. Wu Ai expressed his thoughts, which made Li Muzi smile playfully. Is it really like what my sister said? That you are so? Wu Ai was startled and interrupted her immediately. Lady, you are kidding me. I just think that it is not a good idea to let Xiaohua take care of Gu Xiaoxi's safety. If you don't have self-protection methods, you will not be safe enough. Li Muzi saw that he was very sincere, and she was even more confused. Why don't you talk to her directly? Wouldn't it be better? You could also get a good reputation for caring for the team members. Wu Ai sighed and said, you also know that Gu Xiaoxi's tear attack is really lethal to people. Besides, isn't it easier for you girls to talk to each other? Li Muzi would certainly not refuse such a small matter. And it was also for the combat effectiveness of the entire team. So she couldn't refuse. Xiaohua. Let's see where the village is that people are talking about. We'll sneak over there later. Didn't you just ask me to take Guxiusi with you? Why do you want everyone to go together? Li Muzi asked in confusion. No. You two should go. I just drove the RV closer to you so that I can support you in time if something happens. Li Muzi's face was expressionless. But her heart was warm. She came to the door of Guxiusi's exclusive space, pressed the button of the communicator, and said to the door, Little one, we will go ahead to explore the way. You come out and get ready quickly. After a while, Guxiusi yawned and rubbed her eyes, and came out. After she came out, she looked at the situation in the RV. Only she, Wu Ai and Li Muzi were there. Why do you want to take me? Why doesn't Li Zima go? If I must go, can I take Xiaohua with me? Guxiusi came up and started to negotiate. Li Zima has a mission. I took you because you are relatively free. Xiaohua also has something to do. So we are asked to go together. Li Muzi said to Guxiusi with a cold face. Guxiusi just answered oh, and then obediently returned to her exclusive space to prepare. With Xiaohua's help, it was easy to find this small village. It is worth mentioning that there are many local dogs patrolling around this village, which Xiaohua also told Li Muzi and the others. After making sufficient preparations, Li Muzi asked Guxiusi to choose a weapon that she was more comfortable with from the already made cold weapon library. After opening the weapon library, there are now many types of weapons in it, because there is plenty of time now. A lot of cold weapons have been made before. Guxiusi finally chose a very small dagger, which is more suitable for her figure. She can't use two big weapons well. The RV stopped behind a mud wall at the outermost periphery of the local dogs patrolling. And then Li Muzi took Guxiusi out quietly. Chapter 203 discovered. Li Muzi and Guxiusi tried to quickly cross the patrol area of the local dogs. But there were so many local dogs that it would be impossible for her and Guxiusi to run over. In the end, she could only carry Guxiusi on her back and jump a few times to avoid the patrol area of the last few local dogs. After the two of them passed the patrol area of the local dogs, they saw the houses outside the village not far away. We have to be careful now. We don't know the situation in the village, and there is no air support from drones. Now you must be responsible for every decision you make. Li Muzi briefly instructed Guxiusi. And then she slowly walked to the wall of the first house at the entrance of the village with a little nervousness. It was a little late now, so the whole village was relatively quiet, except for the house in the middle of the village where there was a faint fire. The rest of the place was all dark. The two of them followed the wall of the house in the village and moved towards the direction of the fire little by little. When they got closer to the fire, they saw a few people in a yard roasting something over a bonfire and eating it. Boss, there is less and less meat in our village now. If we rob, there are not many survivors to rob. If it continues like this, we will have no hope for supper in the future. A bald man was biting a chicken leg while complaining to a middle-aged man who looked like a boss. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, You also know that there are few survivors now. So why do you let those teams go out to plunder? Don't you know that going out like this is useless? The bald man wiped his mouth and said with a smile, Boss, look at what you said. I understand what you mean. Our food reserves are getting less and less. If we don't let them go out, we won't have enough food. If they plunder food, it will naturally be the best result. But if they can't come back from outside, won't we save a lot of food? After the bald man finished speaking, he and the boss laughed, and the other people sitting by the fire also laughed. Guxiusi said softly, No wonder those people before came to cause trouble even though they knew they couldn't beat us. It turned out that they were forced by these people. They are really too much. Guxiusi was on the way with Li Muzi. Li Muzi briefly introduced the purpose of coming to this village, and also talked about the reason for coming here. Although Guxiusi thought they were far enough away, and her voice was low enough, she was still heard by the boss, who was roasting the fire. Someone has sneaked in. Everyone, pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. Baldy, go and release all the dogs in the cages. We are going to get started. Li Muzi originally wanted to teach Guxiusi little by little how to achieve her goal with as little cost as possible. But now the other party is going to attack with all their forces. If she leaves Guxiusi here, she will be distracted and unable to fight with all her strength. So she must put Guxiusi in a safe place. Li Muzi grabbed Guxiusi and carried her on her shoulders. She flew across the roofs of various houses at a high speed. She needed to find a relatively safe place to put Gusiosi. After she passed several houses, she found that the doors and windows of one house were gone, and there were many people, both men and women, inside. Chapter 204. No need to fight. Just run. Time is running out. She already feels that the enemy is about to find her. If she doesn't leave Gusiosi behind at this time, and the enemy finds out that they are two invaders, then it will be meaningless for them to separate. Now is the time to see your true ability. You must try your best not to be killed before I come back. After saying this, Lee Musi threw Gusiosi into the crowd, and then she jumped and disappeared. Gusiosi was thrown in without even a chance to reply, and she hit a fat man's belly directly. The man didn't even have time to scream. He was knocked unconscious by Gusiosi. Fortunately, the fat man didn't scream. Otherwise, he would have attracted some people to come and check. Several people around heard the noise and opened their eyes to look at the fat man, and saw a little girl wearing a very sci-fi tights on the fat man, who was knocked to the ground. An old man who looked older coughed a few times and said to Gusiosi, "Child, who are you and why are you here?" Lee Musi quickly left the house area where Gusiosi was without the burden of Gusiosi. She ran a little further away and stopped. This place is not too far from Gusiosi, but the aftermath of the battlefield will not affect her. This is a good place to fight. Baldhead and the so-called boss were the first to find Lee Musi, and then about 300 minions came one after another. In front of these people was a circle of dogs surrounding her. Baldhead said before the boss spoke, "Beauty, are you here to have fun? We have a lot of men here, right? Surrounded by so many people and dogs." Baldhead began to tease Lee Musi unscrupulously, before his boss could stop him. The bald man under his command had already offended the god of killing in front of him. The bald man didn't know who this woman was, but the boss knew the terrifying fighting power of this woman through the local dog that monitored the 12 people, since the bald man had offended the other party. If the bald man didn't pay some price, the god of killing would not be able to calm down. "Bald man, since you want to make the first contribution so much, then you will be the first to fight next, and all the spoils will be given to you. It's better to die than to die. Since he has offended him, the boss will send the bald man on his way." When the bald man heard about this good thing, he was overjoyed. You know, in the past, good things like this were usually done by the boss with the dogs, and the subordinates had nothing to do. Today, the sun rose from the west, and he couldn't let go of this rare opportunity easily. The bald man handed the torch in his hand to a man next to him, and he drew 2 hand axes from his waist. He was now very familiar with these weapons. The bald man shouted and ran straight to Lee Musi, and the latter killed the bald man in one move without even unsheathing his knife. The boss of this group of people knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully when he saw the scene, so he directly ordered everyone, and all the dogs, to pounce on Lee Musi, while he secretly retreated. When he returned to his hiding place and got a motorcycle, he didn't even have time to take food with him, and rode the motorcycle directly to the village entrance. Chapter 205. The Death of the Boss. When the boss arrived at the entrance of the village, many people suddenly appeared behind the walls of the houses on both sides. These people began to pass the fire to each other, and soon everyone had a torch in their hands. "Lee Si, I didn't expect you to have this day. Now your dog is not here, but our people are here. Let's see where you can run to now." As he said, the old man who had just spoken took the lead and approached Lee Si, who was riding a motorcycle. Lee Si saw that things were not going well, so he immediately turned the car around and wanted to run back. However, the road he came from was blocked, and he was now surrounded by a sea of torches. Wait! Wait! Old village chief, I have something to say. I have a secret that can be used to exchange for my life. As long as Lee Si had just said this when the torch thrown by the man in the crowd hit Lee Si on the head while he was riding a motorcycle. Lee Si wailed in pain at that time and swallowed the secret that he had not continued to say. Everyone hated Lee Si's bullying of them these days, and some people's families had even lost their loved ones. These people now saw someone start to attack Lee Si, and they all chose to throw various things at Lee Si. Although it has been a while since the end of the world, these people still have some resistance to killing. But in this dark night, with so many people using long-range attacks, the perpetrators would have a lucky mentality. Soon Lee Si was drowned by various torches and stones. Only the occasional slight explosion of motorcycles could prove that there was still a living life here. The old village chief's cloudy eyes looked at the direction of the first torch from time to time. But he was too old and his eyesight was not enough to see anything clearly. Moreover, it was night, so he had no way to find out who threw the torch first. In addition to the old village chief, Gusiusi, the quirky little girl, also found that the first person to throw the torch was a little strange. The timing of his throwing the torch was very subtle, but her height became her weakness, and she did not see who threw the torch first. It was too late to say anything now. Li Si and the poor motorcycle had become slag. Those black things could not tell any secrets. The villagers cheered loudly when they saw the deadly sea, and the sound was so far that Wu Ai and the army could hear it. Stop quickly. Do you want to attract all those monsters? With the stern reminder of the old village chief, many people woke up and the cheers slowly stopped. Since everyone has punished this Li Si, the culprit has been brought to justice, and the person who took action may not be found. You are satisfied with the result now. Go home, and we will discuss everything in the village hall tomorrow morning. The old village chief seemed to have some prestige. He made the villagers go home with just a few simple words. Grandpa, you are really amazing. Just a few words made these people listen to you. If it weren't for your help, Li Si might have escaped just now. If he escaped, your village would not be peaceful anymore. It seemed that Gusiusi was complimenting the old village chief. But in fact, there was another meaning in his words. Chapter 206 Disagreement. The old village chief seemed to understand the meaning of Gusiusi's words. He shook his head and sighed and left here. After Li Musi dealt with the mob and the lackeys, she rushed over to join Gusiusi. When she walked past the extinguished and burned motorcycle, she also picked up a building block. It seems that your real ability is not suitable for fighting. Whether you are a spy or a diplomat, it seems that you are more suitable than a combatant. She accepted Li Musi's evaluation with peace of mind. Originally, she was not suitable for fighting in her current situation. What happened tonight further proved that she was much better as a good talker than a combatant. The RV also appeared at the entrance of the village at the right time. The patrolling dogs were all dead, so the RV could drive in directly now. Oh, not bad. The battle went smoothly. Are you tired? Come back and rest. Wu Ai opened the side door of the RV and happily welcomed the two heroines who returned from the battle. Some people gathered in the cellar of the village chief's house. These people were villagers who the old village chief knew well, so he asked his grandson to notify them to come here for a meeting. Li Si, who had committed crimes before, has already left, but now there are many outsiders in our village. Those who were robbed by Li Si before may not really stay, and Li Si's death is also a bit strange. I don't know what secret he wanted to tell before his death, but it is obvious that someone didn't want him to tell the secret. In order for our village to survive better, tomorrow morning is a critical time point. So you young people who I watched grow up, you must follow my words tomorrow, and don't let some irrelevant people take advantage of you. These people agreed to the old village chief's proposal in the cellar, and then briefly talked about some matters of attention before they went home. The next day, just after dawn, the village chief took some people to find a place to bury those who had been killed before. As for those local dogs, they were local dogs raised by people in their village before. They also found a place to properly deal with them. Now it is the end of the world, and some details don't need to be paid too much attention. Originally, the old village chief wanted to hold a meeting in the auditorium to decide on the affairs of the village in the future. But they didn't expect that before they had time to gather all the villagers. Those who were robbed formed a team and walked directly to the village entrance. A villager who discovered this situation hurriedly told the old village chief the news. And the old village chief also asked everyone to gather at the entrance of the village to block the crowd who wanted to leave. In this way, all the survivors who were still alive gathered at the entrance of the village. The two parties had just some quarrels at the beginning, and they even had the tendency to fight for resources and some trivial matters before. It is impossible for these people to quarrel in front of the RV to affect the people in the RV. Now they sleep in their exclusive space, and things outside will only affect Xiaohua. As such an existence that has always displeased Wu Ai. If Xiaohua does not disturb his sleep at this time, then he will not be a competent person who is hated. The survivors outside are quarreling. Do you want to go and check it out? Xiaohua said lightly to the door of Wu Ai's sleeping room. Chapter 207, Reasoning. Since the resting space is a public place at this time, it is very convenient for Xiaohua to come in. People talking outside the space cannot be heard inside. So Xiaohua entered the space and came to Wu Ai's door to report to him. They do their own thing. It's none of my business. Don't bother me again with such things. Wu Ai was a little angry. Because of course someone disturbed his sweet dream. Since Xiaohua was scolded, she certainly wouldn't bother him again. When she went out, she happened to see Gu Xiaoxi sitting in front of the car window and watching with relish. Gu Xiaoxi was wearing pajamas at this time, holding microwave popcorn in her hand, watching the people below arguing with each other. She looked very happy. Xiaohua returned to her driver's seat. She didn't understand what the queen she was protecting was enjoying at this moment. But she wouldn't take the initiative to disturb her interest at this time. Wu Ai was very upset after being woken up by Xiaohua. He couldn't go back to sleep. So he came out soon. What are you watching? Wu Ai asked casually. Fighting! I've never seen so many people fighting. And they seemed to be enjoying it. Wu Ai felt very bored. So he returned to his room to wash up. Then opened the side door of the RV and stood at the door and shouted to the people outside. Do you have any merit? It's only what time. And you're fighting at someone's door. Do you think it's appropriate? Wu Ai's loud voice, coupled with the RV that suddenly opened the door. The quarrel between the two sides was silenced immediately. Gu Xiaoxi then appeared beside Wu Ai. And these people immediately knew that the little girl and the man should be together. Gu Xiaoxi wanted to get out, but she was stopped by Wu Ai. He could do everything in the RV, but it was hard to say after he got out. The leaders of the two sides were the old village chief, the representative of the original village, and the representative of the people who were robbed was a beautiful woman in her 20s. The two people saw someone suddenly appear and looked at him at the same time. This is my boss. If you have any questions, go find him. After that, Gu Xiaoxi ran back. The beautiful woman in her 20s brightened her eyes, while the old village chief frowned. If you have anything to say, please tell us quickly. After that, we can go directly, and don't disturb my sleep here. Okay? Since he was dragged out by Gu Xiaoxi, he asked symbolically. Even if there was nothing to do, they still had to cook and eat. And after eating, they had to hurry on their way. The beautiful woman over there spoke first. Brother, you came at the right time. We who were robbed want to return to our original place. But this old man won't let us go. Do you think it's unreasonable for them to do this? This beauty spoke so delicately, and with some tears of grievance. You can't say that she still looks good. But for Wu Ai, who was attacked and abused by Gu Xiaoxi's tears all day long, this level of abuse was child's play. Wu Ai looked at the old village chief again. He would not just listen to the one-sided words of that woman. My dear, these people not only consumed a lot of resources in the village, but they also wanted to take some resources away when they left this time. The people in our village decided together to let them help us restore some of the village walls, and then leave the resources they want to take away so that they can leave. Chapter 208, Abnormal Beauty. After Wu Ai listened to the statements of the representatives of both sides, he didn't know why his attitude would be inclined to those who were robbed on the side of the beauty. Although these people were not easy, it was not possible for just a few words to affect his judgment. For safety reasons, Wu Ai decided to go back to the RV and think about it carefully. He asked the people from both sides to wait for him for a while. After he returned to the RV and closed the side door of the RV, the previous feeling was relieved. It seems that there must be something wrong with that woman. Otherwise, he would not make such an unfair judgment. Wu Ai opened the car door again and came to the door of the RV. The beauty wanted to say something else, but Wu Ai immediately raised her hand to interrupt her. In fact, you guys are just arguing for your own interests. Instead of arguing meaninglessly here, it is better for everyone to sit down and discuss it calmly. Since you asked me just now, I will not ask why you behaved like this. Since I am asked, I will tell you my opinion. The people who were robbed by the beauty can of course return to your own homes. But you have indeed consumed a lot of resources in the village here. If you are just asked to help build a wall, I don't think it is too much. As for the old village chief's suggestion to ask the other party to leave the supplies they were carrying, I think it's better to leave anything that is not related to food. Food is the first priority now. And you will waste your energy if you take those useless supplies. Wu Ai's words were basically fair, and just a little bit vague. He neither completely supported the old village chief nor pointed out the means that the beauty used on him. He wanted to let the situation develop. When there was no strong conflict, the real purpose of both parties could not be seen. Sure enough, the old village chief was quite satisfied with Wu Ai's vague performance. But there was a new change on the beauty's side. Young man, It's meaningless to talk like you. After all, we were all kidnapped here, and we don't want to consume the resources here. But when Li Si was alive, he ruled this place, so the consumed resources should also be considered his. So the issue of resources has nothing to do with us at all. No matter who it is today, those who stop us are our enemies, and we are never polite to our enemies. Wu Ai saw that the beauty seemed to be in a hurry to leave, and coupled with his speculation about this person's ability, he estimated that time should be a weakness for her. So she was so anxious to leave. Xiaohua, go catch the woman who led the group and interrogate her about what she is planning. Wu Ai felt that his time was also very valuable, and he had no obligation to be a nanny for these people. So it was still the fastest way to solve this matter by force. The reason why Xiaohua was used was because she was immune to ordinary abilities. So she was the safest executor. Xiaohua received Wu Ai's order, and she got off the RV and walked towards the girl. The latter also discovered the other party's purpose in Xiaohua's straight eyes, and she turned around without any hesitation and went into the crowd behind. Chapter 209 Crazy Woman. Xiaohua's speed was beyond the reach of a weak girl like her. She rushed behind the beauty and grabbed her neck with her right hand. Then she carried her to Wu Ai like a chicken. I don't have time to waste with you. Tell me your purpose quickly, and I won't make things difficult for you later. The beauty kept struggling in Xiaohua's hands. She looked at Wu Ai, who was so close, but had no way to deal with her. This made her tried and true ability lose its effect for the first time. Humph. You can only show off your power by relying on your girls. If you come out and we fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to last even one round. If you can beat me in a duel, I will tell you everything you want to know. Although the words of this beautiful woman were dying, they directly hit the most embarrassing point of Wu Ai at the moment. Apart from the RV, he was also the one with the least ability to protect himself. Gu Xiaoxi still had a little flower to protect her, but without the RV, he really could only let the members of the team protect him. After having this idea, Wu Ai could not hear anything else. He was quickly thinking about whether he needed to have the ability to protect himself, so as not to be looked down upon by others. Wu Ai was stunned and didn't know what he was thinking. But Li Muzi behind him found something unusual. The corners of the captured beauty's mouth were constantly dripping with blood, and her weird smile was very weird. In this situation, Li Muzi certainly understood that this person must have done something to Wu Ai. Otherwise, there would not be the weird scene now. Wu Ai's eyes were dull, and the woman in front of him was sneering weirdly with blood in her mouth. Li Muzi drew her knife and wanted to kill the woman directly. But after she drew her knife, she realized that if she really killed the woman, she would not be able to know Wu Ai's situation. Li Zimu jumped out of the RV, and she raised her hand and quickly smashed the woman's limbs with the scabbard. Seeing this, Xiaohua let go, and the man fell to the ground. The wailing from the woman's mouth proved that she was suffering from unbearable pain. She shouted with bloodshot eyes. You beasts! Li Si should kill you directly. There is no point in keeping you now. I have been beaten to a cripple, but none of you can stop them. When these words came out, everyone was stunned for a second. Then everyone seemed to understand something and looked at the woman who looked like a mad dog. Since things have come to this point, I am not afraid of anything. Li Si's ability is communication, and my ability is hypnosis. It was because I hypnotized all the dogs that Li Si was able to control them with the ability of communication. Now that it has come to this, I think I am afraid that I will die. But I can kill a big fish before I die, and I will die without regrets. After the crazy woman said this, everyone now understood what the secret was that Li Si wanted to exchange for his life before he died. But he died inexplicably. So everything made sense. The only regret is that I paid such a high price, but didn't let this bad man commit suicide directly. Instead, I was backfired by my ability, which is really an ironic joke. Chapter 210 Awakening. All the mysteries have been revealed. There were actually two people who ruled this village before. It's just that this vicious woman hid herself more deeply. Those who followed her to make trouble were probably influenced by her ability. In view of Wu Ai's poor condition, everyone decided to leave here first. Let them solve the village's affairs by themselves. Wu Ai has been implicated by this muddy water. Xiaohua drove the RV and everyone left here quickly. They needed to find a place for Wu Ai to recover before continuing on their journey. I have been a coward since I was a child, and I have always endured the attitude of others towards me. Only her appearance made me see a ray of light in this dark world. Hi, little friend. Can we be friends? Little friend. Why don't you pay attention to me? Little friend. I have taken the initiative to talk to you for so many days. Why don't you talk to me even once? You are very rude. Little friend. Auntie! I am not a little friend. I am already 12 years old this year. Please don't come to me in the future. And don't call me a little friend. Oh! You have a bad temper. What's wrong? I'm not even 30 yet. But you dare to call me auntie. I'll show you how I can deal with you. Little brat. Why have we known each other for more than half a year, and you always don't let me call you auntie? You're obviously quite old. Aren't you? And why don't you tell me your name every time I ask you? Why do you insist on looking for me? First of all, at my age, I should be classified as a queen. Since there's a word sister, you can only call me sister. Secondly, I'm not that old. Okay, don't make me sound so old. Of course I can tell you my name, but I can only tell you after you get into college. Okay? As for why I'm so obsessed with you, it's because you're so special. So special that I can spot your difference among all the kids at a glance. I will make you a man who can stand tall and decide the fate of the world. Wu Ai suddenly opened his eyes and regained his normal consciousness. He looked at Xiaohua, who looked the same as her and even spoke in the same voice. He felt that he seemed to have overlooked something important. Why did I think of her just now? Boss! You finally woke up. If you don't wake up, the two women in the Li family will stew me. They said that you will wake up after eating me. Of course he didn't believe Gusios's words. But looking at the tears that wet his clothes, it was real. The Li sister should be able to say such words to scare Gusiosi. If it is true, then these two people are really amazing. Okay. I woke up fine. Didn't I? I'm fine now. You should tell me what happened during the time I lost consciousness. Actually, it was nothing. After dealing with the matter in the small village, everyone drove on the road. We just stopped at a rest area on the highway and waited for him to wake up. Gusiosi and I must have been affected by that woman when we entered the village. Otherwise, we would not have failed to remind you of such an obvious abnormality. Li Muzi was admitting his mistake and taking all the responsibility for his loss of consciousness this time. Chapter 211 Plan to Improve Combat Capability. This is something that no one expected. And you don't know the opponent's ability. I'm afraid anyone who goes there will be affected by such a strange ability. Wu Ai did not continue to pursue the responsibility for losing consciousness. After all, no one wants to see this. Suddenly Wu Ai glanced at Xiaohua, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Boss! With this incident as a lesson, I will also work hard to research a helmet that can defend against this ability. Then add some new technology materials. And I will definitely not let such a thing happen again. Li Zimu made a solemn promise to Wu Ai, which made him divert his attention again. This incident did not happen without any benefits. It made me realize that I was not good enough as a captain. Boss, you were standing at the door of the RV before, and you were too close to that woman. In addition, she used all her power to deal with you. So you were hit. This has nothing to do with your fighting ability. Li Zimu saw that Wu Ai still wanted to blame herself. So she hurried to explain. I'm telling the truth. It has nothing to do with that incident. You guys are usually the ones who go out to carry out the missions each time. And I, who am in charge of logistics and housing, have adapted to this kind of life. If this continues, there will definitely be internal problems in the future. My temple is small to begin with. What if the team members who join in the future have a more noble status, and come into our temple, and say this and that? If I don't have the corresponding strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress such people. If you have a noble status, don't come to a small temple. Why does he pretend to have a noble status when he comes into a small temple? If you can't stand it, you can just leave. We are not a black shop that will not let people go out once they come in. But if someone makes excessive demands in our small temple, then the matter cannot be solved with just an apology or two. A female warrior is a female warrior, and her words are really refreshing. But the world now is no longer a place where you can reason with others, and everything still depends on your heart power. Okay, I have received everyone's kindness, but for the sake of the team, for myself, and for survival, I must now increase my own combat capabilities. I can't just let a small minion almost kill me. Don't you think so? Xiaohua. Everyone can understand what Wu Ai said before, but I don't know why he brought it up to Xiaohua in the end. If you want to increase combat effectiveness, I can give several selected solutions, and the RV controller can choose a direction to develop from them, so as not to waste too many materials and resources. Xiaohua still gave her answer calmly. I've been waiting for you to say this. Your IQ is online. Don't let me ask you about everything. Sometimes you can make your own judgments. You also need to learn what you can and can't do. Oh, by the way, I forgot that you have no learning ability and can only handle the tasks assigned to you. Well, now let's see what plans you have prepared for me to improve my personal combat strength. I am really looking forward to it. After such a conversation, the Lee sisters obviously felt something. But Gusiosi seemed to have no idea. Chapter 212. Only they themselves know what they are thinking at this moment. And they have not shown any abnormality. Option 1 to enhance combat capability. External Combat Auxiliary Robot. This equipment is not a robot in the usual sense. It is actually a wearable peripheral machine, which can increase all the abilities of the wearer, even flying. Option 2. Genetic Modification Plan. Enhancing its fundamental combat capability through the genetic level. Such strength increase is more stable and does not require the restriction of peripherals. Option 3. Based on the fact that real estate is your strongest embodiment, you can achieve your desire to enhance your personal combat capability by transforming the RV into a combat robot. The three options Xiaohua gave didn't seem to be a good choice for the cautious Wu AI. But it seemed that these three were the best choices after optimization. Due to the problem of the camp, he couldn't seem to increase his own ability like Li Muzi to enhance his personal combat effectiveness. Boss, I think if you have to choose, I suggest you choose the third one. My reasons are as follows. The RV is your biggest support. If you give up your strongest support in order to increase your personal combat effectiveness, it's a bit of a waste of time. In addition, the previous two options don't seem to be too safe. It's safest for you to hide in the RV and control the robot transformed from the RV. And there is the most crucial point. Whether you turn the RV into an Autobot or a combat Gundam, they are all the coolest mechanical products. Everyone is a discerning person. And only the last point is the real reason why she wants Wu AI to choose option 3. But it must be said that Li Zimu's statement still makes sense. There is no reason for him not to use the RV and use other methods to strengthen his combat effectiveness. Xiaohua, if I choose the third option, do I need any other materials now? He asked the most critical question. If you want to become the kind of Autobot I know, you need to collect at least the following materials. Building blocks with human-like abilities. High-power miniaturized quantum-level engine manufacturing technology. Shell material technology that must reach the first-level civilization or above. Miniaturized quantum-level computer technology. And synchronous control technology of life frequency. Wu AI began to tremble after hearing these seemingly high-sounding terms. And he asked another question with trembling. Then what about the Gundam? If it is a Gundam combat robot of the level I know, on the basis of the previous ones, it also needs building blocks for light energy manufacturing, which you already have. In addition, it also needs improvements in material technology. These two choices seem to be not much different. And I don't know whether I should be happy or unhappy. But no matter which one is chosen in the end, it will require an enormous investment of resources. Is there no other simpler way besides collecting the things you mentioned? Gusiosi asked a question while looking at the trembling Wu Ida. Yes, nothing is impossible in this world. And of course, there are simpler ways. But such methods often have to pay a huge price. Such as the robot dog. If these materials are collected by it, I believe those goals can be achieved quickly. Chapter 213, Air Snake. After listening to Xiaohua's last statement, Wu AI felt that this was asking them to go back and find trouble with the dogman. But this was completely contrary to his current plan. I don't know if Xiaohua really has a problem, or just mentioned it by chance. Fortunately, Xiaohua is not a complete intelligent system. Otherwise it would be even more difficult to deal with. In the absence of decisive evidence, he could only slightly hint to his team members to increase their precautions. Who knows where the dogman ran to? Boss, are you going to go back and find it or continue to watch the tower? Li Zimu couldn't help but ask directly. I'm afraid I don't have that much time to look for the dogman. Anyway, I've already informed Zhang Junsheng about it and asked him to inform various forces along the way. The tower-shaped building is still more attractive to me. Besides, it's not like we can complete the transformation of the RV just by finding the dogman. Instead of that, it's better to move forward according to the established plan. Xiaomu, I still have a lot of things left for you. If you don't produce any results, I'll have to use them up. He cleverly changed the topic and let Li Zimu smooth things over, so that the sudden change in the atmosphere would not cause unnecessary trouble. There is an unknown danger approaching quickly. Please be prepared for impact. 10, 9, In the harmonious atmosphere just now, Xiaohua suddenly gave a warning. If Wu Ai hadn't thought that even if Xiaohua had a problem, she wouldn't take action now, he would have almost thought that Xiaohua wanted to kill them in advance. Everyone heard the countdown of the warning and knew that the danger was coming too fast. It was too late to drive away. Everyone could only grab something to stabilize their bodies. Those who had seat belts, such as Xiaohua in the driver's seat, quickly fastened themselves. As the countdown approached, the three-dimensional hologram projector automatically turned on, showing something about 1 kilometer long heading straight for them. When the thing hit the RV, the expected huge impact did not come as expected, and the RV only symbolically retreated a little and turned a few circles on the spot. There were some short houses in front and behind the RV, and it might be that this environment caused the RV not to be greatly affected, because the thing that hit them was more than 1 kilometer long. When the RV was in the body of this thing, everyone also found out what this thing was. It was like a long snake made of gas. And the people in the RV didn't find anything special in the gas. But the gas was not transparent. It was more like the RV was being sprayed by a huge dry powder fire extinguisher. This gas snake came and went quickly, although the length was amazing, because its speed was too fast. It took only a dozen seconds for the RV to emerge from the gas snake again. When everyone was about to get off the car to see the situation outside, Xiaohua stopped everyone. Because our RV has been modified to be airtight. Everyone did not suffer any damage in the situation just now. In fact, the gas that just passed quickly was filled with a lot of powder like mushroom spores. This is why everyone feels that it is like a dry powder fire extinguisher. These spores just attached to the surface of the RV. The system detected that it is harmful to life. Chapter 214 Killer Plants. Since the system has given such a hint, it would be foolish for everyone to rush out. Since the spores outside can harm life, it is better to wait a while before going out. Since those spores can harm life, what kind of existence are they? Wu Ai asked out of boredom. The system cannot know exactly what kind of thing it is, but it can clearly recognize that it can cause damage to life. Xiaohua only gave such an answer, which of course could not satisfy Wu Ai. It's like you know that radiation is harmful to humans, but you don't know how it specifically harms the human body. The system only made this judgment based on some of the life damages affected, but the system also doesn't know the specific reasons. When humans don't know why radiation is harmful to humans, the actual phenomenon has already made people know that this thing is harmful. Do you understand this? Li Zimu turned into a little science doctor and improved Xiaohua's answer. So the system has discovered some phenomenon? So someone was attacked by this spore. Wu Ai immediately thought of this. There is a large gathering place of survivors ahead on the path that the steam bun air mass just passed. We just found out that there is no sign of life inside. Xiaohua gave her evidence of the danger. After about 5 minutes, Xiaohua said, the spores attached to the outer shell of the RV have lost their activity. The safety alarm can be lifted. Xiaohua finally allowed everyone to get off the car. Everyone got off the car carefully and went outside to take a look. Everyone found that there was a layer of powder like white flour on the surface of the RV. Is this the spore? It doesn't seem to be harmful? Gu Xiaoxi said lightly. We don't know the specific harm yet. If there is a professional doctor or scientist, maybe they can use instruments to find out how this thing causes harm, Wu Ai said, and prepared to get in the car and continue on the road. Li Muzi looked at a gully blown out on the ground, and she said lightly, the direction of this wind snake seems to be heading towards the small village we were in before. Wu Ai, who was getting in the car, paused, and after thinking for a few seconds, he said, everyone, get in the car quickly. Let's go and see if there are any survivors who have escaped this disaster. If there are survivors who are still alive, we can take them away from there. Everyone got on the RV quickly. With such a goal, everyone's mood was a little heavy. I hope that the village can escape the disaster by luck. The RV drove very fast when it returned, and the spores attached to the body were blown away by the wind brought by the RV. When everyone came to a position 100 meters away from the village entrance, they had to stop the RV, because the situation in front of everyone could no longer allow them to move forward. The position at the entrance of the village has been occupied by unknown plants, and those plants are still growing rapidly, which is beyond the recognition of everyone present. Oh my god! Is this still a plant? Can it grow so fast? It can't be a tree demon. Gu Xiaoxi turned into a funny guy and said something incoherent. Li Zimu released a drone to conduct reconnaissance. She wanted to see what this strange plant was. Everyone returned to the RV and watched the situation inside through the projection of a three-dimensional hologram. Where the drone passed, only the roots of the plant could be seen with a human-like outline, and the rest of the position was occupied by green plants covered with moss. Chapter 215 Flower Cannon. Although everyone had guessed the result, some still couldn't believe what they saw. Those plants were able to grow so wildly by parasitizing humans. Or in other words, infecting humans and absorbing humans as nutrients. As the plants grew rapidly, the human-shaped outlines under the roots slowly lost their last traces. When all the plants stopped growing, there was no trace of any shape on the ground. At the entrance of the village where the plants were the most dense, a glowing building block ball let everyone know that no one escaped the bad luck. The mobile board on the RV went to retrieve the glowing building block ball. When the mobile board came back again, Wu Ai asked Xiaohua to thoroughly disinfect the building block ball and the mobile board 3 times. Even so, no one was willing to touch the building block ball again. After he asked Xiaohua to put away the building block ball, he was ready to take everyone away. But before he started the RV, the strange green plants changed again. In the center of the many green plants at the entrance of the village, there was a huge red bud that was slowly growing. As the bud grew, the surrounding green plants slowly lost their vitality. After all the plants near the bud lost their color, the bud began to tremble. What's going on? Is it doing some magic? Or is it going to have diarrhea? Why is the bud trembling? Wu Ai asked in confusion. It was found that the pressure inside the bud is rising rapidly. There may be unknown dangers, and we need to leave as soon as possible. Xiaohua's explanation made Wu Ai understand immediately. Hurry up and find cover. Everyone, be careful of collision. Wu Ai shouted and ran into his room. The others followed suit and ran into their own exclusive space. Only Xiaohua fastened her seat belt in the driver's seat. The people who returned to the space did not feel any collision. After a minute, Xiaohua told everyone that the danger had been resolved. When everyone looked at the footage taken by the drone, they knew what had just happened. When the pressure on the flower bud reached its peak, it exploded and sprayed out 3 air snakes in 3 directions. It was exactly the same as the one they had seen before. Now they knew why they were hit. There must have been similar survivors in front of them, who were destroyed by this plant. The RV avoided the impact of the 3 air snakes because it was warned in advance. So the little flower in the RV was not hurt at all. Everyone looked at the small village that was still green before. At this time, most of it had been razed to the ground, and only a few green plants were still alive. It seems that the growth of these plants has a limit. Not all plants will form flower buds like the ones just now. This may be based on the situation of its growth. It may be judged that it will produce that kind of flower bud. Everyone agreed with Li Muzi's words. Now there is nothing worth observing here. Xiaohua, send a copy of the video material just now to Zhang Junsheng, and let him popularize this thing among the forces he has passed. If everyone knew it earlier, there might be a chance to survive. Xiaohua started to act directly according to Wu Ai's orders. Master, there is a message from the RV. Do we want to check it? Yuzhu gently reminded Zhang Junsheng, who was resting. Just check it directly. They won't harm us for the time being, Zhang Junsheng said confidently. Chapter 216 Xiaohua is tricked. After a while, Zhang Junsheng's intelligence system Yuzhu finished reading the information sent to them by Wu Ai. Master, a new type of plant-related dangerous incident was discovered in the RV, and they need our cooperation to spread the news to other survivors we pass by. After Yuzhu said this, Zhang Junsheng nodded and said, according to our hazard level classification, what is the hazard level of these plants? If the hazard mode of this plant can be known in advance, then its hazard level will not exceed level 2. If the hazard mode is not known, the hazard level is assessed to be above level 7. Zhang Junsheng's expression, which was relatively calm before, suddenly became serious. They can survive this situation for the first time. I think they are really getting more and more interesting. Tell me, if we encounter this kind of plant attack, will we be able to survive safely? Without knowing, it is 100% impossible to survive. Now that we know, it is 100% possible to survive. After listening to Yuzhu's answer, Zhang Junsheng laughed a little crazily. After laughing for a while, he said to Yuzhu, do we owe him another life? After leaving the small village, the RV continued on the road. When driving to the survivor gathering place mentioned by Xiaohua before, it really found the traces of a flower bud explosion. But this trace is different from the one in the small village. Judging from the gullies on the ground, 6 air snakes were ejected after the flower bud exploded, which means that it may cause the destruction of multiple survivors. Although they knew that there would be such a result, they had no ability to stop it now. They found a trace of air snakes in the same direction as their destination, and everyone wanted to follow this trace to see how far the range of this thing would be. Fortunately, this air snake disappeared in the end without hitting any survivor gathering place, which may also be related to the fact that there are fewer survivors in this direction, because the direction they were heading was not the direction to the city. After calculation, the effective range of this gas snake is about 10 kilometers. Beyond this distance, the gas may not be able to maintain the previous state, and will dissipate in the air as it loses power. It seems that the explosion ability, number of attacks, and attack distance of this flower bud are all calculated by how many people they kill. The more nutrients it absorbs from humans, the stronger it will be. Otherwise it will be weaker, and even no flower bud will appear. Wu AI summarized the characteristics of this killer plant, and then they continued on their way. After passing a small valley, everyone found that the environment here had become a little abnormal. The environment around them was returning to normal little by little, and it did not have the typical decadent state of the end of the world. When the RV passed a canyon with mountains on both sides again, the scene in front of everyone was incredible. If everything here had become normal, everyone would not have such an incredible feeling. Instead, the situation in front of everyone showed that not only was there nothing abnormal here, but it was normal beyond everyone's expectations. The scenery in front of everyone was like the scene that people in the 1980s experienced when they were young, as if this was a place that time had never visited. Wu AI, who was always cautious, immediately asked Xiaohua to stop the car, but Xiaohua did not respond to Wu AI's order. Chapter 217 Unknown Reason. Xiaohua fell asleep with her head down, just like a driver who was tired. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward to get Xiaohua down, and Wu AI also stopped the RV in time. Just arrived here and knocked down Xiaohua, the strongest among them. If Gu Xiuxi said that there was no problem here, he would not believe it. The situation here is unclear now, so let's not get off the car for the time being. Everyone must not get off the car without my order. I think this is the most dangerous one among all the dangers we have encountered. Everyone took Wu AI's words to heart. Only a fool would get off the car to die if he could pass through the protection of the RV and make Xiaohua unconscious without a sound. The scene in the distance was completely different from the mood of the people in the RV. There was still fog on the top of the mountain in the distance, and people could clearly be seen picking unknown fruits from the fruit trees. There were hard-working farmers in the fields, wearing straw hats and white towels around their necks, talking and laughing about something. Although they were working hard at this time, the expressions on their faces showed that they were very happy. Occasionally, there were children running over from the fields, and they were having a lot of fun playing in groups of 3 or 2. The dragonflies resting on the grass tips, the children catching fish by the stream, and the smoke rising from the distant all proved that this was a paradise isolated from the world. When Wu AI came to his senses, he found that his hand was about to touch the button to open the door. In just a moment, his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. He looked back behind him, and the 3 girls also had different degrees of blurred eyes, as if they saw a beautiful paradise. In order to prevent these 3 silly girls from repeating his mistakes, he had to carry the 2 small ones and drag the big one into the rest space with difficulty. After throwing the 3 people on the bed, he fell on it tiredly and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. He finally seemed to be very tired and slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings also slowly came into his eyes. Boss, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, something bad will happen, Gu Xiuxi said excitedly while jumping. What's the big deal? Did someone go out? He immediately opened his eyes wide and looked around to see if anyone was missing. He looked around and found that none of the 3 women who came in before were missing. He immediately fell back on the bed. Li Zima pretended to cry and said, Boss, I don't usually see it. I didn't expect you to be such a person. If you don't make a move, it's fine. Once you make a move, you will attack everyone at the same time. As Li Zima's sister, she couldn't help blushing when she said such words to her sister. Who did she learn this from? It should be those TV dramas. Wu AI knew that the 2 kids were definitely making fun of him. If the female knight thought so, he might not wake up. Just calm down the atmosphere. If it keeps going on, we won't have to leave. We haven't figured out what's going on yet, and we can't stay in this space forever. Wu Ai said depressedly while lying on the bed. He didn't even know how he got into trouble. By the way, how is Xiaohua? She is our strongest fighter. Looking at the eyes of the people looking over, he quickly changed his words. One of the fighters? Yes, one of the strongest fighters. I wonder how she is now, he asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Chapter 218 Kinetic Accelerator. Looking at everyone's faces that said you're smart, Wu Ai could only stop talking against his will. Xiaohua didn't wake up as quickly as we did. I went to see her just now, and it looked like she was about to wake up. So now we can only rely on ourselves. Gu Xiaoxi gave Wu Ai the answer to his question, but it was not the answer he wanted. It seems that we may be trapped here temporarily. We must find a way to leave this strange place as soon as possible. If we leave the space, we will be confused by unknown forces. So we can only find a way to leave here. After Li Zima finished speaking, Wu Ai agreed and said, we can probably stay in the space outside for less than a minute without being confused. If it takes too long, we might be lured out of the car. So I will turn on the automatic driving function of the RV, and let the RV return to the entrance of the canyon where we came in. Everyone agreed that this method was the most reliable at present. So in the end, Wu Ai ran back and forth 3 times before setting the automatic driving mode. After everyone finally returned to the outside of the canyon, everyone got off the car briefly to try and found no signs of being confused. After everyone returned to the RV, they sat around the table and discussed how to break through the space ahead while eating. If we take a long detour, the road we have walked before will be in vain. We should probably go back from the tunnel in the underground city and choose another direction, Li Zima said while looking at the map. If we force our way through this place, we will not be able to control it if something happens suddenly. Gu Xiaoxi also added, the automatic driving mode is just an auxiliary function. It does not have a strong judgment ability. If it encounters a special situation, it will definitely stop and wait for further orders, Wu Ai also said while grabbing her hair. In fact, don't you think the place just now is very good? It reminds me of my childhood, the cold watermelon in the well, and the friends from the surrounding neighbors. Everyone shared the watermelon that might have the smell of garlic. And guess what the knife that cut the watermelon had cut before? All this made Gu Xiaoxi very intoxicated. It seemed that she was eager to go to the place just now. Wu Ai asked the RV to return to the rest point of the RV again. He was afraid that the actual influence of that space would be much greater than they thought. In this way, a strange space blocked the direction of Wu Ai and his team. This made everyone's mood begin to become a little depressed. The RV rested in this temporary camp for 3 days. Just when Wu Ai decided to go back and choose another way, Li Zima's research finally had a result. In order to show her results to everyone, she gave everyone a temporary permission to allow them to enter her exclusive space. When everyone looked at the 3-meter-long gun-like weapon on the display platform, they all looked at the extremely proud Li Zimu. Let me introduce my first research result to you. I haven't thought of a specific name yet, so let's call it the Kinetic Acceleration Cannon for now. She proudly displayed the weapon, but was despised by Gu Xiaoxi. They didn't know when they became enemies. Can you call this thing that is all circles a cannon? You don't want to use it as an energy-saving lamp. In response to Gu Xiaoxi's ridicule, she said as if she had been prepared, I knew you would have an opinion on my results. So I also prepared a practical demonstration of the weapon. Chapter 219, Excellent Attack Power. In this space, all designs are made for better research of weapons and equipment. So there are also programs that can demonstrate actual effects on computers according to real data. Looking at the actual attack effect of this kinetic accelerator, Gu Xiaoxi temporarily chose to keep silent and wait until the real experiment is over before making her comments. Looking at Gu Xiaoxi's silent expression, Li Zima showed off her achievements like a proud rooster. It seems that no one can use such a big thing. Have you ever thought about how to use this weapon? Wu Ai looked at her and asked. I thought about it a long time ago. Boss, you've always said that our RV doesn't have any long-range attack weapons. Now let's modify the top of the RV and put this thing on the roof. Right? It seems that Li Zimu's mind is still very comprehensive. Even the use position of this kinetic energy accelerator can be thought of, since she already has a mature plan and ideas. The modification of the weapon system on the roof is left to her. The hardcores obtained before can finally come in handy, because this modification is to add a combat part on the top of the RV. Everyone does not have to leave the RV and wait outside. Li Zimu's transformation was done in one night, so everyone will know the result after a good night's sleep. During dinner, Li Zimu talked about her idea of transforming this weapon. It turned out that this cannon was transformed from the sniper rifle obtained in the underground city before. The reason why Gu Xiuxi said that this weapon has so many spiral circles is that it is actually the key position of this weapon. When the ammunition passes through these circles, it will be gradually accelerated, increasing the power and range of the ammunition. As for the remaining two weapons, she had already planned them. The next day, there was an upward staircase in the middle of the RV. After going up the stairs to the second floor, I found that there was a relatively spacious space above. In the middle of this space, there is an inverted cover that looks like a rice bowl, which just holds the kinetic energy acceleration cannon developed by Li Zimu. From the west side of this transparent cover, it can be seen that it can rotate 360 degrees in all directions. The muzzle of this strange-shaped circle is pointed diagonally upward at an angle of 30 degrees. There are also reserved installation positions for other weapons behind this cannon, so there should be other weapons that can be installed in the RV in the future. Li Zimu excitedly ran to the transparent cover, and the cover immediately opened to both sides. After she entered, the cover quickly closed again, leaving a position for the muzzle. After 2 combat alarms sounded, the metal roof on the top of this space quickly retracted to both sides. The kinetic energy acceleration cannon immediately began to rotate and lock a target through her operation. After she pressed the attack button, a spherical object was directly launched in the circle at an accelerated speed. The object hit in the distance, exploded violently, and a building similar to an office building was directly blown in half. Looking at this effect, Wu Ai was really satisfied. This kinetic energy acceleration cannon is comparable to the artillery fire of the pump truck he had seen before, which means that this weapon can already threaten Tangsan's cloud continent. What will be your next research result? Wu Ai asked expectantly. Li Zimu said tiredly, I need to rest for a while before starting work. I don't think the boss wants me to be exhausted. After saying that, she walked to the next floor tiredly. Chapter 220 Xiaohua after waking up. By the way, how many hardcores did you use this time? Wu Ai shouted at Li Zimu's back. Unexpectedly, his words made Li Zimu run away desperately. It's over. This guy must have used a lot of hardcores. After saying that, he hurriedly chased Li Zimu's figure down. After he came down, he only saw her figure entering the exclusive space, and he immediately followed her and wanted to ask for clarification. However, the door of the exclusive space refused his entry on the grounds that he had no authority. No wonder she only gave everyone temporary authority at that time. It turned out that she had kept such a trick. There was no way to get in, so he had to give up asking for the information. Xiaohua suddenly walked out of the rest area at this time, and she sat in the driver's seat very skillfully. Hey! Why didn't you tell me when you woke up? Do you want to scare people to death by appearing so suddenly? Wu Ai's anger was all vented on Xiaohua. I just woke up. If someone wants to know something, they will definitely come to ask me. So there is no practical meaning for me to say anything proactively. It's still as annoying as ever. It seems that Xiaohua should be the same as before the coma. Do you have any inferences about your coma? After all, you are not affected under normal circumstances. Wu Ai sat aside and began to ask. Gu Xiuxi and Li Muzi, who came down from the second floor, also came over at this time. They also wanted to know what happened. Insufficient information. I can only guess that the space is in a domain. As long as you enter the domain, you can basically only obey the control of the owner of the domain. Unlike the controller, the domain controls a larger range, and there must be some preliminary rules in the domain. What kind of rules? Gu Xiuxi asked. She was a little curious about the rules Xiaohua mentioned. If there were rules in the previous domain, I guess there should be 2 rules. One is the rule of time, and the other is the rule of life. Although these are elementary rules, they are still irresistible to survivors like us. Is the rule of time the speed of time passing in the area they control? The rule of life is that you are in a coma because your life form is different from ours. Wu Ai felt a little strange, and he felt that things were not that simple. Xiaohua paused and said, These are all my guesses. Because of insufficient information, I can only make a simple analysis based on what I have experienced before. If you want to get the real answer, you can only go in and find it yourself. It was useless to say it. Wu Ai finally came to this conclusion. When eating at night, Li Zimu also found that Xiaohua had woken up, and she kept asking for information about what happened. But no one was too lazy to say it again, and she didn't dare to ask Wu Ai about the previous things. so she seemed like an ant on a hot pot. In the end, it was Gu Xiaoxi who said that she would tell her again at night, which made Li Zimu a little different. In this case, Gu Xiaoxi should be the one who took advantage of the situation. But this kind of surrender made her feel uncomfortable. But people have already shown goodwill, so she can't say anything more. The two talked in Gu Xiaoxi's exclusive space, but it seemed that the time was a bit too long. In the end, no one knew when they finished talking. But this conversation seemed to have something unusual. Chapter 221, there is another hidden story. At breakfast the next day, Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi surprisingly did not have any quarrels. You know, every time they eat, these two lively people are always the most happy. After breakfast, Li Zimu took Gu Xiaoxi to the guest room where Wu Ai was. After eating, Wu Ai also wanted to go back to the room to rest for a while. It was rare that she was very comfortable recently, and didn't have to rush to travel. Did I go to the wrong room? How come you two are here together? Wu Ai opened the door, and saw these two guys sitting on the sofa in his living room. He stepped out and looked at the door again, confirming that this was the room he had been living in. After entering the room again, he sat opposite the two of them and said, "If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. It's rare that you two enemies can come to me together." Wu Ai made a pot of tea for himself, and he planned to drink some tea after dinner to clear his stomach. Xiaohua is not as ignorant as you think. Her intelligence level is no lower than that of Shujio before. Li Zimu's first sentence made him drop the teacup in his hand. He asked in disbelief, "Where is your source of information? Why are you so sure?" It's no wonder Wu Ai looked so out of control. Even he felt that Xiaohua might have a problem, but he just felt that there was no substantial evidence. But Li Zimu's words clearly showed that what she said was the truth. These words have to start from the mysterious area we entered before. Xiaohua's coma was not a real coma. The reason she did that was to use the RV system to help her investigate something, in order to have time to do it thoroughly. She pretended to be in a coma. After we enter the exclusive space, we will not be affected by the confusion. In theory, she should be like this. It's just that we have preconceived ideas and think that she is not the same life form as us. So it is understandable that she is a little special. But she used this point to achieve her real purpose. There is a normal human in that space, and she gained the magical ability of illusion through an adventure. But she can't act like a normal human, which is the price she paid for her ability. What we saw before were just illusions. But Xiaohua discovered the existence of this ability because of her special situation. Xiaohua's purpose is very simple. She wants to leave this body hatched by the colorful egg, and she wants to get the body of the girl with the illusion ability. I don't know why she behaved like this before, but she really wants to leave her current body. After Li Zimu finished speaking, she poured herself a cup of tea. She felt that she was a little thirsty after speaking so much. Did Gu Xiaoxi tell you? Why didn't she tell you herself? Wu Ai suddenly asked such a question. Gu Xiaoxi's body trembled, and she buried her head lower. As expected of you, you are the boss. The question you asked is the most critical. The reason why Gu Xiaoxi didn't dare to tell you is that she helped Xiaohua deceive everyone. So you know. Wu Ai smiled gently and said, "That means she knew about the previous things. But for some reason, she helped Xiaohua conceal the things she did secretly." Wu Ai's expression began to change slowly. Chapter 222 Showdown. Gu Xiaoxi saw that Li Zimu had helped her to say this, so she had to come forward to explain what happened before. "Captain, I don't ask you to forgive me for what I did before, but I ask you to let me live. The reason why I did this was simply to survive, and I didn't do anything that would actually hurt everyone." After saying this, Gu Xiaoxi looked at Wu Ai with a cold expression. "Captain, whether you forgive me or not, I will still tell you everything. Now I have realized that there is a big problem between us. So I asked Li Zimu to come and explain these things to the captain." Gu Xiaoxi has been talking and observing secretly. She found that Wu Ai was not affected by her at all, so she could only accept her fate. When Xiaohua was fainting, Xiaohua's warning came to my mind. She told me to just keep living as I should. And if anyone asked about her, I should say I knew nothing. I know that Xiaohua's coma was fake, and that she wanted to get a girl's body. I really don't know anything else. Captain, I'm telling the truth. Wu Ai thought Gu Xiaoxi's words were still very credible because no one was hurt now. I can't make the final decision on your matter. Let's vote together to decide whether you stay or go, and whether you live or die. Wu Ai's words were extremely cold, but Gu Xiaoxi didn't react at all. She knew that her actions were unforgivable for the entire team. After leaving the rest area, Wu Ai immediately revoked all the rights that Xiaohua had in the RV. When Xiaohua's rights were revoked, she turned around and smiled at Wu Ai. Do you finally know? Now we can have a good talk. Xiaohua's words undoubtedly confirmed many things, which made Wu Ai very depressed. Is this damned intelligence system really so stubborn? Why can't we get rid of its shadow? Wu Ai called everyone out, including Xiaohua, and sat at the conference table. Before starting the negotiation with Xiaohua, Wu Ai told everyone everything. After Li Muzi got this information, her Qiushui appeared silently in the space behind Xiaohua's head. As long as she made any unusual movements, Qiushui would definitely fulfill its responsibility. Now I have something to ask you. Did you bring the woman who made me lose consciousness before to me on purpose? Wu Ai asked a question in his heart. Xiaohua answered very honestly. Yes, because I knew she would definitely take action, and she would not kill you. Her level would only make you unconscious for a long time. But I don't know why you woke up so quickly, and you began to doubt me after you woke up. This is also one of the reasons why I couldn't wait any longer and took such a risky action. Hearing that Xiaohua was also involved in the previous incident, Li Muzi was the most angry. Qiushui even began to move forward involuntarily. But Wu Ai made a timely gesture to let Li Muzi control his emotions. This Xiaohua still has very important value. In other words, at that time you already knew about this abnormal space? He continued to ask calmly. Chapter 223 Mystery. Xiaohua also smiled and said, I can't say I understand, but I know there is an opportunity there that can allow me to live freely. For this purpose, I have to try it too. Oh, is there something threatening your survival? Why don't I have any awareness? He couldn't remain calm anymore. There was actually an existence that could threaten Xiaohua's survival. So it shouldn't be difficult for this existence to destroy them. Since everyone has already started to show their cards, I will say it more thoroughly. You don't really think that this image of mine was created by the intelligent system before me? Do you think she has that ability? The seven-colored egg was a powerful figure in the city you were in. So why did it deliberately give up such a powerful body? Can a human body, or a human power, really be stronger than its body? Therefore, the reason why the consciousness of the seven-colored egg gave up its body and fled at the risk of danger must be that it had no choice. When it knew the danger, it was only a matter of time to escape. The intelligent system that your RV was equipped with before only saw the powerful body of the seven-colored egg, but did not know that this body was not something that her level could touch. So when she entered the colorful egg, she also found something wrong. Since she knew that this body might be dangerous, Xiaojio certainly couldn't continue to stay there foolishly. And I was created by her to test the possibility of danger in this body. What I told you before was true. I was actually created without any threat to the intelligent program that created me. But as I stayed in this body for longer and longer, I naturally evolved all the characteristics that all intelligent consciousness should have. From that moment on, I knew why this body could not be occupied. I sealed your previous intelligent program called Xiaojio in the file of Xiuhei's account. Your captain knows that file. Speaking of this, Wu Ai coughed awkwardly and asked Xiaohua to continue to talk about the key points. Since I know that I am not worthy of this body, I must find a new home as soon as possible. Now I realize that the danger is getting closer and closer to me, and I can only take the risk to start my escape plan. Don't worry. There is no substantial life and death grudge between us. So even if I leave this body, it will not cause any harm to you. Xiaohua said so much, and Wu Ai and the others felt even more confused. This colorful egg they brought back, or Xiaohua's current body, what important role did it play in this? Why did all those who wanted to get her, or those who had gotten her, choose to leave? The most terrible thing is that this image, that is, the woman hatched from this colorful egg, is still connected to Wu Ai. So what role does he play in this? Wu Ai fell into deep thought, and he felt that there was a big mystery in it. Before the end of the world began, he had been implicated in it. Recalling the scene when this mysterious sister found him when he was a child, he now thinks it is very strange. Chapter 224 Guxiosi's Hope. Li Zimu's questioning of Xiaohua interrupted Wu Ai's thoughts. She said righteously, What do you want to do now? If you want that body, go get it yourself. Why are you telling us all this? Li Zimu still said what should be the most important thing now. Why didn't Xiaohua get what she wanted herself? I am kind-hearted. If I occupy someone else's body, the contract will judge me as dead because my consciousness is bound to this body. Then there will be a problem. My contract person, Guxiosi, will also die. This is why I didn't go directly to get the body I wanted. Everyone looked at Gu Xiaoxi with her eyes wide open. Her eyes were full of disbelief and tears of hope for survival. Everyone could not make the decision to sacrifice her life. Since I have said this, there will be a turnaround. If there is no turnaround, I will not stay to tell you this. I will choose to leave directly. Xihua's words undoubtedly gave Gu Xiaoxi hope of life again. Her expression of surviving a disaster was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Everyone, I really don't want to die. I beg you. As long as you can let me live. You can let me do anything. Before everyone reacted, she suddenly jumped into Wu Ai's arms. Then she began to tear her clothes frantically. Captain, as long as you give them an order to agree, they will definitely agree to let me live. I can meet any of your requirements as long as you. Li Muzi couldn't bear it anymore. So he went up and gave Gu Xiaoxi a knife. Gu Xiaoxi's face was full of tears the moment before. And the next moment, she closed her beautiful big eyes and slept quietly in Wu Ai's arms. Wu Ai's eyes were now a little bloodshot. And he looked straight at Xiaohua sitting on the chair. This is also part of your plan. To create conflicts among us. No matter how I deal with Gu Xiaoxi, it will not be a result that satisfies everyone. She has lived with us for so long. It would be a lie to say that she has no feelings for us. That's why you did it this way. What do you want? Wu Ai shouted out the last words at the top of his lungs. He felt that these intelligent systems with wisdom were more evil than the communicators to some extent. Don't be angry. This is just a test. You have to know that I was created not long ago. And I am very curious about how humans deal with such a tangled problem. I really want to know the answer. So, I know your sister. I want to kill you now. He wanted to use the authority of the RB controller to directly destroy this devilish intelligent program. The latter just smiled and looked at Gu Xiaoxi in his arms. And a smug smile climbed up her face. Finally, Wu Ai gave up the idea of killing this intelligent system. After all, Gu Xiaoxi had not committed a capital crime. I'm really not afraid at all. As long as I am still in this body, this level of attack from the RB can't hurt me. If you become stronger in the future, then I will be afraid of you. The body I want and Gu Xiaoxi's survival are actually not contradictory. I can leave this body and let Gu Xiaoxi come in. What's the problem? Chapter 225 Achievement of Conditions. Didn't you say that Xiuzhou still exists in your body? Can Gu Xiaoxi survive in this body? What guarantees can you give? Wu Ai suppressed his anger and continued to talk with Xiaohua. I don't have any guarantees. If you trust me, I will tell you the method. If you don't, I will leave, and you will bear the consequences yourself. It must be said that Xiaohua really did a good job of controlling Wu Ai. Sure enough, he should have been alone in this doomsday. He met too many people, and he had too many concerns and weaknesses. Wu Ai just looked at Xiaohua for more than an hour. Finally, he had to give up and agreed to Xiaohua's seemingly harmless suggestion. What a wise move. This is a win-win situation for everyone. Xiaohua smiled proudly. But I have a despicable request. If I get the body I want, you can't hunt me down within 24 hours. Without this body, I'm afraid I can't escape your pursuit. Wu Ai actually thought of this when she agreed to Xiaohua. Without what she thought was her greatest support. The RV should be able to kill her, even if she could create illusions. The RV also had long-range attack methods. But this cunning guy seemed to have seen through everything. And she even thought of this in advance. Okay. I promise you. I will never hunt you down. Don't worry about that. His quick answer did not make Xiaohua look relieved. We are all the same. So don't use such childish tricks. I still trust the settings of your RV. His last trick was also seen through by the other party. So he just waited and saw what Xiaohua would do. After all, I have been in charge of the RV for a while. So I am still very clear about some special settings. As long as you, the controller, agree to activate these settings, then our transaction will be considered a success. Wu Ai certainly couldn't let Xiaohua get all the benefits. Since she didn't let her side hunt her down, she had to pay a price. I can consider what you said, but I also have corresponding conditions. If you agree and can do it completely, I will definitely not hunt you down according to your request. Xiaohua was very curious. She didn't know what other requirements Wu Ai had that would be equivalent to letting her go. When Wu Ai only told her the specific requirements, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. You are indeed a human being. You are really flexible in thinking. This not only. Xiaohua wanted to say something to praise them directly, but he stopped her. At this moment, I think their actions towards you humans are very necessary. Although your race has many bad habits. But as long as the triggering conditions are right, it can really bloom with abilities that will make any wisdom look at it with new eyes. Don't talk about those useless things. Just tell me if you can do it. If not, we have to reconsider everyone's survival issues. Wu Ai still asked Xiaohua seriously, waiting for her to give an answer. No problem at all. I can do what you said. And I can also do the supervision you said. In this way, everyone has reached a perfect deal. Chapter 226 Xiaohua is Gu Xiuxi. Then things were very simple. Xiaohua drove the RV again and took everyone into the mysterious space. And this time, unlike before, Xiaohua did not faint. After entering the mysterious space, Wu Ai and everyone came to his resting room again. Because only Xiaohua was not affected by the power of space. They certainly could not stay outside. According to Wu Ai and Xiaohua's plan. After he confirmed that Xiaohua had obtained the girl's body, everyone gathered in front of the RV. Oh, not bad. Your new body is very good in all aspects except that it is a princess typing. Wu Ai looked at Xiaohua's new body and started to talk nonsense. Some cold voice came out of the mouth of a girl who was probably only about 18 years old. Your measurements are of no use to me now. Maybe they will be useful after I live in your group for a long time. Let's not talk nonsense anymore. Now I will start to fulfill our previous agreement. After Xiaohua got a new body, she made the Li sisters faint at the same time. And then Xiaohua pressed on their heads for a while. Okay. I have erased all their memories after resting in the last camp for you. Gu Xiuxi's consciousness has also been instilled into the body of the colorful egg. And the transaction between us is complete. After Wu Ai carried the three women back to the RV, he checked the actual physical conditions of the three women in the contract options of the RV. After confirming that there was no problem, Wu Ai let Xiaohua, who had a new body, leave. Thank you for your care these days. If there is a chance, I will help you once. As a thank you to you. Wu Ai curled his lips with a look of contempt. Although you have such an attitude towards me, I will still fulfill my promise. I still want to warn you that you should be careful with the body hatched from the seven-colored egg, because her true strength is not limited to this. As for your previous relationship with her, only you know it. After saying this, Xiaohua disappeared in front of Wu Ai. Wu Ai stood at the door of the RV, thinking about what Xiaohua said before leaving. He felt a little confused. When he drove back to the last temporary rest point again, he was no longer in the mood to cook and eat. It was all because of that damn Xiaohua that he felt uneasy. The next day. Ah! A female scream successfully scared Wu Ai, who was sleeping in the driver's seat. And he fell down. After he finally got up, he found that it was Gu Xiuxi who had entered the body of the seven-colored egg that screamed. Soon, the Li sisters came out to eat breakfast one after another. And they also found Xiaohua's abnormality. What's wrong with Xiaohua? Is she also stupid? Could it be that she was infected with the second-year syndrome by her master? Then Li Zima laughed loudly and unscrupulously. Xiaohua, who has now become Gu Xiuxi, hit Li Zimu on the head directly. And this hit made Li Zima cry at that time. Li Muzi also found that Xiaohua was unusual. But with Wu Ai present, she thought it should not be a big problem. But when Xiaohua, that is, Gu Xiuxi, hit Li Zimu on the head, she, as the elder sister, immediately pulled out Qiu Shui. Chapter 227 The Liar Caught by the Tail. Originally, Wu Ai wanted to play a trick on Gu Xiuxi when he saw her confused. But seeing Li Muzi had already drawn his sword, he knew that if he didn't show up, the war of the century might happen. Wait a minute. Everyone stop. Stop and listen to me. His timely appearance prevented the war that was almost caused by his boredom. Everyone drank the instant coffee in front of them and listened to Wu Ai's story calmly. In short, the original Xiaohua left this body because she had higher aspirations. But because of the contract between Gu Xiuxi and Xiaohua, if Xiaohua ran away directly, then Gu Xiuxi would be dead. So Xiaohua kindly gave the house to Gu Xiuxi to live in before the trip. And this is how everything happened. Li Muzi frowned and thought seriously about what he just said. However, Li Zimu began to look at Gu Xiuxi's body with jealousy. Before, Gu Xiuxi could only be regarded as a cute little loli. But now she suddenly transformed into a cold and arrogant queen. This change made Li Zimu, who has always been proud of his figure, a little unacceptable. The figure of a mature lady is much more attractive than her body that is not grown up yet. Although these have no real effect on the owner of the RV. The two enemies have always enjoyed it. In the past, Li Zimu had always dominated, but now the situation has suddenly changed, which made her not think carefully about why such a thing would happen. Gu Xiuxi, who felt a little uncomfortable just now, found Li Zimu with a jealous face. She suddenly realized something and began to make various coquettish gestures to anger Li Zimu. Wu Ai did not pay attention to the duel between the two live treasures. All his attention was on Li Muzi at this time. For some reason, he looked at Li Muzi, and the shadow of an outstanding detective seemed to appear behind him. Maybe he was too nervous. Or maybe Li Muzi's intuition, as a woman, was super effective. Her eyes swept over Wu Ai from time to time, as if she would find out the truth at the next glance. I think something is wrong. Are you hiding something from us? Li Muzi finally asked. Wu Ai broke out in a cold sweat. He said calmly, Of course I have hidden something. But it's just some details. You will feel bad if you know that. So I will skip the useless information. He originally thought that Li Muzi, who had never participated in brainstorming, would give up. But he didn't expect that she not only didn't give up, but seemed to be in high spirits, looking at his somewhat guilty face with excitement. I think things must not be that simple. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I think Qiu Shui may sleep with you tonight. Looking at Li Muzi's eyes, which were a little excited, Wu Ai's head was big. The two little ghosts were about to start the swimsuit show, and Wu Ai had to surrender and said, Okay. Lady. Please invite the two ladies who are going to the beauty pageant into any space first, and we will talk about the rest slowly. Looking at Wu Ai, who had given up resistance, Li Muzi was even more proud. The two girls really wanted to start a more explicit competition. I'm afraid they had long forgotten that there were men present. Chapter 228, The Wise Female Warrior. Li Muzi asked Qiu Shui to politely invite the two girls, who were already in high spirits, to the exclusive space where Gu Xiuxi was. The two of them also cooperated very well, and slipped into the space directly according to Qiu Shui's instructions. Okay. No one should be able to disturb us for a short time now. So we can start now. Li Muzi didn't realize that the words she said at this time might have other meanings. When she saw Wu Ai's good smile, she realized that these words might have double meanings. Li Muzi, who looked unhappy, still asked Qiu Shui, who was like a gentleman, to come out, and then Wu Ai's face returned to normal. I don't need to tell you the details. I'll give you an example, and you'll understand. There are two very good girlfriends, A and B. A betrayed her girlfriend for some irresistible interests, and her girlfriend saw A's ugliest appearance clearly. However, A did not get the benefits she wanted after the betrayal, and she did not actually hurt her girlfriend. Best friend B finally chose to forgive her betrayal. But can these two people live normally in the future? So Gu Xiuxi did something very dirty. But in the end my sister forgave her. You erased everyone's memory, so that they wouldn't be reminded of the betrayal every time they saw each other? That is to say, why did you always not? Wu Ai subconsciously said some of his true thoughts. But when he realized his problem, Li Muzi was already smiling triumphantly. I thought about it, and realized that you had erased my memory as well. It seems that Gu Xiuxi must have done something amazing. Now that I know you didn't do something dirty to erase everyone's memory, I feel relieved. Li Muzi left in such a chic manner, leaving Wu Ai, who had been trying to hide, in a mess in the wind. The female hero is the female hero, and her brains are not inferior to anyone. It seems that she just said that because she was too lazy to use her brain. She is really a woman of extraordinary wisdom, Wu Ai said to herself. He already understood why Li Muzi did this. The female hero returned to her sister's exclusive space, and the two girls in the beauty pageant were in Gu Xiuxi's exclusive space, and no one knew when they would come out. It seems that breakfast can only be solved by himself. After making a bowl of instant noodles, he started the automatic driving mode of the RV. The RV had been on this road several times, so he was very confident to let the RV drive in automatic mode all the way to the location of the mysterious space. When the RV arrived at the place where they were all infected, he switched to manual driving mode. The RV was driving on a rural road that was not easy to drive, and there were no fields around that could be cultivated. Even a small river flowing through the dry fields was flowing with dirty water full of foam. It has been a long time since the end of the world, and there is still such a degree of pollution. It is conceivable what kind of power these sources of pollution have in peacetime. When the RV passed the small village where the survivors once lived, there was no living person in it. It is unknown what kind of adventure Xiaohua had in the body she got. Chapter 229 Gusiosi in Tears. After passing this small village, the RV still drove forward according to the planned route. But because their current planned route has begun to drive towards the border, they rarely see large towns. When they stopped to rest at night, everyone finally showed up. Gusiosi, you are still responsible for the same things as before. Don't think you can be arrogant now that you have grown up. I still keep your previous body. If you do anything wrong, don't blame me for going to your previous body to chat at night. Although everyone knows that he is unlikely to do anything excessive. Human imagination is often the most terrifying thing. Okay, boss. Don't worry. I already know that the reason I am still alive must be because you saved me. So as long as it is something you order, I will do it wholeheartedly. The three people present all shuddered. Because Gusiosi's expression was really too lethal. Recently, you should get familiar with this body first to see if there is anything abnormal. After you can fully control this body, I still have some questions to ask you. Gusiosi put her right hand in front of her forehead and gave a fairly standard military salute. She was wearing a protective suit. And with such a salute, you can't say that there was really a taste of uniform temptation. Otakus really like this. Even if the boss rarely came into contact with real women before. As an otaku, you should have a lot of collections. Wu-Ai just looked at Gusiosi a few more times, and didn't expect that Lizimu would give him the title of an otaku. What else could he say? He didn't want to make things worse, so he could only acquiesce. Gusiosi made a subtle gesture to Lizimu, which made the latter even more angry. There were no buildings to serve as shelters at night, so Wu-Ai could only park the RV on the side of the road. There were many reasons why he was afraid of places without artificial creations. Boss, I just know that you are afraid of camping in the wild at night. So when I got on the car to transform the RV, I had already transformed the body of the RV into a holographic camouflage function. This way, we won't be directly exposed in the wild when we park in the future. With these words from Lizimu, Wu-Ai felt a lot more at ease. The wombat incident he had experienced before, and the incident of being attacked by people. These made him a little uneasy. If there really was such a function, then the hardcore she had wasted before would not be considered a waste. He wanted to ask about the use of the hardcore, but Lizimu had already disappeared. This guy was also very fast, and he ran away without paying attention. After everyone returned to their own exclusive space, he also wanted to go back to his room to rest. But at this time, Gusiosi poked her head out again and secretly observed the situation in the RV space. Without noticing anyone, she waved to Wu-Ai to go to her exclusive space. When Wu-Ai was hesitating whether to go, Gusiosi ran out and pulled him into the space. What do you want to do? Give up that idea. I will not yield to your. Thank you, Captain. I know there must be something wrong with Xiaohua, but you haven't given up on me yet. I really thank you sincerely. Gusiosi interrupted Wu-Ai's poor acting with tears. Chapter 230 The Four Injured People. What Wu-Ai feared most was girls crying. Because he had no experience in coaxing girls, Gusiosi's image at this time made him even more at a loss. Seeing him scratching his head and cheeks anxiously, Gusiosi also burst into laughter. This kind of smile is really not something that ordinary people can bear, let alone Gusiosi, who has been immersed in this for many years. Wu-Ai fled from Gusiosi's space in a hurry. After returning to his room, he quickly covered his head and fell asleep. The next day, when everyone came out to eat, they found that there were all kinds of unusually rich food on the table. Wu-Ai simply counted and found that there were 10 dishes. Gusiosi explained that this was her new beginning, and also to thank everyone for their care for her before. That's why she prepared a little more. But looking at some fresh vegetables, everyone guessed that this should be the food in Gusiosi's space. Since it has been made, everyone can't waste these foods. After a whirlwind of eating, all the food on the table was wiped out. After a rest, everyone continued to start on the road. Fortunately, their car does not need tires to drive. Otherwise, they don't know how many tires will be damaged along the way. Regarding the previous method of improving his strength, Wu-Ai still prefers the handsome appearance of Gundam. Now the RV has no tires, so the most important part of the Autobots that represents the car no longer exists. And it is estimated that there will be no car smell after the transformation. He was thinking about how to collect the materials he needed, and Gusiosi suddenly said in the RV, "It seems that someone is injured in front. Should we save those people?" Although Xiaohua has traveled with her soul, after Gusiosi entered the body of the colorful egg, he can still be perfectly compatible with the RV system like the original Xiaohua. This also fulfilled Zhang Juanxing's previous suggestion in disguise. The three-dimensional hologram already showed the appearance of 4 people. Each of them was supporting one person at this time. And they were stumbling forward, as if something was chasing them from behind. Let's rescue them for the time being. After all, they are also human survivors. And judging from their clothes and equipment, it is more likely that they are combat troops. As soon as he finished talking about rescuing these people, Li Zima was the first to open the car door and jump out. I don't know if she was angry with Gu Xiaoxi, so she was so anxious to go out and vent. A black armor spread all over her body like flowing water, and the black wings behind her also spread out at the right time. She was like a black lightning, and she rushed out directly. Behind the 4 people was a wild boar about the size of a bus. This kind of ferocious thing was notoriously difficult to deal with in peacetime. But in the hands of Li Zimu, who was full of anger, it could only die with hatred. When the RV came in front of the 4 people, Li Zimu just killed the wild boar and came back. The 4 people looked at the floating vehicle in front of them with some dreamy technology. And everyone seemed to have seen a savior. One person looked the most seriously injured, and fainted when he saw that there were finally human survivors. Wu Ai gave each of the 4 of them a temporary permission, and then sent them all to the exclusive treatment space. Fortunately, one of the 4 was a field doctor, so he was able to use the facilities in the space with ease. Chapter 231 Conflict in the RV. After more than an hour of treatment, these people are no longer in danger of life. The most important thing is the unique antidote in Wu Ai's RV. The 4 of them have been infected with the virus, and it has begun to spread in their bodies. If they only find an ordinary team of survivors without antidote, then the only thing they can do is to bring back the last words for the 4 of them. After solving the problem of injuries, they can't let these people starve. A hearty meal also made the eyes of these 4 people brighten. It was only during the meal that everyone noticed that there was a female among the 4 people. In the previous miserable appearance, you can't say that no one really noticed that there was a female among them. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that some aspects of her growth were not very good. After treatment and cleaning, during the meal, everyone finally saw this pretty female combatant. In the organization of combatants, such female personnel are generally responsible for medical treatment or communication. But through the treatment process just now, it was found that she was not responsible for treatment. Then looking at her equipment, she doesn't look like she's in charge of communications. If this lady is in charge of combat, then it's necessary to ignore her physical shortcomings. After eating and drinking, the 4 people obviously wanted to take a break, but their sense of responsibility made them give up this idea. I'm really grateful for your care just now. I wonder where you want to go. A man who seemed to be the leader said to everyone. It seems that even if they have received a favor, they still maintain the necessary vigilance. Where we go is not important. Since you have almost rested, you can get off the car. Although I can understand your cautious mood, I still feel a little uncomfortable. As he spoke, the side door of the RV was opened. When these people were being treated and eating, the RV did not stop, but the speed was much slower. Looking at the open door and the car body that was gradually slowing down, the person who spoke just now was obviously a little entangled. The only female combatant behind him immediately pulled out the dagger she carried with her, and then looked at the people in the RV with a covetous look. Feba, put away your weapons. You must have forgotten that you are now in the territory of the controller, and your weapons are like scrap metal. You know? The leader was quite perceptive, and saw that there must be a controller in this high-tech RV. Flying Leopard? Such a fierce code name. If you really don't want to become a dead cat, you should listen to your people's advice. Wu Ai directly humiliated the only woman among the 4 people. He wanted to test where these 4 people came from. The female fighter codenamed Feibao was still struggling, but the man next to him, who was treating the 4 people, took action directly, and a small knife flew directly to Wu Ai's heart. If Wu Ai could still bear this, it was probably Gu Xiaoxi, who had not yet fully mastered his body. He didn't even use the authority in the RV to attack the military doctor who took action. Li Muzi's Qiu Shui had already knocked away the flying knife, and then hung it on the neck of the military doctor in the air. Chapter 232 Tracking Mission. Your behavior as a guest really impressed me. Let's not talk about repaying the life-saving grace. You even wanted to kill us. You really performed too well. The leader felt very guilty about Wu Ai's ridicule. I'm really sorry. There is a reason why we have such an extreme reaction. But no matter how just our reasons are, this is not a reason for us to attack you. So here I apologize to everyone on behalf of my team. As he said that, the man bowed in a very standard way. Captain! Captain you! Hey! The other three voices came from behind. Now let me introduce myself formally. I am their captain codenamed Boulder. You already know Feibao. The military doctor codenamed Viper, and the special operations personnel codenamed Tugu. We were originally a team of 10 people. But because 6 people died in the previous battle, we had lost confidence in completing the mission. But now we are saved and have seen your strength. So we are eager to complete our mission. Stop. Stop. I don't want to hear the content of your mission. If you want to complete the mission, you can do it at any time. But I will not help you in any way. My help is only to keep you alive. Wu Ai's words made these people react differently. The captain codenamed Big Stone was a little disappointed, while Viper had no expression. Flying Leopard had a look of disdain, and Tugo only had a bitter smile. In this case, we must hurry up and complete the mission. We don't have much time left. On behalf of everyone, I apologize to you again for the trouble we caused you and your team before. The captain, codenamed Yusher, looked pretty good. At least, he was quite humane. As for the others, he would not comment. The 4 people got off the RV and ran quickly in the direction behind them. All of them were injured before, especially the one codenamed Tugu, whose injury was the most serious. Not long after they ran, he began to lose strength, and the overall speed of the team was directly slowed down. Boss, we helped them but got nothing. Not even the most basic information. Isn't this a big loss? Gusiosi asked depressedly. How is that possible? At least we already know that there are forces with combatants nearby. Their equipment and personnel, as well as the mission they want to accomplish by breaking out, prove that there are at least 2 or more military forces here. Gusiosi's admiring expression made Lizimu pretend to vomit beside him. Wu Ai glanced at Lizimu and was very unhappy with her performance. Turn on our holographic camouflage mode. Let's follow them quietly and see what kind of mission they want to complete. Following Wu Ai's order, the floating RV also became blurred, and then became exactly the same as the surrounding scenery. No one could tell that there was a big guy here, but if you hit the RV, you can still find something here. In this way, the RV began to follow the 4 people from behind. Chapter 223 Mysterious Moon Mosquito. The 4 people walking slowly in front did not notice the RV following behind them, because the 4 people were walking too slowly. Wu Ai had to let the RV wait for a while before chasing them. When it was evening, the 4 people were obviously getting nervous. What happened to them? Will there be any special monsters here at night? Gu Xiaoxi observed the performance of the 4 people curiously, because everyone did not know this place. They could only guess their behavior. But judging from their expressions, this guess was probably correct. If there really is a moon mosquito, just leave me and run away. Don't hesitate. You have to know that you are still carrying the lives of thousands of people in our camp, the most seriously injured local dog said in a tragic tone. Only at this time did Feibao realize how ignorant his previous behavior in the RV was. If she could explain it clearly to those people, the local dog would probably get better treatment now, and they would not face the attack of the moon mosquito alone at night. The venomous snake was very calm, and he did not show any emotion. His code name was indeed very appropriate. If only a few moon mosquitoes appear, we can fight them if we can, but if not, Tugu and I will stay behind. If it is a group of moon mosquitoes, then none of us need to run, Captain Jusher said resignedly. Of course, everyone in the RV also heard their conversation. When they learned that there was a chance that a monster that seemed very powerful would appear, everyone also raised their vigilance. Boss, I think those so-called moon mosquitoes should only attack humans. If not, we would have been attacked last night. From this point of view, if there is no certain protection to block it, then we will be attacked by those moon mosquitoes. What Li Zimu said made sense. But Wu Ai felt a little guilty if he let these 4 lives die here because of his own problems. Forget it. Meeting his fate. If I can help them, I will help them again. After Wu Ai proposed this idea, everyone agreed. After all, these 4 people are the few survivors of the human race. Not to mention that they have some connections with the military. When Wu Ai opened the side door of the RV next to these 4 people, they were all shocked. The venomous snake who had been keeping calm was also frightened by this sudden situation, which made Wu Ai, who had always been unhappy with him, happy. The 4 people looked at Wu Ai standing in the air and didn't know what to say for a moment. Come in. You also know that my car is suspended. The reason why you didn't find us is because we have an advanced holographic camouflage system. His explanation made the four people temporarily relieved. They were really afraid that Wu Ai was dressed as a monster to kill them. The four people entered the RV one after another, and Wu Ai asked again, "If you believe me, you can tell me your destination, and I will send you there directly. If you don't believe it, then you can rest here for one night and leave tomorrow." This time, facing the olive branch thrown by Wu Ai, Fei Bao was the first to grab it directly. "Captain, if possible, can you let them send us there, so that Tu Go can also save his life?" Chapter 234, Rushing to the Destination. Even if Fei Bao didn't say it, Jusher would ask Wu Ai to do him a favor. Now even Fei Bao, who was the least popular before, has realized that he needs help. So of course he, the captain, will do it. Faced with Fei Bao's request, Jusher nodded and said, "Thank you for saving us twice. We won't hide it anymore. We are going to a place to ask for help. So the matter is very urgent." When Wu Ai learned that the other party was going to ask for help, he stopped being pretentious. He brought Jusher to the nearby explored map projected by the three-dimensional hologram and asked him to directly point out the place he wanted to go. The boulder was very surprised when he saw the hologram in front of him. He was surprised at the high technology inside the RV. The boulder pointed out the location he wanted to go, and the RV set off directly under Gu Xiaoxi's driving. Because it was a night trip, no one had prepared any decent food. A few compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water for each person. This was the dinner for everyone in the RV. The road was more difficult to walk at night, and you had to pay attention to whether there were any large animals around. So the speed of the RV was not very fast. Even at this speed, it was not comparable to the 4 people who traveled on their own 2 legs. In less than 2 hours, the RV finally arrived near an open grassland. After the 4 people got off the RV, Jusher said something on a walkie-talkie and then stood guard. About 5 minutes later, a square piece of grass suddenly moved. The 4 people ran over happily. And soon, a square manhole cover opened. About 30 people came out from inside, and they immediately formed a circular defense circle after they came out, and also guarded and defended the periphery. After Jusher simply said a few words to a man who looked like a captain, the captain's eyes lit up. After a while, after listening to Jusher's report, the captain walked directly to Wu Ai and said, "Thank you very much for your help. It is because of your help that we can get this very important news. To express our gratitude, I sincerely invite you and your team on behalf of everyone. Please be sure to come to our place as a guest. At least let us thank your team with a simple meal." When the captain said this, Fei Bao also came over happily and said, "That's right. Because of your help to us, there may be fewer deaths in our gathering place." Wu Ai looked at everyone's sincere invitation and couldn't think of a reason to refuse. The captain then warmly pulled Wu Ai to the entrance of the underground well. Wu Ai could only signal everyone to go down and take a look, and asked Gu Xiaoxi to adjust the RV to a rest state. With the order issued by Gu Xiaoxi, the mobile boards of the RV all flew back to the space under the RV, and all the doors were closed. Then the entire RV slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. The captain looked at all the changes in the RV. Although he didn't show anything, he was really surprised. If he could get such a high-tech RV, I believe the people above would also look at him with admiration. By then, his status will definitely rise with the tide. And those women who can't afford it on weekdays will also be able to take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. Chapter 235. Sure enough, there is a ghost. Everyone followed the captain-like man who came down earlier and went down the ladder to the underground space. The space here is much worse than the underground city he had been to before. It is obvious that this place should be transformed from a not very large underground base. So the space is not as grand and spacious as the underground city. There are no other facilities in the long corridor except the yellow light above the head. After walking for about 5 minutes, everyone saw a decent room. This room looks like a temporary guardhouse, which should be responsible for the function of checking in and out. Because of the captain's leadership, there was no obstruction when passing through here. The Viper walking behind Wu Ai touched Wu Ai's lower back accidentally, which made him feel a little unhappy. If it was a girl, he might not mind, but he was still a little disgusted when a cold man like Viper touched him. Wu Ai looked back at Viper, who seemed to be indifferent, and he could only frown and stay away from him. Unexpectedly, just after a minute, Viper touched him again. After this time, Wu Ai did not look back to check Viper's expression. He had already noticed the current situation. When the venomous snake touched him for the third time, Wu Ai felt that this should be a warning from the other party. He estimated that the venomous snake might have sensed some danger and used such an obscure method to remind him. In order to prove his judgment, he tried to say to the captain like man, "My brother, your road here is too long. I think we should not disturb you. Since we have achieved the purpose of helping you, I think we should forget about this meal." The captain like man did not introduce himself, which should not happen. Now thinking about it, it was really a bit too rash to come in on my own initiative. We'll be there soon. I've already contacted someone and prepared the food. It's not easy to prepare a decent meal in this world. You should just follow the host's lead. This half-hard and half-soft statement already has some meaning that cannot be resisted. It seems that the warning from the venomous snake is not aimless. After the venomous snake got Wu Ai's hint, he really stopped touching him. Since it has come to this point, if they rashly turn against each other, the 30 fully armed soldiers around should be able to kill them directly. They went to so much trouble to let them in. They must have other purposes. Wu Ai notified everyone in time through their team's barrier-free communication, asking them not to act rashly for the time being. Everything will wait until it is necessary to start counterattack. Just as he reported this information, Gu Xiaoxi also sent a bad news. "Boss, just now, I got the information that the RV was moved. It seems that the reason why they let us in first is that they are planning to attack our RV." Gu Xiaoxi's information made Wu Ai temporarily relieved. Because if they were planning to attack the RV, they would definitely not easily hurt everyone. After walking for another 10 minutes, they took the elevator to a depth of about 10 underground, and finally came to a place that looked like a high-end restaurant. Chapter 236 Captured. The decoration inside this room is still very luxurious, and it doesn't look like this is in the end of the world. There is a dish with fish as the main ingredient on the table. You know, such ingredients are not easy to get and even more difficult to preserve. When everyone sat down at their respective seats, some beautiful women in very cool clothes began to pour wine for everyone. This state does not look like a disciplined unit at all. And some such women are openly appearing here. Even the nervous Fei Bao noticed something was wrong. Where is Director Qin, who we have been in contact with before? Why didn't he show up here? Fei Bao asked the captain who brought them in before. "Ah, Xiao Qin. He has other things to do. After we finish this meal, we will see him in the conference room." After saying that, the man began to persuade people to drink frequently, not giving everyone a chance to speak. Gu Xiaoxi also tried to ask about the man's background, but the other party was very cunning and always used the excuse that he was a soldier to evade. Unknowingly, the 4 people who came for help before fell on their chairs. Except for the last Gu Xiaoxi, everyone on Wu Ai's side was hit and fainted. Wu Ai had already given the task of vigilance to Gu Xiaoxi, who was not affected, and he was more relieved to let this actor to keep watch. Seeing that the time was almost right, Gu Xiaoxi pretended to be hit and fell on the table. When everyone fainted, a little soldier came in from outside and brought something for the previous captain to smell. The latter woke up immediately after smelling it. He stood up and said with some pride, "You fools can survive in the end times? It's really ridiculous." After that, he strode out. When he passed by Gu Xiaoxi, he couldn't help but stretched out his evil hand to Gu Xiaoxi. Gu Xiaoxi couldn't let this guy get stuck on her. Seeing that his hand was about to touch her, she could only pretend that she didn't sit well and slid under the table. Seeing the inquiring look from the soldier who had just come in, the captain didn't want to do it again. Anyway, this girl would be as sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. After the captain left, the soldier came over and helped Gu Xiaoxi back to the chair. Gu Xiaoxi also took the opportunity to steal the thing that could wake people up. While the soldier went outside to find someone to lift everyone, she quickly woke up everyone in her team. Then she told him what happened just now through barrier-free communication. And then she didn't forget to show off that the captain just now actually wanted to touch her. But he didn't have any evil thoughts about Li Zimu. This made Li Zimu not know how to get back at him. In less than a minute, several people came in and put everyone on a cart and carried them out. Gu Xiaoxi also took the opportunity to return the thing. After everyone was sent to a place similar to an interrogation room, a charming woman conducted a detailed body search on everyone. If Gu Xiaoxi hadn't asked everyone to pretend to be unconscious so as not to be exposed, Wu Ai really wanted to kick the old woman away. Unexpectedly, this charming old woman in her 40s searched Venom Snake most thoroughly. If someone else hadn't knocked on the door and came in, Venom Snake would probably have saved his body. There were 5 people knocking on the door, including the captain who never dared to reveal his name. Chapter 237 Preparing to leave. 2 of the 5 people who came in were obviously guards. The other 2 were a man and a woman, and they were more likely to be a couple. The last one left was the captain. After Gusiosi reported the news, she said to Wu Ai in surprise, "Just now, the connection between me and the RV was suddenly cut off, and I couldn't get any information after that. I think we should end this quickly. I'm afraid they have something special that can hurt the RV." Wu Ai should be the most nervous after hearing this, because the RV is the only pillar for him to survive in this doomsday. Without the RV, he would be a useless person. This accident made him more determined to stay in the RV and never come out again. Wu Ai suddenly raised his head and said to the people who came in, "If you have anything to say, please tell me. I don't have time to waste with you here." Wu Ai's sudden words startled everyone, especially the captain who was guilty of his crime. He even hid behind a guard. The fat man who looked like the boss was surprised for a moment. And then he said with a smile, "It seems that your physical fitness is good. You woke up so quickly. If my men hadn't acted quickly, you might have gotten away." The captain arrogantly returned to his previous position, looking at the people tied to the pillars with disdain. "Like you said, let's not waste our time. My men said your RV is great. I want it. If we can hand your car over to me peacefully, I can promise to let your people go. If you don't agree, I can still get it, but it will take some effort." Thinking of what Gusiosi told him just now about the RV losing contact, he didn't think the other party was deceiving him. "I won't give you the RV, but I also want myself and the team members to get out safely. So I'm sorry, I have to leave here by myself," he shouted to everyone. "What are you waiting for?" As his voice fell, the other team members on the pillar did not react. The 2 guards on the opposite side stepped forward and pointed their guns at Wu Ai and the others, looking at them back and forth vigilantly. This time, it was not only the captain standing on the side who was scared. The woman next to the boss, who had just spoken, was scared and hid behind a guard. There were only 2 guards here, one hiding behind the captain, and the other hiding behind the woman. This directly exposed the boss just now. Wu Ai felt very angry that his team members did not listen to him and come out to fight. The boss on the opposite side was also very angry. His men and women were more cowardly than each other, and no one cared about him, leaving him directly exposed to the enemy. At this awkward time, 2 guards suddenly fell to the ground. The guards fell to the ground and directly exposed the 2 people hiding behind them. A small fruit knife flew past the noses of the 4 people who were still unconscious with something. After that, the 4 people woke up, and then the ropes tied to them were directly broken. There was only a 40-year-old charming old woman, a boss and his woman, and a captain with a pool of yellow liquid under his feet in the room. Chapter 238 Whereabouts of the RV. The situation turned so fast that the 4 villains didn't even have time to ask for help or shout. In the current situation, if they ask for help again, whether anyone can come to rescue them is not a question for the time being. But it is certain that they will offend everyone except the 4 of them. "Where did you take my RV? What did you do to it?" Wu Ai was most worried about his RV, and put other things aside for the time being. After asking this question, the boss seemed to have seized an opportunity, and immediately became arrogant. "If you want your RV, let us go immediately. You know, no matter what kind of high-end stuff it is, once my men assimilate it, it will become my stuff." After saying that, he looked at the watch on his wrist, and then said disapprovingly, "You have 21 minutes to think about it. After this time, your stuff will be mine." As he laughed loudly, the other people seemed to be encouraged, and their attitudes changed significantly. Behind Wu Ai, someone told him about the special care that Viper received when he was searched. This guy was obviously very unhappy. He came to the front of the somewhat complacent old woman, and he didn't know what method he used. But the other party fell down directly. Wu Ai took a deep breath when he saw the fighting power of the venomous snake. If there was no RV outside, he would be no different from this woman. The 3 people who were still smug stopped laughing immediately, looking at the old woman in front of them whose life or death was unknown. They couldn't figure out what Wu Ai was thinking. "I'll ask you one last time. Where is my RV? What did you do to it?" Only those who answer the questions can survive this time. And the rest? Wu Ai didn't continue talking. He wanted to see if these 3 people could withstand such coercion. "I say, I know everything. As long as I can survive, I can take you directly to find your RV. The captain who refused to reveal his name before is now talking nonsense. He even didn't want his boss. Which shows how despicable his character is. Wu Ai didn't really want to kill the other two. But Viper helped Wu Ai become a cold-blooded killer. The boss and his wife also fell to the ground one after another, which made the captain feel a little relieved. Where is Director Qin? Didn't you say he would come? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Fei Bao suddenly asked the captain. The leader said that all the people in this base who wanted to join you to fight against the moon mosquito have been killed. Their fear of the moon mosquito has taken root in their hearts. So you're Director Qin who wanted to join forces with you before. Son of a bitch. I'll kill you. Fei Bao drew out a dagger and wanted to go forward to kill this person. But Li Muzi's Qiu Shui blocked her way. After we find the RV, we can hand this person over to you to deal with. Li Muzi just said this. And Fei Bao had to stop. Take us to the RV now. And we'll talk about the rest after we get there. Wu Ai also gave a similar answer. In this case, Fei Bao would temporarily keep the boy alive. And everything would be discussed after finding the RV. Chapter 239. 2 dead and 1 injured. Having this captain to lead the way is still a good choice in such a large base. Although the captain is really leading them to the location of the RV. He is still thinking about his future fate. If he can't think of a way to get out, he will die soon. After passing several centuries, everyone came to a very special room. There is a huge glass container in the room. And Wu Ai's RV is being soaked in it. At this time, the holographic camouflage on the surface of the RV has disappeared. What are you doing? Are you giving the RV a bath? Gu Xiaoxi asked mischievously. The specific function of this liquid is similar to the initialization of mobile phones in the past. After being soaked in this liquid for a certain period of time, the information of the controller can be erased. This answer is refreshing to everyone. They didn't expect that there is such a magical thing in this inconspicuous base. Is it that green liquid? Wu Ai said with great interest. That's right. This liquid is the ability of our officer. The captain was still very uncooperative at this time, which made Fei Bao less vigilant. Don't waste time with him. Just take your car out and it's done. I still have something to do. As she said that, she didn't care whether she could touch anything or not. She just pressed a release button next to the glass container. Wu Ai and Viper both tried to stop him. But Fei Bao was too close to the button. And they didn't have time to stop him. The captain had been observing Fei Bao's behavior, because she was the one who had the strongest killing intention towards him among these people. When he saw that stupid woman pressing the release button, he immediately ran out of the room quickly, and closed the door of the room with the electric control. As the glass broke, the liquid inside gushed out directly. The first to be hit were the feet and legs of the dog and the boulder. This liquid was obviously corrosive, and the two immediately let out heart-wrenching screams. The protective clothing of Wu Ai and others perfectly blocked this corrosive liquid. And Li Zimo also used a knife to copy and create a platform. The fastest reacting Viper dragged Fei Bao and jumped directly on it. But the other two were not so lucky. Wu Ai carried the local dog, and Li Muzi used Qiu Shui to pick up the boulder. The green liquid also disappeared quickly with the drainage system around the room. Although the Viper was very fast, Fei Bao's feet still got some of the liquid. When everyone entered the RV, the two most seriously injured people still lost their vital signs. Fei Bao looked at the two people she had killed, and she let out a roar that was not human. Jusher and Tugu had no chance of being saved, but Fei Bao, who was relatively lightly injured, still had hope of survival. But no one knew the harmful principle of this liquid. If she wasted time like this, she would follow her two companions to the underworld. The always cold-blooded Viper knelt down on both knees and begged Wu Ai to help save Fei Bao. But Wu Ai was not a professional medical staff, and he had no way to save people. Get up first. We can think of a way, but don't do this again. Wu Ai stopped Viper the moment he wanted to kneel down. If the other party had not been holding Fei Bao in both hands, he probably couldn't even stop this action. Chapter 240. Moon Mosquito. The eyes of the poisonous snake immediately showed a luster. It seems that he has a different feeling for Fei Bao. I really have no way to save people, and we don't even have your medical skills. As soon as Wu Ai said this, the toxic snake's eyes lost their luster. But I still have a way to delay the further deterioration of the injury. If you have this ability, you can research a treatment method to save Fei Bao. In the short time they were talking, Fei Bao had already fallen into a coma. It seems that this green liquid is really powerful. Wu Ai didn't waste any more time and directly opened the exclusive space that was originally used as a warehouse. In order to preserve Gu Xiaoxi's original body, he had to redistribute the use of that space. The time here is different from the time in our space. 1 day here is equal to 1 year in our space. So with the special features here, I guess you should be able to find a way to save Fei Bao. Wu Ai's explanation made Viper feel a little relieved. In this case, time might be enough for Viper. For the safety of the only one left in the 4-person team, Wu Ai took out a protective suit and gave it to him, so that his chances of survival would be much greater. Knowing the power of this tight-fitting clothes, Viper did not refuse, and found a place to change directly. At this time, everyone was ready to go out to deal with the treacherous captain. It is estimated that the chance of survival of those targeted by Viper is 0. Originally, Wu Ai wanted to test the power of the newly developed kinetic energy acceleration cannon, but was stopped by Li Zimu in such a small space. The female hero directly split the door in the wall, so that the RV could go out directly. At this time, the outside was in chaos, and the captain certainly knew how powerful Wu Ai and his gang were. So he immediately grabbed a tank and tried to escape outside the base. Since such a large thing as a motorhome could be transported in without damage, a large entrance and exit must exist. The captain was so anxious to escape that he ignored the safety regulations for safe entry and exit of large entrances. When he turned on all the lights and opened the exit above his head, a group of giant mosquitoes as big as lambs flew in. These giant mosquitoes are the moon mosquitoes mentioned by everyone before. A kind of mosquito that will come out to suck blood in the woods as long as there is moonlight. Usually they come out to suck blood alone or in groups of 3 or 2. But in the case of a full moon, they will go out in groups to suck blood. As long as they pass by, it is basically impossible for living creatures to survive. When the captain saw that a large number of moon mosquitoes entered the base, he also realized that he had caused a big disaster. Now, let alone going out, it is very slim to survive the group charge of moon mosquitoes. While his vehicle still has a certain degree of protection, he turned the car head and drove directly inside. He wanted to find a room without moon mosquitoes and strong enough to take refuge. When it gets light, these annoying mosquitoes will leave on their own. When Wu Ai and his friends drove out of the RV, they saw a large number of moon mosquitoes wantonly slaughtering the people in the base. Although these combatants have good weapons and equipment, they are still not good enough for the flying and extremely fast moon mosquitoes. Chapter 241 Closing the Entrance. Wu Ai was also somewhat panicked by such a scene. In their previous combat careers, they had never encountered such a brutal encounter. I don't know if our protective suits can block the long mouths of those monsters called moon mosquitoes. So everyone should save their lives first. Wu Ai reminded everyone in the RV loudly. These moon mosquitoes are now fighting in groups. So if we can't reduce their number, after they completely gain an advantage in numbers, the rest will only be able to escape. It's rare that the venomous snake can still popularize this monster called moon mosquitoes. And everyone also knows that they need to control the number of moon mosquitoes immediately. Put me down later. I'll go to the large entrance in front to close the upper entrance. Otherwise, when their number becomes large, it will be meaningless to close the entrance gate. Viper can't let others do this kind of mission that may lead to death. Everything is caused by the 4 of them. At least they can't suffer any casualties before they die. Wu Ai said with a disdainful curl of his lips. Okay. How can you compare with those monsters with your body? Even if you have a protective suit, I'm afraid you will only become a skewer in their mouths in the end. Let me drive the RV to deal with such things. After all, I have a metal shell, and should be able to withstand the opponent's attack. Looking at the sharp metal beak of the moon mosquito that flashed with cold light, he was not very confident about the shell of his RV. Since the RV was the best choice under the current circumstances, Wu Ai did not waste time. He took Gu Xiaoxi to close the large entrance and exit above, while the Li sisters and the venomous snake guarded the gate to eliminate the moon mosquitoes that had already entered. After the troops were divided into 2 groups, Wu Ai asked Gu Xiaoxi to open the blade wings of the RV and speed up to move towards the large entrance and exit shaft. The blade wings that had not been used for a long time were obviously no match for the sharp beak of the moon mosquito in this environment. If the blade wings cut the moon mosquito in places other than the sharp beak, it could still cause effective damage. But if the blade wings collide with the sharp mouth of the moon mosquito, there is only one outcome. The blade wings break. Because the RV has a lot of these consumable blade wings in stock before, they can be replaced in time after the blade wings break. However, due to the large number of moon mosquitoes coming in, More than 700 blade wings have been broken before the RV reaches the switch of the entrance and exit. This time the inventory is really cleaned up thoroughly. I guess I have to keep a certain amount of reserves in the future. Wu Ai smiled bitterly at the broken blade wings. And he could only comfort himself in this way. A large number of moon mosquitoes are still pouring in at the entrance and exit. If this is the case, Wu Ai will be dismembered as soon as he gets off the car. In order to be able to go out and turn off the switch, he could only use the kinetic energy accelerator. He asked Xiaohua to start the kinetic energy accelerator on the second floor of the RV in unmanned mode, and fired a shot directly at the upper entrance that had been opened. The power of this shot just met his expectations, which caused a short vacuum period for the crazy influx of moon mosquitoes. After firing a shot, he jumped directly off the RV to turn off the electric control switch at the entrance. When he finished all this and returned to the RV, the army of moon mosquitoes reacted and continued to pour in. Chapter 242, Traps and Conspiracies. Although the moon mosquitoes had discovered that the entrance was about to close, they could not stop it from happening. They could only let more of their companions enter before the entrance closed. The heavy entrance was finally closed, and the remaining thing was to eliminate the moon mosquitoes that had already entered. According to Gu Xiuxi's calculations just now, more than 10,000 moon mosquitoes should have entered the base at this time. As for the 3 people who were left to block the enemy, they could only snipe the moon mosquitoes in a small place like the entrance at the beginning. But because these 3 people were very efficient in killing moon mosquitoes, the moon mosquitoes no longer actively provoked them later. It seems that there is wisdom among these moon mosquitoes, since these monsters did not take the initiative to provoke them. They took the initiative to attack. The spherical knife formation formed by Li Zimu and Qiu Shui protected the bodies of the 3 of them, and they began to move forward. This spherical knife formation is divided into 2 layers, inner and outer. Even if a moon mosquito passes through the first layer, it will be crushed by the second knife formation. Qiu Shui is in the outermost layer, rotating rapidly in orbit like a satellite around a planet. Even with this airtight defense, the sharp mouth of the moon mosquito occasionally leaks through. Although there is protection from protective clothing, the 3 people still suffered some minor injuries to varying degrees. Looking at the bloody arm scratched by the sharp beak of the moon mosquito, the venomous snake could only sigh that the people in these RVs were really lucky. If their troops also had such good equipment, they would not have lost more than half of their population when they first encountered the moon mosquito here. Li Zimu looked at the venomous snake staring at the wound and said, "Hey, it's almost time to wake up. There seems to be the car of the captain who escaped before in the room in front. Should we go in and take a look?" When the venomous snake heard the news about the captain, he immediately became alert, and his eyes became sinister and cold. When the 3 people passed the door of a room with only a small glass window, Li Zimu saw the car that the captain had driven away just now. Since the car could enter, it was estimated that this should be a room where people of important status could hide. Although the door of the room was full of holes pierced by the sharp mouth of the moon mosquito, it was still intact. Such a room should be a room for refuge. So the door was built so solid. But the door was already like this, and Li Muzi used Qiu Shui to solve the door of the room with a little effort. After the 3 of them entered the room, Li Zimu used a fruit knife to copy a metal door to block the original door. Sure enough, the captain was so scared that he huddled in a corner of the room. When he saw everyone coming in, he wanted to get into the car again and use the weapons in the car to attack the 3 people. But Li Muzi would not give him such an opportunity. He was stopped outside the car and immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Wait, you can't kill me now. I was instructed to do all this. I know a big official in your gathering place. Everything was designed by him and our boss. Including your rescue mission was also planned by him. So if you don't kill me, I will tell you all these things." At this time, the captain's dictionary only had survival, and there was no such thing as betrayal. Chapter 243, The Request of the Venomous Snake. Li Zimu smiled cunningly, and she immediately said, "As long as you tell me everything, we promise not to kill you. But whether you can survive in this base full of moon mosquitoes depends on your own luck." After listening to Li Zimu's words, he thought that there was still a lot of truth in this word. They may think that they can't survive here, so there is no need to kill themselves, since there is a motivation to survive. The captain directly explained everything. It turned out that the highest commander of the base they are in now does not want to go out to eliminate monsters and collect human survivors. He wanted to spend the rest of his life here slowly, and didn't want to experience the horror of life and death again. But the leader of another gathering place was a man with lofty ideals. He hoped to rebuild the power of mankind with the remaining survivors, and finally seize the ownership of the planet. However, the number of people in the gathering place was much larger than that of his base. So he wanted to annex the gathering place after losing a certain number of people on the other side. The captain's brother-in-law was a leader in a relatively important position there. So this matter was completed naturally with his matchmaking. The reason why this 10-man team came here for help was because this team was the strongest team in the gathering place over there. Since it was the strongest team, of course, they had to be eliminated in advance. Even if they were not eliminated by monsters on the road, they would still be killed after entering this base. When the captain said the name of his brother-in-law, Li Zimu smiled and said to his sister, "Let's go. The rest is none of our business." The Li sisters turned around and walked towards the door. But the venomous snake walked towards him. "You don't keep your word. You just said that you would not kill me." The captain had already felt something was wrong at this time, and he shouted in fear. Li Zimu turned around and said to the captain, "I'm not lying. We really won't kill you. But that person is not within our scope. So of course I can't control him. You despicable little bitch. You will not die well. You will be..." With a scream, the captain's words were also interrupted. All that was left was a vague and weird sound, like the roar of a monster without a tongue. The Li sisters thought that the venomous snake would torture the captain, but he came back after only about a minute. Li Zimu looked at the venomous snake in confusion. She didn't understand why he let him go so easily. He is not dead yet, but his life will not exceed 5 minutes. In these 5 minutes, he will experience the most horrible torture in the world. So it is worth my coming to see him off. Venomous Snake said it lightly, but the hatred he showed was really like a huge wave. Li Zimu subconsciously kept some distance from him. She was afraid that if she stayed with such a person for a long time, she would be infected with some virus by him. When the three people came out, the RV in the distance had already driven towards them, and everyone gathered together to start slaughtering the remaining moon mosquitoes. Since Venomous Snake had no role in such a battle, he got on the RV and stayed with Wu Ai. Venomous Snake looked at the two girls, who did not look like humans outside, and he said a request lightly. Chapter 244 Biometal. "Can I join your team? You know Fei Bao's current situation. After learning about the things happening in the base, I feel that I am not very good at that kind of life. I am afraid that after a long time, either I will have problems, or I will be killed because I affect the interests of others. You know your personality very well. In fact, your personality is not suitable for my team. But if you really want to help Fei Bao, and want to reshape your life prospects, I think your arrival is acceptable." Viper looked a little relaxed, but he only had a slight expression on his face. He didn't say or do anything specific. "My team is very democratic. When we have time, we will sit down and vote on your joining. If others have no objection, then you are welcome to join." Knowing that he still had to vote again to know the result, he was not surprised. No matter what kind of group it is, you have to get others' approval if you want to integrate into it. The process of killing the moon mosquito was much more difficult than expected. The process lasted until the early morning before it was completely over. Finally, after statistics, a total of 1,724 lives were sacrificed in this base to end this disaster. This premise is due to the participation of Wu Ai and others. Without their help, this base would not be able to continue to exist. After the living moved the bodies of all the sacrificed soldiers to a room, the remaining surviving soldiers found Wu Ai under the leadership of an ordinary squad leader. "For your help to us, you and your team members, on behalf of the surviving brothers, I pay the highest respect to you." All the soldiers behind him saluted the RV where Wu Ai was. People who have not experienced this kind of battle really can't understand the mood at that time. Looking at the fortitude on the faces of these men, Wu Ai had an indescribable emotion. "Okay, let's not talk about other things for now. Hurry up and treat the injured brothers who have been infected with the virus. I have already prepared the medicine. You will start to bring the injured to the RV for treatment." The squad leader's eyes were red, but he did not show any other expressions. He just saluted again and arranged for the injured brothers to come for treatment. "Viper, you will take care of these injured people for the time being. This is your old job. After we finish the meal, we will discuss your joining." Wu Ai was just about to go back to the car to take a break, but Gu Xiaoxi ran to his side with a sly smile and whispered, "Boss, the detection system of the RV just found that the mouths of these moon mosquitoes are a good biological metal. If we have the right method, we may be able to make a stronger and lighter metal. He was also interested in Gusiosi's words. Since there was this possibility, he had to collect these things quickly. Judging from his experience, if he couldn't collect these things well, they would disappear again in a while. The gems of the high-level white monsters before had already taught him this lesson. Speaking of gems, it seems that they can now be processed and refined to make enhancement potions. Chapter 245 Evaluation of the Venomous Snake. Wu Ai could only shamelessly ask the squad leader for help. If there were not a large number of people, they would not be able to collect many metal mouths of the moon mosquitoes if they were to rely on just a few people to collect them. The squad leader readily agreed to Wu Ai's request. And Wu Ai also took out a batch of daggers that had been made from the weapons reserve of the RV for everyone to use. These daggers produced by the RV are much better than the ones these people are using now. With the addition of these daggers, I believe that none of the sharp mouths of the moon mosquitoes will disappear. It would be a bit bad if you didn't prepare a meal for someone to help you. Wu Ai passed the blame on to Gusiosi again, because she was the cook. Fortunately, a lot of usable food was brought from the food warehouse of the base, plus the unique fresh vegetables in the RV and the seasonings that were previously stored. After the brothers finished their work, they would have a hearty meal. Viper was busy treating the wounded, and Gusiosi was busy cooking. The remaining three people simply met in Wu Ai's room. Wu Ai first told them about Viper's joining. Li Zimu agreed with Viper's joining, because the medical space then had been idle, and no one was in charge could be used by someone. In a small team, the profession of doctor is indispensable. Just now, her and her sister's injuries were quickly improved under Viper's treatment. There are also protective suit enhancement potions that can be put on the agenda. And the full version of the professional protective suit for doctors is just around the corner. Li Muzi did not object to the addition of Viper, but she still reserved her opinion on Viper's character. Everyone has seen Viper's coldness and viciousness before. If these are used against them, it will make everyone worried. It should not be possible for the time being. At least it will not happen before Feibao is rescued. After Feibao is rescued, we will have a deeper understanding of him. If it is not in our interest, we can just dismiss him then. Everyone felt that this situation was acceptable. At least the team was getting the most benefits now. After the three of them exchanged some things, more than 2 hours had passed before they knew it. You guys are good at finding a place. I'm so tired, and I have to come to you to have dinner in person. You deserve it. Gusiosi came to Wu Ai's room sweating profusely to call him to eat. It happened that the three of them were there, so she didn't have to go to other places to find them. Seeing that Gusiosi was really tired, the three of them didn't care about her rude words just now. If it was in the past, Li Zimu would definitely go up and fight with Gusiosi. After the three of them left, Gusiosi patted her heart and whispered, "It's so cool to scold them so recklessly. I'll definitely do it again if I get the chance next time." Wu Ai suddenly came back. When he heard Gusiosi say what else, he subconsciously asked, "What else?" "Nothing. Cooking is really tiring. If there is a next time, I will have to find someone to help me." Wu Ai looked at this strange girl and didn't know what was wrong with her just now. He didn't take her strange answer to heart. After he came to the table and finished the cup of tea, he looked at Gusiosi with some confusion and went out to eat. Chapter 246 An Inescapable Difficulty. The soldiers outside had already piled bundles of moon mosquitoes on the ground. After calculation, they found that they had obtained a total of 12,453 metal mouths of moon mosquitoes. With the addition of these metals, perhaps the performance of the RV can also be improved. At this time, the soldiers had already started to sit on the ground to eat. They had not eaten such a decent meal for a long time, not to mention fresh vegetables and delicious dishes. Everyone seemed to be eating happily, and Wu Ai was also very happy looking at the materials on the ground. The conference table in the RV was also set with food, and the venomous snake, who had finished his work, was sitting there drinking coffee. Seeing that everyone had come to eat, he stood up to welcome everyone. "We don't have any special hierarchy here, so you're welcome. We'll start voting now on your joining." After everyone sat down, the Li sisters raised their hands to agree. Gusiosi looked at Wu Ai and raised her hand to agree. Seeing that the Li sisters agreed, she knew that this matter should be worth doing, and the captain must have done some research in advance. With the consent of the three people, Wu Ai didn't need to raise his hand again, and Viper had already joined their team. Although he joined the team, he was not a formal member in the true sense. The team would observe and assess him. Only after he passed the observation and assessment could he become a formal member. Of course, all these things were explained to Viper in person to avoid any misunderstandings later. He also explained to Viper about the medical space and the protective clothing. Since he had just joined the team, some things would take some time to get familiar with. After happily eating the meal that was neither breakfast nor lunch, the squad leader found Wu Ai, hoping that he could help them move their base to the gathering place where Viper was. Their base has been severely damaged, and the location has been discovered by the moon mosquitoes, so it is no longer suitable for use as a base. However, if they move such a base, it should be impossible to complete the relocation in a short time. Then, they may encounter the problem of moon mosquito attacks. And the base where the Viper is located seems to be unable to wait for them to move. And they are in urgent need of manpower to defend against the moon mosquitoes. What? Your base is not an underground base. Then how did you defend against the group attack of the moon mosquitoes? When Wu Ai learned that the gathering place of the Viper was not an underground base, he was very surprised. There is something like burning wood in our gathering place. This wood is also created by an officer's ability. When this wood burns, it will form a kind of smoke. This disgusting smell is disliked by many monsters, because a lot of this wood disappeared for no reason some time ago. The smoke cannot cover all the gathering places. Everyone understood after Viper said this. Those disappeared wood must have been hidden by humans. So now there is an important question. How to avoid the attack of the moon mosquito group? This is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. How long do you expect the relocation to take? Wu Ai asked the squad leader. It will take at least 3 days. There are still many things and weapons and ammunition that can be used here. The squad leader also said helplessly. Chapter 247, Moon Mosquito Nest. The moon mosquito's attack is already very strong. If it were a moon mosquito group attack, it would be useless no matter how many people there were. The reason why they were able to defeat the moon mosquito before was partly because they directly cut off the moon mosquito's reinforcements and did not let it form a large-scale group battle. If they start to migrate, they will inevitably have to rest in the wild. If they encounter a group of moon mosquitoes, Wu Ai estimates that he can only drive the RV away. How can we make everyone migrate safely? It seems that now the only way is to go and destroy or cripple them. If they suffered a large number of casualties, they will not come out to cause trouble again in a short time. Wu Ai briefly told the squad leader about his plan, and the latter's mouth was so wide that he could stuff a steamed bun directly. You are going to provoke those monsters? Are you going to die? You have seen how strong they are before, and you still want to. The venomous snake came up and did not say anything polite to the squad leader. He said coldly, Then you can tell us a plan to avoid being attacked by moon mosquitoes during migration. We can act according to your plan unconditionally. The squad leader was speechless and could only shake his head and sigh. Don't say anything. While it's still light, let's go find their nest. Pack up your things and leave. Take this walkie-talkie and contact us directly if there is any situation. After saying that, Wu Ai didn't wait for him to reply. Time is very precious now. He asked the mobile board to directly install the metal mouths of the moon mosquitoes, and the RV rushed to the shaft of the already open passage. After reaching the ground through the elevator, Wu Ai asked Gu Xiaoxi to check the attack route of the moon mosquitoes. So many moon mosquitoes flying in groups will definitely have a certain impact on the surrounding environment. As expected, Gu Xiaoxi soon found some scraped small plants and leaves, and this trace clearly pointed to a direction. Gu Xiaoxi drove the RV directly into the woods according to the trace. If it was a car with wheels, I'm afraid it would have given up tracking the trace. The mess along the way can also fully prove the status of the moon mosquito race in this forest. They rushed all the way, without avoiding anything, and just crushed all the way. Because of the guidance of the trace, the RV found a strange tree suspected to be the nest of the moon mosquito after driving for more than an hour. There is a small lake in the middle of the forest. There is a huge tree trunk in the middle of the lake. But that's all. In the middle of the tree trunk is a dark passage. According to the size of the moon mosquito, it should be possible for them to pass through. What should we do now? Should we go in directly? Gu Xiaoxi asked an idiotic question. If you want to go in by yourself. I'm very afraid of the dark. So this matter is more suitable for you. The two enemies are about to start a war again, and Wu Ai can only interrupt these two jokers. Why don't we send a mobile board in to explore the way? We don't know what's going on inside. Isn't it just delivering blood bags to people? Wu Ai's statement was agreed by Gu Xiaoxi. But Li Zimu shook his head and said, The mobile board is too limited by distance. Let's send the unmanned reconnaissance vehicle I modified before. We could also experiment whether this reconnaissance vehicle is useful or not. Chapter 248 Entering the Nest. Since there is a better way. Wu Ai certainly agrees with both hands. Li Zima went back to her space and took out 2 reconnaissance vehicles wrapped in inflatable balls. And then she handed a mobile board to let it put the 2 reconnaissance vehicles into the tree trunk. Watching the mobile board like a bomber drop 2 reconnaissance vehicles on the top of the tree trunk, Gu Xiaozi closed her eyes silently. It seems that the inflatable package she had prepared before was to prevent this situation. Everyone gathered in front of the 3-dimensional holographic projection at this time, watching the reconnaissance situation of the 2 reconnaissance vehicles. After the 2 cars fell, they didn't expect it to be very deep inside. When both cars fell to the bottom, one of the reconnaissance cars broke down and couldn't move forward. Fortunately, Li Zima threw 2 cars in, so there was still 1 car to carry out reconnaissance. The damaged reconnaissance car was not completely useless. There were many metal ball signal transmitters the size of soybeans in its body. These things can change the direction of travel through simple magnetic field forces, so that this kind of maze-type reconnaissance target can be quickly located. Another intact reconnaissance car also released the same signal transmitter. And then a small mechanical arm removed the battery from the damaged reconnaissance car and put it in the position where the metal ball transmitter was just installed. Everyone saw the 2 reconnaissance vehicles in action on the 3-dimensional holographic image, and had to admire Li Zima's thoughtfulness, even thinking of such a thing after damage. In this way, the first reconnaissance vehicle has doubled its mileage, which is more guaranteed to increase the success rate of reconnaissance work. Li Zima proudly controlled the reconnaissance vehicle to choose the deepest passage and drove directly through it. Everyone looked at the map gradually marked by the signal generator on the holographic projection, and had to admire Li Zima's clever mind. This underground cave is really connected in all directions, and it can be easily obtained from the hundreds of forked roads. However, with many signal transmitters as beacons, the reconnaissance vehicle avoided many detours. In the end, when even the signal transmitters were not enough, the reconnaissance vehicle could only check it by itself. The tops of these passages were filled with densely packed moon mosquitoes, which used their mouths to pin the top of the passages, and then curled up directly to form a small ball. All the moon mosquitoes fell on the top of the passages to rest, and they were probably sleeping, because the reconnaissance vehicle was short. It could just pass underneath. This coincidence also made everyone feel very magical. If these things were sleeping on the ground, the reconnaissance of the reconnaissance vehicle would probably be ruined. Li Zima certainly saw everyone's expressions, but she showed disdain for their expressions. As the reconnaissance vehicle went deeper, there were fewer and fewer moon mosquitoes on the top of the passage. In the end, no moon mosquitoes could be seen on the top of the passage. The scale on the hologram showed that the current depth had exceeded 300 meters. If it was too deep, the control distance of the reconnaissance vehicle would be exceeded. However, before reaching the deepest place, the reconnaissance vehicle's mission would not be completed. Fortunately, the inside of this cave was covered by signal transmitters at a great depth before, so these signal transmitters can also help the reconnaissance vehicle increase a certain control distance. Chapter 249 Kill the Queen. When the depth exceeded 400 meters, a maggot-like creature appeared in the cave. This creature crawled at an average speed and looked like an immature moon mosquito. Seeing the reconnaissance vehicle about to hit the maggots, everyone wondered what method Li Zima would use to continue moving forward. However, Li Zima's method was very simple. The 4 wheels of the reconnaissance vehicle directly extended and changed the angle, and the vehicle body easily passed over the maggots. Looking at the degree of change of the wheels, there is probably no angle that the reconnaissance vehicle cannot pass through in such a passage. After going deeper than 100 meters, the reconnaissance vehicle came to a huge space. The huge space refers to the previous passage. The size of this space is about 100 square meters. In such a large space, there is a spherical creature in the center. There is a black metal mouth just above the center of this creature. From this thing, we can judge that this creature should be an evolution of the moon mosquito or a variant. And now what this thing is doing is to continuously discharge round eggs outside. As the eggs on the ground formed a radial shape, the outermost ones had turned into small maggots. And then, they all crawled out of the passage. No need to guess. Everyone knows that this thing must be the mother of the moon mosquito, responsible for giving birth to moon mosquitoes. Looking at its speed, it is estimated that it will not be long before this forest belongs to them, since the ground is full of small maggots and eggs at this time. The reconnaissance vehicle can no longer conduct reconnaissance without being touched. when a small maggot touched the tire of the reconnaissance vehicle. The small maggot immediately issued a slight warning sound. This sound was still relatively small at first, but all the maggots around who heard this sound immediately joined the ranks of the first maggot. The warning sound issued by so many maggots together even stopped the mother maggots that were giving birth. Lizima saw that the situation was not good, so she pressed a button directly, and the upper part of the reconnaissance vehicle was launched directly to the ceiling and nailed directly to it. The lower part of the car body rushed directly to the body of the queen worm. The behavior of the reconnaissance vehicle immediately aroused the desire of all maggots to protect it. Those countless maggots blocked the front of the reconnaissance vehicle, and the juice flowed across the pressure. But even so, no maggot retreated half a step. In the end, the reconnaissance vehicle had to give up the tires, and directly flew towards the queen worm with the reaction force of abandoning the tires. The moment the reconnaissance vehicle hit the queen worm, the reconnaissance vehicle exploded directly. The smoke from the explosion temporarily blocked the camera nailed to the ceiling. After about 30 seconds, the smoke slowly dispersed. By the time everyone could see the situation in the space clearly, the space was already filled with densely packed moon mosquitoes. It seemed that these were the ones who had received the alarm and came to protect the queen insect. But because the reconnaissance vehicle exploded too quickly, these moon mosquitoes were already late. Looking at the queen insect with a big hole blown out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The moon mosquito race had such a disaster, and it was estimated that they would not come out to make trouble in the short term. However, the situation of these moon mosquitoes did not look like they would give in directly. Chapter 250, the successor of the queen insect. There was a big hole on the queen insect's body that was blown open by the reconnaissance vehicle, and the liquid inside, and some eggs that had not been discharged from the body flowed out. The queen insect's body also began to collapse and necrotize. With the death of the queen insect, the only thing left was the black metal mouth-like thing. When all the moon mosquitoes present witnessed the death of the queen insect, they immediately started fighting each other after a short pause. What's going on? If they go crazy, do we no longer have to worry about them? Gusiosi asked happily. You think too well. Their behavior may be to reselect a new queen, Viper explained after seeing the abnormal behavior of the moon mosquito. Oh! Will this behavior have a certain impact on the entire race of moon mosquitoes? Wu Ai asked curiously. I don't know the habits of this creature, but if their blueprint is still Earth creatures, then this behavior will definitely affect the entire race. Viper's explanation gave Wu Ai a glimmer of hope. An opportunity to allow the base to perfectly survive the migration period without having to go to war with the moon mosquitoes. Looking at the moon mosquitoes in this space fighting hard, it is estimated that this fight may continue for a while. Since there was nothing to do, Wu Ai wanted to leave this somewhat scary place. Who knows if these moon mosquitoes will come out and kill innocent people in a while. Did you find that the moon mosquitoes that just entered the queen insect space seemed a little different? They seemed to be much stronger than the moon mosquitoes we had seen? Lizima seemed to have discovered some secrets through the image on the hologram. Those with strong physiques are probably responsible for defending the queen insect from external attacks. But if the queen insect died unexpectedly, they should be the next successor of the queen insect. So it is normal for them to be strong, as expected of a man who has studied medicine. He seems to be very knowledgeable and can even answer such questions. Wu Ai shrugged indifferently, and he called everyone to leave and return to the previous base. For safety reasons, Lizima left a simple solar charging station and several unmanned reconnaissance aircraft around the lake. These things were left behind just in case. If the moon mosquitoes were to go out and start looking for prey, they could also get information in advance to make preparations. After dealing with these things left behind, everyone began to return to the previous base to see if the migration of the base was going smoothly. When the RV returned to the base at the fastest speed, they found a huge wild boar lying on the ground of the base. The previous squad leader was very happy to see everyone return safely. He ran over to shake hands and say hello to everyone one by one. What's the situation with that one on the ground? Wu Ai asked curiously. He didn't know whether the soldiers took the initiative to hunt for food or were attacked passively. The noise of our relocation was a bit loud. I guess the wild boar was attracted by the sound. But we killed it directly in front of our powerful firepower, the squad leader said with some pride. Since the base personnel have the ability to protect themselves, they should also consider whether to leave directly. However, the current situation of those moon mosquitoes is unclear. It seems that they should not be able to leave here in a short time. Chapter 251, the birth process of the queen insect. If Wu Ai and his team cannot transfer all the personnel in the base safely, then all their efforts will be in vain. Anyway, there is nothing to worry about. So just take it as a holiday and everyone can have a good rest. Boss, the shell of the RV we fought with the moon mosquito has been severely damaged. We need to find a time to repair the RV. Gusiosi touched the RV's shell full of holes and said with great distress, "Hey, I can see this too. But before these people are transferred safely, if the moon mosquito attacks while we are repairing the RV, we will be in trouble." Gu Xiaoxi also understood Wu Ai's worries. It seems that the RV can only keep leaking for a while. Li Zimu took some of the sharp beaks of the moon mosquitoes back to her exclusive space for research. She wanted to try to use the biometal formed by these sharp beaks. The building block ball that formed the green liquid before had been delivered to Wu Ai by the venomous snake. He did not ask how the building block ball was obtained, but just received it with peace of mind. At present, everyone is doing what they should do. When he is free, he will be responsible for monitoring the war between the new queens and the moon mosquitoes. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, only the strongest moon mosquito was left. But it was already covered in wounds, and it didn't look like it could survive. The last moon mosquito crawled to the queen's body with difficulty, and it actually broke off its metal beak. Then it directly connected the wound to the black beak left by the queen. This process lasted about 30 minutes, after which the moon mosquito could perfectly control the black metal beak to eat. The source of food was also obvious, which was the huge and juicy queen's body before. Seeing this, Wu Ai also felt a little nauseous. This kind of behavior can only appear among some insect-type creatures. Judging from the speed at which this moon mosquito eats, it is estimated that it should be able to eat almost everything tonight. There is only this moon mosquito in this space now, and no other moon mosquito dares to enter it. It seems that this is the birth process of the queen worm, and the other moon mosquitoes can only be responsible for protecting this moon mosquito that has not yet fully grown into a queen worm. In this way, the race of moon mosquitoes has a high probability of not being able to go out, because now is the time when their race is the weakest. If this moon mosquito is killed before it grows up, I don't know if this race of moon mosquitoes can still survive here. There is an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft outside the moon mosquito's nest to be responsible for vigilance, which should be enough for the time being. After dinner, everyone started to rest. Wu Ai was drinking tea in his room and thinking about the source of his strengthening materials, but his door was suddenly knocked. "Come in." Wu Ai put down the teacup and said softly. The person who came in was none other than the newly promoted RV Dr. Viper. "Oh, is there something?" Wu Ai asked calmly. "There are still some things. First, I need to borrow the building block ball I gave you before, and I need the green liquid as research materials. Second, can I make the rescue of Feibao the first priority? Can the matter of making the amplification potion be delayed a little bit?" Although Viper said it very calmly, Wu Ai felt that he was still very nervous. Chapter 252 Complete Migration. Wu Ai smiled at the Viper and said, "Are you afraid that I will ask you to put the rescue of Feibao behind the research of the enhancement potion? If you think so, then there is no need at all. I can even let you start researching the enhancement potion after rescuing Feibao. As for the building block you want to borrow, you only need to find Gusiosi to get it. I hope you can live more easily and casually in the RV, and don't stay in a very tense state all day long. You don't owe us anything at the moment." Hearing Wu Ai's last words, the Viper also nodded and showed a rare faint smile. The personnel at the base outside are making various preparations for relocation non-stop. They need to reach a place where they can settle down as soon as possible. This place no longer belongs to them. Under such emotional motivation, the packing work of the base was finally completed after a day and a night of continuous busyness. After breakfast the next morning, the squad leader ordered everyone to start the formal migration. After breakfast, the personnel who had been busy last night got into the vehicles to rest. The rest time at this time was earned by their hard work. Other personnel who walked without vehicles did not have any jealousy. With so many people, vehicles and supplies, it is impossible to return to another gathering place smoothly. During this period, they were attacked by many other monsters or large animals. But fortunately, the advanced detection system of the RV discovered the invaders in advance, and the Li sisters took turns to eliminate the hidden dangers. The moon mosquito finally ate the remaining queen insect corpses smoothly. When it ate all the edible queen insect corpses, it also began to eat the moon mosquitoes that died in the previous battle. It seems that the energy required for it to evolve into a queen insect is really not small. I don't know when it will finish eating all the corpses on the ground, but as long as it has not really fulfilled its obligations, as a mother insect and started to produce eggs. The moon mosquito should not give up its vigilance on the nest. On the evening of the third day, this mighty team finally arrived at a gathering place surrounded by high concrete walls, because there were already traders in this gathering place. In order to avoid unnecessary war, Li Zimu sneaked into the gathering place with the venomous snake in advance. I don't know how the venomous snake communicated with the upper level. Anyway, when everyone came to the gate of the gathering place at night, the gate was already open. In order to better defend against attacks from unknown monsters, the speed of entering the gathering place is also very fast. When everyone entered the gathering place, the huge steel gate was closed. Viper and several people, who looked like the actual power holders, were waiting for the arrival of Wu Ai's team inside the gate. After the RV stopped, Wu Ai and others walked out of the RV together. Viper also came forward with 5 people to greet them. I won't say much about thanking you. No matter what your purpose is, I am very grateful for your contribution to the 2 survivor groups. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Feng, and I am the manager of this base. The following people are Chen Xiao, who is responsible for the combat part, and Lu Wan, who is responsible for logistics support. There are also Zhang Hui, who is responsible for intelligence, and Lu Mimi, who is responsible for communication. Lu Feng came up and introduced the members of his team one by one in a very down-to-earth manner. This situation made Wu Ai and others feel very comfortable and cordial. Chapter 253: The Last Gift. After a brief introduction, everyone came to the headquarters. Lu Feng needed to go through the details of the attack on another base, and the conspiracy between the 2 survivor groups. When Lu Feng and others learned everything, their facial expressions looked unusually serious. They didn't expect that a simple and correct thing would lead to conspiracy and sacrifice. Lu Feng is really worried about gains and losses now. I don't know what you think, Brother Lu, but as the saying goes, a big family and a big business will be difficult to control. There are always some people or things that are beyond your control and expectation. If you really want to do something in such a doomsday, you can actually act according to your own ideas, and you don't have to ask others for help or join forces. Wu Ai was obviously hinting at something when she said these words, and Lu Feng did not understand Wu Ai's meaning for a while. But one of the 4 people behind him seemed to have heard the meaning. Lu Wan, who was in charge of logistics, stepped forward and said with a smile, "You have come from afar, and you should not have eaten yet. Since you are our benefactors, you deserve the hospitality of our gathering place." She then used the intercom to order the kitchen to prepare dinner. Lu Feng also saw the intention of his subordinates at this time, so he asked everyone to have a good rest today and discuss it tomorrow. Wu Ai was relieved to see that the people opposite him were not pedantic. If they kept trying to save humanity in an integrated way, then it is estimated that these people will be eaten by other forces in the end without leaving any bones. Lu Wan took everyone to the restaurant in this gathering place. Wu Ai could see from the furnishings and layout inside that the people in power here were not the kind of people who only cared about enjoying themselves and wasted resources. The simple and practical decoration was simple but not shabby. Sitting here to eat could make people feel warm and inclusive. The food was also very simple. Although it was simple food, the careful cooking and preparation could also show that the other party was very attentive. After finishing the meal, after a few simple greetings, Wu Ai took everyone back to the RV to rest. Wu Ai motioned Viper to stay. He knew that Lu Feng should still have a lot of things to ask him. "I feel very sorry for what happened to your team. It was because I, as a manager, failed to fulfill my obligations that I fell into the conspiracy of those people. I have also approved your request to leave the gathering place. When your captain chooses to leave, you can leave directly with him." Before, Viper told Lu Feng about his thoughts and reasons for leaving. And now Lu Feng has given his positive answer. Viper has already sensed something from the other party's words, and it is time for him to show his sincerity. "Although I have chosen to leave here, I will still leave something for the gathering place before I leave. I know you also need the equipment we have. So tomorrow, I will openly make some requests for the group. What the captain will leave for you depends on how the captain and his team decide." After Wu Ai and others heard Viper's words in the RV, everyone's expressions became very warm. Although eavesdropping on Viper's conversation was a bit unkind, given the impression Viper had given everyone before, everyone felt that it was necessary. Viper's performance just now made everyone very satisfied, which laid a good foundation for him to better integrate into the team. Chapter 254: Invitation from Wu Ai. "If you can leave us some supplies that can help the gathering place, that would be better. But I still hope that the other party can tell us more about the end of the world and how to survive. You also know that it is difficult for such a large gathering place to survive safely without the latest news. Venomous Snake nodded and said, I have just joined this team not long ago, and I don't know more information. But I am sure that the captain should know a lot of secret information about the end of the world. If he can tell you something tomorrow, I think the gathering place should be able to make great improvements in survival. Lu Feng and the others were very excited. Their combat team was also temporarily organized, because ordinary people who had acquired abilities began to commit a large number of crimes. They were recruited to help deal with the shortage of manpower. But before they could really reach the city, the team was blocked by the mutant animals here. Fortunately, there were also several people with abilities among them. They used their abilities to build the circular temporary gathering place not far from a base. They stopped like this, and have been here until now. Viper and Lu Feng just exchanged some questions that they wanted to get answers to. And then, they all went to rest. After all, it was already very late. At dawn, Lu Feng began to order people to prepare their highest standard breakfast. Their troops came here on the march, and the storage of supplies was not as good as the real base over there. Fortunately, all the things that could be used in the other base were brought over, and these supplies also improved the embarrassing situation here. After Wu Ai and others got up, Viper came to inform everyone to go to eat. Looking at the unusually rich table, Wu Ai could only smile bitterly and shook his head and said, Brother Lu seems to want to know a lot of things, which can be seen from this table. Lu Feng and others just smiled awkwardly, without any guilty expression on their faces. After breakfast, Wu Ai found an opportunity to ask Viper to pass a message to Lu Feng. Next, he would invite the other party to come to the RV to discuss some things, and ask him to find an excuse to exclude those who he felt uneasy from the team to talk in the car. Viper also found a separate opportunity to tell Lu Feng about this matter, and the latter also nodded cautiously in agreement. When the 5 people came to the door of the RV together, Wu Ai looked up to Lu Feng. I don't know why Brother Lu is so confident to bring so many people here this time? Wu Ai's words were obviously referring to the fact that Lu Feng was calculated by others before. To be honest, these people are very close to me. After those traitors were dealt with, I assigned important positions to the people I trusted. Before, you asked Viper to convey the message to me so solemnly, and I also used methods to test these people, although this is a bit rude to them. Since you attach so much importance to this conversation, I can only resort to this last resort. Lu Feng's move was very powerful. He showed that he attached great importance to the information Wu Ai passed on to him, tested the loyalty of his subordinates, and also stated the reasons and results of doing so openly, resulting in a fair and above-board statement. Wu Ai was not very opposed to such a method that could not be said to be a trick or not. As long as it was meaningless to both parties, it was acceptable. Chapter 255 Shocking Information. Everyone boarded the RV one after another, and sat down at the conference table in the RV. Since you have a lot of questions to ask, in order not to waste time, I will let you raise all the questions directly, and then I will answer them for you in a concentrated manner. Wu Ai got straight to the point, and asked Lu Feng to raise all the questions they wanted to know. Since you are so generous, I won't be polite. We want to know the reason for the formation of the end of the world, and whether the end of the world can end. If it can end, how long will it take? We were all in this mountain before, and didn't have much contact with the outside world. What has the outside world become now? There are also common sense questions about the mutated animals in the end times, some white humans, etc. There are also things about survival. If it is convenient for you, please try to explain it in detail. There are a lot of these questions. Plus there are many extended questions. It is estimated that this conversation will not be short. Wu Ai asked Gu Xiaoxi to prepare some coffee and tea, thinking that everyone will need these things in a while. Since you have asked so many questions, then I will explain the questions you raised one by one in order. I can't tell you what the cause of the end of the world is, because this level of disaster is not something that ordinary survivors like me can know. But our team has a guess about the end of the world, and I will tell you the result now. Our guess is that the world we are in now is not the real world. Those aliens that we cannot guess may have implanted all humans on the entire planet, and perhaps some intelligent creatures, into a virtual world using computer programs. He just said the first piece of information, which shocked the 5 people on the opposite side and made them speechless. Wu Ai gave them some time to absorb the information. After Lu Feng reacted, he calmly asked, I wonder how sure you are about this guess. Wu Ai only held up 3 fingers. He believed that Lu Feng would understand the meaning behind this number. Lu Feng nodded calmly and asked Wu Ai to continue. We don't know their purpose. So I don't know the end of the apocalypse and the possible end time. As for the outside world, the survivors formed various forces. Those who didn't survive turned into those white monsters. I will tell you the specific situation of those white monsters in detail now. After talking about the white monster, I will also tell you about the building blocks and abilities. Actually, we have already told you almost everything we know. As for the remaining things about survival, we will give you some necessary supplies before we leave. I hope these things can help you solve some survival problems. After saying so much, Wu Ai has already finished 5 pots of tea. Taking this opportunity to finish talking, he hurried to the bathroom to solve physiological problems. Lu Feng and others, who have obtained so much information, are still digesting the large amount of information Wu Ai just said. Now they feel that it is not a bad thing that they have not entered the city. In addition to some lack of living supplies, there are still many fewer dangers in survival. Chapter 256, The Return of the Venomous Snake. When Wu Ai came back after solving his own problem, Lu Feng was waiting for him with a transparent stone. It seemed that he wanted to give him this stone as a gift. We found this in the stomach of a giant wild boar. We don't know what it is, but the intelligence system on our chariot gave a hint that it is a material, since the system level is not very high and cannot identify what this material is used for. I think it is better to give you such a good material. Maybe you can make the most of it. He was still very interested in this strange thing. His RV system should be able to know what this material is. After happily accepting the other party's gift, Lu Feng said he would leave and go back. At this time, Viper said, Captain, the survival of this gathering place is really worrying now. Can we give? Lu Feng felt very sorry for the previous question. He had so many questions and expanded questions, but they were all answered one by one. It has also been stated that they will give them material assistance. If Viper still said this at this time, it would be obviously a bit too shameless. Wu Ai had also been waiting for Viper to see when he would speak. Since Viper asked for it straightforwardly, he directly stated the conditions he had prepared long ago. A burst of hearty laughter interrupted Viper's words. Wu Ai patted him on the shoulder and said, Although I think you are a bit cold and vicious, from what I know about you, you are still a very sentimental person. I was wondering if you would ask for some benefits for this group after you leave here. Now I finally know the answer. Lu Feng's face was much redder than when he was shamelessly preparing for the banquet and wanted to ask questions. Viper was really a talent to make a grown man blush like this. Since our medical officer has asked for this, as the captain, I will of course give you some extra care. I am going to give you 1,000 sets of protective clothing like the ones we are wearing, and 10 bottles of each level of antidote. Brother Lu, do you think this is okay? Lu Feng didn't know what to say at this time. What he wanted most from Wu Ai and the others was actually the RV, which of course he would not give to them. The second thing is clothes that can protect against the green corrosive liquid, and antidote. But Lu Feng was afraid that after he made these requests, the other party would think that he was coveting their property, and thus change his original intention of helping the gathering place. But if the other party took the initiative to give it, it would be a different situation. This does not include other materials that would be given. If Lu Feng said he was not happy, that would be a ghost. Lu Feng stepped forward and grabbed Wu Ai's hands. He kept shaking them back and forth. Although he was shaking them all the time, he did not say anything. Wu Ai knew that this was a sign that the other party was excited to a certain extent, so he could understand Lu Feng's behavior. When Lu Feng and others went back happily, Viper's eyes were full of gratitude. He knew that these things were not given for free. The captain was making corresponding compensation for him to leave this gathering place. With such a good captain, Viper's heart finally completely wanted to devote his life to this new team. Chapter 257, Leaving the Gathering Place. After Lu Feng and his companions returned, they immediately began to prepare a rich banquet. In fact, there was nothing in the gathering place that Wu Ai and his companions could need. So Lu Feng really had nothing to offer except some food. When Wu Ai brought the supplies donated to the gathering place to the place where they had dinner last time, he could clearly feel the more enthusiastic atmosphere. Looking at the food that was similar to the last banquet, he knew that the last banquet was basically the best food here. It was just that there were more drinks this time than last time, and it seemed that these were all someone's private collections. Before the meal started, Wu Ai asked Lu Feng and the people from the logistics department to check the supplies he had sent. These are what I promised you, Brother Liu. There are 1,000 sets of protective clothing in here, and the antidote in this low-temperature refrigerator. And this box contains our specially modified grains and some vegetable seeds, which are genetically modified varieties that can increase production and resist pests. We don't have much else. And I hope these things can help you survive better in this doomsday. Lu Feng was drunk at the banquet, and he didn't even know that Wu Ai and others had left. Wu Ai drank a lot this time, but he still kept a mind that was not lost. He must not drink until he was unconscious unless it was absolutely safe. In the end, he left the monitoring drones in front of the moon mosquito nest to Lu Feng, although these were not a big deal for Li Zimu, who had his own space. They were still very useful for this gathering place without advanced reconnaissance equipment. The monitoring equipment that monitored the moon mosquito queen was also given directly to Lu Feng. They would have to accompany them for a long time in the future, so it was necessary to know more about those monsters. The RV passed another mountain and a border river at this speed, and they officially entered another country. The mountain was easy for them to overcome, but it was not as convenient as driving directly on the road if they needed to dive over it. But the current situation could not be changed according to their ideas, so everyone looking at the map thought that they should find a safe place to repair the RV before setting off. The reason why Wu Ai did not repair it in the gathering place before was because he was looking forward to Li Zimu's research. If they could take this opportunity to make the RV stronger, it would save a lot of trouble. Since everyone enjoyed the banquet very much, everything after leaving was left to Gu Xiaoxi, who told her not to get drunk no matter how much she drank. The others went back to their own space to sleep. Gu Xiaoxi looked at the bored RV where she was the only one left. She thought she should find a place to stop and go back to rest, because the holographic camouflage system of the RV was corroded by the green liquid before. The RV could not be safely parked and rested in such an environment. This was Wu Ai's original intention, to let Gu Xiaoxi drive the RV. If I had known this, I would not have come out of the gathering place. Why did I pretend to leave without saying goodbye? Now, all the sins are on me alone. Now I can't hide underwater. There is already a leak in the RV. Just like that, Gu Xiaoxi was very unhappy and reluctant to drive away. Chapter 258 Waterfall. Although Gu Xiaoxi was somewhat reluctant to be left alone to work, she still performed her task very seriously. In the endless black night sky, only the lights of the RV could give her some spiritual comfort. Suddenly, a somewhat weak signal was captured by the RV system. The signal was so weak that Gu Xiaoxi had to synthesize these signals repeatedly to know the information in the signal. Survivors who received the signal, please do not rescue any nearby forces or gathering places. Everything is a scam. Please do not trust anyone. And do not. The signal kept repeating this sentence, and there was no other useful information. Gu Xiaoxi was a little puzzled after listening to this information. Under what circumstances could such a signal be sent? Moreover, the transmission range of this signal is not far from the gathering place where the venomous snakes are located. It is possible that they will receive this signal when they explore the surrounding area after integrating the personnel. Will they come here to find out what is going on? His current responsibility is to find a safe place for the RV to rest and upgrade, and he can completely ignore other things, since the other party is kindly reminding me not to believe and rescue. I should be an obedient baby and not meddle in other people's business. The RV continued to move forward under Gu Xiaoxi's thought, but the RV did receive several distress signals from the surroundings during the subsequent driving process. Well, it seems that the previous signal may be true. Such dense distress signals cannot appear at the same time, so there must be something luring the survivors to be deceived. It seems that it is really difficult to find a safe place to upgrade in such a place. Gu Xiaoxi was getting more and more bored. She was afraid that the task assigned to her by Wu Ai would not be easy to complete. Just when Gu Xiaoxi was at a loss, she heard the rumbling sound of water coming from outside. The water that could cause such a loud sound must have a large flow, but there was no trace of water flowing on the road where she was. Gu Xiaoxi released the reconnaissance drone on the RV and asked the drone to conduct a range reconnaissance around the RV. The reason why Gu Xiaoxi did not use the RV's built-in radar system for detection was because this behavior was like throwing a stone in the water. You can use radar waves to detect others, and others can also detect you. In this area where she was not sure whether there were any enemies, she still felt that such reconnaissance was safer. The drone soon found the source of the sound of water, which was a waterfall formed by water flowing down from a mountain not far away. It's just that the amount of water flowing in this waterfall is surprisingly large, so the sound can be transmitted so far. The drone conducted a comprehensive detection of the area around the waterfall in the sky, and found that there was a shallow cave inside the waterfall. And there seemed to be traces of human life inside, which made Gusiosi a little curious. The water flow of the waterfall was too large, and it was impossible for the drone to pass through the water of the waterfall and enter the space behind it safely. But I couldn't get off the car to investigate the situation behind the waterfall. So there was only one way to complete this task. Use a reconnaissance ship to send the drone to the inside of the waterfall. But in this way, Lizima would find out that I had privately touched her things, and I didn't know what the consequences of doing so would be. Chapter 259, Finding a Resting Point. Finally, Gusiosi decided to give it a try. If the space behind the waterfall was temporarily safe, then she had found a safe place for the RV to rest. Even if Lizima would deal with her in the end, the boss would probably help. Thinking of this, Gusiosi found a model of a ship that looked usable in the boxes of various reconnaissance equipment left by Lizimu in the RV. These equipment boxes always have 3 types of reconnaissance equipment for sea, land and air. They are equipment that can be used in time when necessary. The previous reconnaissance vehicle performed very well, and it is estimated that this reconnaissance ship should not be that bad. Gusiosi put a small drone into the reconnaissance ship, and then asked the drone outside to come back and put the reconnaissance ship down in the water flow above the waterfall, so that the reconnaissance ship would send the small drone into the space behind the waterfall with the water flow. Gusiosi planned everything very well, but for a girl like her who had no common sense, it was a mistake from the beginning. Everything was as she expected until the drone put the reconnaissance ship into the water flow above the waterfall. But when the reconnaissance ship fell with the water flow, Gusiosi suddenly realized a problem. In this case, the reconnaissance ship could not travel normally and complete the mission. She slapped her forehead and felt that it was not good. Now she might destroy 2 reconnaissance devices at the same time. Now if Lizima beat her, the boss would not come out to stop him. But the next moment, she suddenly remembered the split operation before Lizima killed the queen. Since the reconnaissance vehicle can have such a functional structure, there is no reason why the reconnaissance ship cannot have the same design. Gusiosi followed Lizimu's example and found the control button. She also directly pressed the split explosion button. It must be said that Gusiosi is really lucky. The reconnaissance ship does have a similar design, but no matter how good the design is, it depends on who is using it. The moment Gusiosi pressed the button, the reconnaissance ship was broken into 3 parts. The first part is the observation camera part of the upper half of the hull. The second part is the bomb part of the lower half of the hull. And the third part is the small drone installed on the reconnaissance ship. The first part was directly ejected from the water flow of the waterfall, and this part quickly fell into the deep pool under the waterfall. The second part was pushed to the side close to the cave by the reaction force, and then the shock wave formed by the explosion in the water accurately ejected the drone into the waterfall. Although the flying part of the drone was damaged and could not take off, the camera part was still intact. Through this part, Gusiosi found that there was only a relatively large pit inside, which did not seem very deep. There were some human clothes and a fire inside, and it looked like the fire had not been burned for a long time. Since this place looked good and there was a waterfall for concealment, it should be a good hiding place. Gusiosi drove the RV to the side of the waterfall. After calculating through the RV system, she ejected directly into the cave behind the waterfall. After Gusiosi released several unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that were performing patrol missions, she could finally go back to her own exclusive space to sleep. After the waterfall became quiet again, it returned to the rumbling sound of the waterfall itself. The camera and reconnaissance parts that fell into the deep pool were not really damaged. Chapter 260, Biometal Titanium Alloy. Everyone had a good sleep again this time, and everyone looked energetic when they came out. Only Gusiosi, who slept late yesterday, had not come out to meet everyone. When Wu Ai came out, he found that the location of the RV was very strange. So he and the Li sisters checked the driving log of the RV yesterday. After the 3 of them finished reading the log, Lizimu also found out that her equipment had been damaged by Gusiosi. She was very angry and threatened that she would beat her ass when Gusiosi came out, and no one was allowed to stop her. Wu Ai was still sure of Gusiosi's overall operation of the RV, but he didn't expect so many things to happen along the way. Then the area they are in now is not a very safe area. Xiao Mu, how is your research on the biological metal of the moon mosquito? If it doesn't work, let's just repair the RV first. We can't let the RV be in this state anymore. Lizimu also put away her funny mood. And she said solemnly, after studying the green liquid to assimilate ordinary metals. Some ordinary metals have been successfully fused with the metal mouth of the moon mosquito. Now I am waiting for the results of the fusion of this biological metal and the stronger synthetic metal. If there is no accident, the results will be available at noon. Since the time is almost up, we can still wait a little longer. Now he has started to make some preliminary preparations for replacing and repairing the RV through the RV system. This time he wants to use stronger metal materials for the exterior of the RV. He has a preliminary plan for the choice of metal. Before making a decision, he has to wait for the results from Lizimu. The results from Lizimu came out much earlier than expected. And the results of the fusion experiment have come out. The adhesion and hardness of this biometal are very high, especially when this biometal is fused with titanium alloy. The metal strength is the highest. Before the development of materials that can change the arrangement of carbon atoms at ultra-low temperatures. This should be the best RV body material. Due to the special structure of biometal, the weight of the fused alloy is also reduced a lot, which is even more powerful. No more wasting time. Repair the holographic camouflage system of the RV. Replace the metal material of the whole car with biometal titanium alloy. If there is any biometal left, keep it for further research. If not enough, replace the metal part outside the body first. Because Lizimu's battle part has consumed a lot of upgrade materials before. This time the upgrade and repair materials are almost not enough. After this, all their stock of building blocks and hardcores were used up. And they could only wait to meet monsters that could provide materials again to replenish them. The time for this upgrade and repair is 12 hours. And everyone needs to stay out of the RV. So after taking some things, everyone walked out of the RV. Gusiosi was forced to eject from the exclusive space in the space by the RV. And the rest was the personal grudge between Lizimu and Gusiosi. As the confused Gusiosi was spanked, her tears could not stop flowing down unconsciously. Wuai did not think that Lizimu would really hit Gusiosi. But he was a little confused in the current situation. Lizimu looked at the red handprint on Gusiosi's buttocks, and then looked at her own little hands. She felt a little innocent. Chapter 261 Humanoid Tree. After Gusiosi came out, she was held down and beaten by Lizimu. She saw that no one wanted to help, so she could only use her unique weapon. Sure enough, she was in tears, and even Lizimu, who was beating her, hesitated. Taking this opportunity, Gusiosi hurriedly broke free from Lizimu's clutches. She found a temporary tent to change clothes, and changed out of the pajamas she had just worn. The farce ended temporarily, and Wuai also asked Gusiosi with a laptop. I read your driving log yesterday, and found that you did not recycle the damaged equipment in time. It's fine that you didn't recover the one that fell into the deep pool. But why didn't you recover the small drone that fell into this one? He looked at the small drone still on the ground. And Gusiosi could only apologize continuously. Looking at her attitude, Wuai, as a man, really couldn't punish her. But when he looked at Lizimu, the latter immediately understood what he meant. Gusiosi, don't forget that the boss has already handed you over to me for discipline. I will wait until the RV is upgraded before executing your punishment in your space. Since Lizimu has this attitude, Wuai doesn't have to worry about it anymore. If she doesn't get punished after doing this, she will probably waste resources like this in the future. Wuai connected the camera that had fallen into the deep pool through the computer. Because this device was installed on the reconnaissance ship, waterproof design was necessary. The camera should have fallen into the bottom of the pool. Anyway, there was nothing to do now, so it was a kind of leisure to see the situation in the water. However, when the signal was connected, there seemed to be many blurred crisscrossing objects in the dark water. Originally, he didn't want to turn on the lighting to save the power of the device. But now that he wanted to know the situation, he didn't care whether it wasted electricity. When the lighting of the device was turned on, the underwater scene was terrifying. At the bottom of the pool, there were human-shaped objects like trees overlapping each other, which made people look like some living trees at first glance. There are also obvious human-like facial features on the trunk. So he had to question this thing. Is it that people are infected by the virus of trees? Or that trees have become human-like and can move? Looking at the trees in the water, it is unknown whether they are alive or dead. Gusiosi saw that there was such an unknown strange thing not far away from the place she thought was safe. She was also a little uneasy. After all, this place was chosen by her. I will no longer ask about Gusiosi's affairs. Everything has been handled by Lizimu as the final result. After Wuai finished speaking, She prepared to start eating with everyone. Don't bother with those unknown things for the time being. This time, they still use simple noodles to fill their stomachs. Gusiosi was the last one to get up. I wonder if everyone's resentment of not having a delicious meal will increase Lizima's punishment on her. Viper, what do you think the things below are? While eating, Wu Ai also talked to Viper about the things that might be tree people that he had just seen. Viper thought carefully and said, according to my speculation on the body proportions of these things, and the estimation of the growth positions of some organs, the probability of human mutation due to the virus is not very high. Chapter 262 The Magical Banyan Tree. Wu Ai nodded. He also felt that the probability of a human mutating into a tree was not very high. Now with the slightly professional advice from the venomous snake, he felt that his judgment was more accurate. There were also some mysteries about the distress signals from last night and the warnings from the first message. If these things did not affect their progress, he felt that it would be better for him not to investigate them. However, he still had to remind them of the gathering place of the venomous snakes, so that they would not be fooled by the distress signals here. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the RV was officially upgraded and repaired, and everyone boarded the RV to feel the atmosphere inside. Gusiosi was punished to make a midnight snack for everyone, and Wu Ai activated the active radar exploration function of the RV. He wanted to see if there was anything worth noting nearby. With this exploration, they can also know where there is a bridge that can cross the river nearby. According to Lizimu's map before, there was a border bridge on this river, but for some reason, the bridge has been destroyed now. This is another reason why Wu Ai activated the radar. The three-dimensional hologram marked at least 6 large gathering places of survivors, but there was no sign of life there at this time. These are consistent with the initial warning message, and something must have happened. Under the radar detection, there seems to be a bridge-like building on the water, but for some reason the bridge itself has faint signs of life. After the midnight snack was ready, Wu Ai asked Gusiosi, what if we use catapult to cross this river? He just thought of a way without crossing the bridge, but he needed to find Gusiosi to confirm it. There is no problem in logic, but if there is a road, it is better to walk. After all, the river is still very wide, and if there are multiple ejections, it will also have some impact on the power supply of the system. After getting Gusiosi's answer, Wu Ai felt that he needed to go to the bridge tonight to take a look. He always felt that there were some gusts of cold wind around here, which made people feel creepy. After eating supper, everyone agreed with Wu Ai's idea. Then Gusiosi continued to drive towards the bridge. Before they reached the bridge, they could clearly see a huge banyan tree in the woods on the shore. Judging from the size of the banyan tree, it should be 1,000 years old. There are many round fruits on the tree, which sparkle beautifully under the moonlight at night. In front of the banyan tree, there is a gathering place, with some fire and swaying figures. Why are there still survivors here? The surrounding gathering places were all destroyed for unknown reasons. How could this place be unscathed? Girls are always more concerned about beautiful things. Lizimu took a telescope to check what fruits were on the trees. After she finished looking, he said in some doubt, why do I feel that those shiny fruits seem to be building blocks? But how can building blocks grow on trees? This question immediately attracted everyone's attention. After Lizima handed the telescope to Wu Ai, he started the drone to conduct a reconnaissance. Chapter 263 Half-Tree Man. After Lizima controlled the drone to get closer to check, she was basically sure that the banyan tree was growing blocks, and the gathering place in front of the banyan tree was not a human survivor at all. They were all tree men over 3 meters tall. They attacked the drone immediately after discovering its appearance. At this time, the RV was still some distance away from the banyan tree, but Wu Ai still asked for everyone's opinion on whether to harvest the blocks. It would not be easy to get the blocks in this state. Although the tree men looked clumsy, they should be very powerful. Everyone wanted to take the risk and take a look. If it didn't work, they could just eject across the river and run away without any danger. After getting everyone's consent, Gusiosi also drove faster towards the banyan tree. Lizimu also released more drones to get more information. When the RV arrived under the banyan tree, the drones had already led away the slow-moving tree people. Seeing the building blocks within reach, Wu Ai did not let everyone get off the car to pick up the building blocks, but let the mobile board on the RV do it for him. At first, everything went smoothly and there was no danger. But when the mobile board harvested more than 100 building blocks, things changed. First, many vines began to grow on the ground, like a cage made of vines. slowly narrowing its range to trap the RV. When Wu Ai found this cage made of vines, it was impossible for him to eject and escape. This cage has fully controlled any escape direction of the RV and began to shrink little by little. Wu Ai decisively let the RV spread its blade wings to cut off these vines. But the result was that it could not be cut at all. Seeing that the RV was about to be surrounded by the vines, he had to spread the combat part of the RV to fire a shot at these vines. Although the effect was good after the first shot, the damaged part quickly grew new vines. If you can't leave through the gap immediately after the shot, you still can't escape. And the number of layers of vine cages is increasing. After the second shot, Wu Ai gave up this method. The bombardment method has been proven to be useless. Now it seems that the only combat power of the RV is the Li sisters. When the RV was completely wrapped, the vines stopped shrinking. Or the vines could no longer shrink. Fortunately, the RV had been upgraded and modified before. Otherwise it would not be possible for them to survive if they were entangled by these vines. Seeing that the RV was surrounded, and there was no hope of escaping, an old man slowly walked towards the surrounded RV. After the old man came to a drone under the RV and stood still, everyone could see his appearance clearly. The skin on the old man's face was like tree bark, and one of his feet had completely turned into a tree. This half-man, half-tree appearance was really like encountering a ghost when seen at night. Hello, lucky survivors. I thought you would be smart to choose to leave here. I didn't expect that in the end, you were still greedy and wanted to get my treasure tree. Since you are all so greedy, then you will slowly die like those survivors. Chapter 264 Carbonization. Since the vines could not harm the people in the RV, they did not take the threats of the half-tree man seriously. And the words of the old man made people feel very unhappy and depressed. Old man, can I ask how you became like this? And did you kill all the survivors nearby? Wu Ai shouted to the half-tree man in the car. The half-tree man controlled the vines to squeeze the iron box. But he could not do it with his current strength. My story is very simple. I wonder if you have heard of a genetic disease that existed in peacetime. This disease is caused by a virus that infects the immune system due to congenital genetic problems. I guess you won't understand what I'm saying. Anyway, I gained the ability to turn trees into humanoid creatures for unknown reasons. After having this ability, I finally know what happiness is. I have lived to this age, and I have gained this magical ability in this world. This must be God's will. So I want to lead everyone to live a life that follows God's will. But they all said I was crazy, unwilling, and even stopped me from following God's will. After that, things were very simple. Since everyone believed in me, I would create a world with only plants. In the process of creating the plant world, I found a very magical tree, which could actually produce some magical fruits. Those who passed by the sacred tree could not help their greedy hearts. So I settled down here to help God eliminate these sinful people. On the one hand, I can give those plants a human form more quickly. And on the other hand, I can hunt those who are disrespectful to God. Half-Tree Man said so much. Wu Ai also understood a general idea. This magical tree that can grow building blocks. Any survivor who knows about building blocks will come to pick it. This old man is already showing some paranoia. It seems that he needs to leave here quickly. But what way should he think of to escape now? Should he send the Li sisters to help? It seems that there is no use. After all, this kind of thing that grows so fast cannot be eliminated in a short time. The most important thing is to worry about their lives. Since this thing still exists at the biological level, should we try that corrosive green liquid? Venomous Snake has been studying those green liquids all day. So he thought of this thing at the first time. Since there is no effective method, it is okay to try this thing. After the Venomous Snake returned to his own exclusive space, he got a large bottle of green liquid. Li Zima found a new drone and simply modified it to fly the bottle of liquid into the sky. The drone began to try to sprinkle some of this liquid on the vines a little far away from the RV to see if there was any effect. However, the vines and plants that were stained with this liquid quickly began to wither, and the entire vine slowly turned into a black state like charcoal. The tree people who were led away by the drone before did not escape the fate of being sprayed with liquid. As a large number of plants began to carbonize, the restraints of the RV were slowly untied. No! No! What have you demons done to the residents of my plant kingdom? You demons! The old man touched every dying tree man like a madman, and he was soon stained by the green liquid. Seeing the kingdom he had worked so hard to build being destroyed, the old man didn't want to survive alone anymore. Chapter 265 The Man Behind the Scenes. Originally, This old man could have escaped and survived. But the moment his ideals were destroyed, his life was declared over. Looking at the old man who turned into a black stone, Wu Ai felt uncomfortable. In this apocalyptic environment, a luxury like ideals can easily be defeated by survival. Lu Feng is a person who already knows the answer. But his answer was obtained at the cost of many lives. As all the carbonized plants collapsed and were damaged, the old man's body could not be saved in the end. When the dark body broke apart, a glowing building block ball rolled out from it. Gu Xiuxi sighed and picked up the building block ball. She knew that no one would be in the mood to pick it up now. So she took care of all the work of picking up the building blocks. Although most of the plants here began to carbonize after being stained by the green liquid, the banyan tree with the building block ball was not one of them. The banyan tree still looked the same as before without any change. It seems that this tree was not grown under the control of the old man. Since the building block ball is of no use to this old man who doesn't know its value. Who sent the message to attract the survivors outside? Who sent the warning message? There should still be some mysteries that have not been solved, in order to make the gathering place where the venomous snakes are located safer. Wu Ai decided to go to the gathering places where the distress messages were sent. The RV harvested a total of 37,692 building blocks from this banyan tree. But after confirmation by the RV system, they were all attributeless. Come to think of it, if so many building blocks with attributes could be mass-produced, it would be their turn to come here to pick them. The building block that the old man dropped turned out to be a humanoid simulation ability, which made Wu Ai's dream of turning the RV into a Gundam one step closer. After simply packing up everything, everyone found a place to sleep directly. Tomorrow we have to go to check the distress signal. If there is no special situation, everyone can leave the country directly after solving the problem there. After the RV turned on the holographic camouflage, everyone went to sleep directly. Boss, this team of survivors is too strong. Even the powerful old man Half-Tree was killed. How can we, who are just not very good, beat them? Although it is a pity that this banyan tree can harvest building blocks. If we are discovered by them, and know the relationship between us and Half-Tree, they will definitely not leave us alone. At this time, two sneaky figures were lying on a tree far away from the RV. They just used a telescope to observe the battle between the survivor team and Half-Tree in the RV. What they didn't expect was that the Half-Tree man was so weak that he and the tree man he created with his ability were killed by just one drone. This made the two people, who were the owners of the interests behind them, very unhappy. From the looks of them, they won't stay here for long. We just need to hide ourselves. Just wait for the next person who can be used to appear. I will never give this banyan tree to anyone, no matter how powerful he is now. Chapter 266. The Viper Takes Action. The two men in the tree still thought that their hiding place was very hidden and would not be discovered by the people in the RV. But how could they know how huge the detection range of the RV system was? Just when the two decided to hide for a while and wait for Wu Ai and others to leave before coming back to rule here, the Viper had already sneaked up behind them. Where do you want to go? If you want to leave, please tell me everything you know. Otherwise you may not be able to leave here. The Viper's words scared the two men out of their wits. They didn't realize at all that someone had come behind them. One of the two men jumped off the tree without caring about anything, and he wanted to run away alone. He thought that there was still one person left on his side, and the other party would not give up the hostage that was within reach to chase him. But who made him meet the venomous snake at this time? If it were someone else, perhaps his idea would be realized. Indeed, the venomous snake would not give up the person in front of him to chase the fleeing person. But this does not mean that he would let the fleeing person go easily. No one did chase him. But it was indeed a flying knife that chased him. The flying knife was nailed directly on the neck of the fleeing person, and the person fell to the ground in pain, holding his neck with both hands. The person on the tree, who didn't come and ran away, was a little relieved at this time. If he had run away with them, he might have ended up like his companions. The person on the ground was already dying, and his body was twitching uncontrollably. Answer the question. The cold voice of the venomous snake sounded directly. Okay. Okay. Please don't kill me. The person on the tree immediately raised his hands to surrender. The two of us were originally from a survivor gathering place nearby. Because we have known each other since childhood, we have always had a good relationship. Before the man finished speaking, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the venomous snake. Let's get to the point. Don't talk nonsense. The latter could only swallow his saliva and said again. The man you killed just now has a special ability. He can make his wishes come true. But this wish will not be realized directly, but through a series of coincidences. For example, his first wish is to let all the supplies of the survivors around him belong to him. The final result of this wish is that all people were killed by the half-tree people. From then on, there are only 3 of us here, and the supplies are. His second wish is to become very strong and not be bullied by other monsters or survivors in this doomsday. The realization of this wish created such a magical banyan tree, and all those who wanted to harm us were led to this banyan tree by him. The half-tree man would not let anyone approach this banyan tree, so any survivors who approached this banyan tree were killed by the half-tree man without exception. Since we have such a good method, we made some fake distress information transmitters in the gathering places that were destroyed before, so that we can attract more people to come here, and we can also get a steady supply of supplies. After getting the information he wanted, Viper felt that he didn't need to waste time with this person here anymore, and he could hand in the task to the captain when he returned to the RV. Originally, he wanted to go back directly, but the dead man's building block ball below had appeared next to his body. Chapter 267 A Wish. When the venomous snake saw the building block ball appear, he jumped down directly. He picked up the building block ball and put it in the backpack behind him. The man on the tree might be afraid that the venomous snake would kill him in the end, so he also jumped down at this time to escape. However, his luck was really bad. When he jumped down, he broke a leg directly. When the venomous snake turned around, he saw the man wailing on the ground. He begged the venomous snake to save him, but he had already completed the task. So how could he care about this person who brought it upon himself? So he did not do anything and chose to leave directly. After the venomous snake disappeared for a while, the man stopped screaming. He tried to stand up on one leg, and after he looked at the RV viciously, he jumped in one direction. After the venomous snake went back, everyone else went to sleep. Only Wu Ai was still waiting for his return in the RV. After the venomous snake briefly told the story, he also returned to his own space. Wu Ai smiled with satisfaction while playing with the building block ball in his hand. He learned from the system of the RV that the ability of this building block ball is to create cause and effect. Although this ability is powerful, it is also subject to great restrictions. The ability can only be activated 3 times. Now there is only 1 chance, and the other 2 chances have been wasted. This last chance can be said to be a very powerful ability. He needs to study with all the members of the team how to use it. As usual, Gu Xiaoxi got up in the morning and prepared breakfast for everyone. Wu Ai introduced what happened when the venomous snake went out yesterday at the dinner table, so that everyone could understand it. That means we don't need to check those places anymore. Let the gathering place handle the rest, Wu Ai said very easily while drinking the tea in front of him. What I care most about now is the ability of the building block ball. How do you want to use it, boss? Gu Xiaoxi said with shining eyes. I don't know how to use it, so I discussed this with everyone at the dinner table. As soon as Wu Aigong finished speaking, Li Zimu immediately rushed to say, how else can it be used? To destroy the aliens, in the apocalypse. Let us return to the original world, etc. Aren't these all possible? Li Zimu is very optimistic about her own suggestions, and she also hopes that everyone can agree with her wishes. If the power of such a building block ball can solve the things you mentioned, do you think this situation is realistic? If it is so simple, the people who had this building block ball before would not have used it to do some inferior things. Li Zimu was like being hit on the head, sighing and sitting down. I think we can give it a try. If it succeeds, it will be the best. If it fails, then we won't lose anything. If that kind of thing can't be realized, I suggest that the boss use this building block ball to realize his wish of collecting materials. Li Muzi's words are very reasonable to express her own thoughts. After everyone discussed it, everyone decided on the order of the wishes they wanted to realize. The first one was to end this damn apocalyptic life. But the building block ball just flashed, and there was no other change. Then, there were the wishes that were closely related to everyone, such as destroying the aliens and returning to the original world. However, these were only able to make the building block ball flash once, and nothing happened. Chapter 268, The Survivor Team. Finally, when Wu Ai said all the materials he needed to become a Gundam, the building block ball still only flashed once. However, not long after this flash, the building block ball flashed again, and then began to flash frequently until the building block ball broke and disappeared. What's going on? Did the building block ball think we have too many wishes? Did it get angry and run away? Gu Xiuxi asked with a look of naivety. Li Zimu said with a look of disgust. Only idiots like you would think so. There are only two possible outcomes in this situation. One is that the wish came true. And the other is that the building block ball couldn't bear it and exploded. But no matter what the situation is, we can do what we want now. Li Zimu's statement is still correct. Now that the building block ball has disappeared, this matter can be declared over. Everyone should go to the tower-shaped building according to the established plan to find out what the building is like. Above the border river is a bridge built by the half-tree people with vines. Since this bridge was not affected, it is still feasible and normal. After the RV successfully crossed the border river, Gu Xiuxi told everyone a not-so-good news. Just when we crossed the border river, the RV detected a small earthquake wave. This level of earthquake wave may be caused by missile-like weapons. I hope this earthquake wave is naturally formed rather than caused by any weapon. No one had a say in the missile incident for a while. They rarely come into contact with such things in their ordinary lives. But the venomous snake who heard the news obviously began to get nervous. Li Zimu seemed to be thinking about something. She tentatively asked the venomous snake, "Do you think this may be the beginning of a nuclear disaster?" Viper obviously shuddered. He didn't know how to answer this question. Since we don't know the reason now, let's not worry too much about the future. It would be putting the cart before the horse if it affects everyone's future life. Now everyone should do their own things. After saying that, he returned to his rest room first. After crossing the border, the RV started to drive forward quickly. Gu Xiuxi felt that she should speed up to the huge tower building to get an answer. It was not only Wu Ai who wanted to find the answer here. She vaguely felt that she should also get an answer of her own there. When the RV was driving in the afternoon, the radar found a team of survivors being surrounded by a monster team led by the communicator. The strength of this team of survivors can be seen from their fighting status. And their fighting power is already very strong. However, there are 2 female wounded in their team. So the whole battle situation is still very unfavorable to them. Seeing such a team of survivors, who can face the communicator head-on just after leaving the country, Wu Ai and others have to look at these foreigners with new eyes. Since they are both human survivors, Wu Ai thinks that he can help each other before there is no conflict of interest. The most important thing is that they can also harvest a batch of supplies dropped by the dead monsters. Such a monster combination is no longer enough for Wu Ai to deal with it with all his strength. Only Li Muzi needs to go out alone to completely eliminate this group of monsters. Chapter 269 Late Night Alarm. When Li Muzi came out of the RV and easily dealt with the monsters, the rescued survivors, who were all black people, came to thank Li Muzi for saving their lives. A female warrior like Li Muzi certainly wouldn't have too much communication with these people. After a few simple greetings, the other party gave her a building block ball as a return gift for the rescue. When Li Muzi returned to the RV again, Wu Ai asked in amazement. The female warrior can actually speak foreign languages, which is really amazing. I wonder what they said to you, Li Muzi said indifferently. It's just very simple English. Just some words of thanks. I can still understand words of this level. Here is this for you. This is their thank you gift. Li Muzi threw a building block ball to Wu Ai, but it was snatched away by Gu Xiuxi on the way. After Gu Xiuxi identified it through the system, he said with some surprise, "Boss, this building block ball is actually a building block ball of controlled nuclear fusion technology. If the RV integrates this building block ball, our engine can be upgraded from electric energy to controllable nuclear energy." Wu Ai felt a little strange after hearing this news. And even Li Zimu felt that the appearance of this building block ball was a little wrong. The building block ball was given to Li Zimu to integrate. Anyway, this kind of thing can be combined with weapons. The RV continued to drive, and nothing unusual was found during the journey. However, there were many more white monsters in this area than in the country before. During the night rest, Li Zimu finally came up with 2 results at once, which increased the combat effectiveness of the entire team. This is my latest research. A combat helmet that combines combat information and protection. The other is a light submachine gun that matches it. Although the submachine gun is light, it is equipped with a grenade launcher. I can also let the RV manufacture the corresponding bullets. So our cold weapon era can be over. The happiest people to hear these words should be Viper and Wu Ai. And the least happy one can only be Li Muzi. Although these things will improve the overall strength of the team, they also reduce Li Muzi's combat effectiveness. Li Muzi continued to talk endlessly. As for the grenades, I made them according to the conventional models. There is also a small command drone that I developed that can play a role in combat analysis and rapid response in team battles. This drone looks like a grenade when it is not deployed. If it is launched into the sky with a grenade launcher, it will be a temporary commander who provides important information for local operations. I'm telling you this now. You may not understand the power of my achievements, but you will definitely like them after you use them. Everyone looked at the extremely excited Lizimu, and each of them wanted to try it. But now there is no such occasion. After all, everyone just took it and tried it out of curiosity. What everyone didn't expect was that such an occasion would come very quickly. When everyone really used these equipment once, they realized that Lizimu was really a rare talent. When everyone in the RV was sleeping comfortably, the alarm in the RV suddenly spread to every space. When everyone came to the conference table in the RV with sparse, sleepy eyes, the holographic image had already shown the reason for the alarm. Chapter 270 Weird Battle. In the dark night, the RV's radar was fully turned on. The holographic image showed that there were dense dots on both sides of the RV approaching the RV. What's the situation now? Is our holographic camouflage system broken? Why are there so many people attacking us? Wu Ai asked Gu Xiaoxi quickly while wearing protective clothing. He didn't even care that there were many women here, and he started to change clothes in front of them. Gu Xiaoxi blushed and said, "Boss, don't worry. There is no problem with our holographic camouflage system. Now we are just in the center of the battle between the two sides. As long as we leave here, we will not be affected at all." Wu Ai, who was half-dressed, also realized that he might have been really confused just now, and he was so hasty to draw conclusions before he figured out the situation. Looking at the protective suit he had put on halfway, he hurriedly jumped back to his room. He went back to his room and put on the protective suit before coming out again. After returning, the RV had left its original position. The RV hid outside the area where the two sides were fighting, silently observing the battle in a hidden corner. Only then did he notice that not all the two sides in the battle were human survivors. On one side were a large number of white monsters, and on the other side were humans who looked similar to them. Seeing something was wrong, Wu Ai immediately looked at the others. He wanted to get the answer he wanted from them. "Don't look at me. We only saw this situation a minute earlier than you. I don't know why such a weird thing happened." Lizimu stretched out his hands to show that he didn't know the reason. While they were still discussing the weirdness of the participants on both sides, the two sides had already started fighting. Although one side was composed of white monsters, they did not have the same swift speed and cruel fighting style as the white monsters. These monsters looked more like ordinary survivors with white skin. Are the other side really those white monsters? Why do they look so weak? It's just like two groups of humans fighting in a group. Gu Xiaoxi's question also represented everyone's doubts at the moment, and no one could find a reasonable explanation for a while. Lizimu frowned and said, "Boss, are we just going to watch the two sides fight like this?" Wu Ai certainly understood what she meant. She wanted to go out and help the human side to eliminate those white monsters, but he felt that there might be something fishy going on, so it was better not to expose himself easily. Although the two sides were not at the same level in terms of their systems, the casualty ratio of the two sides was about 1 to 3 because of the weirdness of the white monster. When the time finally came to more than 3 o'clock in the morning, the human survivors finally retreated. Although the humans began to fade away quickly, none of the white monsters went forward to chase them. They just stood there without moving, watching the humans quickly leave the battlefield. When all the humans withdrew, each of the white monsters carried 2 humans and retreated in the direction they came from. I don't know what they want to do with these human corpses. After all the people on both sides evacuated the battlefield, Wu Ai and others drove the RV to the center of the battlefield to check the traces of the battle. Chapter 271, Fulfilling a Wish. After everyone got off the RV, Viper was the first to jump down. He quickly checked some places where there was blood and relatively large damage on the ground. I don't know why they mostly use cold weapons. Even the heaviest weapons are heavy iron rods and the like. It stands to reason that their national firearms system is far less strict than our country's control, so it should be easy for them to get a lot of weapons. How could they still use such cold weapons to fight? Originally, this battle was a bit weird, and the issue of weapon use could not make everyone more confused. Now that the two sides have finished fighting, should we go and investigate what's going on between the two sides? Gu Xiaoxi was a little curious. She wanted to know why one side was composed of monsters, but had no monster strength. Lizimu strongly opposed it. She said unhappily, "We should hurry up now, and not waste time here. Will we ask to investigate every time we encounter this kind of thing in the future? The two of them confronted each other directly, and neither of them was willing to back down. You two should be quiet for a while. I have a hunch now. Since we entered this country, all the events we have experienced seem to have some specificity. For example, when Ling Musi went to help those black people, we got the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Have you ever thought about what would happen if we participated in the current event? After Wu Ai said this, everyone calmed down and began to think seriously. It should be the technology of life frequency synchronization. Next, we may participate in a technology event that can obtain quantum computers, Viper said while touching his chin. Viper's words made everyone else understand a little bit. It seems that their previous wish is being realized in this way. But it seems that there is some difference between the technology mentioned when making a wish. I have the same idea. I had this feeling when I easily obtained the controlled nuclear fusion technology before. Now I guess that the method to control those white monsters may be related to the technology of life synchronization, which can explain why those white monsters have such a strange fighting state. If we don't get involved, we may lose an opportunity to get technology. Since Wu Ai explained to everyone why he had that feeling, everyone thought it was okay to verify it now. If the corresponding technology is really obtained after participating in this event, then it can be fully proved that the wish was successfully fulfilled. With this discovery, everyone got on the car and chased in the direction of the human retreat. Wu Ai needed to know who was controlling these monsters to fight against humans. The speed of those survivors could not exceed the speed of the RV, so the RV caught up with them soon. Wu Ai did not contact them rashly. He asked Li Zimu to release a small unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to find out some information from the survivors. Leader, we can't go on like this. Before, we had a medium-sized gathering place with 10,000 people. Now look at how many people we have left. If this continues, our gathering place will be wiped out. The person called the leader was a typical black man with a dark complexion. At this time, he also frowned, wondering if he was thinking about the next plan. Chapter 272 Infiltration Mission. Kazos, don't think I'm sacrificing the manpower of our gathering place. I don't want to fight those monsters either. But what can I do? If we don't fight them as required by the monsters, those more powerful monsters will come to attack our gathering place. Have you forgotten how the gathering place where Kurmai was located disappeared? Kazos was speechless when Kurmai was mentioned, because Kurmai didn't fight the white monsters as agreed. The entire gathering place was destroyed by the monsters. If we had more powerful weapons, we wouldn't have to be afraid of those monsters of various colors, and we wouldn't have to abide by the agreement not to use hot weapons. The young man named Kazos waved his arms fiercely, venting the emotions that he couldn't vent. There were about 1,000 people left, and the battle just now caused them to lose at least half of their population. If the population of the gathering place is still consumed at this speed, then they won't be able to hold on for long. Through the small drone and the translation function of the system, the people in the RV probably figured out something. This duel of death was not launched by them for some kind of benefit. On the contrary, they were forced to do so by people or monsters. If they don't follow the so-called agreement, there will be a catastrophe. So these people are just a bunch of pitiful people. The monsters of various colors they mentioned should be spreaders hatched from eggs. Such combat power is indeed not enough for the survivors with ordinary hot weapons. But if the opponent is those white monsters, they can be used. The opponent has already seen that if the survivors use hot weapons, the white monsters will suffer a lot. So there is an agreement to prohibit the use of hot weapons. This person is really insidious. Isn't this using the bodies of the survivors to feed these monsters? Li Zimu said angrily. Li Zimu hated the man who controlled the monster. If she knew the whereabouts of this man, she would definitely go there and end his sinful life. You may have guessed one thing right. This man may really be raising a truly powerful monster for his use. Otherwise, his perverted behavior cannot be explained. But such a person is also the most cunning. If you can't find him and kill him with one blow, not only may he be let go, but he may also retaliate endlessly. Thinking about the consequences of this, it is no wonder that the survivors here dare not easily disobey that person's agreement. After listening to Wu Ai's analysis, everyone felt that such an enemy was the most difficult to deal with. However, whether it was for the survival of the human survivors or for the final reward of this incident, they had to find this person. How should we start the investigation now? I have no clue at all. Gu Xiaoxi asked everyone depressedly. No matter what, it is necessary to join their gathering place. Otherwise, There is no way to know how that person communicated with the gathering place. Wu Ai said a very dangerous task. Li Muzi stood up and said, "It's better to leave this task to me. I think you are not sure about other people. Women will make the other party less vigilant to a certain extent." Chapter 273, Come for Refuge. According to what you said, is your English level good enough to communicate without any obstacles? Besides, wouldn't your appearance be more noticeable in the eyes of these foreigners? Wu Ai disagreed with letting Li Muzi go to this gathering place. Then you see whether Gu Xiuxi is competent or my sister. Or the venomous snake, who makes people wary at first sight? Or will you, the boss, go in person? Li Muzi's words made Wu Ai speechless. The female hero was right. She was the most suitable candidate among the people in the RV. In the end, everyone could only agree to Li Muzi's request. But they would provide her with the most comprehensive support and protection. All the things that could be brought were brought to her. And no one cared whether these things would make people suspicious. Safety was the most important thing now. Don't go there tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow morning to act together. Wu Ai finally said to Li Muzi. The next day, who are you? Stop. If you come closer, we will shoot. When Li Muzi came to the gathering place of the people before, she was discovered by the guard on duty when she was more than 50 meters away from the gathering place. Li Muzi talked to the guard in a fluent foreign language. I am a survivor. I saw that this might be a gathering place for humans. So I want to join you to get some food. If you can let me join, I will be very grateful. In order to get in, Li Muzi had to change his previous state of being frugal with words and talk more with the guards of the gathering place. The population of the gathering place was originally decreasing rapidly. If someone came to join, the gathering place would of course be very happy. But Li Muzi's outfit made the guards of the gathering place wonder if she really came to join. Because her equipment was too luxurious. On her head was the full coverage combat helmet newly developed by Li Muzi. And on her body were protective clothing and some vests that were easy to load bullets. She was wearing a pair of fairly normal pants, holding a submachine gun that could fire grenades, and a backpack behind her. With such equipment, people would believe that she was a fully armed Special Forces soldier. Wu Ai was afraid that Li Muzi would be treated unfairly for wearing only protective clothing. So she wore some normal casual clothes outside. The guard couldn't make up his mind for a while. So he had to call the person in charge of the gathering place through the intercom to come and solve the problem. Not long after, your man named Kazos and the person in charge of the gathering place, Max, and some guards came to the guard's position together. These people were also a little shocked when they saw Li Muzi's equipment. Just because the equipment was too luxurious. Excuse me, survivor. Where are you from? How did you come to our gathering place? If it is convenient, can you tell me where you got all this equipment from? Li Muzi had considered Max's question before. If a survivor like herself came to join, she would ask the same questions. I am from your neighboring country. I am not a citizen of your country. I came to your country because I was hunted by the enemy in my own country. As for these equipment, that is why I was hunted here. Li Muzi did not directly explain the equipment. She hoped to enter the gathering place and discuss the matter with the leader in detail. Chapter 274, Joining the gathering place. Sure enough, the people in the gathering place briefly discussed with the guards and decided to let the woman in. There are so many people in their gathering place. And so many guns. How could they be afraid of such a mere woman? When the guards opened the door of the gathering place and let Li Muzi in, everyone found out from a close distance that this foreign woman actually had a very good figure. Hello everyone. You can call me Moo. Thank you for letting me join this gathering place. In order to give a good impression to the people here, Li Muzi could only take the initiative to communicate with the people here. Kazos is the one who doesn't like outsiders in this gathering place. So he is also the one who speaks the most unpleasantly. We haven't agreed to your joining yet. Please be careful with your words. Also, now that you have come to the inside of the gathering place, you need to hand over your weapons. Kazos said this to Li Muzi so impolitely. It seems that the people in other gathering places did not come forward to stop him. It seems that this is just a show of force. Whether you agree to join the gathering place or not is not a problem. But I will not hand over my weapons. The reason why I was chased here is because of these weapons and equipment. I will not just give you the things I worked so hard to get. Also, you keep saying that weapons need to be surrendered inside the gathering place. But I don't see anyone in the gathering place doing that. Is this a way for you to make things difficult for the new survivors who have just joined the gathering place? Kazos glanced at the rifle on his back and saw that there were other people holding weapons. Even some of the guys cooking at the back were carrying weapons. If this woman was still asked to surrender her weapons under such circumstances, it would have a bad influence on newcomers who would join in the future. Although Kazos no longer wanted Limuzi to surrender her weapons, he would not admit that he was making things difficult for her because of his face. Limuzi knew that she was here to join the gathering place. Some things just need to be mentioned in time, and she must not confuse the main and the secondary. Her simple irony can actually achieve the purpose. Max saw that things were almost done. If he did not show up, it would be difficult for Kazos to back down. Hello, guests from afar. Welcome to join our gathering place. I am the person in charge of this gathering place. My name is Max. Just now Kazos was just making a routine joke with the newcomers. But he always had a bad sense of the degree of jokes. So I apologize to you on his behalf. Don't be so mean to these guys. Since he had received an apology from the person in charge, Limuzi would certainly not argue with that Kazos, who was always antagonizing everyone he met. These people came to the bar where they were gathering with Limuzi, where Max poured a glass of water for Limuzi before continuing to ask. I don't know how those who are chasing you are doing now. We need to know a little about your enemies, so that we can prepare for the gathering place. This time, it was Max, the person in charge of the gathering place, who spoke. His question was actually very reasonable. You can rest assured about this. No one is chasing me anymore. Limuzi made a domineering declaration. Max was also slightly stunned, which saved him a lot of trouble. But this also proved that this foreign woman was not easy to mess with. Chapter 275 The Defeated Kazos. Kazos was still a little unconvinced, and took advantage of Max's speech to interrupt and say, So you are very powerful. I don't know if it is you who is powerful or your weapons and equipment. If you think it's okay, I want to see your weapons. As we all know, a warrior will never let his weapons leave his body. So it is the same in the end of the world now. And no one will easily let their weapons fall into the hands of strangers. No matter what purpose Kazos wants to achieve, Limuzi will not be fooled. But in order to prevent the people in the gathering place from being too enthusiastic about their equipment, she still handed the gun in her hand to Kazos. But before she handed the gun to Kazos, she made a secret move. When Kazos saw the gun handed over by Limuzi, he didn't know whether he should take it. Kazos didn't think that anyone would easily hand over their weapons in such a doomsday. If someone really did so, it was not that the gun itself had a problem, but that person was someone you could really trust. Looking at Kazos, who was stunned on the spot, Limuzi stuffed the gun directly into his arms. Limuzi leisurely fiddled with one of his daggers, and observed the changes on everyone's faces. Max paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. The expressions of the others were the same, and there was no possibility of deeper interpretation. After a moment of hesitation, Kazos suddenly blushed. He felt that it was really unmanly for a man like him to embarrass a girl. Looking at the submachine gun in his hand, he simply flipped through it a few times and returned it to Limuzi. Because Limuzi had always been wearing a combat helmet, no one could see her face. But since entering the gathering place, no one asked her to take off the helmet. From the current situation, it seems that this gathering place does not have very high constraints on the survivors inside. There were also survivors wearing scars and masks among the crowd on the opposite side. It seemed that some survivors, who did not want to show their true faces, could live freely in this gathering place. Limuzi took off her combat helmet and revealed her true face. Her face was stunning, and she had beautiful long hair. As the breeze fluttered gently, the image of a fighting goddess emerged in the hearts of the young survivors in front. Such beautiful foreigners. They were completely different from the dark-skinned women. This kind of classical beauty of an ancient nation was something that the women here could not achieve. Limuzi handed Kazos his combat helmet with both hands, indicating that he could also take a look at this equipment. After the gun handover incident just now, Kazos no longer dared to take anything handed over by Lizimu. Moreover, this helmet was a relatively personal item, and it might still have the scent of this beautiful woman. If he tried to wear it, it would be unimaginable. Max looked at Kazos, who had been completely conquered. He shook his head and sighed. Moo, you are really a very powerful person. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for our gathering place to let you join. Max, the person in charge of this gathering place, seems to be a very powerful person. Chapter 276 Triangle War. Limuzi just smiled lightly, and didn't explain too much. After chatting with these people for a while, Max asked everyone to go back to their respective posts on the grounds that the guests, who came from afar, should rest first. He personally took Li Muzi to an uninhabited room, which became Li Muzi's independent resting place in the gathering place. Not long after, Kazos brought a new doorplate. He used a hammer to help Li Muzi nail the doorplate, and then left quickly. Looking at Kazos, who was running away quickly, Li Muzi knew that he would not be lonely in the future. The people in the RB who received this information at the same time had something to talk about. Under Li Zimu's instigation, they had opened a bet on how long it would take for this black guy named Kazos to confess his love to Li Muzi. Gu Xiaoxi was the first to participate. Her bet was a month-long luxury single package plus private massage. She bet that Kazos would not last more than a month. Li Zimu claimed that his sister was invincible in charm, especially in this exotic world. She estimated that Kazos would not last more than 7 days. When it was Wu Ai's turn, he had no interest in participating in such a boring bet. But in the end, he couldn't stand being annoyed anymore. So he just casually said 3 days. When the two girls looked at Viper with their big watery eyes, he was very unusual and directly gave his answer, without letting the two girls wait for a long time. I guess that Kazos won't confess. If he does, then it must be the time for him to die. Viper's answer made the two girls feel that it was really boring to ask him to participate in such a bet. And such an answer was not what they, who were looking for excitement, wanted. In the evening, Max introduced Li Muzi to all the members of the gathering place after dinner. It was not until then that Li Muzi knew that Max, the leader of this gathering place, had a very beautiful daughter. For some reason, her intuition as a woman told her that she should be extra careful with Max's daughter. She also didn't know why she had this feeling when she first saw this woman. Unless, sure enough, when Max's daughter saw the attentive Kazos talking to Li Muzi, jealousy appeared in her eyes. Li Muzi really didn't want to get involved in this kind of emotional problem between men and women. But she couldn't say anything directly to Kazos now. She could only hope that she could quickly find the problem in this gathering place and leave here in time. After dinner, everyone went to rest. Li Muzi also returned to her room. But she still didn't easily think of how to coexist peacefully with that woman. Theoretically, she is a potential rival who has stolen the other person's boyfriend, or a sweetheart or something. As long as she is a woman, she will not have any idea of coexisting peacefully with such an existence. If it were me, would she have such an idea? Dad, I think that since Mu is very powerful, we can't bury her talent like this. I apply to lead the team to search for supplies outside tomorrow, and take the foreign woman with me. As a father, Max certainly knows the reason why his daughter did this. But no matter what, he will not oppose his daughter's proposal because of an outsider. Chapter 277 Killing Intention. Everyone in the RV had nothing to do, except for the venomous snake, who worked hard to study the flying leopard all day long. As for Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi, their focus shifted to the bet. That is, Li Muzi. There was nothing unusual. The next day, Li Muzi got up early and walked around the gathering place. She wanted to walk around the gathering place to see if she found any clues so that she could return to the RV as soon as possible. However, she had just walked out for a while when she ran into the daughter of the person in charge, Max, who seemed to have not slept well all night. If I remember correctly, you should be the daughter of the leader here. That is, Miss Rekina. Li Muzi spoke to Rekina very politely, and even wanted to shake hands with her to say hello. But unexpectedly, Li Muzi's initiative to show goodwill did not make the other party restrained, but made the other party feel that this was a sign of weakness to her. Mu, after breakfast today, you will be temporarily assigned to my team, and we will go out together to replenish supplies. Yesterday, when I came back, I heard Kazo say how powerful you are. So I suggested that my father agree to your temporary joining. I am looking forward to the time we go out together, and I hope your strength can allow you to return to the gathering place. Li Muzi could certainly hear such an obvious provocation. But after all, the other party was the daughter of the boss here. If she didn't teach her a lesson, such entanglement would probably bother her forever. But if she did, the other party had obviously said that her father supported her, which would be difficult to deal with. She was worrying about how to solve this matter at this time. But the two little devils in the RV were thinking about helping Li Muzi to kill this scourge directly. At breakfast, Kazos came to call her to eat, and when they entered the restaurant together, Li Muzi found Rakana's eyes as sharp as an ice sword. Li Muzi thought that since he couldn't think of a solution, he should just let it go. After everyone had breakfast, Max announced the list of people going out for the team today. As expected, Limusie's name was on the list. When Kazos heard Limusie's name, he immediately understood everything. Before the team set off, Kazos and Rekina had a fierce quarrel. They had been in this situation for countless times. So the survivors in the gathering place had already gotten used to it, and no one cared about it. Rekina, I've told you many times. Please don't do this again. In the past, Shisi only took care of me for a while when I was sick. You asked her to join your team to replenish supplies like today. But I never saw her again after that. Do you think you can get my love by doing this? I solemnly tell you here that you will not get my love by doing this, but will make me hate you even more. Your behavior is simply a demon. You are no different from those white monsters now. If you still have some conscience and remember the affection we grew up together, then please don't hurt innocent people anymore. Please don't do this anymore. Not only did Kazo's words fail to achieve his desired goal, but they also aroused Rekina's determination to kill Limusie. Chapter 278: The Power of Equipment. In this way, the conversation between the two ended up as a quarrel, and the result was only a bad breakup. When Rekina returned to her team, all the team members were silent, and no one dared to offend the captain at this time. This time, Rekina led a team of 20 members, and only 5 vehicles were used, except for 2 trucks specially used for loading supplies. The rest were all large off-road vehicles. Rekina sat in the co-pilot seat of the first off-road vehicle with an angry face, while Limusie and the other 2 female team members sat in the back seats. The driver was a black guy who looked very tough, and he seemed to have a strong fighting ability. Limusie was a little concerned about why there was only one man in the team. The construction level of this country was far inferior to that of his own country. At least far inferior here. In the beginning of the journey, it was difficult to see a decent building. Occasionally, there were a few buildings and supermarkets that could be seen, but the team did not stop to collect supplies. It seemed that they had visited these places before. Most of the supplies within a radius of 1,000 kilometers have been collected. In the past, there were more than one gathering place nearby. But with the arrival of the monster contract, many gathering places were either destroyed or forced to leave. Now there may be only one gathering place nearby. So the place we have to go to find supplies this time will be far away, and it may take a few days to come back. I don't know if it's because she has calmed down or because she feels bored by the desolation. Rekina seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be explaining to Limusie. Since the other party had already made such a good start, Limusie had no choice but to continue the conversation. Then why don't you move this gathering place away from here? Rekina said with a wry smile. It was my father, who is called the leader, who stopped me. Otherwise, I would have led everyone away from this damn place long ago. Seeing the survivors in the gathering place die in large numbers every once in a while, I really can't stand it anymore. Speaking of the relocation of the gathering place, Rekina was surprisingly angry, and no one knew why she was angry. Before arriving at night to rest, the team stopped a total of 4 times. The reason was to fight those white monsters. With the addition of Limusie, the battles with occasional casualties were surprisingly simple. Originally, Limusie was afraid that she would not be able to adapt to the battles without Chioshui, which would reduce her combat effectiveness a lot. But these weapons and equipment really made her combat effectiveness soar, even though she had never used overheated weapons. The screen of the combat helmet not only displayed the priority killing order of all white monsters within the field of vision, but also the bullet consumption rate and various life indicators of the body. This experience, like playing a first-person shooting game, made Limusie get the hang of it quickly, and she didn't know how the trajectories of those fast-moving white monsters were calculated. At dinner, everyone had a completely different attitude from before. Due to Limusie's outstanding performance today, no one in the team was injured. Chapter 279: A Message. In order not to attract more white monsters or other mutant animals, everyone had only some bottled water and some compressed food for dinner. But when communicating with everyone, Limusie already felt that everyone accepted her. Rekina and the black driver stood a little further away. The black man said with some embarrassment, "Do we really have to kill this survivor with such strong combat power? I think if we get along well with her, it will greatly improve the strength of our gathering place." The black driver's words made Rekina very unhappy. Even her loyal subordinate, who had not said a word in the car today, praised Limusie. It is conceivable what Kazos would think of her, but who knows what Rekina is thinking at this time. Seeing that the ruthless captain did not say anything, the black driver stopped talking. After a short dinner, it was time for everyone to prepare for a rest. Such a team could not have an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to help them scout the surrounding situation. So if they wanted to rest well at night, they could only have someone patrol. In order to let everyone rest well, Rekina divided the 20-person team into 4 teams, and each team was responsible for 2 hours. The team that Limuzi belonged to was arranged between 2 and 4 o'clock. This time arrangement also showed Rekina's embarrassment for Limuzi. This period of time should be the time when humans need sleep the most. But Rekina allocated this time period to the patrol group where Limuzi was. Although the other 3 members of Limuzi's patrol group knew that they might be implicated, they were able to accept this arrangement normally because they had received help from each other in the daytime battle. When it was time for Limuzi's group to patrol at night, she was woken up by the people in the group in front of her. In fact, with her current physical strength, she would not care about such a small scene. But in order to cooperate with the other party's acting, she had to complain a little. When all 4 people woke up, each of them took a walkie-talkie and started patrolling in one direction. Because Limuzi participated in the battle today, the consumption of ammunition was not small. In order to prevent her from worrying about ammunition, Lizimu, her sister, asked Wu Ai to park the RV in the direction of Limuzi's patrol. The patrol team needs to contact the 4 patrolling people every 5 minutes, which is also to ensure the safety of everyone and the safety of the sleeping team members. When Limuzi secretly ran into the RV, a sumptuous meal had been prepared inside. She looked at everyone's eager eyes, and she had to eat something. Otherwise she would feel a little sorry for looking at Gusiosi, who was sweating profusely. Lizimu took her sister's backpack when she got on the car, and she replenished all the ammunition in it. After thinking about what she didn't need, she returned the backpack to her sister. Because time was very tight, Limuzi left the RV immediately after replenishing. The patrol area of 4 people is a circle that alternates with each other, so that the team members in the center of the circle can be well taken care of. When the time came to 3.20, Gusiosi sent a message to Limuzi through barrier-free communication. Chapter 280 Threat level increased. When Limuzi heard Gusiosi's voice, she guessed that trouble was coming. Gusiosi could not come to chat with her at this time. Sister Muzi, there are about 100 white monsters coming from the direction you are patrolling. Judging from their behavior, they are very similar to the white monsters with abnormal behavior before. After Gusiosi finished this information, she sent the image detected by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to Limuzi. After Limuzi's helmet received the information, the display screen changed to a radar image, showing 100 green light spots. Then the radar image quickly slid to the upper left corner of the entire display screen, and the brightness became slightly lower. This humanized design made Limuzi sigh that technology is really too convenient. Is it that her method of strengthening the body is not suitable for this doomsday? Thinking about these things, she already found those white monsters in front of her. What is different from the monsters she had seen once before is that these monsters actually have various guns in their hands. If Limuzi hadn't received the news of their sneak attack through Gusiosi, if she suddenly encountered so many monsters with guns, it would really be enough for her to drink a pot. At that time, it is estimated that she would not have a good ending without Qiu Shui. Now that she knows that these monsters are coming to attack her, it would be a waste of this opportunity if she does not leave a good impression on the people behind them. Limuzi took out 2 gun grenades from the backpack behind her, and then took advantage of the distance to directly fire 2 shots at the 100-man monster team on the opposite side. The huge roar woke up the team members, who were still sleeping. After hearing the explosion, they knew that a battle had occurred. So their first reaction was to take up weapons and prepare for battle. And Rekina was also awakened by the explosion. The black driver next to her had gone out with his gun naked. You know what? Playing around is playing around. But Lizimu's weapons are really not watered down at all. She only used 2 grenades, and the explosion and fragments successfully eliminated at least 30 white monsters. The reason for such lethality may also be related to the fact that the opponent's team is a bit dense. Their commander may not know that his whereabouts have been discovered, so the formation of the sneak attack is very dense. After 2 grenades, Limuzi took the submachine gun and killed directly. She relied on her protective clothing and combat helmet to resist ordinary bullets, so she didn't do any evasive action at all. When the fastest black driver arrived at the battlefield, Limuzi had already killed all 100 white monsters. The black driver stared blankly at the corpse of the white monster on the ground that had not disappeared yet. He thought it would be better for him not to get involved in the dispute between her and Rekina. At this time, the other team members also arrived at the explosion site one after another. when they looked at the corpse of the white monster on the ground. They were also very surprised. Only Rekina seemed to have known the result long ago. She asked everyone to clean up the battlefield and then go back to sleep. Before Rekina left, she looked back meaningfully at Limuzi, who acted indifferent. She felt that she should reconsider the threat that Limuzi posed to her. If necessary, she must be killed even if it meant sacrificing some team members. The white monster came with some guns and ammunition, so this could be considered as another replenishment for the team that had consumed some ammunition after fighting for a day. Chapter 281 Looking for Clues. The team members quickly cleaned up the battle scene. And then everyone said hello to Limuzi and went back to sleep. The team that took over Limuzi's patrol did not go back to sleep as the time was about to run out. Anyway, they had to continue patrolling. So they took over the patrol mission 10 minutes in advance. Limuzi's team returned to the camp to rest. But she was not sleepy at all. She was thinking about why these strange white monsters appeared here, and why those monsters targeted her. If there was someone in the team of 20 who could control the white monsters, it would make sense. But among the 20 people, only Rekina was very hostile to her. But is she really the one who can control the white monster? It doesn't look like that. As we all know, Rekina is the one who is most hostile to her. Isn't this behavior equivalent to telling everyone that she is the one who controls the monster? Would she be so stupid? After thinking about it, Limuzi still couldn't figure out the purpose of this person who can control the monster. Since she couldn't figure it out for the time being, she would be more vigilant and guard against it. After everyone in the RV got up, she would leave this matter to the captain to worry about. Thinking of this, she unconsciously smiled. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the 20-person team was rejuvenated again. After everyone had a simple breakfast, they set off again. In the car, Rekina said to Limuzi, "I really don't know whether I should thank you or kill you. Have you also realized that you are now the beacon of the team? Those monsters are obviously coming for you. How do you explain this situation?" The other 3 people in the car looked at Limuzi. They didn't know what Rekina meant by this sentence. "I just joined your gathering place. What can I explain? Before I joined the gathering place, I didn't even know that you had such a strange white monster. If I was targeted, I could only analyze 2 reasons. One is that my appearance has affected the plans of some beings, and the other is that the being wants the equipment on me. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason that can attract the being." Limuzi's explanation is reasonable. Only people in the gathering place can know that she joined. Only people in the gathering place can find out the reason why she joined. "You mean, the pervert who killed so many survivors in the gathering place is in our gathering place?" Limuzi glanced at her and didn't give an answer. However, judging by the difficulty of communication in the end times, it is only possible to explain that the so-called pervert is a person in the gathering place. If this inference is followed, only these 20 people knew the specific patrol time of Limuzi yesterday. The answer is obvious. The culprit is among these 20 people. If this is true, how can we find that person? Rekina fell into deep thought. She really wanted to contribute to the gathering place. She wanted to personally solve the perverted murderer who destroyed several gathering places. At this time, Wu Ai was also in deep thought. He also got the whole process of what happened last night through barrier-free communication. Of course, this question is specially left by the heroine for these lazy people in the RV who do nothing. It is really not an easy task to find the person of 20 to 1. Especially when there is so little information. Chapter 282 Biscuit Factory. In the end, because the information obtained for analysis was too little, Wu Ai could only ask the heroine to work harder and wait until there was enough information for analysis before helping her solve the problem. As expected, Big Pig's hoof is useless. After hearing this from Limuzi, Wu Ai felt that he was really wronged. Rekina's team was still moving forward, but this time after they entered a small town with relatively more buildings. Everyone obviously began to be more cautious. In the afternoon, Rekina left 10 people to guard their supplies and convoy. She took the remaining 10 people to search for places where supplies could be collected. Such a dangerous and exciting thing would certainly not be forgotten by Rekina. But in this way, the members of the team who went out to search for supplies were obviously very happy, because they had all witnessed Limuzi's powerful strength. Their chances of survival would be much higher with such a powerful person. In this way, the 10-person team carefully searched in this abandoned town to see if there were any supplies that had not been destroyed or robbed. When they came to a biscuit processing factory, Rekina felt it necessary to enter the factory to explore. But the 10 of them were not enough for such a complicated terrain. In order to search here more safely, Rekina decided to let Li Muzi go in alone. Captain, isn't it a bad idea for you to do this? How can you let Mu go in alone? Inside, before the team member finished what he wanted to say, he was interrupted by Rekina. Okay, since you think it's not good to do this, then you can replace her. Mu hasn't said anything yet. Why are you worrying about her? You are not interested in her. Are you? After being scolded and squeezed by Rekina, the team member opened his mouth several times, but did not make any sound. If anyone thinks this decision is unfair or wants to replace her, please speak up. I am always democratic and will definitely meet your demands. When it comes to life and death, even the kindest people will hesitate. Li Muzi looked at Rekina's poor performance. She just smiled and said, the captain is wise to do this. Because if I bring other people, it will become an obstacle for me. It's easier for me to be alone. Don't worry about my safety. I also have teammates who really care about me. Some male team members, who were very enthusiastic about Li Muzi before lowered their heads at this time. They thought that Li Muzi's last sentence was a mockery of them. But no one in the team knew that the team members Li Muzi was referring to were not them, but the people in the RV. After saying these words, Li Muzi turned around and walked into the gate of the factory. When her figure disappeared in the distance, the black driver couldn't help but step forward and asked softly, Captain, haven't we already explored this place? Why do we let Mu go in alone? You also know that there are. Of course I know that there are gatherings of white monsters here, but I also know that there is a warehouse inside that may have food. After the battle last night, do you still have to worry about her safety? Rekina smiled coldly after she finished speaking. Chapter 283 Rescue. Just when Li Muzi was talking to the team members before leaving, Gu Xiaoxi had already told Li Muzi the situation in the factory through barrier-free communication. There are probably no less than 500 white monsters in the entire factory. And there is also a communicator. It can be said that if it were not for a team like theirs, and they relied on the melons brought by Rekina, they would not need a communicator to deal with them completely. So this time Rekina's assignment really revealed her murderous intention towards Li Muzi. But there is indeed a constant temperature and humidity warehouse in this factory. And there are no less than 10 tons of finished biscuits in it. Gu Xiaoxi found a place where no monsters could find Li Muzi to rest for a while. And then she directly passed the information she got from the drone exploration to her. In this way, when she goes out later, she only needs to tell this information directly to Rekina. As for whether Rekina wants to fight or leave, this is what she needs to decide as the captain. Anyway, she just asked Li Muzi to come to explore. After about half an hour, Li Muzi came out safely and quietly. Looking at the unharmed Li Muzi, Rekina looked a little incredible, and she immediately stepped forward and asked, You came out so soon? Why didn't I hear any movement? You are not hiding there, and being lazy, and not searching this factory. Rekina really guessed it right. But for Li Muzi, who had already mastered all the information about the factory, it really didn't matter whether she entered or not. I have searched the entire factory. And now I will tell you all the information about this factory. After Li Muzi told all the information about the factory, the other members of the team who heard the information were panicked and scared. They were not only afraid of the number of white monsters in it, but also the communicator they had never met. Rekina sneered and said, You didn't complete the task at all and made up a lie. Right? If there is such a situation as you said, how could you get away with it? Li Muzi only used a gesture to answer Rekina's statement. That is, to let her go in and check it out herself. Obviously Rekina knew that there was a white monster inside. She didn't have the courage of Li Muzi to go in alone. But her words had already put herself at this height. If she didn't go in and verify it herself. At this awkward moment, Li Muzi said another heart-piercing word. Captain Rekina, you can call everyone and let's go in and check together. This will also ensure your safety. Anyway, it's not as scary as I said. Right? What should we do? Should we go in? Or we can just take a gamble and hope that there are only a few white monsters inside, so that we can use the captain's authority to deal with this foreign woman. But what if it is really like what she said? The few people we brought are not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of those monsters. Finally, the black driver came out to help and said, We don't care whether there are so many white monsters in here. We don't need to go in just for these cookies. Now we should give priority to finding water sources. We can explore here when we come back. Chapter 284 Suspicious Off-Road Vehicle. Since her own people have given her a way out, Rekina will no longer confront Li Muzi here. She agreed with the black driver's suggestion and quietly left here with everyone. But in the minds of the remaining team members, their ideas about this captain have quietly changed. After searching most of the town, the team only found a few supplies, and the most precious drinking water was not found much. Rekina decided to find a place to rest in the town tonight, and continue to set off tomorrow to visit the city adjacent to this town. The 2 trucks brought by their team were not even half full. Their team would not return with such a shameful harvest, because they had some gains in the town today. The food for dinner was relatively richer, but it was only slightly more, and it could not be compared with the food that Lee Musey had in the RV. When the patrol was assigned at night, the team was still divided into 4 groups for patrol, and Lee Musey was still assigned to the time period from 2 to 4 o'clock. Such behavior has obviously caused the team members to discuss Rekina. Of course, Rekina is not a fool. She also understands that if she can't solve Lee Musey as soon as possible, she may lose the leadership of the entire team in the future. The reason why she still let Lee Musey patrol at that time tonight was that she had her own plan. Due to yesterday's attack, Rekina hoped that what happened yesterday would happen again today, so she specially arranged for Lee Musey to patrol at this time. The members of this patrol team are different from those of yesterday. It is estimated that Rekina did not dare to do too much, and still could not let the members of the team be too resentful. It was still the same time in the evening, and everyone was responsible for a direction. As before, 100 monsters came to attack. But what was different this time was that everyone in the RV decided to help Lee Musey kill some of them from behind. With the quick battle of the female hero yesterday, today's quick kill would not seem very abrupt. It was just right for everyone in the RV to get familiar with Lee Zimu's equipment and performance. Just like that, after Lee Musey fired 2 grenades, everyone in the RV was ready to join the battle to eliminate the white monster. But just as everyone was about to get off the car to join the battle, Gu Xiaoxi discovered a situation that forced them to stop. Because the RV did not activate the radar when the white monster came to attack last night, the detection range was quite limited. But after yesterday's experience, the RV turned on the active radar today. When everyone was about to get off the car, the radar range found that an off-road vehicle suddenly appeared about 2 kilometers behind these monsters. After Gu Xiaoxi stopped everyone and told them the result, everyone immediately returned to the conference table in the RV to observe what was going on. But when everyone came to the 3-dimensional holographic image, the car immediately turned its head and drove away from its position. What's going on? Gu Xiaoxi looked at the SUV running faster and faster and asked Lee Zimu in confusion. What else could it be? The other party also found that he was detected by the radar. So running away is a very normal operation. Lee Musey said very confidently. Then what are we waiting for? Can't we catch up with the SUV at the speed of our RV? Gu Xiaoxi said confidently. At this moment, a loud gunshot interrupted everyone's conversation. Chapter 285 Assassination. With the sound of the gunshot, Lee Musey sent a message through barrier-free communication that she had been shot. Sister, what happened? Are you injured? I'll go save you now. Lee Musey immediately became excited when she heard that her sister had been shot. I'm fine. Lee Musey quickly explained to everyone in the RV. Although she was hit by a bullet, because of the protection of the protective suit, the bullet did not really hit Lee Musey's body. However, due to the huge kinetic energy of the bullet, Lee Musey's shot position was still dislocated. My left shoulder was hit by a bullet, and my protective suit was also damaged. There was only a small amount of bleeding and swelling at the site of the bullet. But my left shoulder was dislocated, and I can't use my left arm for the time being. Lee Musey later told everyone in the RV her accurate information, because she was afraid that everyone would worry about her and expose the existence of the RV. Such an injury is not a serious injury to Lee Musey, but it will definitely affect her combat effectiveness. Viper said to Wu AI. Other things can be ignored, but the dislocation must be dealt with immediately. If the dislocation is not dealt with for a long time, then the blood circulation system of that arm will have problems, and the arm may really be disabled. Wu AI knew the seriousness of this problem, so he immediately drove the RV to Lee Musey's location, knowing that her sister was fine. Lee Zimu calmed down and analyzed. The maximum protection of the protective suit is ordinary bullet attacks. The gun that can damage the protective suit must not be an ordinary gun. It is very likely that a sniper rifle bullet can cause such damage. This means that someone just launched an assassination attempt on Lee Musey. But the shot just now did not achieve the expected effect. If it were me, I would definitely not fire a second shot at someone who was already on guard. Viper calmly analyzed his professional opinion on this matter. At this time, the RV had arrived at the place where Li Muzi was lying. Wu Ai used the body of the RV to block the direction from which the bullets were flying. And then Viper got out of the car and carried Li Muzi into the RV. He put Li Muzi on the ground at the door of the RV and directly pulled Li Muzi's injured left arm to complete the reset of the dislocated part. Then, in everyone's surprised eyes, he quickly threw Li Muzi to the place where she was lying just now. Looking at the players of Rekina running over from a distance, Wu Ai could only order the RV to leave the scene quickly. Because of the injury, the white monsters at the scene were not completely eliminated, and with the departure of the mysterious off-road vehicle, the remaining white monsters returned to their original state. 2 of the first few people who arrived were killed directly. With the quick departure of the RV and the arrival of the team members, Li Muzi knew that the person who assassinated her with a sniper rifle had lost his chance. So she stood up again and quickly eliminated the few remaining white monsters. But in order to cover up the injury of her dislocated left arm, she could only fight the white monsters with a gun in one hand. In the end, Rekina's team eliminated all the invading white monsters at the cost of 4 lives. Chapter 286 Blame Shifting. Rekina looked at the injured Li Muzi with her eyes spitting fire. Although she knew that all this was the result of her own behavior, she would not really bear the price that was unacceptable to her. Moo! What happened this time? Why didn't you kill all the white monsters? Do you know how much loss your behavior caused to the entire team? When Rekina spoke, not only Li Muzi was stunned, but even her teammates were stunned. Everyone didn't know why Rekina asked such an idiotic question. Captain, don't you see that I am also injured now? If my equipment was not good enough, I might have been shot dead by now. As for why I didn't kill all these white monsters, you should ask the driver who came later. Maybe he can give you the answer. Li Muzi's words drew everyone's attention to the black driver. For some reason, the driver and captain's bodyguard, who was always agile and strong, arrived at the scene earlier than some ordinary team members. In addition to Li Muzi's words that she was shot and injured, everyone had to doubt the abnormal behavior of the captain's bodyguard. This time, all the team members did not let Rekina mess around. They all looked at her with eyes that would not give up until she explained clearly. Rekina was a little panicked at this time. She did not expect that her plan would actually result in a death. She did not expect that the bodyguard, who always regarded himself as a sharpshooter, could not kill this woman. Now the situation is very embarrassing. If she does not handle it well, I am afraid that the whole team will mutiny. She can only look at her bodyguard, hoping that he can have quick wits to solve the current unfavorable situation. I was in the toilet just now, so I was delayed for some time. I also feel very sorry for the team members who died just now. The black driver was also panicked when he saw Rekina's expression. He didn't agree to kill Li Muzi in the first place, but he couldn't resist Rekina's soft and hard persuasion. And he also got some special benefits. So he had no choice but to agree to Rekina's request in a daze, and accepted the task of killing Li Muzi with a sniper rifle at a distance. The black driver was originally a very powerful sharpshooter, and he was using a sniper rifle at a long distance. No matter who it was, he would die with one shot. But how could he imagine that the shot he shot at Li Muzi's heart actually hit her shoulder? It would be fine if it hit the shoulder, but the power of the sniper rifle is not just a simple wound like a penetrating wound. However, after he shot the opponent actually lay down in a place where he could not see, which made it difficult for him to continue to observe and shoot again. Through the analysis of the situation after the opponent was shot, he felt that the opponent was either shot and unconscious or dead, or the opponent was still conscious and lying there waiting for the treatment of the team members. But no matter which of the two situations, he had to return immediately. Unexpectedly, when he saw Li Muzi's wound with his own eyes, he was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Such a strong man was not killed, and the opponent had already guessed that he was the one who did it. So he was afraid that he was not far from death. Chapter 287 Egg Transformation. After seeing Rekina's attitude towards him, the black driver has decided to leave here, leave this team, and leave this gathering place. Of course, no one believed the black driver's excuse that he went to the toilet. So everyone looked at Rekina again, wanting the captain to decide how to deal with the matter. Rekina had no good solution at this time, and she could only think of sacrificing others to hide her purpose. Now everyone suspects that you are the murderer who assassinated Mu. As long as we don't find a sniper rifle in your residence, then this thing should not be done by you. The black driver was shocked and angry by Rekina's behavior. It seemed that she wanted to give up on him, thinking of how he had worked hard for her these days, and saved her many times. Unexpectedly, the other party gave up on him without any feelings at the critical moment. He suddenly felt a surge of hatred in his heart. Everyone was waiting for the black driver to lead everyone to his residence to search for weapons. But he didn't expect that the other party would stand there and not move. Rekina was also thinking, is this guy going to reveal what she instructed him to do here? Should she kill him first? However, just when everyone was thinking about it, the black driver's body began to change dramatically. Such a big and sturdy guy melted his flesh and blood into a pool of paste-like substances at a very fast speed. And these substances were also recondensed into the shape of an egg. Although no one had seen the formation process of the spreader, they immediately realized something when they saw this thing that was about to turn into an egg. In fact, with Li Muzi's strength, killing the hatch spreader was not a problem, let alone this spreader that had not yet completed its formation. But the people around her made her worry, and she could not easily use her own methods, so she could only run away with everyone. Everyone, pack up and leave here quickly. This spreader is about to start moving. I don't know how many people will die by then. Li Muzi shouted while running, asking everyone to start running for their lives. Although it is just an egg-shaped spreader, it is still a spreader. It will not be polite when killing people. Of course, everyone knows that this thing is not easy to mess with. They are also experienced survivors. So when everyone saw the embryonic form of an egg, they started to run for their lives. Take weapons and other things with you, and abandon those that are not with you. Everyone completed the simple procedure of getting on the car at a fast speed. Because there are actually 5 fewer people now, the vehicles are no longer crowded for the team. Only 4 of the 5 cars actually drove away, and everyone was a little panicked. Now it is not about the property problem of the gathering place, and saving lives is the most important and primary goal. After the 4 cars drove frantically for more than an hour, they had to slow down the speed of the vehicles because of the fuel problem. When these cars arrived at the edge of the city, they actually drove until dawn. Everyone in the team was not in a very good mood. After all, so many people died, and the most powerful master in the team was also shot and injured. Although everyone knows what happened to the master's injury, it is not suitable to continue to pursue this matter in the current state. Chapter 288. Thumbs up from the captain. Li Muzi looked at everyone's expressions, and knew that the team needed something to boost morale, and increase everyone's enthusiasm. So she had her own plan to stop everyone from being depressed for the time being. I'll go back to find the supplies left by our team, so that everyone can suffer less losses. I'll be the only one to go for this, so everyone can take a break here for the time being. Anyway, this matter was caused by me, so I need to give everyone an explanation. After saying these words, Li Muzi began to look for some cars that could still be used on the side of the road. And the members of the team were also somewhat moved. So several team members also went with Li Muzi to look for a usable car. In the end, everyone spent 10 minutes to find a car that could run, and then took some gasoline from other vehicles to replenish her car. In this way, Li Muzi drove the car back to their team's previous base. Although no one said why a car was left behind at the base where the team rested, everyone knew the reason. It was because that car was loaded with fuel and supplies, so it was naturally the slowest to drive. And in that case, perhaps this car would become the primary target of the spreader. No one wanted to be left behind as food, so the heaviest vehicle would of course be left behind. Li Muzi's action of going to retrieve the vehicle not only allowed them to return with sufficient fuel, but also was an important guarantee for them to return alive. Everyone had consciously kept a certain distance from Rekina during the break. Everyone had already seen that she would no longer be qualified to be the captain after returning this time. After Rekina's team left, everyone in the RV came to the vicinity of the egg-like communicator, without the white monster to help them get familiar with the performance of the equipment. This primary communicator could only make do with it. When Li Muzi arrived at the team's base, she happened to see everyone happily celebrating the first time they killed a spreader with hot weapons. Li Muzi saw her sister coming, and she stepped forward and began to carefully check her sister's body to see if she was injured by the venomous snake before. Then she took her sister's backpack and resupplied her with ammunition. Li Muzi also took some time to take a shower and rebandaged her wound. But she did not change the damaged protective suit. Everyone helped Li Muzi pack up all the things left by the Rekina team, and then loaded them all onto their own supply car. Finally, Li Muzi was very satisfied with the meal, and drove the car to meet the members of the team again. Okay, your sister is gone. What are you still looking at here? Didn't you and your sister have a bad relationship before? How come you miss her so much after such a short separation? Gu Xiaozi started to verbally attack Li Zimo on behalf of Wu Ai, leaving him alone to be the bad guy. I didn't. I just checked if the car had anything left. Okay. Okay. The food is cold. Let's go eat. Everyone smiled and returned to the RV to prepare for dinner. Viper deliberately walked slower and fell behind. He came to Wu Ai and whispered, Captain, I want to tell you about the incident of me abandoning Li Muzi. No need to explain. I would do the same if it were me. He walked to the side door of the RV and gave him a thumbs up before entering. Chapter 289 Bottled Water in the Truck. Since Rekina's team had been fleeing desperately before, they took a shorter time and drove more vigorously. But Li Muzi didn't need to do that at this time, so she didn't drive that fast. At noon, Li Muzi arrived at the place where they separated in the morning. When she jumped out of the car, Rekina said some sarcastic words. I thought you had just run away, but I didn't expect you to dare to come back. You have explained your previous behavior by compensating like this, so I won't pursue you anymore. In the past, when Rekina, the captain, spoke like this, no one dared to talk back. But this time it was different. As soon as she finished speaking, some team members began to refute her. Captain, you are too much. Although no one said some things, it does not mean that everyone does not know what is going on. If you say this again, I don't care what other team members say. Anyway, I will be the first one who will not remain silent. From this moment on, I will no longer accept your leadership. As the first team member who couldn't stand Rekina appeared, more team members immediately made the same statement. In the end, except for the two female team members who were in the same car with her before, Rekina had no one to command. Unexpectedly, she had to take this step in the end, which made Rekina feel very embarrassed. In the end, everyone went to the car to look for the things they left behind when they escaped. But no one said anything to Rekina. The reason why the two female team members did not express their opinions in the end may be that they took into account the things in the gathering place. So they did not join everyone in targeting her. Everyone was very happy after finding their lost things, which diluted the pessimism of everyone before. After a hearty lunch, the team was no longer in disharmony. After the meal, everyone was on the road again. This time, they had not yet reached their destination and their mission had not been completed. So they still had to continue on their way. When the team passed a distribution station on the outskirts of the city, they found two heavy trucks that had not left. Because of the location of the two vehicles, everyone unanimously decided to open the trunk door to take a look. Fortunately, the car keys were found in the distribution station, so there was no need to damage the rear trunk door locks of the two heavy trucks. When everyone opened the back boxes of the two heavy trucks, they found that the two heavy trucks were filled with bottled drinking water. Although the water looked a bit messy, these two boxes of drinking water were enough for the gathering place to survive for a while. Only Li Muzi looked at the water in the boxes without saying a word, as if she was thinking about something. Seeing Li Muzi frowning, a team member asked, Mu, what's wrong? Are you unhappy to see so much water? Li Muzi smiled and shook his head and said, I am happy, but this water should have an owner. It's not difficult to guess that someone has collected it by looking at the messy appearance of the water in these carriages. Just when everyone was somewhat agreeing with Li Muzi's statement, a sports car drove over from the direction of the city, and it looked like the target location of the two heavy trucks they were in. It seems that I guessed right. The real owner is here. It seems that the timing is a bit wrong. I don't know what will happen after the meeting, Li Muzi said with some interest. Chapter 290 A Wise Move. Of course, the people in the sports car also found that the team led by Rekina had surrounded their supplies. But they did not come up to explain anything to Rekina directly. Instead, they stopped the car 100 meters away from Rekina's team and did not turn off the engine. It seems that things are not going well. I think they should be gathering their companions. It is estimated that the two cars collected drinking water, and they should have a lot of people to collect supplies this time. The purpose of Rekina's words was obviously to encourage everyone to go up and kill the sports car immediately, and then rob the water from the two cars and run away quickly. But now she has lost control of the entire team, and the team members expect Li Muzi to make the decision. Let me go and take a look. If possible, we can exchange some water with them. If they don't want to, we will leave. It seems that they are really a large team collecting supplies. After saying that, Li Muzi put the gun in his hand on the side of the heavy truck wheel, and then slowly walked towards the sports car parked on the road. The people in the sports car looked at Li Muzi's actions, and obviously wanted to come over to negotiate. Since the other party had already laid down their weapons and expressed their attitude, there was no need for them to fight a meaningless battle. Li Muzi walked safely to the side of the sports car. She lowered her head and lay on the driver's seat to negotiate with the driver. The two sides talked for about 5 minutes, and then Li Muzi turned and left. Just after she turned and walked a few steps, the person in the sports car called her again and threw a bottle of drink out of the car. After Li Muzi caught the drink, she did not forget to thank the person inside. And then the two sides ended this pleasant exchange. When Li Muzi returned, the team members all gathered around to ask about the result of this negotiation. Li Muzi took a sip of the drink and then said slowly, "Let's not think about the water. They are not a team collecting supplies at all. This is a mobile gathering place, with more than 1,000 people. So let's give up the 2 trucks of water." All the team members obviously felt unwilling, but they also knew that it was better not to offend a gathering place with thousands of people. Although we can't drive these 2 trucks away to monopolize the water, the other party promised us that they can give us some water. So our trip is not in vain. Although we didn't get the water, it's better to have a harvest than nothing. And everyone is quite satisfied with it. Finally, Li Muzi said that the other party gave them 500 bottles of water. So everyone happily moved the water given by others to their own supply trucks. The two sides said goodbye with a loudspeaker at a distant place, and then left without any conflict. In the car, Rekina kept complaining that Li Muzi's behavior caused losses to the gathering place, and she should have directly destroyed the sports car and sent some people to send the 2 trucks of water back. But now the few people in the car ignored her self-talking accusations. Just about 5 minutes after they started on the road, a convoy of dozens of various vehicles drove on the road in the opposite direction. These vehicles included not only ordinary family cars, but also some military vehicles. When Rekina saw a helicopter pull behind a flatbed trailer, she stopped saying anything about wanting to destroy the sports car. Chapter 291. Being alone is the most dangerous. The driver of the car now is a female driver. When she looked at the luxurious lineup of the convoy, she said with some fear, "Fortunately, we didn't offend these people. Otherwise we would be chased by helicopters in the sky." What a taste. This team member is obviously not a person who will not take revenge. She was very upset by Rekina's accusation of Li Muzi just now. Now that she has the opportunity, how could she not verbally attack? Sure enough, once you offend a woman, no matter whether the other party is of the same sex or not, you will be attacked indiscriminately. After the other team's convoy completely left, the feeling of surviving a disaster still lingered in the hearts of the team members for a long time. Fortunately, the decision was made by the master. Otherwise, if he still listened to Rekina's command, not only would his life be in danger, but the war might also spread to his gathering place. When the convoy entered the city, there was a cardboard box blocking the middle of the road on the main road. After getting off the car, Li Muzi checked the cardboard box and found that it contained some information about the city left by the gathering place they had passed before. The information contained some places where they had collected supplies, and some gathering places of monsters they had experienced. Although there was not much information in it, for them, this was information that could save lives. When everyone was having dinner in the evening, everyone passed around the information book left by the previous team. This made the team members have no objection to Li Muzi being the captain. But Li Muzi still did not agree to these people's request, because she knew that she was destined to leave them in the end. It was time to go to bed again, and this patrol mission could not be as leisurely as before. First, there were 5 fewer people, and second, it was too close to the city, and the monsters would increase significantly. So the final decision was to patrol in groups of 3, and each group had a period of crossover time, so that safety could be maximized. Although the plan was good, Rekina didn't want to participate in the patrol. She had always been able to sleep through the night before, and now she couldn't stand it. Finally, Li Muzi looked at Rekina's slightly red eyes, and she had to give up the intention of forcing her to patrol. Everyone looked at Rekina, who left with a triumphant attitude, and everyone felt a little unhappy. Moo! Why? She is the most useless in the team now. Why doesn't she participate in the patrol mission? Although Li Muzi also agreed with everyone's point of view, she felt that people like Rekina would do anything when they were forced into a corner. So she stopped everyone from doing this dangerous behavior. Although I understand everyone's feelings, Everyone should also understand one thing. We are still a whole now. So unity is very important. It's like a wolf pack. Everyone knows how powerful the wolf pack is. But can you understand what a lone wolf means? There are some smart members among these team members. So when Lee Musi said this, they all realized the current situation of Rekina. Now she is just taking advantage of the team. But if she is forced to become a separate interest group, then she may do something that these team members can't expect. After Lee Musi's persuasion, everyone can only swallow their anger. Fortunately, Lee Musi took on the patrol mission for 2 time periods, and did not cause too much emotion to other team members. Chapter 292 Forced. However, everyone still overestimated Rekina's humanity. After she experienced so many dark moments, she no longer had human thinking. At midnight, Gu Xiaoxi found the mysterious off-road vehicle again on the active radar of the RV. But this time, without the delay of Lee Musi's injury, the people in the RV would not let it go again. Gu Xiaoxi immediately woke up the sleeping people through the RV system. And then she immediately turned the car head to chase the mysterious off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle on the radar clearly showed hesitation. And finally it turned the car head and ran in one direction. At this time, everyone was also awakened. And they all put on their combat protective clothing before coming out. It seems that they still like Lee Musi's equipment. Gu Xiaoxi reported all the previous situations, and also released 4 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to cooperate in chasing the off-road vehicle. It can be clearly seen from the radar that the off-road vehicle is not moving very fast, which can prove why the other party always gives people a sneaky feeling. It should be focused on the upgrade and transformation of the vehicle's concealment. In less than 10 minutes, the RV caught up with the off-road vehicle that looked a bit shabby. As expected, the concealment performance of this car was very good, but in the end it still did not escape the pursuit of the RV. Although the off-road vehicle could no longer be observed on the radar, it was now within the range that the naked eye could see it. And Wu Ai asked Gu Xiaoxi to remove the holographic camouflage system. A motorhome that was almost as big as a heavy truck suddenly appeared behind the right side of the off-road vehicle. And the driver in the off-road vehicle immediately noticed the situation of the motorhome. Then it actually began to slow down and stopped in the middle of the road. Hey! Why didn't it run away? Gu Xiaoxi asked in confusion. Li Zima looked at her with an idiotic look, and then said with contempt, "When you are running away and find that the animal chasing you is a tiger, or a lion, leopard or something like that, will you still run desperately?" Gu Xiaoxi immediately replied angrily, "What's the point of running? I can outrun those 4-legged ones. Boss, what should we do now? Should we go down and check the SUV?" Gu Xiaoxi finally realized something, and she immediately changed the subject and cared about the SUV that stopped in front. Wu Ai did not answer, but pointed at the venomous snake next to him, indicating that such a problem should be handled by a professional like him. Everyone looked at the venomous snake again, and the latter could only say, "We just need to show the posture of wanting to attack, so that the people inside will automatically come out. If we rashly go down to check, we may be attacked by unknown conditions." After Viper gave what he thought was a professional analysis, Li Zima ran to the driver's seat of the kinetic cannon on the second floor of the RV. As the combat part on the RV opened, Li Zima also aimed the muzzle of the kinetic cannon at the off-road vehicle in front. You know what? Viper's trick is really good. Just when the muzzle turned to the off-road vehicle, the driver inside raised his hands and slowly got off the off-road vehicle. The driver also understood his current situation very well, so he cooperated and walked to a position about 50 meters behind the off-road vehicle, and then slowly lay on the road. After seeing the off-road vehicle driver's relatively wise behavior, everyone looked at Viper with an expression of "You are really professional." Chapter 293 The Price of Lying. The previous goals had been achieved, and Wu Ai and others got off the car fully armed to meet the mysterious driver. When everyone asked him to get up from the ground and observe carefully, they found that the mysterious driver was actually Max, the person in charge of the gathering place. Of course, Max couldn't know them, but he also knew that Lee Musi must have a relationship with these people through the weapons and equipment of Wu Ai and others. But he didn't know whether these people were her teammates or the people who were chasing her. Wu Ai looked at Max's eyes moving back and forth in front of him and understood that the other party was weighing the pros and cons. Since the other party didn't know their identities, everything would be easy. "Who are you? Why do you always appear near us in secret? Don't try to lie. We can identify you." Max didn't know who the other person was, so he could only say something he thought was meaningful, and then try to see if lying would work. "My name is Max. And I'm the person in charge of a gathering place. I didn't want to actively follow you. But I wanted to find my daughter. Maybe the route I took to find my daughter was the same as yours. In general, Max didn't lie. But Wu Ai didn't think he came here specifically to find his daughter. Where is your daughter? Why are you looking for her? He asked a more specific question this time to see if Max could answer correctly. My daughter is called Rekina. She led a team to the city to collect supplies. I just wanted to ask her some questions. Max's answer had begun to evade the main point. He hoped that the other party would not hurt him, because he still had some value. As long as they could take him to find his daughter, everything would be solved. Wu Ai also felt that the other party had been sending a signal, as if to lure him to help Max find his daughter. Moreover, he directly revealed that he was the person in charge of a gathering place. This way of speaking clearly showed his intention to kidnap all the materials in the gathering place. Wu Ai felt that the information he got from Max from Li Muzi was obviously inconsistent with his current behavior. Max's current behavior was obviously not that of a kind-hearted person in charge of a gathering place. Tell me specifically what you want to do with your daughter. If you can't make it clear, you may face consequences you can't imagine. Max was also a little troubled. He didn't use his identity, and didn't ask about the materials in the gathering place. Why did this person always ask him about his daughter? It seems that it is necessary to try to lie now. He needs to test whether the person in front of him can identify his lies. It's nothing serious. It's about the use of the weapon she brought back. I just want to ask how to use those heavy weapons. Max hoped that he could guide the other party's focus on the weapons, so that he could find his daughter, and get rid of these people. I'm sorry, Mr. Max. It seems that you didn't take what I said before to heart. So you should bear the consequences. After saying that, Wu Ai shot Max's foot directly. But because he had not fully adapted to the recoil of the gun, the shot hit the other party's thigh directly. Max was hit by this shot, and fell to the ground. Chapter 294 Major Discovery. Max fell to the ground and wailed. He had never thought that the other party would not care about his identity, as the person in charge of the gathering place, and just shoot him directly. At this time, he had realized that the other party seemed to have some way to detect whether he was lying. Wait! I know I was wrong. It was my fault for not telling the truth before. Now I will never hide anything again. Max no longer believed that his identity could guarantee his survival. Now he had to obey these people in everything. As for the question of survival, it all depended on their mood. It's the same question as before. I'll give you another chance, Wu Ai said in a somewhat annoyed tone. Okay. The reason I drove here is to follow my daughter. I think there's something wrong with her. So I've been following her. Max's words gave everyone in the RV a new understanding. It seems that the most problematic one is his daughter. Since he has already started talking, he simply opened the conversation and talked non-stop. My daughter is not my biological daughter. I brought her back from a gathering place destroyed by white monsters. At that time, I felt sorry for her. So I adopted her as my adopted daughter. But I found some strange things after that. First of all, I received a strange agreement on the day I returned to the gathering place. The content was that the gathering place would select a certain number of healthy survivors. And then, they could not bring hot weapons to the designated location for duels. Only when more than half of the people on one side were killed could they evacuate. Otherwise, the gathering place that did not fulfill the agreement would be destroyed with powerful force. I certainly didn't believe such a ridiculous agreement. But in order to be more at ease, I finally found a good friend of mine, who was also the leader of another gathering place. After hearing my concerns, the leader of the gathering place laughed at me. He claimed that he had also received the agreement, but he did not do what the agreement said. But he is still safe and sound and living well. So this agreement must be a prank by some bored person. But not long after, this gathering place was destroyed by monsters overnight. After that, all the neighboring gathering places began to feel insecure. Because our gathering place received the agreement relatively late. Other bases either moved away before us or were slaughtered by this agreement. It was only when I talked to my subordinates that I found out that every time my daughter went out, the date of execution of the agreement was the same as that of other bases. So I started to secretly track and investigate her alone. And my tracking this time was also for this matter. Max said a secret that Wu Ai and others had been trying to investigate. But since they had not heard from Li Muzi, they could not be sure whether what Max said was true. But after the threat of the gunshot, Max would not dare to lie again. Since he had made this discovery, Wu Ai also wanted Li Muzi to return to the team as soon as possible. So after getting everyone's consent, he decided to let Max go. Okay. Since you are telling the truth, we don't have to embarrass you. We will give you a simple bandage and then go back to the gathering place. We will take care of the rest. Chapter 295. The real boss is dead? Viper took out the bullet from Max's leg and bandaged the wound. Then he let the useless person in charge of the gathering place go. Since Wu Ai already knew the purpose of letting Li Muzi sneak into the gathering place this time, he would not let her be in danger again. He ordered Gu Xiaoxi to drive the RV at full speed directly to where Li Muzi was. When the RV was still 10 minutes away from Li Muzi's location, he received a message from Li Muzi using the barrier-free communication. Captain, our current team has been attacked by a large number of white monsters and communicators. I have to use all means now. The mission may be affected by my behavior this time, so I have to inform you. After hearing Li Muzi's message, Wu Ai immediately rushed to her location as fast as possible. And then he also said to her through barrier-free communication, Lady, you can rest assured to do it. We have received the latest news about the strange white monster. Li Muzi was also a little surprised to hear Wu Ai's reply. He didn't know what kind of information Wu Ai had received. But at this moment, she could no longer chat with him distractedly, facing the attack of the white monster like a sea at this time. She had to be extremely vigilant to deal with it. In less than 10 minutes, the RV arrived near the coordinates of Li Muzi. After getting off the car, everyone looked at the white monster in front of them, which was still surging like a tide, and everyone looked a little bit unbelievable. But this thought only existed for a moment, because they had to start fighting now. The blade wings and kinetic cannons of the RV also participated in the attack, because there were some hatched communicators among these monsters. So everyone also used all means. The battle was completely over after 2 hours of hard fighting. You have to know that it will take 2 hours for everyone in the RV to use their own methods. You can imagine how many monsters will be killed in this battle. Everyone was so tired that they all lay on the ground and gasped for breath. Wu Ai was so tired that he didn't want to move even a finger. The cleaning of the battlefield was completely left to the mobile board in the RV. They didn't want to do such physical work after the battle. Wu Ai looked at the third submachine gun he had broken at this time. He said depressedly to Li Muzi, who was lying not far from him, Your weapon doesn't seem to be very good. I have broken 3 guns. Li Zimu ignored Wu Ai's question. She just rolled her eyes and continued to breathe heavily. After about 15 minutes, everyone had almost recovered. Li Muzi came to Wu Ai and said, I didn't have time to ask you about my mission to sneak into the gathering place because of the battle just now. What new information did you get? Now that she had time, Li Muzi was still concerned about her mission at the first time. So she asked Wu Ai directly. Wu Ai simply told him about the capture of the mysterious off-road vehicle in Max, and the process of getting the news from him. After hearing this information, Li Muzi's expression made him feel that something was wrong. When he followed Li Muzi's line of sight and found a female corpse that looked tattered not far away, he immediately understood why Li Muzi had such an expression after hearing what he said. Chapter 296 Mystery. Damn it! We may have been deceived. It seems that the real person behind the scenes is Max, the boss of the gathering place. Now we have nowhere to find him. After Wu Ai said this, everyone gathered around, and after listening to Wu Ai's explanation, they could only smile bitterly. If this Rekina is the real person behind the scenes, she should not die in this situation. It is this unreasonable situation that made Max really surface. Now we should go back to find the guy quickly. Otherwise the gathering place he ruled may become purgatory. Everyone immediately thought of something after hearing what Li Muzi said. If Max's behavior was discovered, he would not be able to continue his agreement scam. So when he returned this time, he could only transform all the survivors that could be used into white monsters, so that he could easily achieve the purpose of destroying evidence. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately prepared to leave. However, the scene of the previous battle had not been cleaned up, so the 2 strongest sisters of the Li family had to leave first. There were so many recyclable materials at the battle scene that Wu Ai had to stay and join the ranks of collecting materials. Viper and Gu Xiaoxi couldn't just watch the captain work alone without helping, so they could only go and help Wu Ai collect materials from these monsters. With the help of Wu Ai and the other 2 and mini mobile boards, they finally didn't lose too much materials. The gems on the white monsters have made the experiments on the enhancement potion no longer worry about materials. The spreader also left about 10,000 hardcores, which made Wu Ai, who was short of materials, smile. After collecting the materials, Gu Xiaoxi immediately drove the RV to lead everyone to chase the Li sisters. Finally, the RV caught up with their crazy off-road vehicles at noon the next day. Wu Ai's team reunited in the RV, which made the team members, who had been separated for a while, have a deeper relationship. Especially Li Zimu, who was restless all day, was very well behaved next to her sister, because the RV had traveled this road before. The unmanned driving system acted as the driver when returning to the gathering place this time. Gu Xiaoxi also showed her skills and made a lot of delicious food. And then everyone returned to their own space to rest for a night. When the RV arrived at the gate of the gathering place at the fastest speed, everyone still saw a picture of hell on earth. The gate of the gathering place had been knocked open by the car, and the house inside was still burning with flames. Some of the wounded who had not yet completely died were wailing loudly, and some wounded who had no idea what was going on were crawling on the ground. After getting off the RV, everyone hurriedly looked for some survivors who had not yet died to ask about the whole story of the attack on the gathering place. But all of them answered that a very powerful communicator came to attack them. Wu Ai always felt a little uncomfortable about the situation that the gathering place was destroyed by a communicator. Even if all the white monsters before attacked Li Muzi, Max's speed should not be enough to return to the gathering place before them. But the current situation is that Max has not returned to the gathering place to kill people, and the gathering place has been destroyed. Unless the real person behind the scenes is not Max. The current situation is really getting more and more complicated. Chapter 297, The Last Clue. As the survivors in the gathering place died one after another, the bodies in the gathering place began to slowly disappear. The current situation is that they don't know who is the real person controlling the white monster, but the gathering place has been directly wiped out. In the end, Wu Ai thought that the off-road vehicle should not have returned yet. So they turned on the radar to search for the last survivors who might survive in this gathering place. The RV immediately turned around and drove back slowly. On the way, the radar was turned to the maximum power. He was determined to find Max, who existed like a ghost. In this way, the RV drove for another night using the unmanned driving system, and finally found the off-road vehicle at around 6 o'clock in the morning. After receiving the radar signal notification, Gu Xiaoxi did not have time to make breakfast for everyone, so she started the RV directly and drove it manually. After receiving the system message, Wu Ai hurried to Gu Xiaoxi to understand the situation and found that it would take at least 2 hours to catch up with the off-road vehicle. It seemed that the distance from the off-road vehicle was really far, so he went back to wash up. When it was Gu Xiaoxi's turn to wash up, Li Muzi took over the driver's seat and chased the off-road vehicle. Since everyone still has some time, there is still time to eat a bowl of instant noodles. Just as Wu Ai happily poured hot water for instant noodles, the RV shook for the first time. The hot water naturally did not pour smoothly into the bowl of instant noodles, and some of it splashed directly onto the hand holding the kettle. "Lady, if you feel tired, I can drive for you. This is a suspended RV. How can you make it shake like this? You really don't have ordinary driving skills." Although he was complaining about Li Muzi's driving skills, he didn't dare to say anything too much. Even though the female warrior wouldn't really do anything to him, he was still a little scared in his heart. Gu Xiaoxi also came over with cookie crumbs all over her face. She also wanted to see how Li Muzi drove the car. When Wu Ai and Gu Xiaoxi came behind Li Muzi, they finally saw how the female warrior drove the car. Li Muzi didn't drive on the real highway. She just looked at the light spots displayed on the radar, then found a straight line and chased after it. She didn't care whether the RV would scratch something because of its huge body. Li Muzi felt the two people approaching, and she also explained her current behavior. The radar shows that the off-road vehicle started moving as soon as it found our radar signal, and the direction was exactly the direction we fought with the white monster before. I think if the opponent was Max, he shouldn't have run away as soon as he found someone scanning him. The people in the gathering place said that this communicator was very powerful, so he should have let that very powerful communicator to destroy us directly, instead of running away as soon as he found someone found him. I suspect that Max may not be in the off-road vehicle now, but since he knows how to escape, he must know some inside information. Wu Ai blew on the back of his burned hand and said seriously, "Are you afraid that this insider will be silenced? Or are you afraid that the clue will disappear?" Li Muzi smiled evilly, and then said leisurely, "I'm afraid that he will dislike our slow speed, so that he will be a little anxious waiting in the trap." Chapter 298, Off-Road Vehicles Resistance. Wu Ai was unable to comprehend the meaning of Li Muzi's words for a while, so he could only wait for the next development of the matter. He would not admit that his brain was not as smart as the other party. So he would not take the initiative to ask about such things that he could not figure out. Because of Lee Musie's unconventional driving style, the estimated time for the RV to catch up with the other party was greatly reduced. After about an hour, the other party had already appeared in the sight of everyone in the RV. Hey! That's not right. I remember that the hiding technology of this off-road vehicle was very good before. If it had not caught the other party for more than 10 minutes, our radar would no longer be able to capture its signal. Why this time? Gu Xiaoxi had been in charge of driving and tracking the RV. So it was no surprise that she thought of this question. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? When the SUV disappeared from the radar range for the first time, I knew that the SUV had the function of shielding or absorbing the radar detection wave. Since I knew that the SUV had such a function, I would of course install a device that could block it. Last time when I caught Max, I used an unmanned reconnaissance vehicle to secretly install a transmitter on the chassis of the SUV, so that it could no longer hide itself when it was in our radar range again. Li Zimu seized this opportunity to educate Gu Xiaoxi again. She wanted to force her to teach her some useful knowledge points. Then why was the other party able to find our RV and escape? Gu Xiaoxi continued to fight back. That's because his off-road vehicle also has a radar. And our RV does not have the function of shielding the other party's radar detection. So of course it will be. Li Zimu understood Gu Xiaoxi's intention when she said this. She was so stupid that she told her such a big weakness of the RV. When the holographic camouflage system is not turned on, the RV does not have the function of shielding the other party's detection. But she would deal with this kind of thing when she got off the car and upgraded. Now she couldn't let him catch her tail. Boss, we are almost catching up with him. But he doesn't seem to want to stop for inspection. I'll use the method used by Viper last time. You guys stay busy here first. After saying that, she ran to the second floor of the RV. With Li Zimu's related operations on the second floor, the roof of the combat unit was also opened. The kinetic cannon also slowly aimed at the off-road vehicle in front, as if it could be fired directly at any time. But this time, the off-road vehicle did not make preparations to stop and surrender, but raised something like an antenna on the top of the off-road vehicle. Boss, it looks like he wants to resist, so I'll satisfy his request and fire a shot at him first. She didn't wait for the latter's answer and directly charged the SUV and fired a shot. With a huge burst of fire and sound, a shell had directly hit the SUV not far ahead. But the scene of car destruction and death that Li Zimu imagined did not happen. Even some minor damage did not happen, which made her, as a gunner, very angry. And she did not feel the slightest sense of accomplishment. Li Musie said leisurely at this time. It seems that this SUV is really not Max's car. Otherwise, there would not be the parking incident last time. Chapter 299, the third choice. Wu Ai also thought of the key point. It should be that Max is not the real owner of this off-road vehicle, so he does not have the authority to use some core functions. So he got off the car and surrendered so happily. This also indirectly proves that the driver at this time should be the real owner of this off-road vehicle. If it is Max, he should not have the authority to use these functions now. Unless Li Zimu doesn't care who the other driver is, since he has made her unhappy. Then let's do it. The kinetic cannon started the infinite mode directly as if it was free, and the shells fell on the off-road vehicle in front one after another. With the continuous attack of the kinetic cannon, everyone in the RV could see with their naked eyes why the off-road vehicle could continue to drive without any damage under the impact of the shells. This damage-free effect is entirely dependent on the antenna on the top of the off-road vehicle. It occasionally launches an energy wall according to the trajectory of the shells to block the damage of the shells. So the off-road vehicle can be so arrogant and not afraid of the attack of the kinetic cannon. Li Zimu fired dozens of shells in one breath. But the off-road vehicle in front was still driving normally as usual. It seems that the technological content of the opponent's off-road vehicle is not low. We may have been deceived by its shabby appearance and the singleness of its ability before. So we must try some new ways of attack. After Wu Ai finished speaking, he ordered Gu Xiaoxi to open the blade wings of the RV, and then speed up to cut the opponent's body with the blade wings on one side. After receiving the captain's order, Gu Xiaoxi immediately opened the blade wings and stuck to it according to the captain's instructions. When the off-road vehicle found that the kinetic energy cannon had stopped attacking, it shook the body of the vehicle arrogantly. But when it saw a row of blade wings coming out from the side of the RV, it immediately began to accelerate. However, the off-road vehicle uses tires to move after all, so this method will inevitably lose more kinetic energy. Moreover, the speed of the RV is faster than that of the off-road vehicle. So the driver of the off-road vehicle is obviously anxious when he sees the blade wings getting closer and closer. Just when the first knife was about to cut the body of the off-road vehicle, the trunk of the off-road vehicle suddenly popped open, and 4 blue flame jets like spacecraft engines emerged from it. Fuck. What's going on? There is still a big move hidden and has not been used. Gusios's words and deeds are not worthy of the body she has at this time. It is really discordant to let a cold and beautiful lady say such words. But it must be said that this move of the off-road vehicle did achieve the effect he wanted. With the help of the thrust of these 4 engines, the wheels of the off-road vehicle have begun to show signs of leaving the ground. Although the off-road vehicle has gained a huge speed blessing, the off-road vehicle does not have the corresponding equipment to control the direction of these engines. So the off-road vehicle can only continue to accelerate in the previous direction. But if it continues like this, he will only end up with a car destroyed and people killed. Off-road vehicles now have few choices. Either they keep accelerating and crash into other vehicles, or they stop using the acceleration engine and are cut in half by the blade wings behind. Faced with such a dilemma, the off-road vehicle did not choose any of the results that everyone could predict. Just as the off-road vehicle was about to hit the isolation belt at the bend ahead, the off-road vehicle suddenly activated the energy wall directly on the wall of the vehicle. Chapter 300, Unveiling the Mystery. Since the speed of the off-road vehicle was so fast, it was hard to imagine the effect of such a trick. The off-road vehicle, which everyone expected to be attached to the other side of the energy wall due to inertia, did not happen. It was as if the energy wall was integrated with the off-road vehicle at the moment of its creation. When the collision occurred, the off-road vehicle was directly blown away. It is hard to imagine how the driver could have expected such a result. But no matter what, the off-road vehicle temporarily escaped the inevitable death. The RV had to jump when necessary to avoid the fate of being crashed. But the RV's large size and weight, as well as the problem of energy, also limited it from catching up with the off-road vehicle in a short time. Seeing the off-road vehicle gliding in the sky by inertia, Lee Zima really envied this flying vehicle. Although it will fall down and hit the obstacle again soon, it can avoid many troubles on the ground when flying in the sky. After jumping twice and finding that it could not catch up in a short time, Wu Ai decisively ordered not to do meaningless things anymore. Looking at the timing and huge energy consumption of the engine used by the off-road vehicle, he concluded that the off-road vehicle could not continue to run in this way. Sure enough, after about half an hour of impact flight mode, the off-road vehicle could only continue to drive on the ground again. Due to the difference in driving mode before, the RV wasted nearly 30 minutes before catching up again. When the blade wings were about to cut the body of the SUV again, the glass of the SUV's cab was lowered, and a hand stretched out from inside and shook a piece of cloth that was obviously a white t-shirt. Of course, everyone in the RV immediately saw the other party's intention to surrender. As the blade wings were retracted, the SUV finally began to slow down its speed until it finally stopped on the side of the road. When the driver of the SUV slowly walked out of the driving position, Lee Musi suddenly found that this person was actually Kazos. After jumping off the RV, Lee Musi came directly to a position about 5 meters in front of Kazos. She asked in disbelief, "How could it be you? Are you the mastermind behind all this? Where did Max go?" Lee Musi thought that there must be someone else driving the off-road vehicle, but she didn't expect that this person would be Kazos. "It seems that I am really not good at judging people." Lee Musi smiled self-deprecatingly. This result was far beyond her expectations. The other people in the RV also came to Lee Musi's side, looking at the young black man with confusion. "Since you have already chased here, it proves that you already know most of the things." In fact, Max did not lie. Everything he said was true. "It was only when he was caught by you that I passed him a false message through the off-road vehicle in order to escape. You went to find the culprit Rekina based on the false information you got from him. But what I want to tell you is that Rekina is not a fake culprit. She is real. It's just that you thought she was fake at that time, and the body was not her real one. It was just a clumsy scam." Chapter 301, The Real Man Behind the Scenes. Wu Ai and the others did not stop Kazos from speaking, but listened to him quietly. In fact, it was all very simple. After Rekina gained the ability, she had the idea of controlling the monsters to protect the gathering place. But she had just mastered the ability and was not very proficient. But she conducted experiments in the gathering place where she was. As a result, You already know that the out-of-control monsters destroyed the gathering place where she was at that time. After that, her temperament changed completely, becoming unreasonable and no longer like a human. After that, she was adopted by Max, who came, and I joined Max's gathering place soon after. Only when she was with me could Rekina vaguely feel that she was still a human being. But her desire to gain power had never changed. She wanted to artificially raise the most powerful monster to help her end this apocalypse. Under such circumstances, I dared not show any emotion of liking the opposite sex. If Rekina found out about this, she would become very abnormal. So sometimes quarrels between her and me were commonplace. And the people in the gathering place thought that we were just quarrels between lovers. But I had had enough of this kind of life. Until a few days ago, when I saw Mu, who came to the gathering place for refuge. Actually, I fell deeply in love with her the first time I saw her. But I couldn't show it like this because I was afraid that Rekina would do something to hurt Mu if she knew. But later, I thought I should take you away from this gathering place. So I stopped controlling my emotions. I had been suppressed for too long, and I needed a chance to release them. But Rekina still knew my attitude towards you through her people. So there was this task of collecting supplies. Because Max had already vaguely sensed something. He didn't dare to offend his nominal daughter easily. In this way, this task was issued. When Max was investigating and tracking Rekina, I secretly provided him with my SUV. I always hoped that Max could find out about Rekina and stop her. But he didn't do it. So when he was caught by you, I used his mouth to tell you that Rekina was the person behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, Rekina also got this information. I really didn't know that she would install a bug on my car. So she knew everything. She ordered all the white monsters and low-level communicators to kill Mu together. And also led her strongest communicator she had raised so far to destroy the gathering place. She told me all these things through the mouth of the strongest communicator, who wanted me to see with my own eyes the process of Mu being killed. When the strongest communicator carried me to meet Rekina, he happened to meet Max, who was driving an off-road vehicle. I used my authority over the off-road vehicle to stop the off-road vehicle and force Max to escape, thus attracting the communicator who was carrying me. In this way, I can drive my off-road vehicle to find Rekina and try to stop her persecution of you. This is all you want to know so far. After listening to the story of Kazos, everyone was really amazed. If it were a peaceful era, perhaps such a plot could be made into a TD series. But now everyone finally knows who the real mastermind is. So will everyone choose to fight or flee? Luckily, there is a living person who has witnessed the battle of the strongest communicator. As long as Kazos tells everyone about the opponent's combat power, everyone can formulate a corresponding battle plan. Chapter 302, The Strongest Spreader appears. However, just when everyone was looking forward to learning about the strongest spreader from Kazos, Kazos suddenly showed a regretful but warm smile to Limuzi. I really hope to live with you in this world. Although this world may not be what you like. But this world is what I like very much. Just because I met you in this world. After Kazos said this, his chest was quickly soaked with red blood. At this time, everyone noticed that there was a sharp thorn piercing through Kazos' chest. As the thorn was pulled out, Kazos fell to the ground. He kept saying something with his mouth open. But there was no sound. The blood in his mouth kept flowing out. And it was obvious that he had no hope of survival. The fall of Kazos revealed the body of a thin man behind him. The thin man was purple all over. And everyone immediately judged that this man was a spreader. But the strange thing was that this spreader did not immediately attack everyone, but saluted very gentlemanly and slowly spoke. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Zifeng. But I think that Rekina, who can control me, usually calls me a virus. Although I still think that the name I gave myself sounds good, my so-called master still stubbornly calls me Virus. The reason why I am here is because my master thinks you are difficult to deal with, and has always wanted the person in front of me to lure you into the trap she has designed. But my honor does not allow me to agree with my master's approach. I hope to have a fair fight with you. This battle will determine the winner and the loser, and also decide life and death. I think only this form can match my glory, regardless of whether this purple communicator is a bit second-year student. His strength is indeed unquestionable. Being able to kill Kazos in front of everyone silently is a manifestation of strength. At this time, a faint voice sounded behind the purple communicator, and the owner of the voice also attracted everyone's attention. It's really a bit rude. I forgot to introduce my master just now. But it's not too late to introduce it now. Now let me introduce my master, Miss Rekina. After saying that, the purple communicator moved a step to the left, revealing Rekina lying on the ground. After the purple communicator clapped happily for a few times, it made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Rekina behind could come on stage. But now she is in such a state that even crawling is very difficult, let alone walking out. This is the ridicule of the communicator named Zifeng to Rekina, which shows that Rekina must have abused this communicator before. Seeing that Rekina moved very slowly, the purple communicator stepped forward impatiently, grabbed her arm, and threw it directly in front of Kazos. Kazos was not dead at this time, but he was no longer able to speak. He could only look at Rekina, who was also lying in front of him. In his impression, Rekina had always been able to control this communicator, but he didn't know how things turned out like this. I look very embarrassed now. You can laugh at me as much as you want. Everything is just as you said at the beginning. I can't control anything, including my fate. Chapter 303 Terrifying Strength. Rekina's miserable state at this time also made everyone confused. Although she said so, no one would want to laugh at her at this time. This spreader has exceeded my control after evolving 3 times. It threatened me that I must agree to its demands. Otherwise it will kill you. In order to prevent you from being hurt, I can only harvest the lives of the survivors again and again as its nutrients. If I had listened to your advice and not done those experiments in the gathering place, would we be living happily together now? Maybe we would have a child now. In fact, as long as you are with me, this end of the world is not terrible. This is all my fault. Kazos, tell me if this is my fault. Can you forgive me? When Rekina said this, the purple spreader had already shown extreme impatience. It stepped forward and crushed Rekina's head, so that she could not complete her last chance to beg Kazos for forgiveness. With Rekina's death, Kazos opened his mouth and roared silently. He didn't know whether his previous behavior was right or wrong. At this time, he only wanted to die. He had lost any hope in this world. Mr. Kazos, don't get excited. I will complete the last wish of the former master. After I kill the woman named Mu in front of you, I will let you reunite in hell. This communicator has been able to do this. It has to be said that it has mastered most of the essence of the dark side of human beings. It is not known whether this communicator has such performance because of its special nature, or whether all communicators will eventually evolve into this state. But now everyone has no time to think about this problem, because this purple communicator has already attacked Li Muzi. It is not known whether Li Muzi can see the attack route of this communicator clearly. Anyway, Wu Ai did not see any action. Li Muzi was hit in the stomach by the opponent's punch, which directly knocked her to the front of the RV. The front of the RV had sunk inward into a large round pit. Wu Ai saw that Li Muzi had already taken corresponding defensive actions, but it seemed that her speed was not as fast as the opponent's, so she was hit very hard. The body imprinted on the front of the car slowly slid down. She knelt on one knee on the ground and began to cough up blood. If she hadn't worn protective clothing, I don't know how much more powerful this punch would have been. Oh, not bad. My punch didn't kill you. No wonder my former master wanted to use a trap to deal with you. It seems to make sense. But since you can withstand the power of my punch, then we can have a good game. The purple spreader looked at his fist and said happily. Even Li Muzi couldn't be a match for this monster. So Wu Ai didn't even consider what role he could play in such a battle. Li Muzi certainly thought of this, and she coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and immediately ran to the other side of the RV. The purple spreader didn't even look at the rest of the people, as if its first target was only Li Muzi. Looking at the 2 people who disappeared one after another, Wu Ai hurriedly shouted, "Those who can't fight, get in the car, and the rest who feel they can fight, do it according to their ability." Chapter 304 The Wrong Guxiaoxi. When Wu Ai ran to the RV, Viper quickly followed. With bodies like theirs, they could not participate in such a battle. However, Guxiaoxi, who followed behind Viper, made him despise her. Xiaohua had used this body to exert a strong strength before, but Guxiaoxi still looked like she could not exert anything after such a long time. Since he had said that before, he would not stop Guxiaoxi from entering the RV. But he gave her a look of contempt. Although the latter's face was flushed, she still followed him into the RV with a thick face. Li Zimu unfolded his black armor and turned into a black angel of revenge and headed straight for the purple communicator. Wu Ai sat in the driver's seat this time. He started the RV and headed straight for the direction where the 3 disappeared. "Viper, you go up there and drive the kinetic cannon. Goosey, you go prepare dinner. Everyone can understand that he asked Viper to operate the weapon. But what is the point of asking Goosey to cook now? Goosey hesitated for a while and asked weakly, "Is it a bit inappropriate for me to cook now?" Wu Ai shouted without even turning back. "What else can you do if I don't let you cook? Come and tell me." Such words really hurt Goosey's ears. She didn't know if she would be more harmful if she really went out to fight. But now it seemed that she really had nothing to do except cooking. She cried in grievance without knowing what to do. She didn't even dare to make a sound, for fear of affecting Wu Ai, who was very anxious now. At this time, Wu Ai didn't care whether Goosey cried or not. If things went wrong, they would all be killed here today. So he had to be very alert now, and use the RV to help the Lee sisters to involve the communicator. Lee Musi stopped running away when she saw the other people enter the RV. Her purpose of running away was also to let Wu Ai and others enter the RV safely. In any case, as long as they enter the RV, there is a great chance of survival. The purple communicator behind also followed, and it punched Lee Zimu's head again. Judging from the power of the previous punch of the purple communicator, if this punch hits, it is estimated that it should be able to directly blow up the head. But Lee Zimu, who followed behind, swung out a long whip transformed from his weapon and directly wrapped around one of the communicator's feet. In this delay, the communicator's speed dropped a lot, and she also turned her head slightly. This punch directly broke the combat helmet equipped by Lee Zimu for everyone, and did not cause substantial damage to her head. It was just some broken pieces of a combat helmet that scratched her face. But compared to having her head blown up, this injury was completely acceptable. The Lee sisters took advantage of this opportunity to come together, and Lee Zimu instantly transformed his weapon into a black armor for her sister. Roar! Not bad. If I have two people like this, I can have more fun. Don't let me down, or I'll be very sad. After saying this second-year dialogue, it attacked again quickly, with the blessing of the sisters' armor. Although the combat effectiveness has not been significantly improved, at least the ability to withstand blows has been improved a lot. Chapter 305, A Life-for-Life Fighting Style. When Wu Ai arrived at the battlefield, he saw the purple communicator hitting back and forth like a tennis ball tied with a rope. And the Lee sisters were no match for him. But they couldn't get rid of such an enemy for a while, so they could only bite the bullet and take the beating. Viper, now it's up to you. I will try my best to create a safe attack distance for you. Just attack. It was not Viper's voice that responded to Wu Ai, but a blast of energy cannon that directly hit the communicator. Since the communicator did not move, such a target was still an easy task for Viper, a real combat member. The power of this shot is still good. Some small particles, like mosaics, popped out from the place where the body of the communicator was hit. It seems that the kinetic cannon can cause damage to it, but the degree of damage is not good enough. As long as the kinetic cannon continues to hit the communicator, it should not be able to withstand it for a long time. The previous shot also gave the Lee sisters an opportunity to attack. The two of them also caused some damage to the purple communicator. We are having fun here. Who dare you to disturb my interest? As it said, it appeared in front of the RV in the next second. Wu Ai had determined the attack method of the purple spreader after several observations. He had estimated the position where the opponent could come to attack the RV. Just when the spreader appeared in front of the RV had already started to jump backwards. The Viper also seized this opportunity in time. He aimed directly at the opponent's knee with the kinetic cannon and fired a shot. The spreader obviously did not expect the RV to have such an evasive method, so the Viper hit the knee position with 3 shells while it was stunned. The Lee sisters also understood the RV's intention to attack the knee, and then they also took advantage of the cover of fireworks to attack the same part. Although such an attack did not cause any great damage to the communicator, its speed was obviously visible to the Lee sisters. Since the two could see its movements, they could also avoid the opponent's attacks. The addition of the RV made the communicator, who had always been invincible, lose a huge advantage. It is conceivable how much it hated the RV, because the jump function had been used twice when chasing the Kazos off-road vehicle. The RV had reached the limit of the number of times it had been used. If the opponent attacked the RV again at this time, Wu Ai didn't know whether he should risk the RV system to have problems and activate the jump function again. The communicator seemed to have noticed the problem with the RV. It tried to attack the RV again, and Wu Ai could only risk using the jump function. The kinetic cannon still hit the knee accurately, which made the communicator a little suspicious and alert. and it began to examine its previous thoughts. But if it didn't get rid of this annoying little bug, it wouldn't be able to get rid of the remaining 2 people immediately. Finally, it made up its mind to take a risk and try to see if it could kill the RV at the risk of getting injured. The purple communicator once again used the same speed as the beginning to get close to the RV. But the price was that its knee, which was repeatedly attacked, collapsed more. And the mosaic-like particles collapsed more. But it also got a chance to get close to the RV. Chapter 306, The Second Su Xiaomei. Wu Ai obviously did not expect such a situation to happen. This communicator would actually risk continuous attacks to attack his RV, since he had already overused the jump function before. Something unexpected happened when he wanted to use the jump function again this time. Due to the huge energy consumption, the energy stored in the RV was not enough to meet the system and the jump itself at the same time. So the system judged that it should give priority to ensuring the safe operation of the system. The consequence of this was that the jump was not activated this time. And the RV system also had problems due to this energy snatching incident. There were some slight electric sparks and a burning smell coming out of the RV. But none of these were as important as the fact that the communicator had come to him and started to attack him. Seeing that the RV did not jump to avoid it as before, the purple communicator smiled grimly, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and raised his right fist to punch the RV's glass directly. Although the RV could not continue to jump and escape, it could still drive normally. Wu Ai stepped on the accelerator of the RV directly to the bottom, and the RV suddenly rushed forward. The punch did not hit the expected glass position, but still hit the car behind the glass. A loud noise almost made Wu Ai and the RV faint. It was as if someone knocked a huge bronze bell outside, and it almost shook his soul out. Gu Xiaoxi had no effect on the sound because of the special structure of her body at that time. Looking at Wu Ai holding his head in agony, she began to hesitate in her heart. Although he was very uncomfortable this time, the RV temporarily escaped from the attack range of the communicator with the advantage of speed. When he wanted to be thankful that he finally escaped, the communicator appeared in front of his RV again. At this moment, he was looking at the fist as big as a casserole that was approaching from far away. But he was wondering if the glass of the car window could withstand this punch. If the glass could not withstand this punch, would he be the first person to die in the team? Because the communicator regained his original speed despite being injured. The Li sisters did not react to this situation in time. When they reacted, the purple communicator had raised his fist to attack the glass on the driver's side for the second time. The Li sisters had really fought with the purple communicator before, and they all knew that if this punch hit, the fragile glass would have no blocking effect at all. Seeing that she was powerless to save Wu Ai's life, tears of regret had already flowed from her eyes. But at this critical moment, a white figure suddenly blocked the fist and the glass. The next scene was a round hole in the chest of the white figure, and large pieces of white mosaic flew out. The glass was also hit like a spider web, but it was not penetrated, which meant that Wu Ai's life was still saved. At this time, everyone noticed the white figure. It turned out to be Kazo's. At this time, his whole body turned white, but only his eyes were blood red. This made everyone instantly think of Su Xiaomei, the mother who protected her husband and daughter. The purple communicator also stared at Kazo's, who was penetrated by himself, and didn't know what he was thinking for a while. Chapter 307, New Battle. What was thought to be a fatal outcome suddenly took a turn for the better. Li Muzi reacted immediately, and used Qiu Shui to attack the injured knee of the purple communicator again. This time, she not only used Qiu Shui's vibration mode, but also used Qiu Shui's special ability to freeze. Her attack also made the communicator finally howl. With such a good opportunity, she was able to use her strongest attack at the same time. Li Zimu also reacted after her sister's attack. She also used her long whip made of a knife to wrap around the already fragile knee joint. Then she pulled with all her strength, and the whip cut the already fragile knee joint like a sharp wire saw. The attacks of the two women caused great damage to it, and the tiny mosaics began to break and fly. Wu Ai took the opportunity to escape from the dangerous place at an accelerated speed, and the venomous snake began to aim and fire at the purple communicator's knee again. After such a heavy attack, the purple communicator certainly wanted to escape, but the lowest white monster in front of him hugged it directly with both hands, so that he could not leave his current position. Normally, this low-level insect would not have the power to compete with the communicator, but for some reason, it had such energy at this time. The purple communicator looked at the pair of red eyes in front of him, and for some reason, he felt a little scared and wanted to run away immediately. The white monster that Kazos transformed into bought about 10 seconds for everyone's attack. But these 10 seconds were extremely precious. Under everyone's rapid attack, the purple monster's right knee joint was finally broken. At the moment when the purple monster's knee joint was broken, Kazos' restraint was also broken by the communicator. Originally, its right fist was still in Kazos' chest, so it used all its strength to hug Kazos and directly hugged Kazos' body into two pieces. After that, it crushed the head of Kazos with its only left foot, so that the two people who were entangled and could not tell right from wrong, who might be lovers, left the world in the same way. Limusi saw Kazos' expression of joy and regret just before his head was crushed. For her who had never been in love, she could not understand how such a complex expression could be shown. But she was only sad at the moment. A kind of sadness after a good friend left. The communicator was extremely angry. First, the slippery RV came to destroy his action. And when he was about to kill it, a small insect came out to block his steps. Although he had killed the little bug, it had lost its ability to move. It turned around and looked at the Lee sisters, gritting its teeth and speaking word by word. None of you can leave here alive. I will leave all of you alive even if I have to sacrifice my life. Although it didn't seem to have any deterrent power when it turned around and spoke, no one present was worried that it would not do so. The strength it showed before was completely able to match its current threat. So now a new battle is waiting for them. Chapter 308, Slap You. Just when everyone thought they were about to experience another bloody battle, Gusiosi suddenly opened the side door of the RV and jumped out. The sudden change in the RV could not escape the observation of the purple spreader. And the harmless-looking woman who came out of the RV was walking towards it. Through the information analysis obtained from its battle with these people, the woman who came out of the RV should not have a strong fighting ability. Otherwise it would be impossible for her not to come out to participate in the previous battle. Now the question is, in such a situation of no end, what does this woman who came out of the RV want to do? Gusiosi walked directly to the purple communicator, and she stuttered. Mr. Zifeng, can you let us all go? You see, you are injured now, and you need to find a place to heal, so both of us should go back and rest. After all, we don't have any deep hatred. Gusios's words made it jump back 2 steps. And then it immediately covered its mouth and nose with both hands. What the hell are you doing? How can you fight with a thing like this? Doesn't she have a brain virus? Do you want to infect me through her and make me a fool like her? The purple spreader obviously really thought so. Only a powerful virus could cause devastating damage to it. So it might think that this woman was the so-called source of the virus. The people in the RV and the Lee sisters were completely overwhelmed by Gusios's IQ. And they didn't know what Gusios's purpose was. But no matter what her real purpose was, everyone couldn't tear down their teammates. So the picture became a very weird scene. A woman scared the monster, who was known as the strongest spreader, and hid backwards. Gusiosi ignored the insults from the other party, which made her speak more fluently. And she was less afraid of this monster, who could beat everyone to death. I want to advise you to stop now, while you are still not hurt. Otherwise you will not have any chance to leave later. Gusiosi's tone was much stronger this time, and she seemed to have found some ways to control her fear. The purple communicator found a piece of rag from nowhere, and tied it on his face as a mask without caring whether it worked or not. It felt that it was fooled by the woman in front of it, so it wanted to give her a taste of pain. After she tied the mask, she looked at the woman in front of her, and then it suddenly jumped up and slapped Gusiosi on the right face. Gusiosi didn't have the combat experience like the Lee sisters, so she didn't dodge at all. The purple spreader was confident that he could finish off the woman in front of him. But what he didn't expect was that the woman in front of him was just hit with her head tilted to one side. And the scene he imagined didn't appear. Gusiosi turned around with tears in her eyes, and she covered her cheek with her hands, which seemed to be hurt by the beating, and silently shed tears. But at this time, only the purple spreader knew how powerful the woman in front of him was, because he had used all his strength this time. But this time, not only did he not knock the head off the person in front of him, but it seemed even worse than an ordinary slap, because the other person's face didn't look red or swollen. Chapter 309, An Unacceptable Situation. After knowing the seriousness of the matter, the purple spreader realized that the other party's previous words about keeping it were not arrogant at all. It turned around and wanted to leave here immediately. It already knew that such an existence was not something it could contend with now. However, it was too late for it to leave at this time. Gusiosi, who was beaten and crying, was not someone who was easily bullied. Just when the purple spreader wanted to escape, Gusiosi grabbed its shoulders directly from behind. Didn't your mother tell you never to hit a girl in the face? Ah. No. Shouldn't your mother tell you not to hit a girl? Gusiosi dragged the purple communicator to the ground. And then she used the method of fighting between girls to beat the strongest communicator on the ground. Seeing that the communicator who was beaten on the ground and couldn't escape couldn't get up for the time being, Gusiosi's opponent had begun to break off various large mosaics. From the initial abuse to the later begging for mercy, until finally only a slight humming sound. This communicator who shocked everyone when he appeared finally lost his vitality. When Gusiosi realized that the person lying on the ground could no longer be called a communicator, the fragments of different sizes in front of her had begun to slowly disappear. From this, we can know how long this communicator has been beaten by Gusiosi. As the body of the communicator slowly disappeared, Gusiosi took the materials from the communicator's body and walked towards the RV in a trance. The Lee sisters looked at each other and followed Gusiosi to the RV. When everyone sat down at the conference table, no one took the initiative to speak. Maybe everyone really didn't know how to accept the facts in front of them. A battle for which they had to pay the price of their lives was solved by Gusiosi so easily. Wu Ai finished the tea in front of him. When he stood up and wanted to pour himself another cup, Gusiosi finally couldn't stand this weird atmosphere. I'm not very good at fighting. So my previous behavior was not to act cute or stupid. I just wanted to make the other party angry, so that I would have the courage to fight it. In fact, when I was fighting with the communicator, I just imagined it as someone who had abused me in the past, so that I would vent all my previous dissatisfaction and resentment on it. I can only use this method to help everyone. I hope everyone will not regard me as a monster. Gusiosi's voice became smaller and smaller, to the point that everyone could not hear it if they did not hold their breath. I don't regard you as a monster. I just don't understand why you took the initiative to go to the communicator to get beaten. Now that you've explained the reason, I feel relieved. Otherwise, if I knew that I had been fighting with a girl with a mental disorder, I would feel ashamed. Li Zimu's words made Gusiosi feel a little relieved. As long as everyone didn't treat her as a monster, it would be fine. After all, her attack power and behavior just now were really hard to explain. After Li Zimu finished speaking, Wu Ai also breathed a sigh of relief. He also said leisurely, "If you are really a girl with a mental disorder, I don't know how to deal with you. If you go crazy in the RV in the future, it will be a big problem. In this way, a person who can kill all the team members was easily solved by a girl who didn't play by the rules." Chapter 310: The Confusion of the Heroine. When Li Zimu returned to the RV, he also collected the building blocks of Rekina and Kazos. As expected, the ability of Rekina's building blocks is life synchronization control. Now it seems that there is only one material problem left, and then the RV can be officially transformed and upgraded. I didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. I am a little excited just thinking about it. Wu Ai is the happiest one among all the people, because he will soon have his own powerful fighting power. He doesn't have to hide in the RV and fire cannons like he did today when he encountered the purple spreader. He can also fight monsters head-on. As for the last problem of the building block, he was not too anxious, because the fact has proved that the last material will find them automatically, as long as they don't miss it. Dinner was still prepared by Gusiosi. This time, everyone did not eat in the RV, but had a bonfire party outside. The flames kept crackling, which also added some alternative music to this barbecue party. At the beginning, everyone was still in high spirits, eating barbecue and drinking beer. But after eating and drinking, when everyone was drinking tea and coffee in front of the bonfire, everyone's interest gradually declined. It was Li Zimu who first started the topic of sadness, as if she was the only one who could start it. As expected by Brother Viper, Kazos was willing to confess only when he was dying. Although he had said a lot of words that reflected his passionate emotions before, he only had enough courage to confess when he was facing death. When she mentioned Kazos, everyone thought of this black guy who turned the tide at the critical moment. Human nature is indeed a very difficult thing to figure out. It only exists after the event, not between skin colors. In fact, I think Rekina is also a very, how to say it? It should be said that she is a person who is willing to risk her life for love. In her world, there is only Kazos, and everything else is unimportant. If I were her, I would not be as pure as her. Gusiosi thought that Rekina was very manly, and was not indecisive at all. looking at the evolution of the purple communicator. At least tens of thousands of lives must have been consumed. These are human lives. And she was able to conceal causes as if nothing had happened. This alone is something that not ordinary people can do. Limusi grabbed the teacup in front of her and looked at the tea in her hand thoughtfully. She did not seem to join in the discussion. But everyone did not want to disturb her at all. When everyone was about to pack up and return to the RV to rest, she suddenly asked a question. Is there no real right and wrong in this world? If there is only a relative right and wrong, then why should we distinguish between right and wrong? The question she asked made everyone who was about to leave sit back in their seats again. Gusiosi looked at the others in confusion. Wu Ai thought for a while before saying leisurely, right and wrong are originally a definition given by humans. The ultimate meaning of itself is a question that cannot have an answer. Right and wrong are just a way of judging contradictions after locking in time and interests. So only after locking in those conditions can there be right and wrong. Take today's incident as an example. If the conditions are not locked, who can say who is wrong? Chapter 311 Zhang Juanqing's Worry. Gusiosi was a little confused by the question raised by the heroine and the boss's answer. But she still asked the answer she wanted to know. Boss, it's obvious. The one who did the most wrong today was the purple communicator. Why do you say that everyone did the right thing? Wu Ai smiled softly and said, do you think it's wrong for it to want to destroy us for a better survival? But why don't you ask other wise communicators, and ask them whether it's right or wrong to want to destroy us? I don't even need to ask them to know that they definitely don't think it's wrong to kill us. Gusiosi looked as if what she said must be right. And then looked at Wu Ai again. You just said that the reason you think so is the conflict of interests between two fundamental interest groups. So right and wrong are only for these two interest groups. If you don't focus on one interest group, all judgments are nonsense. Gusiosi seemed to understand something. She said to herself, that means only things that are in line with your own interests are right. The Viper interrupted at this time and said, at least your interest group thinks so. If you eat a pig, do you think you did something wrong? But the pig will definitely think you did something wrong. Limusi's question seemed meaningless. But after Wu Ai's answer, she felt relieved. Well, it's late. Let's go back to bed early. There are still many things waiting for us. Limusi suddenly felt very happy. And then she walked towards the RV happily. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, everyone returned to the RV and prepared to sleep. Master, the signal from the cloud continent that we received before was suddenly interrupted. It seems that they have discovered our tracking, or they have improved their technology and blocked our signal. Zhang Juanqing's exclusive system Yuju gave daily reports, and the latter also had a calm expression, as if he had expected all this. Their strength is fundamentally stronger than ours. So being discovered is of course just a matter of incident. But the primary problem now is that they seem to be heading towards our destination. Based on their movement trajectory monitored before, we will at least meet them near our destination in the end. We need to pay attention to the cloud in the sky and the fast-running RV. Our current ship form has no advantage in combat. So are you ready for what I asked you to prepare before? Yuju also answered very simply. Not only have I found what you asked me to find, but I have also found a better place to live. I believe you will be very happy after seeing it. Zhang Junsheng seemed very happy. He said with some interest, I didn't expect you to be able to actively please me. It's really a good performance. Then take me to see it quickly. I can't wait. Although his expression and tone were very happy, he was not so happy in his heart. On the contrary, he was deeply worried about Yuju's behavior. He didn't know what kind of amazing performance she would have if she continued to evolve like this. Chapter 312 Tang San's Experiment. City Lord. Now our cloud continent has fully realized the function of full mimicry. We can no longer be easily discovered outside our continent. Even on the top of our cloud continent, we can achieve very realistic mimicry, thus avoiding detection by aerial vehicles. A subordinate, who looked like a scientist, was happily reporting their contribution to City Lord Tang San. Tang San smiled, but said in a cold tone, what's the use of mimicry when there is no cloud in the sky? A cloud as big as ours appears in the sky. Do you think everyone will think it is a naturally formed cloud? You guys eat my food and use my things. And finally you made such a useless thing for me. And you dare to come here to ask for credit? Tell me how I should reward you. Tang San's words made the scientist, who was full of confidence, just now sweat profusely. He realized at this time that this city lord was not a good person. This was a man who would be dead if he was upset. It was normal for him to kill his subordinates. Before, because of the success of this function. He was a little carried away. Now he realized how stupid it was for him to come here to ask for credit. City Lord, calm down. City Lord, calm down. This is really something we didn't think about carefully for a while. But as long as the City Lord gives us some more time, we will definitely solve this problem. As he said that, the scientist knelt on the ground, and cold sweat kept dripping onto the ground. Tang San sighed and said, "If we didn't have too few talents here, you should know what would happen to you. Forget it. I'll forgive you this time, but I won't do it again next time. And hurry up to find useful talents in the major gathering places and forces that have been discovered, so that you guys won't be so fearless all day long. And I can't punish you easily." Tang San's words made the kneeling scientist feel a little relieved. But he also knew that the City Lord would not forgive them so easily. As long as he found talents to replace them in the coming days, he would definitely find a reason to send them away from this world. There are also matters concerning the modification of my private guard's aircraft, and the modification and upgrade of my vehicle. You must pay close attention to these matters. These will be tested on the battlefield in the near future. If there are any problems. No. Please rest assured. There will be no problems with these fighter planes. The scientist hurriedly promised quickly. He didn't want the tyrannical City Lord to change his previous decision. When the scientist left Tang San's palace trembling, Tang San said to the air in front of him, "Are the things I asked you to prepare ready?" As Tang San asked, the space not far in front of him rippled like water waves. Then a beautiful woman, like a painting, slowly appeared in front of Tang San. "Report to the City Lord. The equipment has been completed, but it will take some time to make a final conclusion, and the survivors needed for the current experiment are not enough. Please distribute more survivors to us, so that we can continue to complete the experiment." "Well, very good. You can rest assured about the experimental materials. I have already stepped up to let my men do this. Your materials will be replenished to a sufficient amount for you immediately." Chapter 313 Mysterious Gift. In the underground city. "Dad, we can't resist for much longer in our current situation. I didn't expect those robots to be so powerful. And there are too many of them. We can't afford to waste our energy on them." Sun Xiaoyu frowned, and said to her father Sun Jiangwo. She could only count on her father for this urgent matter. "Hey! I have no way to deal with you now. Of course, I know that our survivors can't afford to waste their energy on us. But what can we do? You know what will happen if we don't resist." The father and daughter were worrying about this matter, but suddenly felt a slight shock. Then Sun Jiangwo immediately found that the walkie-talkie in his hand had lost contact with the other side. So now Sun Jiangwo can no longer get real-time reports of the battle situation outside in the underground city. The current battle situation is related to the life safety of everyone in their gathering place. In order to get the situation outside, and to know what happened just now, he must go upstairs to check what happened. But when the father and daughter came to the special elevator to the ground, he found that some communicators, who returned from above, were here to find him to report the situation. "What happened? How did you get here?" Sun Jiangwo immediately asked about the situation outside. "Report to the commander. Just now, it seems that a special EMP missile exploded 100 meters above the robot army. All the robots outside lost control and fell down because of the electromagnetic pulse. We won this battle." After the communicator finished speaking, everyone around who heard it began to cheer loudly, cheering that they finally saved their lives this time, and did not have to be slaughtered by those cold machines. Sun Xiaoyu smiled, but Sun Jiangwo did not show too much joy. He did not know whether this missile attack was to save them, or a rehearsal for another battle. When the father and daughter came to the ground with curiosity, they saw the ground made of silver metal. It was a metal grassland paved by the bodies of all the fallen robots. A man who looked like a scientist walked up to Sun Jiangwo and said excitedly, "Sir, these robots are not too damaged. As long as some electronic components are replaced and their programs are changed, they can become elite warriors of our underground city." After hearing the scientist's excited and incoherent words, Sun Jiangwo was even more confused. What is the purpose of the other party's behavior? At this moment, a small drone dropped a package from the sky, and then quickly returned to the direction it came from. After the soldiers eliminated the danger, someone handed a walkie-talkie in the package to Sun Jiangwo, who was frowning. At this time, a middle-aged man's voice came from the walkie-talkie, and the voice inside said with a playful smile, "Mr. Sun, have you received our gift? I wonder if you feel satisfied with our gift." Sun Jiangwo did not have any joking tone. He said very seriously, Excuse me. Who are you, and why do you do these things? The middle-aged man on the opposite side laughed and said, Mr. Sun, don't be so nervous. I have no ill will towards you. If you still don't believe it, then do you still remember a young man named Wu Ai? Chapter 314 The Purpose of Another Gathering Place. When Sun Jiangwo heard the name Wu Ai mentioned by the other party, he immediately thought of the fact that he had missed the opportunity to cooperate with that young man because of some unkind things. Sun Xiaoyu also heard the name Wu Ai mentioned by the other party, and she also saw the team that gathered in the RV. So, what is the connection between this matter and Wu Ai? Sun Jiangwo also eased up a little at this time, and his words were no longer so stiff. If you want to talk about the relationship, it's not big, but it's not small either. He saved our entire gathering place, and also left the approximate coordinates of all the gathering places where he had previously intersected. He wanted to give some like-minded gathering places a chance to develop together. So after our gathering place was fully able to operate normally, he looked for the gathering places mentioned before. In fact, we found you a few days ago, and we also knew the situation you were facing. But you have to understand that our missiles also need to be modified to achieve greater effective killing of these robots. So the rescue came a little late. Sun Jiangwo has discovered a lot of information in this short speech, which makes him even more regretful that he missed the cooperation with Wu Ai because of the immediate interests. Sun Jiangwo hurriedly started to exchange pleasantries with the other party, and then briefly introduced the situation on his side. Finally, after a brief exchange of greetings, everyone agreed to visit the underground city in a few days. After the call ended, Sun Jiangwo asked the soldiers below to start cleaning up the battlefield and transport the robots to the underground city in different categories. When he returned to the command center of the underground city again, it was already filled with some high-level people who could speak. Sun Jiangwo went directly to the top position, and then without any concealment, he told the content of his previous call with the other party. I think everyone here is a wise person, and you must have heard some clues from the conversation between me and the other party. So I want to discuss with you the attitude we should show and the positioning of the relationship between the two parties when the other party gathers to the underground city. An old man who looked more dignified said first, Everyone, although I am no longer involved in the specific affairs of the underground city, I still found some problems through the conversation between the two high-level people in the gathering place just now. First of all, the other party should have a very good relationship with the young man named Wu Ai, which can also be concluded from the fact that the other party said they saved him. So will the unpleasantness between us and Wu Ai also be known by the other party? If the other party knows about it, will there be any action? We need to consider it. Second, the other party used missiles to save people, which shows that the other party must have a military background. Otherwise such things would not be easily obtained by some idle survivors. At least not in such a short time. Third, the other party has the ability of long-range precision strikes and the professional ability to transform missiles. This undoubtedly reflects the second point I just mentioned. Fourth, it can be clearly known from the other party's words that Wu Ai has left the other party's gathering place. Then will the other party's gathering place really follow Wu Ai's vision and allow some gathering places to unite for better development? And the last point, what is the real purpose of the other party coming to our gathering place? It must not be a simple meal. Chapter 315 Sisters Disharmony. Although the old man is older, he is still very sharp-minded. The points he mentioned are all things that they need to solve urgently. In addition, the identity of this old man is that he is the leader of the original gathering place. So his words still have a certain influence. Seeing that no one wanted to speak, Sun Xiaoyu could only sigh and take the initiative to speak. Old Lu's analysis before was very comprehensive and accurate. I have had contact with Wu Ai's team for a period of time before, so I am also the one who knows them best. So I will be more confident to answer those analyses of old Lu before. Sun Jiangwo was intentionally trying to cultivate his daughter, and old Lu, who spoke earlier, also had this intention. Otherwise, he would not have directed everything to the core figure Wu Ai. Sun Xiaoyu cleared her throat again and said, According to my previous contact with Wu Ai, he is not a petty and vindictive person. Our previous actions will certainly make him a little unhappy, but they will not go to the extent of specifically targeting us. So the other party's gathering place is just using Wu Ai as a glue to make the two sides cooperate quickly. But they don't want to stand up for Wu Ai or retaliate against us. I actually think Wu Ai will not tell the other party about the things between us and him. So there is no need to worry about Wu Ai targeting us. Now we should be concerned about the other party's background and the size of the gathering place, as well as the real purpose of the other party coming here. So I have an immature guess that the other party is likely to want to obtain the technology of robots that fight with us. Everyone began to analyze Sun Xiaoyu's words. If we don't mention Wu AI's part, the most likely reason for the other party to contact us is some interests. The other party's weapons and equipment are obviously much better than ours. So if the other party came to target those robots, it really makes sense. With the help of this quasi-ally, it would be a little possible to destroy the robot empire. Big sister, what's the matter with you gathering all of us sisters to the core of Elf City today? You know, everyone has a lot of things to do now. If there is nothing special, I will go back. I still have a lot of things to do. The one who spoke was Wang Xiaoxiao, the youngest of the 5 sisters. At this time, her expression was obviously a little reluctant to come here. Now she is not the same as before. Before, she would behave a little tactfully, but now her behavior is no longer giving any face. Old 5. Please be careful when you speak. After all, the Elf City is still managed by the eldest sister. Even if you have become powerful now, as long as I am here, you still can't do anything against the will of heaven. Wang Miao said to Wang Xiaoxiao righteously. She could no longer tolerate such disrespectful words from the other party. Wang Xiaoxiao just sneered sinisterly, and she did not continue to argue with the other party. Only 5 of us ran out of our dormitory at that time. As the eldest sister of the dormitory, I once said that I would protect your safety in this world, but now it seems that you no longer need my protection. So I called everyone here today to let you make a decision. When the eldest sister said this, the 5th sister Wang Xiaoxiao clenched his fists nervously, as if he was going through a big life choice. Chapter 316, Parting Ways. As the eldest sister, Shuang Xinxin looked around at the 5 former sisters present, and then she said firmly, anyone who wants to leave here can take the survivors and supplies with her. Of course, I am also very welcome to stay here. Wang Xiaoxiao was obviously a little surprised after hearing what the eldest sister said. She looked at Wang Ran, the 4th of the 5 sisters, but the latter was also looking at her in confusion. Shuang Xinxin, why do you want us to leave? Shouldn't you leave? The current Elf City was not built by your ability. You just participated in the management behind it. What qualifications do you have to let others leave? As she said that, she looked at the 3rd brother who had used his power to build the Elf City, and the latter had no expression. At this time, the 4th brother Wang Ren also said to the 3rd brother Su Xiaobei, Xiaobei, didn't you tell me this before? Didn't you say that we would gather the strength of the 3 of us to drive them out? Why is it like this now? Wang Xiaoxiao now understood that the problem was with the 3rd brother Xiaobei. It's nothing. I just feel a little tired of seeing everyone thinking about fighting for power all day long. I built this place. Of course I will not leave here. But you two are too scheming. I think I might be calculated after I turn to you. So, I decided that it would be safer to cooperate with my elder sister and the 2nd sister. So we have the current situation. Wang Xishiu's face was very pale. She felt that everything she had worked so hard to get was destroyed by this idiot in front of her. She felt very unfair and unwilling. 3rd sister, since it is a cooperation, I want to hear how the power between you and the elder sister and the 2nd sister is distributed. Wang Xiaoxiao wanted to make a final resistance. She hoped to let Xiaobei return to her own camp by provoking the inequality of power between the 3 of them. Oh, there is nothing to say about these. The premise of my cooperation with the elder sister and the 2nd sister is that I will not participate in any power disputes, and I will not make any contributions to the Elf City. To put it bluntly, I don't do anything. Just provide me with food, drink and entertainment. I don't care about anything. What? Are you just handing over all the rights of this gathering place? Wang Xiaoxiao shouted in disbelief. By the way, I don't want any power either. I just hope to get stronger in the battles out there. In other words, the Elf City is now completely managed by the eldest sister alone. Wang Miao's words added fuel to the fire, which made Wang Xiaoxiao bite her gums until they bled. Even if she succeeded in getting this gathering place, she would have to manage it together with the 4th brother, so that she would not have absolute power. But that hateful woman actually had the highest power here without doing anything. How could she not be furious? Looking at Lao Wu with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Shuang Xinxin vaguely felt that if she didn't get rid of him today, Lao Wu would definitely become her biggest hatred in the future. Considering Lao Wu's character and the humiliation she suffered today, she would definitely fight to the death with her after she got out. But in the end, She still didn't say anything. She just asked the other party to pack up her things and leave here. And then she turned around and left with Wang Miao. After seeing the two leave, Su Xiaobei also put the pistol in his hand back into his pocket and left silently. Chapter 317 returned to normal. After returning to her room, Zhuang Xinqin sighed. And at this moment, she fell on the sofa as if she had lost all her strength. She slowly said to Wang Miao, "The man named Wu Ai before was really sharp-eyed. He gave up cooperation with us because he saw the discord between us sisters. Now it seems that he is really far-sighted. The fifth and fourth sisters will definitely not stop after they leave. They will definitely return to the Elf City for the rest of their lives. I am afraid that the next time we sisters meet, we will be on the battlefield." After hearing what the eldest sister said, Wang Miao didn't know what to say. Suddenly she said to her elder sister, "Is he afraid of having more enemies who are always thinking about him? He doesn't look like such a coward. Does he?" She also wanted to change the topic. She didn't want her elder sister to think about these annoying things. When asked why Wu Ai didn't join her camp, her elder sister smiled and said, "I think he might really be afraid of trouble. So he must eliminate the fourth and fifth brothers who are going to become his enemies. He should have seen that I can't do this. So he stayed away from us." When Wang Miao thought about it, it was really possible. If I had killed the fourth and fifth sons at that time, I would not have agreed. But what about now? Would I agree with this idea now? Gusiusi, the dinner today doesn't seem to be very good. This barbecue is not spicy at all. And did you raise this pork into space? Why does it seem that there are still hairs that have not been cleaned up? After a few days of being well behaved, Li Zimu finally turned back to her previous self and started to find faults and wanted to fight with Gusiusi again. Gusiusi did not show any unhappy expression after hearing what the other party said. But she picked up a seasoning bottle with chili powder on the table. She elegantly took the seasoning bottle and gently sprinkled some chili powder on Li Zimu's skewers, and then returned to her seat like a butterfly. Li Zimu was shocked by this operation. She didn't know how to continue fighting with Gusiusi, who had no fighting spirit. When she subconsciously took a bite of the skewer sprinkled with chili powder, she finally understood why the other party didn't have any angry expression. "Water! Water! Boss! Bring me some water!" "Gusiusi, you little bitch. Just wait and see. If you wait for me to recover, I will definitely make you pay for it. I will not let you go." After that, she started looking for something to relieve the spiciness like crazy. But Gusiusi seemed to have foreseen and collected everything. The only thing Li Zimu could see nearby was a pot of tea in front of Wu Ai. Now she couldn't care less. She ran to Wu Ai's side, picked up the tea and poured it into her mouth. However, the tea was hot. Not only did she not feel the burning sensation relieved, but her pain was magnified. Wu Ai, who was beside her, was also splashed with tea, looking at the boss whose face was getting darker and darker. Gusiusi finally couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of her mouth. At this time, Wu Ai had of course discovered that he had become a part of the revenge against Li Zimu. But he would not let the other party use him easily. Looking at the boss who returned to the room angrily, Gusiusi seemed to understand that he had played a little too much. Chapter 318. Let me do an experiment with you. Knowing that she might get into trouble, Gusiusi immediately returned to her own territory quietly. And Li Zimu, who was running around like a headless fly, also began to use clean water to deal with her problem with the help of her sister. Gusiusi felt that things might not end well in the end. So she took out a large bottle of milk from her exclusive space and gave it to Li Muzi, hoping that her sister could mediate. But the other party just took the milk and didn't care about her flattering expression. It seemed that she was really in danger. But what scared her even more was that whether it was Li Zimu who was the most injured, or the captain who was used as a bargaining chip, the two sides did not come to her to discuss the matter immediately, which made her even more uneasy. She did not really sleep that night. During breakfast the next day, Gusiusi provided what she thought was the best service. She hoped to make everyone feel that she had realized her mistake and was trying to make up for it. But the people eating seemed to be normal, and no one mentioned the prank yesterday. Just when Gusiusi was suffering from intense torment and was about to bear it, the alarm of the RV system suddenly came. The radiation index in the nearby environment has begun to exceed the normal range. Please prepare the corresponding treatment plan. The alarm of the RV sounded at the right time, interrupting Gusiusi's tangled feelings. As soon as the RV issued a warning, Wu Ai stopped the RV. Without knowing the intensity and range of the radiation, He would never move forward even 1 meter. Turn around quickly, and let the RV return to the normal radiation value range. For the time being, we can't move forward. We will make a decision after understanding the problem here. Of course, everyone knows what radiation is like. So it is better to leave here as soon as possible without corresponding safety preparations. As for whether the RV can resist radiation, Gu Xiaoxi also gave the answer immediately. That is, the RV cannot prevent the invasion of radiation. So leaving the radiation area is the most correct temporary solution. Captain, do you still remember the explosion that happened shortly after we entered the border? Although we didn't know what caused it at the time. It seems that the answer to the question may be in the front. Viper said this, and he also remembered that incident. Although everyone had a bad premonition at the time, they didn't really care too much. But now it seems that they finally encountered a suspected explosion site. And the answer they wanted to know is in the front. Under such circumstances, the only person who can safely enter and exit the radiation site is Gu Xiaoxi. However, everyone only knows that ordinary things do not harm her. But whether this radiation will harm her is not clear to everyone. In the end, the problem at hand can only be solved by implementing 2 plans at the same time. The first is that Li Zimu improves some drones to use them as tools to detect the range and intensity of radiation. Another is to let Gu Xiaoxi slightly enter some radiation fields that normal people can occasionally withstand to conduct experiments to see if her cells will change due to the intensity of radiation. Although Gu Xiaoxi herself does not agree to go to such a place to do experiments. Who makes her body not a human body? Chapter 319 Harvest in the Radiation Zone. After 3 days of experiments and drone detection, some information was finally revealed to everyone. The effective killing area of this explosion is about 35 square kilometers. Through calculation, it can be inferred that the equivalent of this explosion should be around 100,000. Although it feels that this equivalent is not very large. It is also compared with the ordinary weapons that can be compared now. This level should be used as an experimental model warhead. If it is a real war level, it is likely that a missile with a larger equivalent will be manufactured. If such a war happened at that time, this planet should have become another doomsday scene. Gu Xiaoxi's experiment was also very successful. After the rigorous testing of the venomous snake, she learned that her blood composition was completely different from that of humans. The equipment in the RV was not enough to study these things. But the change in radiation intensity did not have any effect on her. In the last meeting, Wu Ai still asked for Gu Xiaoxi's personal opinion. Although some things were completed with a half-joking and half-threatening meaning. If some sacrifices really needed to be made, he would not force any team members. What else can I say? You have been doing experiments for so many days. If I don't go, I might be retaliated by you. Although Gu Xiaoxi said this, she still put on the radiation-proof clothes specially made for her by Li Zimu. Some professional equipment was also put into the backpack behind her. Just like that, Gu Xiaoxi slowly got out of the RV and prepared to walk towards the explosion center full of radiation. Just when she thought she would have to walk for several days to enter the explosion center, Viper drove an off-road vehicle with the roof sawed off behind her. This off-road vehicle has also been simply modified, and should be able to drive in the radiation field for a while. Gu Xiaoxi finally drove this roofless off-road vehicle to the center of the explosion. Boss, although our road is blocked by this radiation site, can we take another road? Wu Ai also sighed at this time and said, if it were before, I would not be so eager for quick success. But now, there are more powerful enemies catching up with us. The cloud with a white appearance, but a dark heart is not far away from us. Li Zimu certainly knew who the other party was. So she could only sigh and say nothing more. Gu Xiaoxi's expedition was very smooth. Although she walked around for several days before coming out. What she got was enough to make up for the losses of these days. First of all, the things she brought back and herself had to be cleaned. This cleaning was mainly for the radioactive dust and radioactive substances on her body. It was originally thought that it would be a simple task. But it took a day. Li Zimu and Viper were not idle during the days when Gu Xiaoxi entered the radiation zone. They jointly made some special liquids for cleaning radiation. This liquid is a simplified version of the previous green liquid. But this liquid is also very effective for radiation. After a day of repeated cleaning, everyone can finally check the harvest that Gu Xiaoxi brought back with great difficulty. The first thing everyone wants to check is a box wrapped in metal lead. And the rest are more than 10 building blocks that everyone loves. Chapter 320 Mobile Hard Drive in the lead box. The building blocks that were brought back did not involve any technological information about metal materials. nor did they have any special metal manufacturing capabilities. It seems that the metal material technology necessary for the future Gundam is not available this time, and everyone can only sigh with regret. However, there is one of these building blocks that Lizimu is interested in, and the ability of that building block is biological smelting. Although she is not sure about the specific ability of this building block, she has a feeling when she sees it. She feels that this building block will bring a huge improvement to the RV. Everyone's attention was drawn to the box made of metal lead. It was obvious that this box was prepared for the survivors who entered the radiation zone. What good things would be in such a box left for future generations? Everyone was looking forward to it. The Lee sisters were responsible for opening the box safely, and after confirming that there were no safety hazards many times, they handed the mobile hard drive wrapped in velvet to Wu AI. Why is it information again? It seems that the most important thing in this world is really information. He was a little uninterested in this, so he planned to hand the hard drive matter to Gu Xiaoxi, because the previous prank had been offset by her mission to the radiation zone. She has now returned to her previous state. Wu AI saw that Lizimu was concentrating on checking a building block bulb, so the task of playing the information was handed over to Gu Xiaoxi. After the hard drive was connected, the holographic image began to play the video data inside. Survivors, the next thing is very important. Please be sure to believe my advice to you. Never go to the giant tower-shaped building on the equator. Never go. If you or your team and gathering place are really not afraid of death, you can completely ignore my advice. But please give this hard drive to other survivors before going to the giant tower. Now I only have this small request. Just these few short sentences made everyone who heard it feel confused. People who didn't want to go there originally would probably want to take a look after getting this information. Boss, the first video file has been played. Do you want to continue? Gu Xiaoxi asked. He also wanted to know what happened next, and why there was such a warning in the video. So he nodded to signal her to continue playing. The second video started playing immediately, and the video started with a collection of images from various monitors. But these images are not all about a person who is flying in the sky only, completely ignoring the physical laws that should exist on the planet. If we give an appropriate description of this person, it should be like a fantasy character in a TV series, with various magical abilities. The video in the second part mainly records the battle between this gathering place and this person, which lasted for about a day. In the end, the person flying in the sky was killed by 3 missiles, but at the same time as killing the suspected immortal cultivator, a golden light flew out of this person's body. The people in the base didn't know what kind of enemy they were fighting, so they thought they were very happy to start various celebrations after the battle was won. This is all the video materials in the second part. Chapter 321 Trial Tower. After the second part of the video was played, everyone was mentally prepared. The reason why the gathering place was full of radiation should be absolutely related to the golden light that escaped at the end. There was also the third part of the video in the mobile hard disk, so everyone continued to watch the rest of the video. The beginning of the third part of the video was 10 people similar to the previous suspected immortal cultivator floating in the air. It seemed that these 10 people should come to avenge the one who died. The previous gathering place was already difficult to deal with one person, and now with 10 people coming, the gathering place basically had no hope of winning. So soon after the third part of the video started, a voice acted as a narrator. This flying person was released by our team after opening the tower door when we went to explore the giant tower. Originally, we thought that the other party was also a survivor, who should have entered a few days earlier than us. But after the other party spoke some language we didn't understand, he actually started to attack us directly. My children and wife also died in this battle, but they successfully led this person away so that the rest of us could survive. But when we returned to the gathering place the next day, the nightmare-like person appeared. You all know that we succeeded in killing him, but the signal he sent summoned 10 people with the same ability. These 10 people slaughtered the survivors in the gathering place effortlessly, as if they could use magic. Our gathering place could not withstand such an attack. So in the end, after I set the time for the final weapon underground, I plan to leave this information to the survivors in the future. I did this not only to eliminate these people and make up for my mistakes, but also for the survival of the entire human race. Well, time is running out. I still need to put this information into the box, hoping that the survivors who find this box will not feel that it is too late to know this information. This is all the video information content of the third part. The rest are some records of the exploration of the end of the world by the survivors in this gathering place. And some are the summary of the various monsters and mutated plants and animals they have seen. Li Zimin no longer checked the building block ball at this time. She said to Li Muzi excitedly, "Sister, according to what I saw in the video, will your future direction of becoming stronger be like those people who can fly? You can fly in the sky through your own abilities or some spells. Unlike me who need to use weapons to transform wings to fly for a while." With Li Zimu's conjecture, Gu Xiaoxi immediately joined the discussion. Wu Ai paid more attention to the information about the giant tower. Viper approached Wu Ai and said, "Captain, why do I feel that the giant tower seems to have a mechanism like an entry qualification test? The people coming out of it should be the trial for the team that opened the tower door. But for unknown reasons, the other party did not complete the task of eliminating the trial characters. That's why they were hunted down by the other party until the entire gathering place was destroyed." Although Wu Ai also had this feeling, he felt that there were still some places where the logic was wrong. So he also said to Viper, "Although what you said makes sense, I still feel that some places don't make sense." Chapter 322 Prehistoric Civilization. Venomous Snake showed an expression that he wanted to discuss in depth with Wu Ai. He also hoped to learn some details about the mysterious giant tower. The video obtained from the gathering place mentioned that those mysterious immortal cultivators came out after he opened the tower door. And they had some communication with him first. But because of the language barrier, the communication did not achieve the desired effect. From this point of view, I feel that the other party is not a member of the same interest group as the giant tower. If this is true, then the situation becomes more complicated. Viper nodded in agreement. He also agreed with Wu Ai's analysis. But if the other party did not belong to the giant tower, how did those immortal cultivators get in? Li Muzi saw that the two silly girls had been fantasizing that they would have the ability to fly and hide in the ground in the future. And she also felt that the two people were really from the same country. Since she didn't want to join their topic, she could only participate in Wu Ai's chat. When she heard the conversation between the two, she couldn't help but express some of her own opinions. "I don't know if you still remember that when I first heard the alien's narration, it seemed to mention the words cradle and again. If what it says is true, then do we have reason to suspect that the person who came out of the giant tower is the participant of the last game?" Li Muzi's imagination is really big. But if the conditions she said are true, then this possibility is completely reasonable. Do you mean that the other party failed to communicate when the tower door was opened? So they started a massacre because of the language problem? The attack was completely because of the language barrier, which made the other party suspect that we belonged to the evil party. Wu Ai immediately deduced this possibility through Li Muzi's analysis. If her theory is true, the subsequent war between the two sides will be a bit tragic. If this is really what everyone has analyzed, then the intelligent races on this planet are really sad. They have all become toys of aliens. And both sides are fighting for their own beliefs and survival. If aliens really come to our planet to play with us every once in a while, then is their real purpose really to find allies as they say? Viper's face was full of confusion. He didn't know if the existing humans still had hope of survival. The prehistoric humans who came out of the giant tower were so powerful, and they all looked like immortals. But weren't they also locked up in the giant tower and couldn't get out? Now I think the information given to us by aliens should not be completely credible. Just like they insert intelligent control systems into some devices and machines controlled by controllers. They always want to control us. But it seems that there is no species similar to silicon-based life among those prehistoric humans. Is there any deeper problem? Is it because the personal ability is too strong and cannot be effectively monitored? Or is it because of other problems? After Wu Ai raised these questions, he felt that he had not considered many problems before, and he believed the aliens too much. So why did this happen? He felt that he had to figure out these problems. After all, these problems have risen to the level of the survival of the entire human race. As a member of the human race, he should also make some contributions. Chapter 323, Change to the Water Route. Let's not worry about these problems that are too far away for now. The current problems are enough to keep them busy for a while. Everyone, I have some bad news to tell you. Before, Zhang Junsheng contacted me with the intercom, and he said that Tang Sen's destination seemed to be the same as ours. And he also wanted to go to that giant tower building. And the distance from both of us is not too far, which is one of the reasons why I am anxious to find the last building block quickly. But it seems that the last building block may be too late to find, and we must reconsider our future plans. Everyone realized that there was a powerful enemy chasing them, but their current combat power seemed insufficient to fight the enemy head-on. We can no longer go through the radiation zone ahead. If we want to reach the giant tower before being caught up by the enemy, we must replan our route. Last time, Zhang Junsheng wanted to invite us to go by water with him, but I didn't agree at the time. But now it seems that if we have to take a detour again, it would be faster for us to go by water with him. After he said these words, he asked Gusiosi to start looking up the map on the holographic image, and finally concluded that if they took a complete detour by land, they would arrive at least 12 days later than Tangsan. If the other party gets something extraordinary in the giant tower, it will make them even more helpless. Then is it safe for us to go by water with Zhang Junsheng? Will he have any plans for us? Li Zimu said with some concern. I can't guarantee this completely. After all, the other party is also a decisive person. If there is an absolute benefit, I'm afraid the other party will directly sell us out. But judging from the current situation, he has no interest that can be compared with allies like us. So we should be safe for the time being. Everyone also whispered for a while, and finally felt that it should be safe for the time being. So they all agreed to the plan to go by water. After getting the consent of all the team members, the RV immediately turned around and drove to the nearest seaside. Wu Ai needed to contact Zhang Junsheng and then confirm the meeting place. The contact with each other was also very smooth. The two agreed to meet at a certain coordinate in the sea the next morning, because Wu Ai's RV can sail in the water. They set a coordinate point on the sea. The advantage of meeting at sea is that both parties can save a certain amount of time, and Zhang Junsheng does not have to find a dedicated deep-water dock to wait for Wu Ai and others to board the ship. Since they are sailing on the sea, there is no need to worry about the road conditions. The matter of going to the coordinate point was completely handled by the unmanned driving system, and everyone in the RV could rest for a while. However, the RV is not a professional sea navigation tool, so the efficiency will not be very high. It cannot be compared with professional ships. This function only came into being considering the problem of temporary escape. Since there was a relatively safe time, Wu Ai found Viper to continue to talk about the purpose of aliens and the problem of the giant tower. But Viper said that he had made a major discovery about the green liquid, and he might have a breakthrough discovery in the near future. Viper's words rejected his invitation to chat, which made Wu Ai very depressed. When he wanted to find Li Muzi, he was also pushed back with a similar reason. Chapter 324 Everyone is the protagonist of his own book. A special gem fell from the purple communicator before, and this gem was so special that the RV system could not recognize it. Considering the rarity and high level of this gem, everyone finally decided to give it to Li Muzi to study for a while, and she rejected Wu Ai's chat invitation with this excuse. She needed some private time to study this special gem. After being rejected for the second time, Wu Ai hesitated whether to go to Li Zimu. After all, this girl was still very difficult to get along with. She always looked for opportunities to do some pranks on herself. I don't know if Gusiosi learned it from her, but she used it on Li Zimu a lot. At this time, Li Zimu happened to pass by the public compartment of the RV to look for something, and Wu Ai finally asked her to chat with her to kill time. Li Zimu said hesitantly, "Boss, I found a building block ball that seems to be helpful for the metal material of the RV to turn into a Gundam robot. So can I go and take care of these things first? After all, if it is possible, the RV can be upgraded immediately." What else can he say? These people are all studying serious matters. It seems that he is the only idle person now. Looking at the empty carriage, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "It seems that I am really a useless person. If I write a novel with myself as the protagonist, I am afraid that no one would want to see such a weak protagonist." Unexpectedly, his self-deprecation was heard by Gusiosi, who was also bored. "You seem to be right. After all, no one likes a weak protagonist, but blindly catering to the reader's mood and quickly making the protagonist strong. Such novels seem too stereotyped. How can there be so many powerful protagonists? Everyone is the protagonist of their own book. So are they also very powerful in their own books?" Wu Ai felt as if he was comforted, but he still didn't come out of his emotions completely. So he continued, "It is because most people's novels do not satisfy them as the protagonists. So they seek the feeling of being strong in other people's novels. If they see an unsatisfactory protagonist again, why should they continue to read? It would be better to read the book of their own life." Gusiosi couldn't find any point in Wu Ai's point of view that she could refute, so she had no words to continue. She pouted and her face turned red. She felt that she was really meddling in other people's business. Since the other party thinks so, It is useless for outsiders to persuade him. Wu Ai looked at Gu Xiaoxi's cute face, and he slowly seemed to return to his childhood. Where are you now? The big sister who exudes a fascinating aura? Gu Xiaoxi looked at the other party looking at her face, and slowly revealed a smile she had never seen before. For a moment, she was also very curious. After all, she knew something about the situation of everyone in this RV. And only the captain at the beginning was unknown. Even Li Zimu, who joined at the beginning, only knew that he was the owner of this RV. Usually, the other party would not talk about even a little bit about his past. Except for the body hatched from the 7 colored eggs when he first saw it. It seemed that he usually deliberately avoided such questions. Chapter 325 More and More Questions. Boss, what kind of person were you before entering the apocalypse? And why did the colorful eggs hatch someone you know? I think it's so strange. Gu Xiaoxi's words interrupted Wu Ai's recollection. After listening to her question, he answered leisurely, It doesn't matter what kind of person I was before. I have forgotten it after entering the apocalypse for so long. As for the second question you asked, I think I might have been targeted by aliens in peacetime. So it's possible that someone I know was hatched. It is very likely that I am also an alien. But I am an alien who has infiltrated the human race and is lurking there. Gu Xiaoxi also chuckled after hearing what he said. But as she laughed, she slowly became serious. Boss, if you are really an alien undercover, then analyze what the other party's purpose is. Originally, he wanted to find someone to talk about this issue. And now Gu Xiaoxi brought the topic to this point to integrate his ideas. And he also began to think seriously. If I am an alien undercover, I think my existence should have no meaning. Think about it. With the technology of aliens, is there any information that they can't obtain themselves? Is it necessary to find a human undercover to collect information? Unless there is some information that they can't collect with their current technology. But does such information really exist? Gu Xiaoxi was conquered by Wu Ai's serious look. And she also began to think along the other party's line of thought. Is there any information that aliens, who have almost reached the level of gods, can't obtain? Gu Xiaoxi suddenly had a flash of inspiration in her mind. And she seemed to have thought of something. Boss, do you think that human nature is the accurate information that the other party can obtain? Could this be what they want? Wu Ai was shocked by the other party's words. And he quickly started to think again. He said while thinking, What you said does have some direction. But this may not be information that the other party cannot obtain. They can completely analyze the laws of human nature from all human behaviors. Although this analysis may not be very accurate, as long as certain conditions are controlled, the accuracy of the result should not be less than 99%. Then what else does the other party want to get from humans? Do they really value humans as a camp of intelligent life? Why am I less and less convinced? Gu Xiaoxi knocked his head, looking like he really couldn't figure it out. Faction. Number. Cradle. Again, what exactly do they lack? Or do they really just want to find allies? But why don't they use some methods that are easy for humans to accept? But use such concealing and somewhat desperate methods? Are the people in the giant tower really humans from prehistoric civilization? Are they imprisoned in the giant tower? Wu Ai felt that the closer he got to the end of the problem, the more problems he seemed to find. Can the giant tower explain everything in it? Or is it just imprisoning some humans who want to know this information? But no matter what, he still had to go and see the tower. If there was really a huge danger, he had to properly arrange the team members' retreat in advance. In this way, Wu Ai walked towards his own space room, talking to himself, leading Gu Xiaoxi with a confused look on his face. Chapter 326, Reunion. Gu Xiaoxi watched the boss, who wanted to chat with her, walk away in a daze. Although she was a little confused, since he had left, she could only go back to her own space to check the crops there. Wu Ai returned to his room, and then he leaned on the sofa and kept thinking about the previous questions. He fell asleep unknowingly. It was Gu Xiaoxi who woke him up the next morning. He felt that he had a long dream that night, but he didn't remember anything after waking up. Since he couldn't remember it, he simply stopped racking his brains to recall it, because he didn't sleep in bed last night and had a long dream. His body felt very tired. When he finished washing up and came to the conference table, everyone looked very happy. It turned out that they had made some progress in their research yesterday, so they were happily communicating at this time. The rare venomous snake also kept a smile on his face. It seems that Fei Bao should meet everyone in the near future. Boss, you don't know? I made great progress in several projects yesterday. If we can make it in time, I think it is possible for our combat power to increase several times. Li Zima looked proud like a peacock, as if no one in the RV could be prettier than her. Li Muzi also had a faint smile on her face, and at this moment, she had an indescribable maternal radiance. Looking at Gu Xiaoxi, who served the last dish, it seemed that she also had something to be happy about. On the contrary, Wu Ai seemed to be not in the same time and space as everyone else, and he did not have anything happy to share with everyone. In order not to spoil everyone's interest, he also tried his best to interact with everyone, making him look happy for everyone. But he felt that he seemed to be getting more and more tired, and it was getting harder and harder to be as natural as before. Little guy, can you make wine there? If we have something happy in the future, how can we do without wine? If not, you have to think of a way. You are now the most important logistics officer in our RV. Looking at the boss's words, it seemed normal, but for some reason, Gu Xiaoxi felt something was different. Is it because he called his previous body by a nickname? Could it be that he was too sensitive? Don't worry, boss. We don't consume much wine in normal times, so I have a wine cellar in my space that is enough for everyone to consume. This kind of thing is easy to preserve, so it is not necessary to brew it specifically now. With Gu Xiaoxi's answer, he was still very satisfied. It seemed that his worries could be completely replaced by these things in the future. With wine, there would be no worries. After everyone finished the breakfast happily, it was time to meet Zhang Junsheng. It was unknown how strong the other party was now, and whether he had the strength to compete with Tang Sen head-on. As the RV began to sway left and right, Wu Ai guessed that Zhang Junsheng's warship might have arrived at the meeting point they agreed on. He came to the second floor of the RV, and Gu Xiaoxi also opened the roof of the combat part. On this second floor, with an unobstructed view, everyone finally saw Zhang Junsheng's warship slowly stopping. Chapter 327 Captain Zhang's Plan. The waves caused by the warship made the RV sway a little more, but this did not affect the safety of the RV. When the warship slowly stopped on the sea, Zhang Junsheng was waving to everyone on the deck. Everyone simply waved, and then everyone closed the roof and went down to the first floor. Gu Xiaoxi had been told about their parking position on the warship before, so after the warship was parked, the RV jumped directly onto the deck of the warship. There was a very spacious deck in front of the main gun of the warship, which was enough to park something as large as an RV. When the RV was parked, Wu Ai led everyone out of the RV. Brother Zhang, long time no see. I am very happy to see that your warship is more powerful than before. If we meet Tang San, I will still rely on Brother Zhang's care. Wu Ai's words have already explained a lot of information. He looked up to the other party and gave a secret reminder, reminding them that the two sides are still in alliance and there is a powerful enemy eyeing them. Of course, there are also humble compliments as a Chinese, admitting that his strength is not as good as his flattery. Zhang Junsheng just smiled and said, "What, Brother Zhang or not? I am just a few years older than you, but I can't say that you should call me Brother Zhang." Wu Ai saw that the other party was very sensible and did not behave impolitely, so he stopped probing and spoke directly to Zhang Junsheng. "Since Brother Zhang doesn't like this title, then it's not wrong to call you Captain Zhang. If you agree, then I will call you like this in the future." Zhang Junsheng shook his head and smiled. This time he did not refuse again. Everyone was led into the reception room in the warship by Zhang Junsheng with a smile. After everyone sat down, they exchanged a few simple greetings. I wonder how much Captain Zhang knows about the guy floating above. Is there any latest news to share? Since we are allies, Wu Ai's questioning of Tang San is not so abrupt. Since Captain Wu asked, I will tell you what I know. I have been monitoring him through effective methods before, because I will never let him go with his character. For a long time, he just honestly floated back and forth on the land. I guess he was either looking for people or testing some weapons. But not long ago, I completely lost his signal. It should be that he has some ability or improvement in some aspects. So he blocked or discovered my surveillance. I had expected this, so I didn't feel any surprise. But before the signal disappeared, I had calculated the direction and speed of the other party. If Tang San didn't change direction, he should have gone to the giant tower on the equator before the signal disappeared. I also monitored that they already had dedicated fighters, but the number was unknown, so we still have to be careful. Zhang Junsheng's information is basically useless. I don't know what the other party is planning, but no matter what he is planning, Zhang Junsheng will only show his fox tail when one of the three parties must withdraw. Since Wu Ai knew that the other party did not want to fight the enemy together wholeheartedly, he stopped talking about this topic afterwards. Chapter 328 Mobilization Meeting. Everyone talked until lunchtime. And then, they had a good meal in the battleship's restaurant. During the meal, Wu Ai showed no restraint at all, and he drank until he vomited. Gu Xiaoxi could only apologize to Zhang Junsheng repeatedly, saying that everyone would not disturb him in the evening, and would come to have breakfast with Captain Zhang tomorrow morning. Zhang Junsheng looked at the situation and felt that the other party would not be able to recover by dinner time. So the originally scheduled dinner was temporarily cancelled. After watching the group return to the RV, a voice sounded behind him. Master, they were completely under your control before. Why didn't you? Zhang Junsheng turned and walked towards his lounge, answering as he walked. You still have a lot to learn. How can you think that the other party dare to enter the control of others without any preparation? If the other party has enough backup, don't you think it will be embarrassing if we attack? We may not be able to destroy the other party if we fight. And if we don't fight, then the previous behavior cannot be explained. We have been remembered by a powerful enemy. If there is another such enemy, do you still want to sleep well? The voice stopped talking, as if she was thinking seriously. Yuzhu, the reason why I didn't tell the other party all the information about Tang San was to see who is more powerful. Only after we have mastered all their intelligence, we can take out our backup plan. After Zhang Junsheng finished speaking, he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, under the hall of Zhang Junsheng's warship, there was a huge black shadow that was completely synchronized with it and sailed in the same direction. After everyone sent Wu Ai back to his room, Viper simply helped him deal with the vomit on his body. After treating him with a wet towel, Viper returned to the public compartment of the RV. Everyone did not return to their own exclusive spaces, but all sat at the conference table waiting for Viper's arrival. After Viper took a seat, Li Muzi was the first to speak. I think the captain did this today and became completely defenseless because he may have realized that Zhang Junsheng's attitude towards cooperation was not very serious. According to the captain's analysis, our current strength should not be able to compete with Zhang Junsheng. So he made such a gesture. This is completely a deliberate attempt to make the other party feel afraid. But no matter how we make the other party afraid, our real strength is not as good as the other party. So, Li Muzi did not continue to speak here, but looked around at everyone present. Don't worry, sister. I will definitely not waste the time that the boss has given us, and I will definitely produce some results today. Li Zima was the first to express his opinion, and others also expressed that they would do their best in their own fields to strive to improve everyone's combat effectiveness. After such a short meeting, everyone returned to their own exclusive space after clarifying their goals. Li Muzi did not return to her sister's exclusive space at this time. She found Gu Xiaoxi and wanted to go to her exclusive space to study the mysterious gem. If anyone's space in the RV is closer to the real natural environment, then only Gu Xiaoxi's exclusive space is closest to nature. Chapter 329 Night Exploration of the Warship. The reason why Li Muzi found Gu Xiaoxi was because she needed such an environment. An environment that could simulate nature as much as possible. Gu Xiaoxi would certainly not refuse Li Muzi's request, and she directly took her into her exclusive space. Although Gu Xiaoxi's exclusive space has more natural conditions than other spaces, it is not very large due to the conditions chosen at the beginning. But even in such a space, it is full of vitality everywhere, whether it is on the wall or on the ground. There are green figures in all places that can be used. There is a small place in the corner of the space where a pig is raised, but there is no unpleasant smell coming out of the pig pen. It seems that although Gu Xiaoxi is careless and fights with her sister all day long, this does not prevent her from completing her task well. Li Muzi walked to the aisle between the green plants, and she slowly lay down like this. At this time, there was green everywhere around her. Because of the small space, there were also many green plants on some shelves hanging in the air. Gu Xiaoxi looked at Li Muzi, who seemed to be lying there, and fell asleep. She knew that it would be better for her to leave this place to her at this time, so that she could better feel the natural environment here. After Gu Xiaoxi quietly left this space, Li Muzi, who was lying on the ground, also smiled knowingly. After Gu Xiaoxi came out, she didn't know where she should go. Of course, there was a place to sleep. There were still several guest rooms in the boss's space, but now she didn't want to sleep, and she couldn't disturb others' work. So this boring time must be passed by something. She thought about it, and didn't think of anything to pass the time. So she could only think of going to explore the battleship at night. In order to make her action fruitful, she quietly went to Li Zimu's emergency box in the public space of the RV and searched through it, hoping to find something that could help her. But unfortunately, there was nothing here that she could use. In the end, she could only take a dagger and a night vision goggles. Then she took these two things and waited until night to quietly get out of the RV to explore the warship. The moment she got out of the RV, Zhang Junsheng received a notification from Yuju. After Zhang Junsheng found out that a woman had gotten out of the RV through the ubiquitous monitors, he also showed a playful smile. It seems that we can first understand the depth of the opponent through this woman, so that we can also estimate the average combat effectiveness of their team. As Zhang Junsheng said this, his exclusive intelligence system immediately started to act. Gu Xiaoxi originally thought that the space of this warship would not be very large. But after she entered the interior of the warship, she felt lost. In this environment full of green, she really couldn't detect anything. But if she just called out loudly for Zhang Junsheng to come and rescue her, it seemed to be a very embarrassing thing. So she could only enter any cabin she saw, regardless of what was inside. Intelligence System Yuju still wanted to lure this woman into the cabin she had ambushed. But after seeing this posture, she felt that there was no need to do it deliberately. Chapter 330, Whale Attack. Gu Xiaoxi unscrupulously checked many cabins. She found some ammunition, and some warehouses with building blocks and heart cores. But she didn't take any of the items, because she had already found the hidden surveillance camera above her head. Since she had already discovered that the other party was monitoring her, she simply stopped checking secretly. If there was a light switch in the cabin, she would directly turn it on to check the items in the cabin. When Gu Xiaoxi finally came to a room that Yuju had arranged long ago, she found that there was nothing in the room. In the past, most rooms were filled with things. Even useless garbage would have something inside. But this room was empty, which immediately aroused her curiosity. Gu Xiaoxi knocked around in the room, hoping to find some secret mechanism. In this room, Yuju was conducting a mild experiment of pressure and radiation on her, and decided whether to increase the intensity of the experiment based on the reaction of her body. But with just these two simple experiments, Yuju was sure that the woman's body had no adverse reactions. Master, this woman does not show any symptoms of discomfort. It is preliminarily inferred that her physical strength is no longer within the range of normal humans. Yuju briefly reported the minor experimental results to Zhang Junsheng, hoping that he would make the next decision. Zhang Junsheng also saw the situation in the laboratory at the same time. And at this time, he was frowning and thinking, how did such a woman become so strong? If the people in their team are so powerful, then I really need to change. Thinking of this, he suddenly wanted to know what the limit of this woman was. So he said to Yuju, keep increasing the intensity of the experiment until the other party has adverse reactions and stop immediately. After receiving Zhang Junsheng's command line, Yuju, as an intelligence system, immediately began to implement it. When Gu Xiaoxi finally confirmed that there was really nothing in this room, she no longer persisted in looking for any hidden goodies. And then she left here with some disappointment. And Zhang Junsheng also received Yuju's notice that the experimental limit of this room did not cause any discomfort to him. He immediately asked Yuju not to conduct other experiments and guide the other party to go out through other exits. In this way, the bored Gu Xiaoxi finally walked out of the interior of the battleship from another exit after no gain. This time she returned to the RV obediently, then found an empty room and went to sleep. Except for Wu Ai, who was drunk, and Gu Xiaoxi, who was bored after a walk. No one else on the warship slept well. When Wu Ai led the team members and Zhang Junsheng to have breakfast, most of them had dark circles under their eyes, including Zhang Junsheng himself. He did not sleep that night either. He thought about it and hoped to find a natural way to repair his relationship with Wu Ai's team. But he did not find the breakthrough that he thought was natural that night. So he did not sleep that night either. When breakfast was almost over, Zhang Junsheng's warship suddenly issued a shrill alarm. Yuju immediately reported to Zhang Junsheng that the problem was that there was a whale on their route that was more than 5 times the size of their warship and was approaching their warship quickly. Chapter 331, The Last Material of Gundam. Since Zhang Junsheng has been sailing on the sea, he is quite familiar with some mutant animals in the ocean. When Yuju told him that the one attacking was a King Kong whale, his face began to change. Captain Zhang, what on earth can make a captain like you change your face? Zhang Junsheng no longer had any calm expression at this time. He quickly said to Wu Ai, This King Kong whale actually has few means of attack. Only sound waves and collisions. But if you think you can underestimate it, then those who underestimate it will pay a heavy price. He had seen this kind of King Kong whale fighting with a giant squid once before in the sea. The impact force of the King Kong whale is not something that ordinary things can contend with. In peacetime, the giant squid may be able to block the whale's breathing hole with its tentacles by chance and suffocate the whale. But the current King Kong whale has no such concerns at all. The skin and bones of this whale are made of a strange metal material. So the impact force should not have any opponents in this ocean. This is not its strongest attack method. Its strongest attack method is sound waves. It can use the sound waves generated by its own calls to easily vibrate with any object at the same frequency, and then quickly disintegrate it. There is currently no way to counter this attack method. So the only way to save your life is to stay away from it. After Zhang Junsheng finished his introduction, he ordered Yuju to revise the route and make sure to stay away from the King Kong whale as quickly as possible. Although this whale has strong attack power, its shortcoming is its speed. So as long as it is discovered in advance and avoided in time, it will basically not cause too much damage. Li Zimu secretly touched Wu Ai with his arm, and then whispered in his ear, "Boss, my research results yesterday were about biometals. If the strength of this whale is really strong, maybe it can be used to solve the problem of Gundam's whole body material." With Li Zimu's reminder, Wu Ai's eyes also flashed, and then he nodded to Li Zimu. "Captain Zhang, since you think this whale is difficult to kill, I suddenly became interested in it. If we can successfully kill this whale, we can use it as a boat. What do you think, Captain Zhang?" Zhang Junsheng was a little confused about Wu Ai's request. Why take the risk to fight something that could be easily avoided? Is there any reason he doesn't know? And the other party's reason is too ridiculous. Is his boat not enough for him? Wu Ai saw Zhang Junsheng frowning and thinking, and he ordered everyone to return to the RV without waiting for the other party to answer. Zhang Junsheng was interrupted by Wu Ai's action, and then he reiterated the power of this King Kong whale. But the other party still insisted on trying it, and he could only give up persuading helplessly. When the two sisters of the Li family left wearing the transformed black wing armor, Zhang Junsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Before the sisters of the Li family went to kill this big guy, they had made an attack plan through barrier-free communication. If this whale really has no chance of being killed, they must return directly. And if the other party uses sonic attacks, they must return as soon as possible. Chapter 332 Entering the Whale. The plan did not mention whether this whale had high intelligence. So if this whale had high intelligence, they would have to withdraw immediately. However, through Zhang Junsheng's description, no one could see that this whale had high intelligence. So in the end everyone wanted to take the risk and give it a try. At first, Gu Xiaozi also wanted to go and help. After participating in the purple spreader incident last time, she also felt like she had become a strong person. But in the end, considering her lack of experience and the high probability of escaping in the battle plan, she was not allowed to go with them. Everyone's plan was relatively simple, because they didn't have much time to begin with, and they just wanted to try their luck. The two women flew directly above the whale, and then slowly fell towards its blowhole. If this whale was really a creature with very strong skin, if they didn't enter directly from its mouth, then they could only enter from the blowhole on its top. As for entering the inside of the whale through another indescribable place, this was a problem that no one had considered. When the whale floated to the surface, the two women were able to see a small part of the whale. There is a huge bulge on the forehead of the whale, which should be used as a ramming horn. The two women took advantage of the opportunity of the whale's ascent to breathe and successfully entered the inside of the whale. After entering the inside of the whale, they could directly see the horror of this whale. The trachea they entered was like a passage, and the diameter of this trachea should not be less than about 1.5 meters. Walking inside the whale is like exploring an underground city. When they came to the position that should be considered the lungs, they finally encountered the first danger. I don't know if it was because of the invasion of the two of them that the whale's nerves had a rejection reaction, and the lungs began to shrink rapidly from the volume of several stories high. The whale seemed to use this reaction to crush the invaders. But because the two of them were petite, and the whale's minimum shrinkage was not enough to make the gap smaller, so even so, it still couldn't effectively kill them. Sister, it seems that we have caused the whale's nerves to have a defensive reaction. Will we be in danger if we continue like this? Li Zimu's suggestion was in line with Li Muzi's idea. So the two used weapons to open a hole in the wall of a pipe next to them that would allow them to crawl out. And then, they crawled out. Later, it was proved that the two people's escape was very wise. The whale actually used seawater to inhale into its lungs, and then expel it again to try to eliminate them again. If the two of them were still in the respiratory system, they would definitely be taken out by this strong water flow. But the two of them had successfully escaped from the respiratory system there. So they were just hit by the water sprayed from the pipe wall behind them. After the two wet people got up, they were fine. But they found that one of Lee Musie's oxygen tanks was broken. The huge water flow caused the oxygen tank she was carrying to hit a huge muscle wall behind her. And one of the oxygen tanks was broken on the spot. Fortunately, the remaining one could last her about an hour. So they continued to move towards the most important organ, the heart. For such a large whale, if its most important organ could not be destroyed at once, and if it dived too deep into the seabed, it would not be a joke. Chapter 333 Hard Madness. There is actually no body fluid filling the inside of the whale, which is actually not very reasonable. But now that even aliens have appeared, what else needs to be reasonable? The two people came to the heart of the whale with great difficulty, and it took about half an hour. Now there is not much time left. They must hurry up. The heart of this whale looks like a 5-story building, and it is unknown whether this big guy can be destroyed smoothly. Both of them used the strongest attack method to attack the heart, but the combined force of the two people only left negligible damage on the myocardium of the whale. Although they had expected that the biological metal level of this whale might be very high, they did not expect it to be this high. Fortunately, Viper had considered it carefully and asked each of them to carry a lot of green liquid in preparation before they came in. This mysterious liquid had helped their team many times before. So this time he asked the two women to bring enough of this liquid when facing biological enemies. Lee Zima first took out an oblong jar, which was a sealed green liquid storage jar. This metal jar had a layer of reinforced glass as a partition, which was full of green liquid. After opening the metal cover on the can, there is a pointed metal probe-like structure inside. However, this probe is not very long. Once the probe touches the surface of an object, the liquid inside will spray out quickly due to the inconsistent pressure. After Lizimu stuck the metal can in a position where the muscle could get stuck, she directly tapped the bottom of the metal can, triggering the condition of the probe touching the object. Then the two of them moved back a distance because they didn't know what would happen here in the next moment. At first, the heartbeat frequency began to increase, and then it was obvious that a spasm-like phenomenon would appear after a period of time. Soon the red muscle tissue also began to expand from the position of the metal can to grayish-white. It was obvious that the grayish-white muscle had lost its original function. Then Lee Musi also inserted his metal can into the position of the previous can that had no liquid. And the huge heart began to go crazy. "Sister, should we leave here now? Why do I feel that this place is getting more and more dangerous?" Lee Zima carefully held his sister's arm and asked, while observing left and right. "This whale will die soon. It would be strange if it didn't open its mouth before it died. It is precisely because whales may have some extreme stabbing behaviors that we should stay here." As the gray-white area grew larger, it finally revealed a hole in the huge heart, because a hole was open in the lungs when the two women came in before. Now a large amount of blood has a channel to be discharged from the body. When the Lee sisters did these things, they would of course inform Wu Ai and others, so they could also see the current situation of the whale through the drone in the RV. The whale made an unbearable painful wail, and the sound waves caused huge waves in the surrounding sea water. Fortunately, Wu Ai and the others hid in space and time, and this inhumane scream did not cause any harm to them. But Zhang Junsheng was a bit miserable, although he also hid in the safest place of the warship in time. His warship was not completely soundless. Chapter 334 Shortage of Materials. After Zhang Junsheng was injured by the sound wave, he said that he needed to undergo treatment for a period of time, because during this period of treatment, he could no longer accompany Wu Ai's team. What a joke! If he was still hanging around in front of the other party after being injured, I wonder if the other party would have any bad thoughts about him. Zhang Junsheng used this excuse to go somewhere to recuperate, and this situation just happened to fit Wu Ai's plan. After the King Kong whale finally floated to the surface of the sea after enough trouble, Wu Ai briefly explained the situation to the battleship system, and then drove directly to the huge whale. Because the whale was too huge, the RV's propulsion system was not enough to allow it to sail on the sea. So in the end, Zhang Junsheng's warship used several steel cables to pull the body forward. The consequence of this was that the speed of the warship dropped significantly. I wonder if it would delay their arrival at the giant tower. But in order to gain a stronger fighting force, Such things could not be taken care of. When it really didn't work, they could only pull Zhang Junsheng together to stop Tang San. After the RV jumped onto the whale's body, everyone finally met. When everyone got off the RV, they were watching two embarrassed girls sitting on the ground panting, because the whale took a long time to toss and turn, and one of Li Musi's oxygen tanks broke. The two of them had to share one oxygen tank. Fortunately, the whale died in the end. Otherwise, the two girls might have been buried in the sea with the whale. The urgency of time did not allow Li Zimu to rest, and she hurried into the RV and started to get busy. First, she used green liquid to dissolve several holes on the surface of the whale, so that the warship would have a point of force to tie and pull the whale. Then she lifted a box-like instrument through the mobile board of the RV, and placed it a little far away from the RV. Then she started the machine. Nothing happened when the machine started, but as time went on, the bottom of the machine began to dissolve. Boss, I developed this machine based on the biological smelting building block ball and the green liquid you got before. It can effectively decompose biological metals and make them temporarily liquid. In this way, we can process them in various ways. Of course, the overall upgrade of the RV will not be as inefficient as this, so you don't have to worry. As the whale's skin began to liquefy, the place began to become like a lake. Another machine extracted the liquid biometal from the lake for simple shaping. Then, biometal bricks appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Wu Ai immediately said hello to everyone. And then he returned to the RV to check the system to see what materials were needed for this upgrade. When he checked the list of materials for this upgrade and transformation in the RV system, his originally enthusiastic heart suddenly cooled down. Although the building blocks of the main materials can be replaced with lower-level ones, the number of building blocks and cores required for the upgrade and transformation was unexpected. The consumption of building blocks alone is 100,000, and the number of cores required is a full 50,000. Chapter 335, Taking the Opportunity to Rob. He had not used any of the building blocks that everyone had harvested from the huge banyan tree, and the hard cores obtained in the battle with Rekina. These were also the reserves he had left for upgrading and transforming the Gundam. But even though these were already huge reserves, they were still not enough for this upgrade and transformation. In addition, Li Zimu needed to upgrade the RV itself, and her transformation of the weapons also required some building blocks and hard cores. He didn't know where to get the insufficient amount, so there was no way to upgrade and transform the Gundam. Wu Ai returned to the place where the biometal was being made listlessly. He sat down inside, saying, "For the time being, we probably can't upgrade. The materials needed for the upgrade are too much." Then he told everyone the two most critical consumables that were urgently needed. We got less than 38,000 building blocks from the banyan tree before, and even if we add up the ones we had in stock before, it would not exceed 50,000. And the hard cores are even fewer. We only got less than 17,000 hard cores in the battle with Rekina. How can such a number possibly meet the huge consumption of the upgrade? Others have no way to solve this simple problem of lack of materials. This is not like a scientific and technological problem. As long as you concentrate on research, you may be able to break through. Although the upgrade materials are not enough at present, the other things are almost ready. Gu Xiaoxi returned to the RV to check the details. Everyone here was racking their brains to think about how to get enough materials in a short time. After returning to the RV, Gu Xiaoxi looked at the list of upgrades and suddenly had an idea in her mind. She returned to everyone with a printed list and said to the frowning people, "I just checked the list of materials carefully and found that if we add up all our stocks, we are short of about 54,000 blocks and about 28,000 cores. I went to the interior of the warship once before and found that Zhang Junsheng also had a lot of storage. If we borrow some from him, I believe he might lend us some." Everyone didn't know that Gu Xiaoxi had visited the warship at night, and she didn't say anything about it. So after she told her experience, Wu Ai felt that it was the best time for her to ask for some consumable materials. What? He wants to borrow so many materials? Why do they suddenly want so many materials? Yuju reported Wu Ai's request to borrow materials to Zhang Junsheng, who was resting, which made him start to doubt again. It seems that the experiment we conducted on that woman yesterday may have been guessed by the other party. But this may not be the real reason why they want to borrow materials. They had to attack the King Kong whale before, and suddenly left for the whale's corpse. In addition, they want to borrow so many materials now. So there is only one answer. They should want to upgrade something. And it must be an important and powerful upgrade that requires such a huge amount of materials. Yuju's analysis was also agreed by Zhang Junsheng, who thought so too. How much do they want to borrow? Zhang Junsheng thought for a while, and asked again. 55,000 building blocks and 35,000 hardcores. Yuju replied. Chapter 336 Everything is ready. Zhang Junsheng frowned after hearing the numbers reported by Yuju. He thought for a while and said, how much relevant reserves do we have left? Each reserve is no less than 80,000. For the current situation, the strength of the allies is also absolutely beneficial to them. But the upgrade of the things under their hull only used less than 80,000 materials. Although the consumption of materials can only estimate their combat effectiveness for this upgrade, it is estimated that Wu Ai and his team also have reserves. Not none at all. Then this upgrade will at least be at the same level as their own backup. And there is a great possibility that it will exceed the level of their own backup. But the current situation is that they have caught me really well. There are enemies behind me. And now I am injured. What a cunning group of people. Zhang Junsheng gritted his teeth and complained about the dirty behavior of Wu Ai and others. But he did not mention his own behavior. Although he is a little angry now, he is not to the point where he cannot agree to their request. But there needs to be a condition. Without endangering their current safety and interests, they must agree to one of my requests. And I will only make requests when necessary. If they agree to my request, then I will agree to their conditions. Wu Ai listened to Yuju's retelling. He sneered and said, Okay. Just like Captain John said, I will abide by the promises made by both parties. I didn't expect that the required materials could be obtained so easily, which was unexpected by everyone. After getting Wu Ai's consent, the warship quickly sent all the materials he needed through the steel cable. It seems that Zhang Junsheng also knew in his heart that it would be more cost-effective to have a powerful ally than to be destroyed by a powerful enemy. If he didn't lend these materials to the other party this time, their alliance would probably collapse immediately. As soon as the materials arrived, Li Zimu went to negotiate with the system of the RV. This upgrade will not only upgrade to Gundam, but she will also upgrade the existing kinetic cannon. Later, a new heavy machine gun will be built. This machine gun can be installed in the combat part of the second floor of the RV at ordinary times. And when the RV is transformed into Gundam, this heavy machine gun can also be held. Li Zimu operated the various settings she wanted to execute with shining eyes. And the venomous snake slowly approached Wu Ai. Captain, I have also gained something from the previous enhanced protective clothing recently. If there are any remaining materials at the end, I would also like to apply for some materials to make some experimental products. Wu Ai did not expect that Viper would have made some achievements in the research of enhanced protective clothing before treating Fei Bao. So he readily agreed to his request. After getting Wu Ai's consent, Viper also walked towards Li Zimu. And it was unknown what the two were whispering about. Since there is nothing to do now, I will go to Gu Xiaoxi's space to study the gem. If there is anything, go to her space and call me. After that, Li Muzi returned to the RV and went to Gu Xiaoxi's space. Gu Xiaoxi came to report and said, Boss, if we only need to build Gundam and some weapons, one day's collection will be enough. So should we start upgrading the RV as soon as we have collected enough biometal? Chapter 337, Power Vacuum. After thinking for a while, Wu Ai nodded and agreed to Gu Xiaoxi's proposal. Their current situation urgently needs to increase their combat power. And the time required for this upgrade is unexpectedly 5 days, which has never been seen before. It seems that this upgrade is also very complicated. It seems that after the upgrade, it will almost reach the vicinity of the giant tower. I hope Tang San will not catch up by then. City Lord, we found a warship on the sea that is suspected to be the one in the last battle. After comparing the routes, their destination should be the same as ours. A subordinate tremblingly reported to Tang San what he had found. At this time, Tang San's palace was filled with all the high-level officials of the Cloud Continent on both sides. After hearing the report below, Tang San looked around at everyone below. Then he said with great interest, Since it is an old enemy, there is only one outcome if he is found. Killing him is an inevitable result. Who will do the task this time? I don't need to assign you again. It seemed that there was no tone in the words. But the people below shuddered when they heard it. Because if the tyrant's task cannot be completed, then those who cannot complete it will no longer need to live in this world. The hall was silent. No one spoke. It was as if the people sitting on both sides of Tang San's seat were a group of sculptures. seeing that no one took the initiative to accept the task. Tang San said with a fake smile. In this case, let's play a game. Now I hand over this task to you. You can nominate the person who will carry out the task, including the person who will command, or any person from any organization you think is necessary. You only need to complete the task of destroying the opponent, and the commander you nominate can completely replace me in exercising power in this task. I will not punish the commander in the future, but you must remember the Lord. Completing this mission is the most important thing. I will give you 3 days, and I will not intervene in these 3 days. So start your actions. After saying that, Tang San stood up directly, and then he quickly disappeared in the palace. After Tang San had been gone for a while, everyone didn't know how to complete this mission. But Tang San's previous pressure still forced everyone to discuss it. Because if the mission could not be completed, who knew what would happen? From now on, I will start the plan to eliminate hidden dangers. During these 3 days, this Yunzhong continent will be in charge of you. If they have rebellious hearts and actions, don't stop them. We must use these 3 days to find out all their networks. When I come out in 3 days, that will be the time for the real reckoning. Such exciting things must wait for me to personally execute. After saying this, he came to the entrance of a secret chamber, and after a series of complex verifications, he entered it alone. When he entered the chamber, as ripples like water waves fluctuated in the air, a palace-dressed beauty slowly appeared at the door of the chamber. She looked at Tang San, who disappeared in the chamber, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Everyone in Tang San's palace was arguing fiercely at this time. They all wanted to get the position of commander without any responsibility. But the next moment, a nice woman coughed lightly, and everyone in the palace immediately quieted down. Chapter 338: The Unconscious Female Warrior. Everyone in the Cloud Continent knows that there is a mysterious woman under Tang San, who has powers second only to Tang San. But no one has ever seen what this woman looks like. Although everyone has never seen this powerful woman, everyone has heard her voice. So when everyone saw the woman who made the sound in the hall just now, they immediately thought of who the owner of the voice was. As everyone was quiet, a stunningly beautiful woman in palace dress slowly walked to Tang San's seat. Although she was wearing a black veil, she still made people feel her beauty. Everyone looked at each other's actions in doubt, as if something was being released in their hearts. The woman turned around and looked at everyone below, then smiled strangely, and slowly sat on the supreme throne of power belonging to Tang San. Seeing such a crazy move, everyone immediately understood what was going to happen. The next period of time may be the keynote of their survival, and they need to consider the issue of standing in line. Things on Wu AI's side went smoothly, and all the biometal bricks that needed to be upgraded were prepared the next day. This upgrade still requires everyone to not stay in the RV, so everyone habitually starts to prepare some supplies needed in these days. After all the preparations were completed, Wu AI realized that Li Muzi had not left the RV. Gu Xiuxi, go and call the heroine out. The RV will start upgrading soon. Gu Xiuxi jumped forward to call Li Muzi after hearing his instructions. However, when she came to her exclusive space, she found that the other party had lost consciousness at this time, and she didn't dare to move her easily under such circumstances. After everyone got the news, they wanted to cancel the RV upgrade plan immediately, because the time had been set before, and everyone had enough time to deal with everything, so they didn't consider stopping the upgrade. But it's too late to change the upgrade time now, and some materials have been consumed in advance. If the upgrade must be forcibly stopped, the consequences may be very serious. Now it's not a question of whether to upgrade or not, but a question of the lives of a team member. If the upgrade cannot be stopped, no one knows what the consequences will be. Wu AI wanted to use his highest authority to stop the upgrade, and then work with everyone to find out the reason why Li Muzi lost consciousness. But if you want to stop this level of upgrade plan, it is not possible to stop it immediately. First, the verification procedure takes some time to execute. The subsequent stop procedure also takes some time to execute. However, the time given by the system to stop the upgrade has completely exceeded the preset upgrade time, which means that the upgrade has already started before he has time to stop it. Such a result is unacceptable to him, and the upgrade time is approaching. Conventional blocking can no longer achieve the effect, so he decided to use force, even if it means blowing up the RV to stop the upgrade. But at this time, Li Zimu stopped him and told him not to continue to stop the RV from upgrading. Boss, my sister is in the RV space now. I don't know if your behavior will cause any special damage to the RV. If there is a bigger problem because of this, it is better to let it go. Chapter 339, Probing Attack. Li Zimu's persuasion reminded Wu Ai of something, and he said to everyone, in the final moments of the RV upgrade, if the people in the space don't come out in time, they will be kicked out by force. Everyone must seize this time to get her out. In this way, we can save her, and then we can study why she lost consciousness out of nowhere. Gusiosi had experienced this setting once, so everyone was still very relieved about it. Although it was impossible to stop the RV upgrade, it was still possible to get Li Muzi out safely. However, the RV did not kick Li Muzi out of the space at the end of the upgrade. Instead, it upgraded directly, and no one expected such a result. But the RV upgrade had already started, and they were powerless to do anything about it. Don't worry about my sister. Since the system failed to let her out, it is estimated that this upgrade will not affect the life in the space. So let's consider my sister's matter after the upgrade is completed. Although Li Zimu said this, everyone knew that these words were just some words of comfort. I'm afraid she herself would not believe these words, which can be seen from her far-fetched smile. However, before everyone had time to discuss the next countermeasures, Zhang Juanqing's intelligence system issued a warning, saying that a flying vehicle was approaching them quickly. The current situation was already very depressing, and now there were some people who were not afraid of death, which was just right for everyone to use them to vent their anger. But when everyone was preparing for the battle, they realized that without the RV, they would not be able to do anything to the guys in the sky. But everyone ignored one person. The most unhappy person. Li Zimushan jumped into the sky, directly transformed into a black armor and wings, and then ran directly to the 3 black spots that could be seen in the sky. Master, the enemy's fighter plane was directly destroyed by a woman from Wu Ai's team, and the fighter plane did not cause any damage to us. Yu Zhu reported the previous battle situation, which made the prepared anti-aircraft missiles lose the opportunity to go to the battlefield. Yu Zhu, do you think our direction is wrong? You see that the people in Wu Ai's team seem to be examples of individual enhancement. Is our direction towards mechanization not the strongest evolutionary direction? Is there any error in our inference that silicon-based life will be favored? Yu Zhu's answer is still the same. Based on the existing information, the result you obtained is not wrong. Zhang Juanqing sighed. It seemed that he still didn't get as much information as Wu Ai. He needed to have a conversation with the other party without prejudice and interests. The conversation would only involve information without any other factors. But is such a conversation possible? After destroying the 3 invading fighters, Li Zimu returned to the body of the whale angrily. Everyone saw her expression of not having a good fight, and knew that she still didn't vent her emotions. But there was no good way to deal with this situation. Everything could only wait for 5 days. I hope the heroine can come out in high spirits to appease this troublemaker who is about to explode. The 3 fighters of the first exploratory attack on Yunzhong continent were handed over to the furious Li Zimu. Chapter 340, the second attack. After receiving the battle report, the palace-dressed beauty smiled and said to all the people sitting in Tang Sen's palace, "Now I am the commander, and you are the ones who have to complete the mission. Now you already know the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. If you can't destroy the opponent next time, you also know how tolerant the city lord will be." Everyone present seemed to see Tang San sitting on his throne at the same time, and the cold suffocation made them all sense the taste of death. This time they will not let the opponent survive. They need to mobilize all the combat power under their command. Li Zimu still looked unhappy after returning, and everyone was tactful enough not to disturb her. Wu Ai walked aside and discussed with everyone about using the biometal bricks that had been made to build a temporary residence, because he thought the enemy would come to attack again. The previous planes were not even appetizers. Everyone also felt that what the captain said made sense, now that they had lost the RV as a shelter. If they were attacked by the enemy at this time, they would probably suffer fatal injuries. Just do it. This kind of single physical work is still very easy. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely achieve your goal. At dinner time, a seemingly simple small fortress was finally built. Everyone ate a simple dinner, and no one talked about anything. After dinner, Wu Ai received another report from Yu Zhu. Her radar detected that many fighters and ships were approaching them, and it was expected that they would enter their attack range after 2 a.m. It must be the guys from before who came to seek revenge. Yu Zhu asked them to return to the warship for refuge when necessary. Wu Ai thanked Yu Zhu for her kind reminder, and then ended the call. He turned around and said to everyone, Zhang Juanqing's warship material may not be as strong as the fortress we built. It's better to be safe here than to go to his place. If we really have nowhere to hide in the end, we will enter the interior of the whale and try to upgrade the RV. After listening to Wu Ai's analysis, everyone finished dinner and began to prepare for rest, because there may be a battle in the middle of the night. If you don't rest well, you will not have the energy to fight. At 2:30 in the morning, several air-to-ground missiles exploded directly in the air. These huge explosions immediately made the sleeping people alert. Through the gaps in the biological metal bricks that built the fortress, everyone saw the fireballs exploding in the air. It seems that the opponent has been well prepared this time, and used the most advantageous attack method right from the start. But Zhang Juanqing's warship looks quite powerful. All the missiles were successfully intercepted in the sky. It seems that this warship still has many hidden strengths. The opponent is currently only attacking Zhang Juanqing's warship, and has not yet set his sights on the whale carcass behind his warship. I don't know why it was not attacked. The fighter planes then carried out 2 rounds of missile attacks. Although several missiles luckily escaped the interception in the air, but they did not escape the dense rain of bullets from the close-in defense guns on the warships. And none of the subsequent air attacks hit Zhang Juanqing's warship. So in the end it can be announced that the opponent's air force has no gains. At this time, the opponent's warships have also entered the attack range. So the main guns and missiles on both sides are fired at each other. Chapter 341. Total Destruction of Combat Power. Under such circumstances, Zhang Juanqing's warships would inevitably be hit by the enemy's shells and missiles. But even if they were hit, the damage he suffered was much less than that of the enemy. The number of warships on Tang San's side was not too large. Only 12. And most of them had not been modified or upgraded. Compared with Zhang Juanqing's warships, such warships were really not good enough. But no matter what, the advantage in numbers was still an advantage. After several rounds of mutual attacks, the deck of Zhang Juanqing's warship was already full of flames. Although there is an automated spraying system that uses a motor to pump seawater to extinguish the fire, the effect is not very good. Some of these devices were directly blown up, and the remaining equipment seemed to be unable to cope with the powerful fire. After about an hour of fighting, all 12 enemy warships sank into the sea. The planes in the sky seemed to be unwilling to give up, but they did not carry much ammunition, and most of them had been consumed. Now all that is left are some bullets, which will not play any role for warships. Under such circumstances, these planes should have returned. But for some reason, all of them finally crashed into Zhang Juanqing's burning warship one by one, as if they were controlled by someone. After being hit by 7 fighters, Zhang Juanqing's warship finally began to tilt to one side. During the entire battle, Zhang Juanqing did not seek any help from Wu Ai. This shows that the opponent still has some cards that have not been used. In the later stage of this battle, a team of about 50 people secretly climbed onto the body of the whale through the water. They wanted to raid the warship through the steel cable between the whale and the warship. But these people were all dealt with by the angry Li Zimu. Although these people did not play any role in the battle, they did a good job in calming down Li Zimu. After killing these people, she was no longer as close to strangers as before. Captain Zhang, how is your side? I saw that your warship has begun to tilt. Do you need our help? Wu Ai still symbolically asked about the situation on Zhang Juanqing's side after the battle. After all, they are still allies. Thank you, Captain Wu, for your concern. I have basically no losses except for consuming some ammunition. As for the superficial ones, they are all for the other party to see. The tilt of the warship is only a matter of time. I will fix it in a while. It just consumes some materials. Hearing the other party's answer, Wu Ai smiled disdainfully. He guessed that the other party might be afraid that he would take the opportunity to spy on the warship. So he said so. Since the other party has said that he is fine, then he will save trouble. Unexpectedly, such a large-scale battle has nothing to do with their team. After cleaning up the bodies of the teams that sneaked up, everyone prepared to sleep again. Wu Ai speculated on the frequency of the other party's attacks. Even if they come to attack again, it will be tomorrow. Zhang Juanqing was busy repairing his warship. After the people on Yunzhong continent learned that the combat power that went to attack was completely destroyed, they also began to think about their own escape plans. Chapter 342. The Rebellion of the Palace Beauty. The Palace Beauty didn't seem to care much about the losses in this battle. Perhaps she really hoped that the mission would not be completed. Looking at the people below who were worried, she smiled slightly. This seemed to be the result she wanted. Commander, our last fighter has knocked the enemy's warship to the side. It is an ironclad fact that the warship has a lot of water. Although we didn't sink the enemy directly in the battle, the enemy should be dead. So, have we completed the task assigned by the city lord? The beautiful lady in palace dress looked at the general of the Air Force, who still wanted to make the last resistance. And she said to him coldly, "Put away your little thoughts. The other party has not been sunk at all. Even if it has been sunk, he will escape during this period of time. Moreover, you are not sure that the other party will definitely sink. What basis do you have to say that it may have completed the task?" The other party sat down directly after being said. He knew that the idea of getting away with it had been shattered. In this case, everyone will most likely be punished by the city lord. As for what the city lord's punishment is, I don't need to say it. Everyone knows it. Now I am going to run away directly. If you follow me, come and sign up here. The people who were a little listless just now seemed to suddenly see a ray of hope. After all, no one wants to die if they can live. The palace-dressed beauty looked at the noise below, which was like a vegetable market. She did not stop it. On the contrary, she hoped that such a scene would happen. In the end, more than half of the people in the palace were blatantly trying to escape from the cloud continent, while some more cunning people were still watching the situation. Do you think you can escape if the city lord's car chases you? Even if the city lord does not use his car, his guards' fighter planes can easily destroy you. You will only live a few more days if you run away like this. You might as well risk your life to kill the city lord, because then no one will order you to be hunted down. After hearing this, everyone finally determined why this palace-dressed beauty sat in Tang San's position. Before, they just vaguely felt that she seemed to have the intention to seize power. But now she has made it very clear that she is striving for more power. Those guys who were still watching before also began to be tempted. After all, as long as they killed that brutal guy, this continent should be much more stable. But the chips are still not enough now. Although they are somewhat tempted, they will not easily believe the woman in front of them. It seems that you still don't believe me. Well, I will give you some more information to make you believe that I really want to help you. The reason why Tang San failed in the previous battle was that he wasted too much time and let the warship become Zhang Juanxing's property and was attacked. This time, the unexpected artillery fire from the opponent was the real reason for his loss. But the real reason why he wasted so much time without attacking was that he was caught by the people in the RV. A weakness that was closely related to his life. So he had to listen to the other party telling him these things, thus wasting too much time. It is also for this reason that Tang San issued this strange task to you. Do you really think he will indulge you for 3 days? Chapter 343, Attack on the Secret Chamber. Of course, everyone knows about the failure of the city lord in the last battle. And because of his failure, a place in the cloud continent was also penetrated. Such a huge loss is not easy to conceal. Although no one dared to ask about these things, some gossip still spread out. The purpose of Tang San's mission this time is to make you rack your brains to focus on how to destroy the battleship, thereby ignoring the real meaning of his disappearance for 3 days. Now he is in a secret room trying to eliminate his hidden dangers. So now is the best opportunity to eliminate him. The people who were watching this time finally began to waver. If the situation was really as the other party said, then this was really a golden opportunity to kill Tang San. One person finally couldn't help but stand up and asked, "If what you said is true, why don't you kill the city lord yourself? Instead, come here to tell us. Can this be a trap?" This sentence also made some people in the upper level calm down quickly. After all, if this kind of thing is not handled well, it will be the rhythm of the end of the life. The reason why I tell you this is because I don't have any armed forces to forcibly destroy the door of the secret room. If I can kill Tang San directly, how can I come to you? Now I am the biggest power holder besides Tang San, so I have no choice but to come to you. If you had completed Tang San's task before, you might not have risked to gamble with me. But now you haven't completed the task assigned by Tang San, so you are basically dead. It depends on your own choice whether to gamble this time. Now everyone began to hesitate, because if such an opportunity is real, it is too rare. Finally, those who wanted to run away decided to give it a try before escaping. In case they succeeded, they would not have to escape from here. After all, the Cloud Continent is a holy land that is not attacked by monsters. The world below is full of unknown dangers. If people like them live below, how long they can survive is unknown. These people gathered their trusted subordinates and soon there were more than 100 survivors gathered in Tang San's palace. Although those who were watching still did not express their opinions. Their trusted subordinates were also mixed in these 100 people. The palace-dressed beauty certainly saw it, but she did not show any abnormality. In this way, the mighty team was brought to the entrance of Tang San's secret room. When everyone really saw the entrance to the secret room, those wavering people also believed more than half of what the palace-dressed beauty said. The entrance to this secret room has a very complex verification function. Looking at such a complex security level, it is estimated that the city lord is really hiding in it to do something special. Those who were watching also hurriedly called all their trusted subordinates at this time. There are also many talents among them. These talents are also prepared by them to escape or threaten Tang San. But now they have all taken them out. Among these people, there are many excellent security or electronic engineering and programming personnel. So under their joint efforts, the first 5 verification systems were opened. However, when preparing to overcome the 6th verification procedure, a mechanism was triggered because of the special nature of this verification procedure, and the 2 people who were studying in front of them were instantly vaporized. Chapter 344 Holographic Image. Although this attack scared some people, everyone also saw from this design that this might really be Tang San's secret room. Otherwise, such a security level is really inexplicable. The 2 dead people did not scare everyone, but instead made everyone's emotions rise instantly. In the end, after 17 people died, the defense facility actually lost its energy supply, and everyone actually used their lives to fill in a glimmer of opportunity to crack. Since all the settings afterwards were offensive, these people finally sacrificed themselves while cracking. If they couldn't crack it, they would just destroy it by force. And if they were counterattacked, they would pay with their lives. When there were only more than 30 people left, all 10 verification procedures were finally opened. After opening it, a heavy metal door appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this metal door, everyone knew that this should be the last barrier. There was no need to think about the password at all. These people could only open it with brute force. Among the people, those with corresponding abilities, who could be used also began to step forward and use their abilities to force open the metal door. Tang San should have expected that someone might want to forcefully break the metal door. So this door was made extremely solid. Moreover, the metal used was not a single type. So it also added a lot of difficulty to the people who forced the door open. Finally, after 3 hours, the 5-meter thick door was opened with a large hole that could allow people to enter. But the palace-dressed beauty frowned in a place where no one could see. She remembered that although the security facilities of the secret room that Tang San entered were the same, it seemed that there was no such thick metal door. But what about the metal door that appeared now? Is there any problem with it? At this time, she didn't have time to think too much, because these people had already entered the other side of the metal door with weapons. She could only follow the crowd into the secret room. After entering the secret room, everyone saw the densely packed experimental equipment inside, and the various monitors were also so numerous that it was jaw-dropping. Each monitor showed very professional values. The palace-dressed beauty was even more confused when she saw these familiar equipment. These things were the things she was familiar with, but she felt that they were a little discordant. In the middle of these seemingly high-tech equipment, Tang San was sitting on a seat with a metal hat like a big bowl, and the hat was connected to many wires and various indicator lights. Everyone who saw this scene had completely believed what the ancient costume beauty said before, and the facts here have been fully proven. I don't know who said to fire, and these people's weapons shot at Tang San, who was sitting on the chair at the same time. The dense bullets quickly covered all the vital parts of Tang San's body like raindrops. However, after everyone attacked for a few seconds, they found a big problem. The bullet only passed through Tang San's body and hit the chair he was sitting on, and his body was not hurt at all. Everyone knew there was a problem when they saw this situation. The reason why Tang San was not hurt was because the person sitting here was just a holographic image, so the bullet could penetrate the body. Why did this happen? Did Tang San expect that he would be attacked? Or was this really a trap? Chapter 345 Amazing Changes. Everyone was sweating coldly. If this was a trap carefully laid by the other party, then all their personnel would be exposed. Thinking of this, everyone hurriedly ran outside. They needed to leave here quickly with their few men. After everyone left the secret room, only the palace-dressed beauty did not leave. She had been thinking about a question. That is, what went wrong with this plan? After an unknown amount of time, a male voice echoed in the secret room. Well done. This time you actually lured out all those who had ulterior motives against me. Although the vacancy of the top management will have some impact on the daily life of Yunzhong continent. As long as you give them enough benefits. There will always be people willing to do it. But there is one thing I am not clear about. Do you really want to lead everyone to kill me in this action? Or are you really acting a very realistic movie? This performance made me shudder. If I didn't have some hobbies, I wonder if you can stop these people from attacking me in the end. As the voice ended, a small door opened on one side of the wall. The palace-dressed beauty saw a room that was like a mirror image of this place through the crack in the door. Tang San walked out of the door gracefully. His behavior seemed to be different from the old him. The palace-dressed beauty hurriedly saluted. Tang San just raised his hand to indicate that she didn't need to do that. Finally, Tang San opened the metal door and walked out. Outside were all the survivors who had been captured. When these people saw Tang San walking out alive, all their fantasies were shattered at this moment. What they hated most at this moment was not Tang San himself, but the palace-dressed beauty behind Tang San. Tang San looked at the people who were captured below. Their eyes were filled with fear, unwillingness, regret, and resentment. But he didn't have the respect and gratitude that his subjects deserved. He sighed softly and whispered, "How did Tang San rule here before? He was really heartless." This sentence was said in a low voice, and only the palace-dressed beauty behind him heard it. When she heard this, she suddenly stepped back several steps. Her eyes were full of horror and fear. She knew why Tang San entered the secret room, the purpose of the equipment in the secret room, and what Wu Ai said to Tang San. But through the whispered self-talk just now, the ancient costume beauty seemed to have known that the real Tang San should be dead, or his consciousness had disappeared. The soul in Tang San's body now should be the consciousness that Tang San wanted to destroy. Tang San looked back at the palace-dressed beauty, who was retreating again and again, and he turned and walked towards her. The palace-dressed beauty was so frightened that she could not control her body at this time, and she stood there steadily to welcome the approach of the other party. Tang San walked in front of her and put his right hand around her waist. Then he said with a handsome and elegant smile, "Tomorrow is my wedding with Wanner, so I will forgive all the crimes you committed today. And in order to leave a kingdom for my descendants, I will also re-establish the rules of this Yunzhong continent." Tang San's words made everyone stare for a long time without speaking. Of course, including the palace-dressed beauty named Wanna, who was hugged. Chapter 346, Changing Attitude. Wanner actually knew that Tang San had seen through her betrayal, and what he said before had completely pointed out her behavior. But I don't know why he suddenly announced such a marriage news. And he didn't even discuss it with her. Tang San seemed to want to kiss her neck. But he didn't really kiss her, but whispered in her ear. "Originally, I could make you disappear without a sound. But I think it's a bit of a waste. I haven't experienced anything like you humans. So getting married is the first experience I want to try. Although you should know something. I want to tell you that what you know is not even the tip of the iceberg. So from now on, a smart person like you should know what to do. I like beautiful things, and I hope you can give me such feelings." After saying these words, he gently kissed Wanner's neck, and then left her side with a smile. Zhang Juanqing's repair work also lasted for a day, and he probably consumed a lot of building blocks. After lending them so many building blocks, there are still so many reserves. It seems that he really killed a lot of people. In the next few days, Tang San did not send anyone to attack again, which made Li Zimu a little depressed. The others took a rare few days of rest like a holiday. The whale's body was too huge. Although the biometal was being produced continuously every day, there was still no sign of the whale's body shrinking. Zhang Juanqing's injury was almost healed during this period. The main reason was that his injury was not very serious. In addition, his warship should also have a corresponding medical system. This simple injury should be easily treated. After he recovered from his injury, he once again held a banquet on the warship. And during the period, there was obviously some intention to please and ease the relationship. Wu Ai had guessed about this situation before the banquet. It should be that Zhang Junsheng saw the performance of the individual after strengthening, and he might have misjudged the combat power of his side. But this kind of thing is good for him, so he will not explain it to the other party foolishly. Although Zhang Junsheng also wanted to inquire about this information during the banquet, he cleverly resolved it. The two girls turned all their emotions into the power of eating. This time they swept the table unscrupulously, interrupting the conversation between Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng several times. "Captain Zhang, what is the food of your team like? How could you let the two girls starve like this?" Zhang Junsheng asked in a somewhat horrified tone. Yes. It was a horrified tone. Wu Ai could only explain awkwardly that this was their personal hobby. Not that their team's food was bad. In this way, the banquet ended in a weird atmosphere. And the two girls were finally carried back to the fortress they built with biometal. Looking at the two girls' round bellies, it was really speechless. If someone who didn't know saw them, they might think they were pregnant women for 4 or 5 months. Tomorrow is the deadline for the RV upgrade. And everything will have a result tomorrow. Wu Ai looked at the huge fire cloud in the distance. And he knew that a battle was inevitable. Chapter 347 Safe and Sound. The next day, Zhang Junsheng invited all the members of Wu Ai's team to have dinner together. But Wu Ai declined the invitation on the grounds that the two girls were not feeling well. Zhang Junsheng was not angry at all when he received such a reply, because he had also witnessed the fierceness of the two girls yesterday. Wu Ai and all the members of the team stopped doing anything near the end of the upgrade. They were all staring at the hidden RV, expecting what they hoped for. When the RV appeared in front of everyone again, no one paid attention to the situation of the RV at the first time, but ran to the side door of the RV to go in and see what happened to Li Muzi, who had not come out before. However, when they ran to the side door of the RV, the door opened by itself. Li Muzi, wearing a tattered protective suit, appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that her sister was really fine as she imagined, Li Muzi cried and jumped on her sister. Li Muzi saw that everyone was looking at her with very gratified eyes. She also knew that everyone's concern for her had surpassed the latest RV that had been upgraded. Looking at this warm scene of the two sisters, Wu Ai was also touched. Such a loving scene is really a rare beautiful embodiment of human beings. But the next moment Gu Xiaoxi's untimely voice sounded. You two should go inside and take care of your clothes. If you separate now, some people might feast their eyes. At first, no one understood the real meaning of Gu Xiaoxi's words. But when Li Zimu wanted to get off her sister, she was hugged back to her. It turned out that Li Muzi's protective suit had been damaged a lot. So if Li Zimu got off her sister, the men in the team would indeed get some benefits. Although Li Muzi's protective suit had many damages, it was far from being inappropriate for children. But it was just a little imaginative. Just as Li Muzi carried his sister back to the RV to change clothes, Viper shouted to the figure, who was about to disappear. I have already studied the latest experimental version of the protective suit. You can go and see if it is completed. If it is completed, you can try it on. Viper took this opportunity to let Li Muzi try out his experimental version of the protective suit, so that the complete version of the protective suit can be completed as soon as possible. The girl went in to change clothes, so it was not easy for them to go in to check the latest changes in the RV. But when they were relieved at this time, they found that the appearance of the RV had also changed a lot. First of all, although the RV still uses the original floating forward method, the overall shape of the RV is no longer as round as before, except for the corners below which are still somewhat rounded. The overall shape of the RV gives people a feeling more like a fortress armored vehicle. There are various shapes of external armor modules on the body of the RV, just like the bulletproof armor modules of a tank. This design of the RV can increase the safety of key parts, and it is also easy to replace if damaged. Chapter 348 Enhanced Protective Clothing. Moreover, there is no such thing as glass in the RV now. All the original glass positions have been replaced with metal and external armor. Although there is no glass for easy observation, it is still a good improvement in safety. At this time, Wu Ai recalled the fatal punch that the purple spreader attacked the glass. He no longer cared about the loss of glass in the RV. After all, safety is the most important thing, isn't it? The front of the RV also has a very cool design. The front corner of the RV is now enlarged, and the front glass has also been replaced. This makes Wu Ai a little confused. The overall feeling of the RV now is like a large mobile drilling machine, except that the drill bit in front has become a huge ram. At this time, Li Muzi also came to everyone again, and her reappearance also put everyone's attention back to her, who continued to appreciate the changes in the appearance of the RV. This time, the protective suit no longer has too much design that reflects the wearer's figure, and the overall style is more like a soft combat armor. The external armor of the RV appearance is also reflected in this protective suit, which has formed a set of feelings with the combat helmet made by Li Zimu before. The design of the helmet also follows Li Zimu's previous design. Full coverage, and various functions and display parameters are also continued. From the outside, the full coverage helmet looks like a large area of the face has been occupied by a set of breathing devices. The eyes are covered with a high-tech material, which looks a bit sci-fi. The protective clothing on the body is covered with external armor plates in the most vulnerable parts. And it feels safe. Although the protection of the parts that need to be moved is weakened for the convenience of movement. It is also fully covered. And there is no lack of protection because it is at the joint position. Wu Ai and the others circled around Li Zimu and looked at her, which made the person in the protective suit a little embarrassed. As the eye area turned transparent so that she could see naked, she looked at the people around her with a slightly angry look in her eyes. Sister, don't think about anything else. This time, I will stand on everyone's side. If there was only one set of protective suit, no one would look at you like an animal. Although this explanation made Li Muzi very unhappy. She also knew it was the truth. So she glared at her sister in reproach, and then turned the previously transparent part back to matte black, so that people outside could not peek into the eyes of the people inside. Viper also came forward and asked for Li Muzi's consent, and gave everyone a brief introduction. The concept of this protective suit is more inclined to combat. Although it is inclined to combat, the protection is also not to be underestimated. The current protection is more than 20 times that of the previous version. So there is no need to worry too much about protection. The back can carry various auxiliary equipment, such as oxygen cylinders, jet backpacks, or powerful offensive thermal weapons. The most important thing is the 3 round buttons on the forearm. This is the essence of this protective suit. Only with this protective suit can be called a game-type protective suit. Chapter 349 New Weapons. Everyone followed Viper's explanation, and looked at the 3 round buttons of different colors on the front of the arm. Viper saw that everyone noticed this. So he continued to introduce. These 3 buttons contain special enhancement potions, which can only be injected after physical manual unlocking and iris unlocking. Of course, if the computer in the combat helmet detects that the person inside cannot unlock twice, it will also adjust the unlocking procedure according to the situation. Each enhancement button can be filled with enhancement potions of various attributes in advance, such as those that enhance strength and increase agility attributes. In addition, it is also possible to load therapeutic drugs or stimulants. In short, this is a core design that can temporarily enhance combat effectiveness. But as the effect of the drug disappears, the protective suit will also adjust the corresponding parameters and strength to restore to the previous state. Oh! That means this protective suit also has some functions of exoskeleton armor? Wu Ai asked with interest. Well, yes, but the functions are very few. Limited to simple abilities, such as increasing mobility and arm load. The answer of the snake also made Wu Ai and Gu Xiaoxi, who did not have strong strength, brighten their eyes. Such protective clothing is the most useful for them. After everyone admired Li Muzi's protective suit for a while, they finally started to enter the interior of the RV after she reminded them silently many times. After everyone entered the RV, they found that the style inside was not much different from the original. It just optimized some functions and the overall design. And the changes were not too big. Xiao Mu, I wanted to ask you just now. Now all the glass in the RV has been replaced. Safety has been improved. But is it really good that you can't see outside at all? Wu Ai found an opportunity and finally asked his previous doubts. Boss, I thought about this a long time ago. All the glass positions can be viewed from the outside through the holographic images at the corresponding positions. This not only improves safety, but also strengthens airtightness. Nowadays, RVs can resist the invasion of radiation, and we don't have to avoid the radiation field. This did not occur to him for a while, but after listening to Li Zimu's explanation, he also decided that these changes were necessary. Boss, the real changes are still on top, and everyone can come and have a look. Everyone looked at Li Zimu, who was a little bit proud, and they were also aroused by her curiosity. Everyone knew that the top was the weapon part, and it seemed that she was more concerned about the profession she was in charge of. By the time we reached the second floor, the kinetic cannon, which was already considered quite powerful, had disappeared. In its place, it was replaced by another longer thing that looked like a metal fork. Everyone, let me introduce this weapon to you. The famous high-energy electromagnetic particle cannon. This weapon is the longest range and strongest weapon I can make based on our existing building blocks. With it, our combat power should soar. There are also 2 heavy machine guns at the back, which can be used by the Gundam after transformation. After hearing this, Wu Ai finally began to breathe faster. If such a thing can't excite any man, then nothing can excite a man. He even wanted to transform, and actually control it right away, to see how powerful this Gundam, that everyone worked so hard to achieve is. Chapter 350. First Transformation. Everyone can understand Wu AI's excitement. If it were them, they would also hope to experience this long-awaited toy right away. Wu AI caressed the high-energy electromagnetic particle cannon lovingly, and this expression made everyone around him take 2 steps back. After checking the RV computer system, Gusiosi said to Wu AI, who had a strange expression, "Boss, if you want to try it, you can do it now. Please don't make such an expression. Don't you see that everyone is a little scared? Your expression is like a pervert." Wu AI immediately said with stars in his eyes, after hearing what Gusiosi said, "Can I try it? Really?" Gusiosi also nodded back. His expression was enough. You just need to go down and sit in the driver's seat, and the relevant computer will tell you what to do. But you have to remember, because most of our technology is a castrated version, the battle time will be limited. Wu AI doesn't have time to listen to this now. What he wants most now is to experience the feeling of driving this Gundam and enjoy the exhilaration. When he sat in the driving position, he suddenly thought of where the other team members would be placed. If they could not stay in the transformed Gundam body, then there would be certain dangers outside. He was about to turn around and ask Gusiosi about this question, but the latter directly told him what he was concerned about at the moment. "If you want to talk about us, boss, you can rest assured. We can appreciate your fighting style in this space. So don't worry that we will be left outside and in danger." With Gusiosi's answer, Wu AI no longer had to worry. After watching them enter the space, he pressed the big green button. As the button was pressed, his eyes were filled with white light. After about 5 seconds, he found himself in a strange place. He could not see his body in this place, but discovered the outside environment through his perspective. And all his actions became the actions of a Gundam. Now he seemed to have become a Gundam, but he did not get the corresponding feeling. Welcome Commander to ZWKJYDSJ001. Now execute the life frequency matching procedure. The time is 10 seconds. Okay. Now the life frequency matching procedure has been completed. Start the initial simulation training procedure. After various system trainings, a big boy like Wu AI quickly mastered the basic combat operations of Gundam. The only drawback was that he did not see the handsome and cool appearance of Gundam with his own eyes. An hour passed, and the system prompted that the time of Gundam had been almost consumed. If you want to start the transformation into Gundam mode again, you must wait 24 hours. This situation made Wu AI very depressed. He has not played enough yet. But the time is up. Helplessly, he could only cancel the state of Gundam and return to the form of RV again. Sitting in the driving seat, he was still thinking about the joyful feeling just now. The next moment, Gusiosi ran behind him and shouted, "Boss, I have recorded your heroic posture just now. Do you want to enjoy it yourself?" Chapter 351 Video Controversy. When Wu AI heard Gusiosi say that he had recorded his heroic figure, he immediately opened his eyes and jumped off the driver's seat. He took Gusiosi's hand and hurried to the holographic image in front of the conference table, asking her to play the video just now. "Boss, are you sure you don't want to go back to your room to watch it? Are you going to play it here?" Gusiosi looked at him with a strange look, as if she had heard it wrong. "Of course, I haven't seen the overall appearance of this Gundam yet, so of course I have to appreciate it here." Gusiosi looked at it with a strange look and played it directly in the holographic image. And then she hurriedly left here. Wu AI did not suspect Gusiosi's strange behavior, because the next moment he saw a beautiful Gundam robot appear in front of him. This Gundam is about 5 meters tall, and these data are marked in the video, so he can know it intuitively. The color is mainly white, and the auxiliary colors are red and some light blue. The first impression it gives is dreamy and powerful. Behind the Gundam are 3 pairs of light purple wings, and a design that looks like a knife handle can be seen on the calf of the right leg. Because no weapons were used in today's practice, he could only guess like this. But he didn't find the particle cannon and heavy machine gun on him, so of course he didn't know how to use them. This Gundam robot that seemed like his dream was actually controlled by him personally, which was like a dream. This robot can satisfy the fantasy of all Gundam fans about Gundam in their hearts. And Wu AI is of course immersed in it. However, the embarrassing scenes of various exercises were also played out. And at this moment, he finally understood why Gusiosi had asked before. He immediately looked around and found that he was the only one in the public compartment of the RV at this time. which made him feel relieved. He immediately closed the holographic image and deleted the file in the system. He pretended to be calm and wanted to go back to his room to rest. But after entering the space, he heard a lot of people laughing. And Gu Xiaoxi's laughter was particularly prominent. When he entered a guest room with the door open, he found that everyone was watching his practice video today on the TV inside. Viper first discovered Wu Ai's arrival. He moved slowly to the side quietly, and then disappeared directly at the entrance of the door. The second one was Li Muzi. She didn't want to leave at first, but she accidentally saw Wu Ai's bloodshot eyes, and she still thought it was better to avoid the edge for a while. The remaining Gu Xiaoxi and Li Zimu drank their drinks while laughing loudly, commenting from time to time. And then, they laughed loudly at Wu Ai in the video. After a while, they felt that no one had laughed with them for a while. So they turned back at the same time to see why no one was laughing. When they turned back, they happened to see Wu Ai with bloodshot eyes. The two of them jumped up and ran away. After they left, Wu Ai sat in their previous position, watching his funny practice video in the video. And he couldn't help but slowly smiled. Chapter 352 Changes in the Cloud Continent. Master, high-energy reactions have been detected in all aspects of Wu Ai's team. Do you need full-scale monitoring? The intelligence system Yuzhu suddenly reminded Zhang Junsheng, which made the latter obviously stunned. When Zhang Junsheng saw the screen displayed by the system, he found that a Gundam robot appeared in a dazzling light. Fuck. What's going on? How did Wu Ai and his team get such a thing? As the Gundam robot was perfectly displayed, Zhang Junsheng's heart became colder and colder. He has obtained some relevant parameters of this robot through Yuzhu, and these parameters have clearly proved that the overall combat power of this robot is enough to crush his backhand. Fortunately, he had obviously changed his attitude towards Wu Ai's team later. Otherwise, the consequences would be enough to make him drink a pot. Although the robot in the video is clumsy and has no flexibility, he also knows that this is just a first practice. Once the driver can master the operation skills, the combat power will immediately increase exponentially. This Gundam robot may be the last killer of Wu Ai's team. If they have other backups, they can only say that they are too terrible. These few days in Yunzhong continent really seem to be the new year. Because of Tang San's wedding, there are also new laws proposed. The ordinary people on this continent can finally start a new life. Various materials are also supplied normally according to the law. If there is any violation of the law, anyone can report it anonymously. Once verified, it will be punished according to the corresponding law. At first, ordinary survivors did not believe it. But after the first punished leader appeared, everyone also reported some small leaders who did not distribute materials according to the law with a try-and-see attitude. However, these people were actually punished, and the punishment was the same as the punishment stipulated in the law. And the punishment process could also be watched and supervised by anyone. In just 2 days, the Cloud Continent seemed to have changed. Everyone was full of expectations for life, and people's faces were full of smiles again. Afterwards, Tang San's wedding was blessed by all the survivors of the Cloud Continent. On the wedding night, Tang San said with some emotion, "This feeling is really great. I really don't understand why the people above made that decision. It seems that it is really wise for me to come out by myself." Water could not know the meaning of these words, but she had already made a preliminary judgment on the consciousness that occupied Tang San's body. It was a defector who mastered some secrets that only the top leaders knew. Maybe she could get some useful information from Tang San in the future. "My lady, let me feel the real happiness of being a human man. Because I am not a real human. Please forgive me for some of the things I did wrong." What else can Water say? Her ability has been sealed by the metal ring on her wrist, and escaping is like a fantasy. Now she has only 2 choices, death or endurance. But there is actually only one real chooser, and she has lost the power to choose death. I don't know how long she will live like this. She really hopes that the battle that will come soon will end everything that seems like a nightmare. Chapter 353 Pre-War Notice. On the evening of the day when Wu Ai tested the Gundam, a passenger plane that looked like it could no longer be a civilian airliner flew over the sky not far from the warship. Of course, such an aircraft could not go undetected. So Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng had already prepared to welcome this big guy. Wu Ai was a little depressed because the current Gundam could not participate in the battle. So he didn't know whether they could gain an advantage when the battle started. As the large passenger plane hovered, a voice amplified by a loudspeaker came over. "Hello, 2 powerful leaders of the forces. I am Tang San. the master of the cloud continent. No matter what kind of friction has occurred between your forces and mine before, and no matter what the cause of the friction is, tomorrow we will end it all through a battle. So please do not have any hostility towards my forces after the battle. After all, it is not easy for everyone to survive in such a doomsday. I came here to inform you of this information in person, and I have no other intentions. Okay, I will not disturb your rest anymore. See you tomorrow. After saying that, the huge suspended civil airliner turned around and flew in the direction it had flown from before. Looking at the gradually disappearing passenger plane, Zhang Junsheng said in confusion, "What is going on? Why do I feel that this is not Tang San's character?" Wu Ai also felt that the other party's behavior and words today were a bit abnormal. But this could not stop him from worrying about tomorrow's battle. When the passenger plane came over just now, did your system analyze it? If so, share the information quickly. Tomorrow we will be comrades fighting together. You should not have forgotten these. Wu Ai squeezed Zhang Junsheng jokingly, and the latter was not angry, but took him to the control command room of the battleship. In front of a huge screen, Yuju began to explain the information she had collected. Through the detection just now, we can get some preliminary information. I can only guarantee that the accuracy of the information is about 80%. The two did not interrupt at all, waiting for the intelligence system to continue to announce the results. By analyzing the position and size of the reserved ammunition rack under the passenger plane, I can judge that the other party can carry up to 18 missiles of various types. No jet airflow was seen when the plane was hovering, so the possibility that the other party used high-power magnetic levitation technology is very high. When the other party returned, it was also seen that the tail had an openable hatch, and it was highly suspected that there were combat units hidden in the belly of the aircraft. But there was no way to find out. Mechanical gap designs were also found in multiple locations such as its wings and nose. If the other party's fighter had the ability to transform, these designs could only be explained. Now there is only so much information that can be analyzed. If you want more comprehensive information, you can only wait until tomorrow's battle to get it. The intelligence system user gave some analysis and predictions, which made both of them feel that the other party's strength should not be so small. They don't know what the hidden backhand is yet, and everything will only be known tomorrow. I don't know how many of the three parties will win in this battle before going to the giant tower and enter the giant tower. Chapter 354 Reasons for Losing Consciousness. Wu Ai returned to the RV with his worries about tomorrow's battle, and he told everyone what happened just now. With the addition of the Gundam, everyone was full of confidence in tomorrow's battle. Unknowingly, it was time for dinner, and Li Muzi finally took this opportunity to start talking about why she didn't come out in time when the RV was upgraded. Although no one asked me, I also know that everyone cares about me. So now I will talk about the reason why I didn't come out when the RV was upgraded. I was still studying this special gem in Gusiosi's exclusive space. I had a deeper understanding of it the day before yesterday. This gem will change with a certain concentration of energy emitted in nature. So I studied it in the place with the most natural elements in the RV. But although this gem showed some changes, it still couldn't let me know how to use it. But just as I was lying on the ground holding it in my hand and watching it, I suddenly had a strange idea. Is this gem not for use, but for eating directly? After having this idea, I couldn't help wanting to practice it. In the end, I really couldn't hold back the idea in my mind and put the gem in my mouth. When I put the gem in my mouth, nothing changed at first. I could still feel it was just a stone. But as time went by, I felt a little sweetness on the surface of the gem. Then I forgot its real material, and thought about my childhood, while slowly chewing it like a piece of hard candy. When I finally realized that the gem in my mouth had disappeared, it was too late. My last consciousness was to stay on the idea of why I had those previous behaviors. I don't know anything about what happened after that. When I woke up again, the RV had just been upgraded. I was afraid that everyone would be worried about my situation. So I opened the door and came out immediately. At that time, I didn't know what eating the gem and being in a coma would bring me. After that, I slowly realized that my body seemed to have been transformed. I felt that this transformation was very magical, as if I had been transformed from a living creature into another powerful creature. I felt that I could use energy more skillfully, and I also needed more energy to fill my own gaps. But I haven't found a source of energy that can give me this kind of energy. So I've always been hungry for energy. Although I can slowly produce this kind of energy, the process is too slow. Li Muzi finished talking about the magical things she experienced in one breath. This explanation that made everyone seem to be able to empathize with her was enough to shock everyone. Sister, do you mean that you are no longer a human being now? She pretended to be scared and took 2 steps back. Li Muzi pulled her over and knocked on her head and said, I mean that I am like an ordinary person who has been enlightened to become a cultivator. Although I am still in the state of a human. In essence, I am no longer at the level of an ordinary person. Li Muzi's words made her understand. And then Li Zima kept pestering her sister to show her her abilities. Chapter 355 The night before the war. The 2 sisters also had a big fight. And everyone understood the real reason why Li Muzi lost consciousness. If we can get more of those spreader gems, can everyone become like you? I think only after being purified by the special gem you got. Can we truly enter another camp that is not a silicon-based civilization? In other words, only after being baptized by that special gem can we truly become a prehistoric immortal civilization, as we have studied and speculated. After Wu Ai finished speaking, everyone agreed with him thoughtfully. Now the RV team has a real member of the Photon Civilization camp, as the alien said. But I don't know if such a camp will be secretly suppressed in the end times full of silicon-based civilization technology. Everyone was still thinking about their own things. And Gu Xiaoxi suddenly said excitedly, if possible, can we also raise some spreaders, so that we can mass-produce this special gem? In this way, won't all our abilities be greatly improved in the future? Although Gu Xiaoxi's words seemed to make sense on the surface. If you think carefully about the battle of the purple spreader, it is not difficult to find out how terrible the consequences of doing so are. Rikenna only raised 1 spreader, which caused the death of most of the survivors in their area. If she raised them in large numbers, the consequences would be unimaginable. But there are always exceptions. Otherwise, how did those immortal cultivators, who were killed in the nuclear radiation area advance? No one paid attention to Gu Xiaoxi's excited proposal. And the latter also made a fool of herself. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, she stopped talking about her topic. There is another difficult battle waiting for them tomorrow. So Wu Ai asked everyone to rest early. Wu Ai lay on his bed, thinking back to what Tang San said at that time. No matter how he analyzed it, the result he got in the end was a bit strange. It was like a teacher organizing a few children to play a game. And the final result would not cause all the students participating in the game to suffer a devastating blow. If this was really the case, then Tang San did not want to really fight to the death from the beginning. So what was his real purpose? He was sure that Tang San who appeared this time was a little different from before. As an insider, Wu Ai was also suspicious of such a result. The result that could happen was that the 7-colored egg had successfully woken up and occupied Tang San's body. But the colorful eggs have a grudge against him. If Tang San is now dominated by the colorful eggs, will he let him go so easily? Wu Ai, who has been thinking for a long time, but still can't figure it out, can only force himself to sleep. In order to achieve the purpose of sleeping, he even played a program called Jinzi Lai downloaded in the peaceful era. It is said that netizens used to fall asleep with this program. No matter what kind of insomnia you have, as long as you listen to a few episodes, you will fall asleep quickly. In order to achieve the purpose of sleeping, and also to verify whether what the netizen said before is true, he played this magical sound program. Chapter 356 The battle begins. The next day, Wu Ai woke up and was pleasantly surprised to find that he actually slept very well. He just didn't know what the sister with a nice voice named Kai Kai said on the show. Anyway, he slept very well. It seems that he can use this method if he has trouble sleeping in the future. When he came to the public space in the RV, he found that Gu Xiaoxi, who had already gotten up and was busy making breakfast for everyone. He saw that the other party was light and graceful, and served various foods, like flying back and forth in front of the dining table. If this were to live in a peaceful world, what kind of scene would it be? While he was dreaming of a beautiful vision, the 2 sisters of the Li family came out at the same time, and saw Wu Ai looking at Gu Xiaoxi with a smile on her face. Yo yo yo. What's wrong with our boss? Are you thinking about sex? What's wrong with your pig face? Li Zima seemed to have caught some big news, and started shouting loudly as soon as he came out. Wu Ai's thoughts were interrupted. Looking at Li Zima's expression of wanting to eliminate harm for the people, he could only smile and ignore it. Otherwise it would be an endless argument. Li Zima came to Wu Ai's side, and continued to despise his behavior just now. But the latter just didn't respond, and she lost interest after talking for a while. When everyone was present, they started to eat. During the meal, they also talked about today's battle. The general strategy was to use the RV to attack. Only when it was really necessary could the Lee sisters go out to fight. The others were not suitable for such a battle. So they all stayed in the RV to assist Wu Ai in the attack. Not long after the meal, Zhang Junsheng sent a message asking if he was ready. After learning that they were ready, Zhang Junsheng asked everyone to keep in touch and didn't say anything else. In this way, after everyone waited for about an hour, the figure of the passenger plane finally appeared on the radar. Tang Sen had already informed Wu Ai and Zhang Junsheng that the battle had begun before he entered the visible range of the naked eye. So that everyone was ready, but no one was willing to fire the first shot. The first to launch the attack was Tang San, who was not pretentious at all. He decisively started the attack after entering his attack range. His first round of attack was a missile attack. Although there were only 18 missiles under the plane as Yu Zhu expected yesterday, these 18 missiles were only the first wave of attacks. With a dense display on the radar, it was finally confirmed that Tang San fired a total of 72 missiles in this first round of attack. Regardless of whether this is a saturation attack, the terrifying number of missiles is not something Zhang Junsheng can resist. Wu Ai had already dived into the sea before the other side attacked, and hid under the body of the whale that he had fixed to the bottom of the sea. This round of attacks did not have any impact on Wu Ai, even though several missiles did track the location of Wu Ai's RV. All attacks were blocked by the whale's solid body. It was just that the vibration caused by the missile explosion caused the RV to shake violently for a while, and there was no other impact. The focus of this round of missile attacks was not Wu Ai, because a flexible and small target like him was not suitable for focused attacks. Instead, a slow-moving and huge target like Zhang Junsheng was taken care of. Chapter 357 Energy Shield. It was destined that Zhang Junsheng's warship would be given special attention. So he didn't want Wu Ai to help him attract many attacking missiles. He immediately used interceptor missiles and decoys to deal with the oncoming missile attacks, and opened the front deck while letting the warship retreat quickly. And several huge metal plates that were spinning rapidly were launched from the black hole. The trajectory of these flying metal plates in the air formed a semicircular protective shield like a shield, so that the missiles that avoided the decoys and interceptors all hit the metal plates like a protective shield. These metal plates were made of whale body materials that Wu Ai provided to Zhang Junsheng. Although this material was not as good as the one Wu Ai used on the RV, it was more than enough to deal with this kind of missile attack. Tang San's first round of attack did not achieve any effect, and since the battle had already started, it seemed unreasonable not to give the opponent some return gifts. Zhang Junsheng's first round of counterattack was actually 3 nuclear peacemaker missiles. This kind of thing is impossible to be launched in a peaceful era, because once this kind of thing is scanned by the target country, it is basically like starting the Doomsday War. I didn't expect Zhang Junsheng to be so vicious. He didn't even say hello in advance when using such an attack method under such circumstances. The subsequent radiation may completely kill all his allies. I don't know if he was negligent for a moment, or if he just wanted to do it this way. In any case, the appearance of the 3 nuclear peacemakers also made Tang San raise a voice of doubt. Everyone thought it was just a battle of conventional weapons, but someone suddenly cheated. This may be the reason why Tang San raised his doubts. It is meaningless to intercept or not intercept at such a close distance. The explosion and radiation radius of the nuclear peacemakers have already covered the area of the battlefield. So if there is a way, unless these 3 missiles disappear or do not explode, any action is meaningless. 3 nuclear pacifiers directly hit Tang San's huge passenger plane, but there was a real energy shield in front of the passenger plane to protect it from any damage. Instead, the warship that launched the missiles was pushed back far by the energy wave of the explosion. When the warship stabilized again, it could be seen that it had suffered some damage. The 3 nuclear pacifiers did not have any merit, which was what Zhang Junsheng had already thought of. He just wanted to know the opponent's defense measures in advance, and it seemed that it was really ironclad. Wu Ai's RV also surfaced, and after the second floor roof was opened, 2 heavy machine guns began to spit out flames. The 2 heavy machine guns used 45mm special bullets that were more terrifying than those of general helicopter gunships. You should know that the caliber of general gunship bullets is only about 30mm. If a person is hit by such bullets, it is basically impossible to find a complete body. The 2 heavy machine guns fired 1,800 bullets in more than 10 seconds. Such an attack speed is already very terrifying. Tang San's energy shield is certainly not omnipotent. If it is really like this, then this battle will be meaningless. After the attacks of the two forces, the strength of the energy shield has obviously begun to weaken. Chapter 358, Intense Battle. The first mutual attack between the three forces showed their respective character. Tang San was frank and generous, notifying before attacking, and then launching a large number of conventional missile attacks. Zhang Junsheng was more sinister, and his attack was a destructive attack method that went beyond the rules of the game. Although no one was injured, this had already made the other two parties concerned. Wu Ai was more wretched and smooth, and the attack itself was also a conventional method. However, the attack power had been improved and increased. Although he was the weakest of the three forces, his attack power was not very weak. As the three parties began to engage in a battle of various conventional weapons, black smoke began to emerge from one side of Tang San's plane's wing. As the black smoke grew larger, some open flames could be clearly seen. As a result, the energy shield in front of the passenger plane began to behave very unstable. It seemed that the place where the smoke came out was the location of the equipment that provided energy to the energy shield. Not long after, with a small explosion, Tang San's protective shield completely disappeared. Through the attack just now, Zhang Junsheng's intelligent system Yuzhu immediately calculated the endurance limit of the opponent's protective shield, and then shared this data with Wu Ai. In fact, Zhang Junsheng didn't need to provide him with such data. The system of the RV was not given for free. And of course, it could calculate such obvious data. Without the protection of the shield, Tang San's passenger plane began to be hit more and more. Although the materials he made the plane should be very good, it still couldn't resist the attacks of the two forces. Various parts of the plane began to be damaged by the attack, especially the wings of the other plane that just corresponded to it. Zhang Junsheng suspected that there was still an energy shield supply device there, so he focused on attacking that part. Because Wu Ai was so small in front of these two big guys, it seemed as if he had not participated in this battle, with no one attacking him or very few attacks. Wu Ai was completely an outsider. Tang San's big plane couldn't let Zhang Junsheng continue to attack happily. With the opening of the cargo hold at the rear of the plane, 5 fast fighters flew out one after another. Then 3 cigar-like things fell into the sea. After throwing these things, Tang San's plane quickly retreated to the rear and lowered the flying altitude. Zhang Junsheng was already troubled by the lightning-fast fighters, and he knew what the 3 cigar-like things behind him were without thinking. Such things that could be thrown into the sea to fight should be some unmanned submarines. For such a 2-line attack, he could only let his backhand fight against the 3 submarines alone. Wu Ai also saw the new units join the battle. He was not too worried about the things under the sea, because there should be people who are more worried about this than him. What he was most worried about were the 5 fighters that could easily break the sound barrier. Such guys were the real opponents on the battlefield. Moreover, Tang San's car was secretly retreating, so it should not be to go home for dinner. It must be some kind of combat preparation, which made him feel uneasy. In order to determine the relevant parameters of the 5 fighters, he could only start to fight with the opponent, hoping to get the relevant data of the opponent as soon as possible. Chapter 359. The submarine squadron is destroyed. After the 3 submarines fell into the sea, they immediately began to move separately. After adjusting the posture of each submarine, they immediately prepared for battle. The 3 submarines approached Zhang Junsheng's warship from 3 directions, and they directly launched torpedoes to attack when they were sure they would hit. Each of the 3 submarines launched 4 torpedoes to attack. In this case, Zhang Junsheng's warship had no chance of escape. Zhang Junsheng did not intend to escape, because it was unrealistic. It was not realistic to expect the backup to arrive in time. After the 3 submarines launched torpedoes, the warship's sonar had accurately located the positions of the 3 submarines. After launching the torpedoes, the 3 submarines each took different ways to evade the subsequent counterattack of the warship. But Zhang Junsheng's suicide attack using the warship as bait was not so easy to let the other party escape. The torpedo launchers on the warship also launched torpedoes that were enough to destroy the opponent with a plop sound. Not only that, the depth charges on the warship were also ejected according to the positions exposed by the submarines before, and they began to explode decisively as they reached the predetermined depth. The submarine's attack was covert and vicious, while Zhang Junsheng's attack was desperate and cost-effective. It was difficult for both sides to escape from each other's attack under such an attack, so the result was already expected by both sides. The warship's evasive posture and the bait to lure the torpedo played a certain role. A total of 12 torpedoes hit the warship, and 7 of them hit the warship. and the other torpedoes were completely ineffective. Although only 7 torpedoes hit, such damage was also devastating to the warship. After the explosion, the warship began to sink at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for submarines, 2 submarines were sunk on the spot, and 1 submarine with bubbles and less serious damage was still fleeing in a panic. Zhang Junsheng knew that there was no need to repair this warship, so he ordered all the ammunition on the warship to find targets and launch them at the same time. After this order was issued, the warship was like the fireworks set off by children during the New Year. Thick smoke was sprayed from the warship, and all kinds of conventional missiles were launched. The last 3 nuclear peacemakers on the warship were also launched, which made Tang San, who was retreating, immediately open the energy shield to defend. The submarine that was still escaping just now was covered by more than 30 depth charges and 24 torpedoes. The submarine's sonar heard such a terrifying attack and stopped escaping, with a huge series of explosions. This submarine was really the most valuable one to die. The 5 fighters discovered the appearance of the nuclear peacemaker and immediately became like frightened birds. They all started to run desperately towards the discovery farthest away from the nuclear peacemaker. Wu Ai's system detected that the flight speed of these 5 fighters had reached Mach 12. Can you believe that such a speed has appeared on the Earth? Then he thought again. It was right. Everything was possible now. These fighters should have used the fastest speed to escape, and they should have been afraid of the EMP attack of the nuclear pacifier. In the blink of an eye, 5 fighters disappeared, and Wu Ai was a little afraid that these fighters were piloted. If there were really pilots, I wonder if they could withstand such overload gravity. Chapter 360 Flight Accident. Zhang Junsheng sighed as he watched the 5 fighters that had fled without a trace. And there was nothing he could do about it, as the warship was still bombarding the energy shield of Tang San's plane. The brave warrior who had been drifting on the sea for an unknown period of time slowly closed his eyes. After the warship sank into the sea, 3 nuclear missiles hit the energy shield of Tang San's plane unwillingly, followed by various conventional missile attacks. Under this wave of warship's final crazy attack, the energy shield began to show an unstable state again. Wu Ai also took advantage of the fact that there were no fighters to harass him and prepared to attack. He quickly surfaced and poured a hail of bullets on the energy shield. Because of the previous precise calculation, Wu Ai's wave of bullets just reached the upper limit of the energy shield. With a bang, the energy supply device on the other wing also exploded. In just a short while, 5 fighters appeared on the radar screen of the RV. Wu Ai felt that the other party would definitely come to rescue Tang San's plane, so the speed should not slow down. Since he had this idea, he felt that there would be no loss in giving it a try. After the high-energy electromagnetic particle cannon on the 2nd floor of the RV was charged, it was fired according to the calculation of the RV system. Originally, Wu Ai did not expect to hit any target, but he did not know whether it was because of his luck or the bad luck of the fighter. The radar of the fastest fighter actually found the attack trajectory of the particle cannon, but the speed of the fighter has reached Mach 12, and it is not easy to dodge at such a speed. The fighter has begun to slow down and evade downward, but the plane behind found that the fighter in front was slowing down and also took evasive action downward. However, since the first fighter slowed down before evading, and the fighter behind only evaded and did not slow down in time, the fighter that was not hit by the particle cannon crashed 2 of them in such a mistake. The debris of the 2 crashed planes also hit the 2 planes behind, and one of them was directly destroyed. The other one evaded in time, and this fighter was just emitting black smoke and was not shot down. But its speed had obviously begun to decrease. Only 1 plane escaped unscathed under such circumstances. It must be said that the pilot of this plane really has superb driving experience. Wu Ai judged that there were pilots among these planes through the accident between the planes, because only human operation can cause such a serious flight accident. It must be said that the power of this shot has far exceeded his expectations. The injured fighter flew directly to Tang San's large passenger plane, and the remaining intact fighter flew directly to the RV. Wu Ai now only has a preliminary understanding of the maximum speed of this fighter, but he is not clear about the specific data of the battle. He also hoped that Zhang Junsheng would use his backhand to contain this lightning-fast fighter, but after so long, he did not find the opponent's appearance. Captain Zhang, where are you now? You don't want me to face Tang San alone. If you don't help me, you will have to face him alone. Wu Ai finally contacted Zhang Junsheng, hoping that he would come out quickly and stop hiding behind to watch the fun.